This person was usually in the age range somewhere between the ages of 45 and 70.
That's my
She
range.
would have worked tirelessly her entire life,
Okay.
usually in Eastern Kentucky, working in low-skilled, low-wage jobs, convenience stores, family dollars, Walmarts, and she worked hard, and she worked consistently, and she would have been someone whose labor was a model to her family. At some point in time, she would have a work accident, a slip and fall, left an injury. She would make her way to a physician, or in some cases, an she would undergo an evaluation, and she would endorse the existence of pain complaints throughout her body. This person would undergo a series of diagnostic studies that failed to reveal anything of significant, certainly not enough to explain all of the pain symptoms that this person endorsed. As a young lawyer, I took this lady's deposition probably referred to for reviews, and I would get them to speak to their pain, and I would get them to speak to their ability, and then I would pull out the medical records, which demonstrated that CT scans, MRIs, electrodiagnostic studies all had failed to reveal any objective physiological explanation for their complaints of pain. And being enthusiastic and wanting to defend the very best interests of my clients, I thought I was going to cry. But the plaintiff's lawyer accepted this lady and come up with a sob story to tell me and pulled money out of my client's pockets. I was always very patient, and I was kind of the individual. I would say, man, we have gone through a stack of medical records, and there does not appear to be anything wrong with you. And this lady would start to cry, and she would say, Mr. Papa, I'm not a doctor, and I can't tell you what's wrong with me. The only thing that I can tell you is from the time I opened my eyes until I went to bed, I hurt from the top of my head to the bottom of my feet, and I can't help make myself get it. This person's medical treatment, by the time they got to me, they consisted of the application of high-powered narcotic medications in response to their complaints, along with habituating psychotropic medications, OxyContin, Xanax, Xanax, the whole 9 yards. If they were not physiologically disabled by their accident, they had been physiologically disabled by the pharmacology that had been thrown at them. I took this person's deposition hundreds of times, and one day driving down the road, it dawned on me that whether these ladies had physical symptoms which were identifiable or not, they were truly, genuinely experiencing profound pain, which had caused significant debility. That pain was not physical, it was emotional, and it was spiritual. These ladies had worked lifetimes looking at a dead end, and at the time that they had their work accident, it was the straw that broke the camel's back for any hope they had of a future defined by dignity and autonomy, and their hope had been broken, and that broken hope came through as profound physical pain that was rooted within their spirit. By virtue of my connection to an expert who I had utilized in my workers' compensation cases, in December of 2016,
This guy's very well
spoken. From a member of the then administration of Governor Rabbi, and they were looking for an individual who could come in and look at the state's Social Security disability system. That's a federal program that exists to help individuals who are disabled as a result of either physical or mental maladies. And while it's a federal program, it is administered by the individual. I was asked, what do you know about Social Security disability? And I said, well, not much. I know it and workers' compensation go hand in hand. And I know that Kentucky, for as long as anyone can remember, has a significant portion of its adult population receiving a benefit. We've been second only to West Virginia for at least 30 years. And they said, well, we're looking for someone who can come in and evaluate the system, understand how it works, and understand how Kentucky has so many people receiving it. Is this a job that you think that you could do? And I said, I don't know, but I should be doing my best time, and it's not to be considered, I'll take it. So in February of 2017, I went in and began to lead Kentucky
Come on, you little bitch.
decades policy experience with the Social Security Disability Program. And I wrote down 19 different statistical metrics that I wish for us to evaluate about
Come on, dude.
the Social Security Disability Program, as well as different socioeconomic factors which were unique to Kentucky. And in October 2017, we issued the very first of its kind retrospective study of the evolution of the Social Security Disability Program in Kentucky, covering the years 1980 to 2015. And here were some of the statistics that were the highlights of that report. Between 1980 and 2015, Kentucky's population grew 20%. Enrollment in the Social Security Disability Program grew 249%. Childhood enrollment. Now, these are children who are under the age of 18. Most of them come from highly impoverished backgrounds, where there's very little opportunity to have what we can consider to be a conventional healthy childhood. Childhood enrollment grew 449% over those 35 years. We heard the enrollment statistics with the state's Medicaid data, which track the issuance of every single pill that is capable of habituation to the state's SSI population. Between 2001 and 2015, the issuance of prescription opioids to adults within the Social Security disability system grew 210%, from 47 doses per adult to 147 doses per adult. The issuance of habituating psychotropic medications to children, whether it was amphetamine, whether it was antidepressant, anything that could create physiological dependence, grew 168%, from 275 doses per child to 457 doses per SSI medication. My first month on the job, we had the Social Security Administration's federal liaison to the state of Kentucky come in for what was called the home agency visit. This was a semi-annual review of the state's Social Security disability program and the way in which it was meeting federal performance standards. I wish that I had had a recording of this meeting when it occurred, because this person gave me a gift of truth right off the bat. So the management came, I was sitting at the end of the table. This person began by saying, folks, claims are bad, and that's bad, because claims equal budget. I came to learn that the Social Security Disability Program was not necessarily running primarily for the benefit of the Social Security Disability recipients. It was running perpetual expansion to the SSA's own bureaucracy, and that while Social Security Disability benefits represent 16% benefit payments within the system, it consumed 45% of the agency's budget. In order to get more money, you must have more recipients, despite the nature of those outcomes. I came to also run the state's child support enforcement system. Within that role, it was perceived that the state was not delivering child support payments to children. It was the largest single anti-poverty program, not just in Kentucky, but in the country. Direct payment transfers from an obligated parent to the custodial parent. It was believed that there were a number of deadbeat dads who were just not paying their bill. And what I came to find out was those officials who were responsible for running the program in Kentucky, that was 120 individually elected county attorneys. In fact, had some systemic issues. There were a cohort of county attorneys who were running the program perfectly. There was another cohort that were running it with some degree of success, but not necessarily with top performance. And then there was another group that were running their operations poorly. I discovered that within the cohort of 117 elected officials, 40 of them owned their own property, which they then turned around and charged the child support program rent. Essentially, federal and state tax dollars from rent payments were going to allow for acquisition of private real estate equity interests by elected officials of the county. something that was immediately came into my job. Governor Beck announced his race for re-election in 2019 because of some of the measures that were taken to bring in accountability, transparency, and performance expectations of our transport program. I was permanently for my job after the administration of newly elected Kentucky governor this year. I was picked up by a gentleman who was my dear friend by the name of Daniel Cameron, who had been elected Attorney General in 2019. He asked about his office of Medicaid fraud and abuse control, a law enforcement office which investigates and prosecutes medical providers for being engaged in fraud against the state's Medicaid system. This coincided with the onset of COVID. I brought in a deputy by the name of Matt Klein, who was a Medicaid policy expert, and over the course of 2 years, despite the shutdown of the state's court system, we doubled the number of criminal indictments and convictions of medical providers from the system. A significant portion of that caseload was comprised of providers of opioid maintenance clinics who were using their clinics, which were intended to help those who were struggling with opioid addiction, as glorified drug dealing operations, which fomented the diversion of Suboxone in every little town and county in Kentucky. And it was an eye-opening experience to recognize the predators within this universe of operation that is supposed to be restorative and helpful to people in recovery. Because of the way in which I believe I had developed a reputation of a no-nonsense, get-it-done public servant, the Deputy Attorney General at the time, his name was Rabbi, asked me if I would have any interest in running the state's opioid commission. The Kentucky legislature had set up a framework to administer what is now $1 billion in settlements from opioid distributors and manufacturers for those involved in the creation and perpetuation of the opioid epidemic. While the people at home are wonderful and beautiful, many of the conditions that exist there exist because of how terrible Kentucky state government has functioned since the end of the Civil War. Kentucky in many categories is first where one would wish to be last, and last where folks would wish to be first. It has one of the highest rates of childhood poverty in the country, one of the highest rates of child abuse in the country, one of the highest rates of drug incarceration in the country, one of the highest rates of child sexual in the country. All of the timber and material that is necessary to create the devastation associated with the opioid epidemic. Kentucky was like a drought-stricken forest, and Oxycontin was the lightning bolt that set it on fire in 1996. Like Louisiana, there's been a history of systemic political corruption, which has impaired the ability to produce progress for the people. So when I was asked if I had an interest in doing that job, I said, well, this is a very treacherous opportunity, because with this amount of money coming in, there's going to be a lot of buzzards gathered around the way who are ready to pick the bones clean. If y'all will let me set up this commission and run it in a way that is accessible, accountable, and transparent to the people of Kentucky, I would be privileged to have the opportunity to do it. Mr. Dunn looked at me and said, we would like to have it any way. I had to go through the interview process. And through that process, the question was asked, what do we need to do? I said, well, let's recognize that while $842 million is a tremendous amount of money to the average year, it's going to be paid to the state over 15 years. At its height, Purdue Pharma was making $100 million a month off the sales of Oxycontin. This settlement represents roughly 8.5 months of concepts that we could be getting over 15 years. These runs off the tables of gluttons, and we have got to make sure that this one-time, non-recurring revenue stream is utilized with its maximum best impact to pull this state out of its travesty. And I said, one thing that we have got to look for is an opportunity to
got a lot of people in here today, and that's good. I don't know what is caused it. It could be from Discord though, or not Discord, or not good. Okay, Twitch, I'm not sure. I think two of them did come from there, but I wasn't able to confirm that. I just know that I saw a podcast that I was on, and um, we had my friend Apollo had been here. He's the guy who came and visited me, and he's the one person in my house. And when we had last country thing, and we had some other people in here, just randomly. Um, so that's good. I am excited to get this Discord bot, or this Twitch bot going. Like I got it working really, really well once I logged in. But I've run into some issues. Twitch is really good at blocking temporary email addresses. They're excellent at it. And that causes me all kinds of issues. So I'm trying to find a really good tech service that basically works every single time. And if I'm not able to find it, that's okay. Because when the Twitch bot works, it's so good. And here's why it's so good. Kick does not allow you to post links, but Twitch does. So I can go in there and just show people, like, hey, this one link goes to my YouTube, this one link goes to my Instagram, this one link goes to Discord, like I can just put a bunch of links in. And when you see it, you go, like, oh, this is a game changer. It really is. Like before, I'd have to type out the word like discord.me // like nobody really wants to do that. But if you can just click it, it's game over. And so that's extremely exciting for me. So I just have to make sure that I get it to consistently. And we're making shape. How are things in your neck of the woods? Okay, what did you say to him? Does it have a check next? Does it have a check next to it? Okay. Just, let me, what's the name? What's the name? No, don't send it to me. Don't send it to me. I don't want to let it skew my. No, he's real Jacob. Wait, hold on. Maybe not. Is it the real Jake Goldblum guy? I mean, Jeff Goldblum, if he was on Twitter, would have more than 11,000 followers. So let's just see in comparison what Jeff Goldblum's Instagram looks like. He's got 2.7 million followers on Instagram. He's going to have more than 11,000. 2.7 million versus 11,000 on Twitter. He just doesn't use Twitter, and somebody's impersonating. I hate to burst your bubble, but better that you know now. I mean, look, if it's him, that's fine. My first question is, dog, why do you have 2.7 million followers on one platform? Probably an easier platform that's been established more longer is Twitter. You should have way more on it. What's a better odds are that he just doesn't have a Twitter and somebody's a person. Plus, like I don't know, the way he, like, what's going on, Earthling? Like, huh? No, I mean, you know, that it's an impersonator.
A breakthrough therapeutic that can deliver materially better outcomes than what we are getting with our existing system. Our existing system is unacceptably mediocre, and it is
Do
necessary.
you know anything about Ibogaine? Right. Um, so this is the news Joe Rogan. We've got a few more, but he's got former Governor Rick Perry from Texas, and this other guy from Kentucky. This guy's, I think, a lawyer. Um, he's from Kentucky. He's very well spoken, and they're basically like, "This is America." Like all these veterans are on it, and it gets them off of opiates, and it's basically that the fight between trying to get people drugs that work for them, like Ibogaine, and them being Schedule Ones, and um, you know, trying to get them off of Xanax and fentanyl and opiates, and so it's pretty interesting. Um, I am, let's see. So I'm telling you, when once I get an account to log in, it's not hard for me to get an account to log in, but it's hard for me to get an account to log in without doing it, meaning just allowing it to take its course. A lot of times I have to like get the right um, 6-digit code or whatever, or like actually it's more like Twitch does not accept the email address I'm giving it, so it's kind of have to be micromanaged, and I don't want to have to do that. So I'm working on that. But man, if this thing spams, it's as good. It's better than my Kit one. The reason it's way better than my Kit one because all the links are hyperlinked, or just about all of them. And if anything, you can just copy it and paste it into a browser. Like there's no doing that. And you can use up to 500 characters. So I write like a huge thing. Um, I talk about anti-gravity and alien disclosure and just things to get people. That's it too. Um, so when it's all ready, I will show you. I show some people when it's working, and it's pretty impressive. But that's what I'm doing. So I'm going to focus on that, and you do you. Or if you meet me up here, and it when it works out, I'll let you know.
We're going to change generational dynamics to improve upon what we have. We've got to have this Manhattan Project opportunity to pioneer a therapeutic breakthrough for opioid addiction. And I said, I don't know what that is, but I'm going to look at it. In 2018, I came into knowledge of the psilocybin mushroom and the way in which it has profound impacts on treatment-resistant anxiety and depression, in the case of me in particular with my family's history of alcoholism. And I followed developments around its research applications over the next several years. I came into contact with an author who goes by the name of Juliana Christine, who wrote beautifully about her own experiences with the psilocybin mushroom, which helped her overcome a lifetime of debilitating anger, anxiety, depression, and a near fatal eating disorder. On July the the 29th, 2022, I reached out to her and I said, hey, this is who I am. I've been given this job. What can you tell me about the University of South Dallas and whether there is anything that shows special education and impact for opioid dependency? She said, have you ever heard of it? I said, I have not. She said, I'm going to put you in touch with one by the name of Julie. You tell her that I sent you and ask her to tell you your story. So I reached out to Juliana and told her all that's nice. Tell me your story. Juliana proceeded to tell me about her life with addiction as a young American woman. She herself had been a heroin addict. She had been incarcerated. She had been homeless. And at one point in time, she moved to Columbia to teach English as a second language. And while there, she discovered that Columbia has open pharmacies that are unregulated. She said that she was able to go into a pharmacy in Columbia and get as much of what she wanted whenever she wanted. And she did. And she said, one morning she opened up the mirror, she said, I knew that was going to die. This was it. And I was desperate to give myself a chance to live. And she said, I had done every form of treatment that was known. I did abstinence, I did Suboxone. And she said, but they didn't tell me about Suboxone. I said, try to take yourself off of it. Suboxone withdrawal made my heroin withdrawal look like a cakewalk. It was one of the most horrific experiences I ever had in my life. She said, I found about this how to get into alcohol, this alcohol conflict through online internet research. And she said, I did have a list of a number of operations that I collected from the underground that don't necessarily adhere to the necessary safety practices to ensure that this treatment can both be safe and effective. She said, I made my way to Guatemala. I was in the hands of a practitioner who didn't know what they were doing, and I was given double the dose that I should have received. She said, I went to cardiac arrest 6 times and nearly died. She said, I remember waking up in the intensive care unit at Guatemala Hospital, and she said, I felt the best I've ever felt in my entire life. Juliana put me in touch with a lady by the name of Adriana Kircher in New York City, who at the time had a boutique law firm called Plant Medicine and Pro. Adriana and I had a brief introductory conversation. I said, I want to learn as much as I possibly can about her. And I've spoken with Juliana, and this sounds too good to be true. I want to know if there's any legitimacy about this, and if so, perhaps what the state of Kentucky can do to move the needle in this development. She said, I have a Rolodex of people that I think could be helpful to you. Who would you like to meet? And I said, well, I don't know the names of folks around this. I can just give you generally the category of folks that I would love to be able to speak with. And I need to know who the foremost academic and medical researchers on this compound are. I need to understand the existence of any activist organizations that would have particular cultural relevance to Kentucky, profoundly politically conservative and religiously fundamental in the state. And I said, I need to be able to go any philanthropists who are willing to support and have an interest in an opportunity that may exist around our. She said, all right, let me get to work. She said, would you be willing to come to New York City conference to put in my portfolio? And I said, yes, but on one condition. I said, I work in a deep, politically conservative office. And I'm pretty sure I've got some people around me who would cut my head off if they knew that I was getting sniffed or something that was for potential treatment. I said, if I come, this has to be done completely confidentially, and everybody must take a bite of science until such time as I can decide whether or not this is something to present to the office. My wife and I, one of my close friends, my name is Scott Hornbuckle, who was also an advisor to the commission who I brought in, traveled to New York City on December 5th of 2022. On December 9th, we had this dinner party. I met with these individuals who had gathered, the researchers, the philanthropists, veteran activists who had gathered around our game, as well as the application of Rothschild drugs for treatment of war-related trauma. When I got home in Kentucky on December 11th, they opened up their networks, put me in touch with Amber Morris, Dr. Nolan Williams, Dr. Kenneth Allen, and all the other folks who have gathered around the game to push for its accessibility to the U.S. medical system. On January 31st of 23, I made a presentation to regional panel, and I said, I believe we have found Kentucky's Manhattan Project opportunity. And I laid out what the concrete realities are of Allegheny, and they are three. Number one, it resolves physiological sepsis dependence on an accelerated time frame in a manner that frees the individual from the physical consequences of their dependencies. Number two, it has a profound psychological effect for the individual, whereby, on the back end of treatment, having been physiologically restored, they have a sense of ownership over their self and their future, whereby they live a life that is defined by choice rather than compulsion. And that is a fundamental part on this path if they are going to rebuild their life. And most significant, many people, the overwhelming majority of navigating experience come about with the information that they are a spiritual being that was made in the image of an eternal creator whose essence is pure and unconditional love. And that freedom.
Caspian, you there? Caspian, can you hear me?
Creator has conferred special and purpose in your life to be achieved. When those three powers are understood, Attorney General Patton asked me to lead the commission in the exploration of setting aside $42 million, 5% of the state's settlement funds, to create a public-private partnership whereby a drug developer would match the state's investment in the fund by assuming all legal, logistical, and financial risks associated with securing the FDA's approval to pursue clinical research trials for the development of Ibogaine as a breakthrough therapeutic treatment for opioid use disorder, co-occurring substance use disorder, and any other new health conditions for which it demonstrated efficacy. We had a high-profile public announcement on May 31st, 2023 to announce this exploration. We conducted 3 very high-profile public hearings, each of which lasted about 5 hours on all aspects of Ibogaine. These hearings are available online as a formal part of the public record for anyone to view. The first hearing involved the science of Ibogaine. It included the testimony of Dr. Nolan Williams, Dr. Kenneth Alper, and Dr. Deborah Nash, who has been a pioneer around the development of Ibogaine's application for opioid addiction for over 30 years now. We had a second public hearing, which involved the testimonials of individuals who had received or provided opioid treatments for Ibogaine treatment. All of this was done in a very high-profile and public way because we wanted the people of Kentucky to understand all aspects of this opportunity, its profundity, and the way in which it could transform not just the lives of our families, but the future of the state. That second public hearing was one of the most moving public proceedings of which I have ever been a part. And I don't know how anyone would listen to those testimonials, which included them from Governor Perry, and come away with any other conclusion but that Ibogaine must be developed as expeditiously and safely as possible for the sake of our brothers and sisters in this country. The third hearing, which occurred at the request of the University of Kentucky, which along with Andy Bashir, fought this proposal every step of the way, centered on the question of whether the FDA would even consider approving clinical trials, given what was repeatedly asserted as the unacceptable level of cardiac risk associated with this application. Within that hearing, we were able to procure the testimony of the scientist general who was in charge of controlled substances research at the FDA, a gentleman by the name of Dr. Javier Munoz, along with his colleague Dr. Walter Dunn, who's FDA's advisory board of psychopharmacology. I believe he still sits in there. And those gentlemen, after having heard the testimony as well as questioning from the University of Kentucky's representative, who suggested that the FDA would never approve it, began that testimony by saying, it has been asserted that the cardiac risk associated with Ibogaine would disqualify from consideration by the FDA for clinical trials. That is absolutely and completely incorrect. The question for Ibogaine is not one of the existence of risk. The question is how and if that risk can be mitigated, and assuming that the drug developer will demonstrate The cardiac risk can be safely mitigated and controlled. There is no reason we would not approve that clinical trial. And with that, chief objection was moot. We had one last piece of due diligence to perform before my commission, which had membership of 9, was ready to cast a deciding vote to secure the application of this $42 million for what was going to be a fabulous leadership opportunity for the people of Kentucky to pioneer an entirely new field of biomedical research that would revolutionize help improve not just addiction, but the problems we have all said we've talked about already. And that was the delivery of testimony from Dr. Nolan Williams following the publication of his research through Nature Medicine about the neurodegenerative properties of aggregating the brain as applied to the veteran population of TBI and PTSD. Unfortunately, there was an election in Kentucky in 2023. My boss, Attorney General Cameron, ran for governor and lost. And he this year was re-elected. And a new Kentucky Attorney General took office. And while this new guy, the only Republican, had expressed his open-minded willingness to provide the game consideration, I had briefed him individually before we had our public announcement in anticipation that he would take office. After he won, I reached out and asked if I could have an opportunity to brief him on all the developmental information gathered around this project. That eventually included the commitment of 2 significant philanthropic organizations, one of which was the Jurgensen Foundation, led by Stephen and Genevieve Jurgensen. The other was the Stephen and Alexander Corn Foundation, led by Stephen and Alexander Corn, and the third was the Melissa Etheridge Foundation, all of which made commitments to partner with Kentucky to make this come to pass. We had secured the commitment of 2 drug developers who were willing to establish corporate presence in Kentucky and to anchor all of our research and development activity around its advanced therapeutic applications within the state. On the cusp of success, I was called into a meeting on December 15th and newly elected Attorney General and members of his transition team, and what I thought was going to be an opportunity to explain and secure approval for the finalization of this project.
Exactly. I didn't even know anybody was. Yeah.
In which it was reminded that
Exactly.
for having been unapologetic
I
research, something that the new Attorney General found.
I found a website that works really well. So I might be showing you some, like, if you can stick around for the next 5 minutes or so. I should have that.
I wrote it last time. I was always going to be but for the loss of opportunity, long-suffering people at home who deserve to have an opportunity to transform their future with what I began has the potential to do for them individually and collectively. In what has been a tremendous providential blessing, everything that happened in Kentucky was followed by a gentleman by the name of Rex Alsace. Mr. Alsace is an individual who in his prior life has been a high-level Republican campaign ad producer. This firm is one of the top campaign producing ad companies for Republican candidates across the country in the country. Rex has a foundation called the Reed Foundation, which is named in honor of his son, Reed, who struggled for a decade with opiate addiction beginning when he was a 16-year-old in high school. Reed encountered plant medicine with ayahuasca 5 years before he passed away. Rex became a believer in plant medicine because of the therapeutic response Reed experienced after that exposure to ayahuasca. Rex was introduced to me, ironically, on Melissa Etheridge in February of 23. He showed up at every Kentucky hearing. He showed up at our public announcement. He said, whatever you need to help make this successful, I'm available to you anytime. The Reed Foundation stands for Rescuing Women in Distress because Reed, unfortunately and tragically in 2019, died of a fentanyl overdose. Rex became involved with the Kentucky movement because he believed that Reed had an opportunity to receive life-giving treatment, he would be alive today. When I walked out of that meeting thinking that it was all over, I called Rex and I said, I've killed it. This is over. All that work and all that effort is vanished. He said, if I can procure opportunities for you to speak to what I think and do to other elected officials across the country with whom I have relationships with you, even want to work with my foundation so that we can continue to preserve what has been done here and transplant it to a state that has leadership with the vision and courage to complete the job that you have begun. Joe, at this point, I have staked everything that I have become by way of reputation and by way of knowledge on this opportunity. I came, just as Governor Perry has, to believe that this was the opportunity of a lifetime to generate tremendous on behalf of everyone who needs all of this for. I said, this is the mission of life, and I will go anywhere, I will talk to anyone, and will do whatever is necessary to keep this alive. And thank the Lord for the leadership of Governor Perry and his allyship. Here we sit with the cusp of an opportunity for the state of Texas to finish the job that was begun in Kentucky, and I hope and pray with all my might that is exactly what we see happening over the course of the next 5 months.
That's incredible. What are the steps now? What are the steps that need to be taken to implement this in Texas?
So, if you'll recall, I think 4 years ago, Marcus and Amber were involved with Marcus and Amber Fund were involved with the passage of a piece of legislation in Texas dealing with psilocybin clinical trials there, and there was some concern that it was not going to. It generally takes about 3 legislative sessions for a controversial piece of legislation to get passed in most cases. We actually passed that first bite of the apple, so to speak. Alex Dominguez, who was a Democrat member of the State House, carried it. I helped. Marcus Luttrell came and supported it, as did Morgan. And I think it passed 142 to 8 in the State House. And I think it passed the Senate without any opposing votes. And it became law. And so we have already had a record that the state of Texas, a conservative red state, would support the use of in this case, a psychedelic plant medicine for the treatment of veterans. So we have this record of already supporting this. I began, the challenge for us is to be able to educate the public about what is ibogaine, how does it work, what's the results. And I think we're going to be able to do that. The show obviously is a good step in that direction of being able to educate the public about this extraordinary compound that has amazing results out there, giving people the.
You ready? In my own way, I really like these methods. I mean, I think they can be used so much, like to make little jobs around people's lives so much easier. I know why companies don't want you to know about it, because you can spam and you can utilize loopholes, and you can even make money off of it by using a crypto faucet. Okay, here we go. Cool. Just give me a second. I don't know if you're going to know the reason for this. I highly doubt you do, but you never know. If I go to Twitch and I go to like games, I can sort by lowest to highest. If I go to IRL, I can do lowest to highest. But if I do just chatting, it's only highest to lowest. There's no alternative. You wouldn't have to know what that is, would you? Yeah. On Twitch? That's okay. All right. So I am going to Boom, go to Discord. Sure, what's going on? It's not all automated yet, but like the hardest part, the two hardest parts are making sure that you have an email address that works every time, and then making it work, the actual spam. There are like a couple intermediary steps that I've got to connect, but here we go. Okay, so it's opening up 3 accounts, and the thing with Twitch is it takes forever to load. I think I mentioned this earlier, but it's just got a lot of shit going on. So this thing is telling me it's only for certain audiences. I don't care. I don't watch them. The key part is going to be here. Does it hit the follow button? And watch how it spams. That's how it goes. So if you're like, well, why isn't it hitting the follow button? I have to have it like a certain amount of time pass so that it works. But there you go. Okay. Okay. So if you're like, well, that was too fast. Yeah. I just have it programmed to move very quickly, but we'll see it work a few times, and then once it does, we will. Um, I'll show you what it says, and it's like they're links, which is like incredibly powerful for me because then you don't have to like be like, well, what is this random website? Discord.me/Rabbi. What is that? Nobody's going to necessarily take that seriously, but they will take an Instagram links or YouTube or TikTok or my blog. All right, so it's going to hit the follow button and it's not going to show. Now, another thing, Twitch has a bunch of things that make it so that it's difficult. So it did not work there for some reason. And that's okay. I got to work the kinks out. But that's fine. It just scrolls to the next person, opens up 3 tabs, and we watch it. Now you remember how difficult it was just to create one for you to just create an account. And I even walked you through it. It's very frustrating. But like I have enough experience with it and motivation. I mean, like my life is on the line. This needs to work at a certain point. So there's like no giving up. Okay, so followed, and then there we go. There's all the shit. Then it goes to the next person, and in just a second, I'll show you where it goes. I just want to see if it even. Now they have some things to prevent me from doing this, like Kick has, and Kick just stole everything from Twitch. Like what? Like you have to follow the person for like a day or 10 days or 2 hours or whatever. Okay, so it's following the person. It's been spamming. Sometimes you have to like have a verified phone number, so that's fine. I'll just go to the next person. It's no big deal. Exactly. Sometimes, yeah, they have a lot more customizations, or like they have sub only, and so you have to subscribe to someone. Obviously, I'm not doing that, but that's fine. Now, the interesting thing is like I'm only doing this right now with really small streamers. I really don't want to do it with bigger streamers because they don't really pay attention to it. There we go. Okay, so let me show you what this says. Look at how it's formatted. It says, please, can you read that? Please join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord server for World Peace. Discord.me got like huge YouTube link that gives you all the links. Instagram, you just click it. TikTok, you just click it. Reddit, I even have my Reddit on there that's been banned for 7 days, but it still works. I've got the one link to Discord, like the real link to Discord, and then I've got my blog in there, and then Discord at period Rabbi Rothschild rules, world peace, anti gravity, alien disclosure, life extension, mind uploading, share to be a trillion. How sick is that? I agree, and it's really nicely formatted. Um, I mean, I'm kind of kicking myself. What the fuck? Why didn't I do this earlier? And it just didn't dawn on me, like, because whenever I would do it, I would run into some kind of issue, and I would just always be like, well, it's just so much easier. But as I kept reading more and more, it's like nobody's really watching it, and um, and at least Twitch is established enough. And frankly, the game changer is the links. That's the game changer. So the fact that I can put links in there means that people can have easy access to me. What the issue is with Kick is, or with Twitch, why I never did this in the beginning, was I. So what happens is when you use these temporary email accounts, they rotate the temporary email address they're going to use. So sometimes it's at, I don't know, oletters.com. Another time it's going to be at like popgmail.com. Another time it's going to be like, but Twitch has it programmed in there to know, like they have all of these in a list, and so a lot of times they don't work. And if you're doing an automated thing, you really have to do a lot of customization for your macro to basically know like when it didn't create an account versus when it did. When it didn't create an account, it's got to start from the beginning. When it did, it needs to continue and do all the spam. And that's just, it's not impossible to do, but it's a lot more complicated. And the big issue that I was having, which is actually really minor, like seemingly minor, on multiple devices I have this issue where when you just go to the Twitch page and you press like the down button or page down, it does not move lower. It's some kind of, I don't want to say it's a glitch, but their scrolling bar isn't as good as it is on Kick or other platforms. And um, I've tried it on different platforms. I should say I tried it, tried it with Kick, and Kick was just easier. But the other thing that happened to me is I just, when I would experiment with this, I would spam big spammers like I do on Kick, and I would get banned right away. And the reason why is because they have serious moderators on, it's almost like the big leagues now. Now that we're in Twitch, they have serious moderators who just either like flag me, and then I am unable to spam anymore, or they flag me and it just automatically shadow bans me. So I still think I'm spamming, but it doesn't do anything. And so I have to watch it with another device to see is it actually working or not. But when I spam small streamers, they don't have those moderators. They're just like I am, where they're just sitting playing a video game and somebody spam. And here's the other thing too: I'm not spamming. No, it's just one message, which is a big difference too. And they almost like allow. I mean, I'm not saying that they endorse this behavior, but if it's formatted well and everything, I see other people who are like, "Hey, add me on Discord," and then they'll put their Discord link there. They're not getting banned. So I just I'm very happy with this. If anything, this is the thing that's going to do. This is going to turn the tide because it's a huge audience. It's a bunch of different things. If you're not comfortable going on YouTube because it's a really long YouTube link, but it's the one that shows you that I'm live on 10 minutes stream, then you'll be able to see my Reddit, all my other shit. Now, the one thing that I might change is remove like one of the things about, I don't know, I like anti-gravity and world peace and but I already say world peace earlier. So I might remove that and just put 10 plus streams. Because there are going to be people who are like, you have 10 streams going on at once? Yes, I do. And that could be of interest to them. But long story short, this is the start of something I think this is going to be it. This is the thing that's going to do it. I thought it was going to be Discord, and it is. It's going to be Discord here, where all of a sudden we're going to get a bunch of people in here. And all right, it'll be overwhelming to me to think that I know I'm going to be scared. And I'm going to then go into Rabbi Rothschild arena, and then I'll only bring people into to whom I want to talk. I mean, I don't want to say I'm going to be scared, but like it's going to be the whole world looking at me. Anybody will be scared. So I want to be able to control the um, the um, the narrative, meaning like when I say like, let's say we get 100 people in here, it's too much at once. Like stop. I don't want. I don't like. There's no conversation that's going to be happening. So then I know I'm going to go, and then I know as well people are going to be coming to my house and shit like that, and that's like I get all these guys from like music biz marketing. They tell me all this shit that people will do to you, and that's good that they've already told me that like pizza deliveries and all that other shit. So I'm ready for it, but I don't want to necessarily like at a certain point if it goes viral. I'm sure I'll talk to the people on the house and be like, I don't necessarily know what's going to happen, but we're going to get some people here. When Apollo 13 visited me, he met the older guy who managed the house, and I know it kind of caught him off guard that I had a fan come and visit me. Like, this is this guy's house. He doesn't necessarily want it to become a tourist attraction, but it most certainly will. So, yeah, look, here I am making plans like, oh, when I go viral, that'll be the least of my worries. But I want to be prepared for these things, and I think this is the way that it gets done, which is so large that it's like I've already run into I've already made it through all of these things that they use to stop. If they banned all of my Twitch accounts right now, like my real ones, it wouldn't affect me at all. I don't even pay attention to it. I have so many other things that I'm doing, and YouTube is my bread and butter. So if they ban me from Twitch, no big deal. But even if they did, these accounts aren't necessarily tied to that account really that well, and it's just an interesting strategy. So I would like to be able to. Well, so I was spamming people. Twitch has so many different categories. So I was spamming podcasters, which I think is a pretty good move earlier today, and um, these random guys came in here, and I'm like, how'd you find out about me? And they're like, oh, we went from. Well, I asked, you guys know about me? And they're like, yeah, we looked up some things about you. And we watched a podcast you're on. And I'm thinking to myself, like, all of the easy ways to get a hold of my podcast, like, most of my accounts have been banned. So they either got them on somebody else's account or they are on my social media. They're on my Instagram, TikTok, and stuff. And I should have been like, hey, did you guys find out about me from Twitch? But I didn't. I just was excited just to have people here. And we talked for like over an hour, and I went through everything we were reading about solar sails and all that kind of shit. And I kept asking if they had any questions, yada yada yada. And I'm almost like, I mean, I think I set myself up with these really high standards, and um, like I know I'm a huge target on the internet, and but it's like it's people come in here, and if you came into anybody else's Discord, nobody else is gonna be all right. Well, I'm gonna teach you about the future technology and like world peace. And I put this huge weight on my own shoulders, like, all right, well, I want you to learn about this stuff because nobody else is gonna be talking about it. They want just the confidence or courage to be able to do it. These guys who I was, I don't know if it was today or yesterday. This guy from Fusi's channel was like, he was all on board, and he said, I'm an ally of yours, and he said, he thought I was really special and just, those are nice things to hear. But another thing he said that was really interesting, and I agree with him, is that there aren't other streamers that can talk about this. Like, if Asian Ross came out and was just like, why do I use him as an example? Because he's probably one of the big people. And he came out and he starts talking about solar sails and ibogaine and life extension technology, his chat is just going to tear it into pieces. And I don't really have that fear. I don't have to please anybody. I've already been made fun of so much that this is what I do. Like this is these are my strong points when I have to talk about those things. And frankly, I will say this: I'm not an expert in really anything on this. But every day I recognize how little I know. But all I have to do is plant the seed in people's minds. Hey, about space tourism, terraforming the planets, and um, and it's just like, oh, if I have one good idea that affects somebody, I've done my job. But I have so many of them, and they're all ready to be listed in their like short bullet point things. And if at any point someone's like, well, I want to talk about, like we were talking about earlier today, one thing I like to talk about is a space elevator, but also a lunar space elevator. Now, I know that the issue of the Van Allen radiation belts, but most other people aren't as familiar with these kind of things. And so they think it's just an easy thing to do, which is absolutely fine. And I still think that it's a possibility. It's just going to take a little bit of work. But when I talk about those things, if somebody has a question, I mean, I know as much about lunar space elevators as you do, or any other random person. I know the words, and I know what it looks like, and I know why you would use it for payloads and things like that. I know, well, I guess I know more than probably most people, but like I know that the kind of wire that you use, or the tether, has to be carbon, like a really special kind of carbon fiber, and it can't just be like a pole. Like a regular pole would be like it would be like a piece of metal that would bend, especially in high winds and things. And so it's got to be like perfectly strong. And what else? But I mean, on the moon you don't have to worry about that. But you're gonna have to worry about micrometeorites and things like that. All right. So with that said, but I have AI. I have AI. So any of these questions that if any of these people have, well, I have a question about lunar space elevator. Okay, what's your question? And they're going to say, well, what kind of, let's say, tense, what kind of, I don't know, density does um, does, or what kind of, let's just say, what kind of, there's a word for which one of the things it fits to, not torsion, that's a twisting, but tensity, is tensity a word? Tension. Oh, tension. How, like, what kind of tension do you need? In terms of the carbon fiber for a lunar elevator. I have no fucking clue. A lot, I can tell you that. So we go to AI and we can get the fucking everything that you have about it. And it's like, I'm absolutely fine using AI for that. I think people understand. I mean, with many questions that I get, I'm not tempted. I mean, I'm pretty obvious about it. I'll go to AI many times. I'll go to AI even before I give my answer, just to make sure the answer that I'm going to give or that I think is correct is accurate. And I don't know why anybody else is doing that. I mean, like Joe Rogan, not in this podcast, but a lot of times it's just like Jamie Cooper. I would be like, dog, we are going to have like a play-by-play ChatGPT on every fucking thing that we say. And if anything is like a little off, let us know. I would want to make sure the record is corrected as quickly as possible. Like basically what 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 Jamie on Joe Rogan is to Google, Rabbi on Rabbi's live stream is to ChatGPT. Like I utilize ChatGPT as much as I use it, and Joe Rogan utilizes it as well. But maybe just and I know I'm going to get some questions, particularly when the Jewish community finds out about this. That either, I mean, I don't have the whole Bible and I'm about futurism. And frankly, if you want a rabbi who is going to be online and talk about the Bible or Torah, I will tell you that the rabbis that I go to, and you just watch their streams. If you have a certain question that I don't know, then even if I do know it and I just want to be sure, I have AI resources that I can use that I will use so that we get the right answer every single time. Better than any rabbi in the history of mankind. Better than any rabbi in the history of mankind. So I know I'm going to get some shit for it. Exactly. So, like a question like, I don't know, in Torah, how many times is the word sugar used? I actually do know this. It's zero. The word sugar is not used in any of it. It's absolutely. So, so there's going to be some rabbi who has written a dissertation on the amount of times that milk and honey has been used. But I perhaps haven't read that dissertation. So what am I going to do? Let's find out the answer. How many times is milk and honey? Like, don't use ChatGPT for this. There are Jewish sources that we have to be able to do this. And so when if they want to criticize me and they're like, oh, you're just going to ChatGPT, it's like, no, actually, I'm going to Chabad endorse research. How many times is the word honey used in Torah? Okay, they say seven. I know they list exactly what they are. Tell me exactly how many. 55 times. That's what I'm talking about. No other rabbi on earth can do that. And that's why I become like super rabbi because of AI. And I'm not afraid to use it. So I feel confident in my basic rabbinic knowledge, but when utilized with AI, I become the best rabbi in the world. I become the best teacher in the world just because I'm not afraid to use this stuff, which is very, very exciting to me. And I know other people who are like, well, I wanted you to know that off the top of your head. Dog, I've been talking about solar sails and ibogaine and Amsterdam travel for the last 3.5 years, 4 years. I'm a little rusty when it comes to some Torah knowledge. I mean, I remember as much as I have in my education and in my rabbinic studies, but we're at a point in society where I have a tool that basically makes me better than any other rabbi, better than their rabbi, better than the best rabbis of history. And that's a really exciting opportunity. So I feel like when people come in here and they're gonna wanna quiz me, especially like on my Hebrew. And what's beautiful is I have my universal translator here that not only allows me to speak Hebrew, but I can speak Yiddish and I can speak every other language too, which no other rabbis are going to be able to do. They're not going to be able to speak, 30, 40, 50, 170, 175 different languages like this thing. And it's exactly like essentially, it's exact, it's exact vocabulary for what needs to be used.
וזה בדיוק מה שמצנזר מדויק שלו. זה לקחת את צער המילים המדויק שלו למה שצריך להיות.
And I understand that they're going to be like, well, dude, that's just Google Translate. Dog, what else do you want me to do here? You want me to fucking, spin plates? I mean, I'm just a regular person. I am not a super being. And you basically, exactly, and you basically, exactly, and you came into my world like I'm not here I don't have superpowers. I'm a human just like anybody else. But I feel very strong in what I'll be able to do and what I'll be able to teach, and we're going to learn a lot. And you can tell this this new bot gives me a lot of confidence. And so with that, we're going to let it run its course. And it's not perfect yet, but it doesn't necessarily have to be perfect. I can I can program it so that it like what I needed to do is to do like a big site. So what do I mean? It creates an account, it spams, let's say, 150 people, and then it closes everything and creates a new account. That's the ideal spot. And so once I get, or if I get to that, which I'm fairly confident I can, I get through the two major humps. One is getting a consistent email address, and two is having it work to spam. So I did run into an issue where Twitch was like, um, you've created too many accounts in 24 hours. Okay, fine. I just had to change the VPN, and it allows me to do that again. You know, those are things like this is another thing. Twitch has never seen somebody like I feel has enough knowledge of these systems to be able to span them as much as I do. So I'm I'm pretty happy, and I have two other devices that over the course of the next, I'll give myself a week, but once I get a exactly absolutely yeah I agree exactly I absolutely agree. Did you ever see the movie Catch Me If You Can, starring Leonardo DiCaprio? Yeah, exactly. So it's the story of Frank Abagnale. Exactly. And at the end, he gets caught. And what does he do? He works for the FBI for 10 years, and then he's able to go be free. He didn't have to spend too much time on bars. It's essentially the same thing. I watch these guys on Lex Friedman's. Exactly. Exactly. He literally wrote the book on check hiding. And, um, and essentially, I guess I would be the person to write the book on scam. That is pretty cool. And, you know, I see this. Um, it's interesting to me. Even if I didn't have all this archive, like I'm a, I, without sucking my own dick, I'm a multifaceted individual. When a random ass person comes in here, I can speak to them in any language. I can answer any question that they have, and there's an archive of my life. Like that makes me, I think, a special person. And it's like, what else do you want? What do you what? Like I don't know. I'm not an expert in anything. I kind of don't think anyone is. And essentially, though, what more do you want from me? At that point, we're gonna be having. I mean, it'll be what we're gonna blow it. So, what I have to do with this system is uh, put some not final touches on it, but get it so that it works like a perfect system. I'll give myself till tomorrow to do that. It's spamming right now. I just wanted to spam for a while because I had been doing that. I want somebody to come in here and be like, yeah, you spam my chat. Oh, I know what I wanted to say. Um, I can choose what to spam. So I was spamming like podcasts and here's the thing. I wish there was a setting, and I really would turn the setting on, where it wouldn't show me people who are not 18. I'm not showing them anything wrong, but I just would rather not spam people who are not 18. But they don't have that. And some of these smaller streamers are just kids playing games, and but there's no avoiding that. It's like basically I have to, if I had the setting though, I would really want that. That's something I would ask for in the future for these companies. Just one setting. Just don't show me anybody who's not 18. And just like when you're a kid, you have like don't show me not safe for work stuff. As an adult, you should have don't show me stuff for children. And if anything, there, um, like I'm not even when I'm sending, it's like it's not bad. It's just my social media, and um, if anything, uh, I'll. It's just something. I mean, I'm sure I spam people on campus as well who are not 18, but I do my best to protect children as best I can. I just don't want to. Yeah, exactly. But one of the things that I would ask for immediately from these companies is, hey, there are. I saw a girl. She had this thing on Instagram or something, and it was like um, MADC or something. And I looked it up on Urban Dictionary. It was like not no or like not an adult. Or it was maybe like NCD. Not wait. No, it was like adults only, children no contact or something like that. But it was like I've seen this before. Basically, like where people are putting this in their profiles because they want that feature. I just don't understand why it's not a feature. But I'm able to choose what I want to spam. So for right now, I'm just going to spam. But ideally, I want to spam just chatting, but for whatever reason, they don't have that ability. And their IRL streams are not like not like Kids IRL streams. Kids IRL streams generally mean people are outside, but these are like long cameras of like 25 hours worth of footage just looking at it that nobody's looking. I need ones where somebody's playing and they got text to speech on and all that other shit. And that's so funny. So many people on Twitch have text to speech. And so it reads my whole message. It don't even read the addresses and everything. So we'll see how it goes. So it's kind of like we're fishing right now, and we're just waiting for somebody to come in here and be like, "Hey, I'm from Twitch." Um, if it happens tonight, great. If it doesn't, it'll happen. That's how we got a flag slide, and we got Afamachia, and all the other people who know about me from Cape. And I'm looking forward as well because some people stream on Cape and Discord, and or Cape and Twitch, and somebody's gonna be like, "No fucking way!" It's this fucking thing, and that's gonna be funny too. So yeah, I was at a point. I was at a point where, and it has happened with me on the stream at many different points where I'm just like, fuck, what am I doing to it? What's the thing that's going to make me go viral? And you do enough in Discord that it's like, oh, is this going to work? Is this going to work? But the thing that's always working really well for me is spam bot, and I just love the way it's formatted. It's very professional, and it's not like the kick spam bot. The kick spam bot, for some reason, I couldn't use spaces, so it had to be like all text with like camel face, and this one works really well. So yeah, I mean that alone, the fact that somebody can just click my link and it comes right here or it comes right to my social media is a huge advantage as opposed to okay, I think what is this? It's like DOT for the dot and SLASH for slash. I don't even know what this website is, so I'm fucking. But in this case, all I have to do is click a link. That's so much more efficient. So, all right, as you can tell, I'm Jazz. So you do you. Thank you so much for letting me share it.
Their lives back, resetting the brains, I mean, literally regenerating the brain,
I have to do the same.
moving away from addictions with one treatment. I mean, just some stunning results. We had Parkinson's and MS with this. It's a just broad base of being able to go out share with the people of the state of Texas that Texas can lead. Matter of fact, our legislative session only lasts for 140 days every other year. This is a great concept. I wish workplaces would take a look at that as a way to do business. But we know that we've got to get our work done. At the same time, there's this parallel track going on in Washington, D.C. They'll take longer. It's just, that's the fact. But Texas can lead the nation. What you started in Kentucky, and, we can sit here and Rabbi this which we want about why they got killed in Kentucky. But I think the leadership of Kentucky will look over their shoulder one of these days and see that they absolutely lost a great opportunity to lead the nation in the recovery of people who lost their lives to opioids, to traumatic brain injury, or to PTSD in some form or fashion. And Texas is going to wear that mask. And I'm proud that Texas is going to lead that mantle. We've got great leadership in both the House and the Senate that understand this issue, that we're going to spend time with to get a piece of legislation. The Texas Ibogaine Initiative is it's going to be known. We'll look for those private sector partners. We'll look for most likely the VA to be a partner in this as well, and our university system. So I'm very confident that with the proper education, the openness of this legislature, the love of our veterans that we have in the state, that the Texas Ibogaine Initiative will become the law of the land for the state of Texas by September of 2025.
That's amazing. And what's the plan in terms of how do you scale this out? How do you start it?
Let's assume a successful outcome from the Texas legislature for a $50 million appropriation of a projected $20 billion surplus comes to pass and is signed by Governor. Once that occurs, the very first step would be to issue a notice of funding opportunity to solicit proposals from drug developers who have the capacity to develop Ibogaine as a medication for opioid use disorder. Within that notice of funding opportunity, a drug developer will be asked to provide information related to how they would design a clinical trial, how they would recruit clinical trial participants, how they would go about administering Ibogaine in such a way as to safely eliminate cardiac risks so as to assure successful treatment outcomes without complication. And as important, since we're talking about the use of the people's money, how the drug developer would propose to recognize the state of Texas's perpetual interest in any patentable intellectual property that is generated as a result of this project. People in your audience should know that buprenorphine, which is the generic name for the brand name Suboxone, Sublocade, and other derivatives, was created for direct $62.5 million gift of the government to make the basic compound. It was handed over to the pharmaceutical industry. Each company put its own twist on it, and then it proceeded to bring 100% of the return on the people's investment. That cannot and will not happen directly any project associated with Ibogaine that involves public money. There has to be return on investment to the state for the purposes of building out the treatment infrastructure that is needed to assure successful long-term outcomes. Bearing in mind, Ibogaine gives a person the very best possible opportunity that they can receive in physiological restoration to pursue what will still be a very long-term and difficult recovery process that requires the delivery of long-term integration and support services that are necessary to help someone become equipped to rebuild their lives. Once those proposals are solicited and reviewed, the drug developer that is best positioned to get this across the line, who also demonstrates their financial capacity as the state's development investment, will be selected. Once selected, the drug developer will assume all of the legal, financial, and logistical risks associated with getting it all the way up to the FDA's approval. Once the FDA signs off on conduct of clinical trials, the money that the people of Texas will go to pay for the occurrence of those clinical trials in the state of Texas at medical facilities which are equipped with the requisite level of expertise related to cardiac intervention, cardiac support, as well as anything and everything related to recovery for an individual who is opioid dependent. The beautiful aspect of Texas is the immense amount of fabulous medical expertise that exists here. Whether we're talking about the Texas Medical Center that is in Houston, which is today a marvelous human accomplishment.
Can I add something there? This is like this. I want you to go. The Texas Medical Center in Houston, Texas. There are more doctors, nurses, technicians, researchers go to work there every day than any other place in the world. It is that magnificent in not only its size but its scope and its mission. You said a mouthful when you talked about how good Texas. If you look at Baylor, University of Texas Southwestern, I mean, we are blessed in this country to have some of the greatest medical facilities, teaching schools, research institutions, and again, Joe, this kind of gets back to why this needs to be done in Texas. I mean, I'm totally biased here. I don't, and I don't apologize for that. But our ability to do this work, to do it on a scale that is global. When this happens in the state of Texas, people around the world, if they're in Moscow or Beijing, wherever they may be, they'll look at this and go, you know what? That is something that we would like to replicate in our country.
I will have another thing, and this truly is fabulous. Considering where things were 1 year and 1 day ago, I sat down and wrote my resignation for this. While Texas has the opportunity to be the leader, right now there are high-level organizational efforts underway to join Texas in this endeavor within the states of Ohio, Washington, Arizona, which includes the involvement of one U.S. Senator, Christian Senator, who's ready to vote, person who's activists there and researchers on the ground, including Dr. Susis, who have been at this for decades. New Mexico, Missouri, all of these are states in which there are individuals who are committed to helping Texas finish the job in Kentucky. And for my people at home, I'm going to use this opportunity to say that there is one incredibly brave state legislature who is the only elected position to serve in the Kentucky legislature by the name of Senator Donald Douglas. Senator Douglas recognizes, based on his medical training, the opportunity this is. Dr. Douglas, along with some other concerned citizens of the state of Kentucky, aims to take up the gauntlet. The legislature reconvenes in January to see to it that Kentucky's opportunity to participate in this is salvaged. And I look forward to doing whatever I can to help get my people home, right alongside Texas.
This is very, very encouraging. It's very fantastic. It really is. The way you describe this is so fantastic. It's just so eloquent. And Governor Perry, what you've done is just sticking your neck out and having this profound purpose and this desire to accomplish this. It's so encouraging and something that I just didn't think that I was going to see. And I don't think it would have had the impact if it hadn't come from a Republican former governor like yourself. I mean, I just don't think that people would be considering it. When I first found out that you were getting interested in this involvement, I was like, what? What's going on? Governor Perry? Really? He's pushing bribe again? I think it's going to open up a lot of people's eyes. It's going to allow people that have never even considered this to maybe think so.
Well, I certainly hope that, regardless of anybody's politics, and this isn't a Republican or a Democrat, this is just a human need. This is about how do we take care of, in our case, somebody said, why are you so focused on veterans? And I said, well, it's partly the way I was raised. My father, his World War II, B-17 tail gunner. time in the 8th Air Force, him teaching me that, you need to give back to your country. You need to get back to your state. You need to get back to your community. You need to find a place to go volunteer. I was taught that by a wonderful, loving father and mother. And the going off to school, serving in the Air Force, having this heart for veterans, being the commander-in-chief of the Texas forces as we sent our young men and women off to this war against terror in 2003, and being engaged with traveling over to Iraq and Afghanistan multiple times while I was the governor, as the secretary of the government, to be in their presence, to know this extraordinary group of young men and women who are willing to sacrifice their lives literally for us. And then when they've been moved, both physically and mentally, and they come home, and we did such a poor job taking care of recognizing what we had done to them and the lack of our ability. I was overcome with seeing the private sector trying to help. Ross Perot Sr., one of the greatest patriots I ever met in my life. What he did to help veterans who had been hurt during the war on terror, literally hundreds of young men and women who he gave wonderful to. Seeing people like that, and then our government failed. And for me, I spent 40 years in public service. I think we do it pretty good in Texas by and large, but we don't do it perfect. I get that. But what drove me and what still drives me is that we owe these young men and women everything that we can put together. There is a treatment, whether it's been put on Schedule 1 or not. We owe it to them to find a way to make it available to them. And so the veteran community is really special to me. I love it. But they're also the easiest population to go sell to the general public. So if this whole thing about psychedelics and what we've been taught for 60 years that they're bad, stay away from them. Educating the public that the dose is the poison and everything. This is a two-edged sword here. Everything can be used for good, or everything can be used for bad. And what we found here in the compound of Ivy is that, as you warned people about in your remarks, about don't go out there and buy it on the internet, go self-medicate yourself, because there's a real opportunity that it wouldn't turn out good. But properly dosed, properly diagnosed, properly dosed, properly administered, properly followed up here. This can be a compound that literally can change millions. At the start, we were focused on veterans because of the PTSD, the traumatic brain injury, the challenges that they face. But when you look at the further populations out there, we work pretty hard in the state of Texas to come up with ways to not send people to prison. We put criminal justice reform in place in the early 2000s. And it was a model. As a matter of fact, it was the model that President Trump used to put national criminal justice reform in place, to be able to intervene before people ever went to prison, before they would become professional criminals. And it's that same concept here, that we need to find ways to keep people out of prison, keep people off the streets. And in a lot of those cases, Joe, it's substance abuse that got them there, some mental health challenge that started them down the road of using either alcohol or some of these other substances. And if we have at our disposal, we have here a plant that God gave us that we can use, and literally it appears in the water. one treat, and it takes away your desire to have another drink of alcohol. One treatment, and save a person like Reed Elsass because of fentanyl. I mean, if we got that in our grasp, I mean, how bad you got to hate people to not make that available to them?
And the other thing that you were talking about, Brian, is the profound effect that it has on the people that have experienced it, where they recognize that they are truly connected to the divine. And imagine all these downtrodden, forgotten people that are just cast out of society and prison, instead of having them continue this path. There's something that can put them on a completely different path, a path of positivity, a path of integration in society, a path of love. And we can change the tone of the country. We can, the whole world.
You have just hit for me what this is all about. We have sat here and talked about TBI and PTSD, the horrors and the cruelty of war that 20 years of conflict has put upon innocent young men and women of this country who have volunteered to go and lay their lives down for her, who have had to come back and beg for access to alleviate their suffering. We've sat here and talked about its monstrosities, the way in which it is the gravest engineered humanitarian catastrophe to play out in this country's history. All of these are symptoms of profound spiritual affliction, which is destroying the core of what the United States has always been. The greatest attribute that Abigail has is its ability to affirm the reality of our human divinity. We are not the result of a random accident of astrophysics and chemistry. We are the images of an eternal creator who put us here for a purpose, to be able to see and perceive the Creator's majesty as reflected most especially within us as individual human beings who have received the gift of love, of perception, of discernment, and the ability to connect to the majestic eternal love of that Creator. Abigail delivers it. I can attest to the fact that it delivers it. My wife and I traveled to Tijuana a year ago. She had been on Celexa for 21 years. The managed symptoms of a profound mood disorder, which manifested through psychotic mood swings that have affected her since the birth of her son. I have known her for 23 years, and when we decided, we go back up to this. If I were going to be an advocate for this, I thought that it was necessary to take my own medicine. If I'm going to get out here and advocate for it, I need to be brave enough to man up and to receive it. And so the week after Thanksgiving of last year, by deliberate choice and at the invitation of Jonathan Dickinson and Trevor Miller, I traveled down to Tijuana along with my wife to receive Abigail to understand what it would do. My wife decided that she wished to receive it as well. She is very much a left-brain rationalist and was not someone who came to the realm of psychedelics with any degree of enthusiasm, but she wanted to see if there was the potential that she could be freed of her necessity to take Celexa every day. Before we went down, I was told that she would have to be completely Celexa-free for 5 days, because if the SSRI was in her system, it would defeat Abigail's therapeutic restoration. When they told me that, I was in despair, because I said there is no way that I would ever be able to get her to Mexico after 5 days with Celexa. In fact, if we go one day without her taking it, I can't be in the house with her. It is unbearable, it is dangerous, and it cannot happen. We cannot do it. They said, we're going to give you a regimen, supplementation to give her to keep her stable. She's going to get edgy, but you'll get her down. Joe, we went down there. We received it on Tuesday evening, November the 28th. My wife took her last selection on November 23rd, 2023, and she has not had one since. Before we came here, we went to the and we received Abigail DMT there as well, in order to understand how each operation effectuates the safe delivery of this medication. And what I personally attest for me and for her, collectively and together, Abigail, her defining DMT, has been the most profound spiritual experience our has ever I'm 100% persuaded that these substances are divine medications that are engineered from on high so that we can heal what we do to ourselves, what we do to each other, and be affirmed by the love of our Creator, which is eternal and divine.
If you believe in God, you have to believe that God created these things and people are aware of these things. They do it for a purpose.
There is no greater gift we can give to our brothers and sisters in this society than to affirm the love of our Creator for Him. If that had not been affirmed for me as a child, I would not be sitting here. It is the single most important thing that we can do, and its therapeutic benefits on the physiology of a human being is another explanation. God is the recipient of.
For the people listening, is there anything that they can do to get involved?
Well, obviously, from a public standpoint in the state of Texas, you have relationships with your state rep, state senators, governor. Let them know that you're spending some time learning about this and you're supportive of it. For the veterans, particularly, it is we're going to be doing major outreaches into the veteran community. At the same time that this is going on in Texas, you're going to be seeing a movement across the country at the federal level, the congressional level. There's a number of the members of the legislature that are very supportive of this. You've got, as I mentioned, with the incoming, hopefully the incoming administration of President Trump, Bobby Kennedy, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, a number of folks. Hopefully, the rumor factor is that potentially Nolan Williams might be being considered for a position in the administration as well on the mental health side of things. That there's never been a time to see the cards kind of being laid out on the table in a good way that we're going to have one in hand here, like we have right now. So one of my goals is to educate the public. There's a young lady that's going to be helping us here in Texas, Ann Claire Stapleton. Ann Claire was a former CNN international reporter. She's going to be coming in to Texas to help with the Texas Ibogaine Initiative to educate the media. That's a very important goal and role that we're going to be playing, making sure that the men and women out there at the news business understand this compound, understand what we're going to be doing, and so the education of the public. I'm convinced, Joe, that once the general public understands what this is, how it works, how it can be used in such a wonderful therapeutic way, and that the lives that can be saved, literally the lives that can be saved, at that particular point in time, then I think this becomes a bit of a no-brainer, so to speak, and the general public will get behind this in a powerful way at that particular point in time. Then it's about the question that you asked is really important. How do you structure getting the treatment centers, getting the people trained? That's going to be it's a good problem to have. I look forward to working with both the Texas medical community, the Texas legislature, and the Texas citizenry at large to deal with it. We can. I'm excited about it. But I think, again, it has the potential to be has profound positive impact on the practice of medicine, particularly psychiatry, in the history of either of
I agree. Anything else, John?
One thing I'd like to add from a technical perspective, it's all I finish out with some observations that I come to through those years of service that we've discussed. When it comes to how to do this, Governor Perry and I recognize the lesson from the legion of people who've been working at this for decades in obscurity and at great risk. We will be able, hopefully, around this project to bring all those who have made one years now and to draw on their expertise as to how best to deliver what I would describe as the platinum standard for HIV/AIDS treatment and recovery system that maximizes all those therapeutic benefits, whether they be for substance use disorder, polysubstance use disorder, TBI, PTSD, or other degenerative conditions that have significant detrimental impact on the brain. And I'll finish my part of this discussion with this. When we are sitting here and talk about specific reality and in which public policy has impacted it in ways potentials are generating progress. And as you know, we are a variety of faith traditions which have common themes within them. Those themes are often told within those faith traditions as parables. What your audience is listening to with us is a parable about contemporary society and what we are. I think most folks would agree when we find ourselves in the midst of an existential struggle for this country's survival. We are living within the most beautiful, dynamic, multicultural society which has ever existed in human history. For all of our very wealth and technological prowess, we are also living in a brutally dehumanizing era that is hostile to individual identity. Citizens are viewed as fungible revenue units who are plugged into a set of actuarial variables designed to reduce their needs to reasonably predictable revenue streams. We find ourselves with massive government systems which entwine themselves on the subjugation of powerless people. Those systems commodify problems they are supposed to solve, and they monetize sustained human misery. Government must be made to function honestly, accountable, and responsible to the genuine needs of the American people. Because if it does not, our society will inevitably collapse beneath the enormity of its corrupt decrepitudes. This is going to require a shift in social consciousness that is rooted in our universal kinship as images of one people's essence as unlimited and conditional love to all of us. As your listeners hear this episode, I hope that they will and pray for everyone who has gathered around this cause that we will be successful. Because if we are, we will hasten the day when we can deliver good tidings unto the weak. Bind up broken heart, proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to the unlawful bound. Lord, hasten the day. And thank you for the privilege of sitting with you this evening.
Thank you. It was my privilege. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So, thank you. Gentlemen, you do an amazing thing. I have great hope. I have great hope for this country. More so since this election in a long time. And I think with your work and your work and this new administration's openness to these ideas, I think we have an amazing opportunity for us. Thank you very much.
It's a perfect experience.
Train my name, shut up, you podcast my name all day. That's it. Chef is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. What's up? What's up? Pleasure to meet you, man. You are a part of the most iconic band in all of it. There's no question. There's one Wu-Tang. There's only one Wu-Tang. Nothing else is even close. You guys are so different than every other band that ever existed. It was a giant group of you. Yeah, man. And everybody was a killer. It's a crazy band, man. Like, no one, if you think about it, there's been a lot of hip-hop duos. There's been a lot of producers and MCs. There's been a lot of people that get together in like small groups. But there's only one Wu-Tang. There's only one group of 9 assassins.
So niggas they don't try.
It's kind of crazy.
You ain't gonna get it up.
It's crazy that it works.
Yeah.
Because it's so hard to keep all those alphas together.
It really is crazy to make it work. The most of shit, some shit that I never would have thought would ever exist. It was able to exist because we tried it, but it wasn't normal.
It wasn't normal. We tried it, but it was just. It almost seems like it was just instant. Like it's not like a business strategy that anybody would ever come up with. 9 dudes, and 9 of the realest dudes, like the rawest, realest dudes, and it worked. And it worked.
I tell people all the time, you know, he came with this whole philosophy of wanting to do it. It was like hitting a lotto for him. Like he didn't know what to expect. It was more of a reputation thing for us. It was like, yo, don't do this. And we came to the block and we talked to some real dudes that was really had other shit. You know, hip hop was always like that backpack that we wore every day. But everybody had different plans. So he really literally came in and started to pick off that he felt had potential. So it's like a lot. It's like, you know, Lucky Luciano, for example. You know, he knew that motherfuckers had potential, right? He knew dudes had potential. Anyway, he's from a different part of his family. He's from a different part. But yo, we could do right here is we can make money. So put your fucking feelings down. Whatever the case may be, let's talk about some money.
Yeah.
And right there, you know, start shaking hands across the table. Yo, I know you ain't even fuck me like that. I never had anything with that shit like that. But it was just something that he felt like at the end of the day, he would try this shit.
Well, really is a genius. And it's amazing that he was able to coordinate that. Because that's often the case, right? With other killers, when dude's a bad motherfucker, they always assume that everybody else doesn't like them. They always assume that everybody else is the enemy or competition. So to have 9 of you guys together like that as one group, you know, I told you when I sent you a message, I said that we play Protect Your Neck. It's whenever we have a police escort, that's what's the most hilarious thing. So we do a radio shows, we hire a police escort. So it's like fucking sirens and shit. Protect your neck. It's like the perfect song to play when you get a police escort.
I know, trust me.
These young kids that I have at the club, like I was explaining Wu-Tang Clan to them the other night, but you have to understand how wild this band was. I go, when Old Dirty Bastard was in Rikers, they went to Rikers and performed in Rikers. Remember that? Yes! I fucking remember. I told everybody, I was like, you know how crazy that is? You're talking about like the biggest rap band in the fucking world, and they're performing in a penitentiary to one of the members who's one of the biggest fucking hip-hop stars in the world, who's in jail, and then you guys go into the crowd.
God bless his soul, first and foremost.
Oh my God, Old Dirty Bastard was
Yo Joe was the funniest shit because when we came in and when we seen him, he was eating cheeseburger right after. He reminded me he never was. I don't even think I never seen meat like that or whatever the case may be. When we came in, he was eating cheeseburger and shit, laughing. So we was dying laughing. They kept, the people up in here, they kept telling us like, yo, y'all can't go into the crowd with everybody, we're not going to hold no responsibility or something. We're like, all right, no. once we got on that stage, it was like, flip the stage. We out there touching everybody. Wow. It was love, man. It was
What year was
love.
that?
Wow. No, no. We like it. Look at that shit.
No. What? Is there even a recording of that anywhere?
I don't think so. I
You know how wild that video would be?
don't know how people say that. I don't know how that shit.
Oh, I heard about it. Yeah, I heard about it. I mean,
They
it
lost
was
this.
in the news back then
Yeah.
that you guys performed it right.
Yeah.
The 90s for hip hop, it was like people you have to understand. For young people who grew up with hip hop, when you're 20 years old, I get it. But you have to understand from my perspective, in 1980, there was no hip hop. In 1992, that was all anybody gave it. That is crazy. For a new art form, it was
So, right?
right. I mean, there was like Sugar Hill Gang, there was some hip hop, but it wasn't the thing until the 90s. And
Yeah.
90s hip
It
hop
got big. It got big. Yeah.
it got so big.
I remember it's so funny you said that because I tell people all the time, like, disco to me was hip hop before hip hop. You know, disco, R&B, everything was a mixture. It was a mixture. So really, when hip hop came, like you said, it came like maybe let's say 80, 85.
It had to be 84 because I was in junior high school.
Yeah, we was younger. So I would definitely say you heard something. It's like, oh shit, fuck it was right there. This shit sound cool. You know what I mean? It sound cool. But really, it was a way to bring people together. You know, that was going through different shit in their life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what? It was earlier than that. Because in 84, I was in high school. So it had to be 80. Because I was in high school. I was a freshman in high school in 81. So I heard Sugar Hill Gang when I lived in Jamaica Plain, which was in 1980.
Yeah.
So that was the first time I ever heard any kind of hip hop.
Yeah. So like you said, with 80, you know, it's 10 years. Me probably really gravitate to probably like 12, like 12.
What was the first hip hop that really grabbed you? Do you remember? Do you remember like what was the shit that you were first into when you were a kid? All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. And that's why I partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free. If you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, seriously, folks, check it out. The start of a new year is the perfect time to get organized, set goals, and prioritize what matters most. For me, a top priority is financial wellness, which feels more important than ever, and that's where Rocket Money comes in. They show you all of your subscriptions right in one place and help you easily cancel ones that you forgot you've been paying for. Rocket Money also pulls together all of your spending across your different accounts so you can clearly track spending habits and see where you can cut back. You know how it goes. Something might seem like just what you want at the time. Maybe you really need to see that show on that random streaming service, or perhaps you love pickles so much you signed up for a monthly delivery box full of them. But then that show gets canceled and you realize there's so much vinegary goodness a person can take. The money still leaves your account every month, and you just never quite get around to canceling it because you're a busy person, right? That's the beauty of Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal financial app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. They'll even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save. Then you can ask them to negotiate for you. Rocket Money will deal with customer service so you don't have to. And that's why Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of 500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. rocketmoney.com/JRE.
The first shit that grabbed me was like how you said, shit, you know, Rapper's Delight.
Yeah.
Rapper's Delight. Yeah. Beat dumpster. That was the shit.
Oh,
God. Like, look, my cousin and shit, they was, they was wild, they was selling drugs, they was, smoking weed, sniffing coke, and, they were doing whatever they were doing. And they used to live two floors above me. And I used to sneak up there and shit, and, just be in their business, be in their world. They would be playing music, and record player, they used to coke and stuff. We was wild, weed and everything. And my cousins, they was cool, man. Cool, man. You don't give a fuck. Like, just don't tell your mother that you was around this shit. You know what I mean? I ain't seen it. And I would just be watching, and just see weed on album covers, and just motherfuckers running back and forth in the corner, and the other shit, they always was playing music, and a lot of the music was R&B, disco, and the next thing I heard this fucking record, Shit Young Band, I'm like, the groove is dope, holy shit, bro. This is what I'm gonna be, you know what I mean? I'm looking at the whole vibe, I'm like, this is who I am right here, but it's so crazy how it emerged. I mean, it emerged. Nobody expected it. Well, it was a totally new thing. And there was a lot of resistance. I mean, for people that don't know, those little warning labels on your, when you used to have CDs, that all came from Al Gore's wife. Get the fuck, Al Gore's wife, Tipper Gore, she was a Democrat. She wanted to censor rap music. Because this was the first time anybody heard like Ice-T, like at 6 in the morning, everyone's like, what the fuck is this? And that kind of explicit lyrics, they wanted to put a stop to it. And that's why and these dumbasses, they didn't even understand, it sold way more albums. Because that's what kids are looking for. Exactly. They don't swear. Get this shit out of here. Once they got the label on, it's like, I want it. Exactly. Yeah. Once the floodgates got open and kids got turned on to like real hardcore hip hop, you couldn't sell the regular shit. Get out of here with that. Yeah. I mean, that's what made us got through with regular shit, but it just didn't last. No, definitely. But like you said, bro, everybody wanted the raw shit. You gotta remember at that time, it was a tough time, man. Too much shit was going on. I mean, it was to the point where it's like, yo, in our neighborhood, yes, we had like crazy people. Like if we catch you at night, they'd kill you. Like they'd be dressed up like a fucking drag or whatever, or a snake up on. I remember one time going to the incinerator. My mom's made me go. She made me go to the take out the garbage and shit. I forgot to take it out. And she came home later that day. And she fucking smacked me in the head with the phone. Like, yo, you're not taking out the fucking garbage. So then I go down to the incinerator. Working on the same floor. And I remember when I cut the corner, I seen the motherfucker sticking his head out. And he had his hair all around, and shit was like green and red. He had lipstick going on crazy, and his eyes was all fucking bugged out looking, and he looked at me. And I got the garbage can with me. It's like, yo, once I seen him, I just dropped the shit and ran. You know what I mean? Back then, your mother name and shit, you think that was something cool back then, and she's your hero like that time. Came back to that. But I think if he would have caught me in that incinerator door when it was closed, he was going to try to fucking kill me. So, and that shit was going on back then because the drugs was crazy. So, right, that's the big shit, is crack. Yeah, crack. That's also in the 80s. You see, before crack, you had that dope. that dope. So motherfuckers mixing dope and coke together, man. Getting high, yeah, everything. You know, it was a serious time back then, man. But you know, that's how far to me music went back. You know, listening to ladies' night. You know what I mean? I had people who still had a candy store right on the same floor, but it wasn't a candy store. They had a bunch of free candy just to make kids feel cool, but really they were selling coke. A coke and dope, though. So, you know, all this was going on in the community. It was a serious time, scary time.
But if it's not for those scary times, you don't get the kind of band that Wu-Tang was. Like that has to emerge from an authentic experience.
Absolutely.
It has to. And that's part of the appeal of it. That everybody kind of knew that. You know, it's part of the appeal. It's like, there's never been like a genre of music like that that's so connected to like the grind and poverty and crime and ghetto. Like the whole genre meant to be authentic. You had to come from that. You couldn't be like some rich kid from the suburbs that was talking about some shit you never actually experienced. Nobody wants to hear it, which is kind of crazy.
It's true. I mean, you know, back then, you know, hip hop was really an expression for the ghetto. You know, the way that you know, being that we was living in fucked up situations and nobody had shit, nobody had no fucking jobs like that. It was like, yo, we needed something to keep us cool, keep us in the vibe. You know, back then gangs was still relevant. You know, we never looked at ourselves as a gang. We might have looked at ourselves as a tribe. That yo, you from the neighborhood and you stick to your neighborhood. You know what I mean? And that's why even back then it was like a lot of times, you know, you would beef with people that wasn't from the neighborhood just because you wasn't from it. It's like, the fuck you doing? You know, then it creates this animosity thing. I remember for us, you know, being in an area where it was like you go up the block, stay up the block, down the block, stay down the block. So for me, I was in the middle. So, you know, I leaned more towards up the block, you know, but then we would go down the block just to start trouble. You know, then they would come up the block and they would start trouble. Next thing you know, before you know it, we fucking with each other. So that was our way of getting to know each other and test each other's heart. You know, whatever may happen is happening. But the music, believe it or not, the music was keeping the peace. Now, just meaning the music was keeping the peace because they would do block parties, right? They would do block parties and, you know, everybody knew all these different DJs was coming from different places and going to play some music and shit. So we knew every time we did that, we knew something was going to happen. It just meant to me. Just because people from all over, different neighborhoods would come out and everything would be nice and next thing you see a motherfucker around down the street, all crazy, you know, trying to hit motherfuckers and swinging a golf club out the window and shit. And, you know, somebody's mother might have got knocked out. You know what I mean? You know, but the music is still playing. You know, so yeah, that's the type of shit that to me that made it fun but made it spooky, but it still is fun because it is something that remember.
Well, it's fun because you survive.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you know, but we were young, so we didn't care about whether we looked at that time. Whatever's gonna happen, that's wild. But the music is what kept things going for us. You know, we always felt that was a vessel to being calm. You know, when you come from somewhere that's fucked up, and it's nothing, you can't get a job because of your community, his zip code don't allow you to be like, yo, he's high. No, it's too invested. So you kind of become relaxed with that mentality of saying, fuck it, I'm gonna live off the land, we smoke weed, do whatever I think that is gonna make me survive. You know, so everything was just survival. You know, music always kept us calm. We always want to listen to next one. I grew up on beat, disco, always say that, motherfuckers always say we would get on the stand down sometimes, go to these different parks and gyms in the city. So that was one time special.
When was it? So was it RZA that tried? Was it initially all 9 guys? Like, how did it get formed?
Well, number one, it was RZA, his cousin Jizza, and his other cousin, Old Dirty Bastard, that they were super close. Now, Old Dirty Bastard and Jizza, they were from Brooklyn. RZA was from Staten Island. You know, we all Brooklyn babies too. Majority of us, we all resided in Staten Island, but majority of us grew up in Brooklyn. But anyway, it was those three that were close as shit. So RZA, back then, RZA, he acknowledged himself, which was big involved the nation also. And also Jizza and Old Dirty, they were part of the nation at that time. So they would go to a lot of rallies. This is a place where everybody go, they build, they talk about mathematics and all this, but it was Jizza and Old Dirty who instilled the hip hop into RZA. So RZA was a DJ, but he knew how to rhyme too. He didn't know how to rhyme because of his cousins. So they kind of had this gang called, not a gang, but they had this thing called Rolling Together, which was them three, and they would run around, they would battle, different guys from different cities. So, some of us kind of knew what they were about. A lot of us found out later who they were. But when Jizza, when he came to Staten Island, they came and hang out with my cousin. So, we started to see them a little bit more. And that, we all heard a bunch of rhymes. And, Dirty, he was just a crazy motherfucker. He was crazy. But, yeah, they had their own little thing. And then, next thing you know, Jizza caught a record deal. He caught a record deal, which was rare back then. Like, if you fucking caught a record deal, that means that you had to have relationships. You had to know where to go. You had to have some type of connects. So that's what gravitated RZA into wanting to do it, because he seen that his cousin was able to, crack the code on making a record. So when that happened, it was almost like it magnetized RZA to be like, yo, I gotta make a record. So next thing you know, they had their group. So us from the outside looking, it was like, holy shit, yo, we know they super passionate about, being in the game and doing whatever they want to do, but he wasn't thinking about that. He just loved music in general.
Wow. So RZA is essentially the mastermind to put all the pieces together and to bring all the killers into under one roof.
Absolutely.
Amazing how he saw that. Because again, that's not something that existed. It's like Eric B. Rakim, there was a few people, EPMD, there's a few people.
Shit.
Yeah. Gangstar, there's a few people that were together, but it wasn't like you guys.
Because
it was kind of scary. It's like, yeah, when you guys had a show, I mean, I heard stories, but it was just like you guys would show up like 3 more people.
Yeah, that was some big shit. Yeah, like you said, that was so rare to see a group that come out like that. And it was really a mistake. It wasn't really designed to be that way, but when RZA had the record situation and they tried to make him be something that he wasn't, and then
It's always the case.
You know what I mean? He was like, yo, fuck that. I don't even care about this shit at this level. Create this now. And I'm bringing it all my guys. And, we just put that number together. So, believe it or not, I was one of the guys that he called first because we used to hang out. Like I tell people all the time, like, yo, I might have been RZA's first, big fan. So I kind of seen something in him already. I seen something. Yo, him and his cousins, and these motherfuckers really got talent. And not only the ability to rhyme, but he was clever. Clever.
Right.
And he was mixing it with knowledge and, smart rhymes. Not these fucking regular Humpty Dumpty rhymes. Like, we're talking about serious rhymes. Damn, you know what I mean? So, this is something I felt like I would want to go chill with them just to be in the mix and be a fly on the wall. Wasn't even thinking about being a fucking rapper. I didn't give a fuck. I just love the music. I'm watching these motherfuckers. Something about these motherfuckers that I love. And you know, the next thing you know, when RZA went out there and he came back to the community, he was like, yo, I feel recognized. So you know, I was there. I'm like, you see this shit fucking everything. Shit, the fucking looking at yourself, the Western name, Black Print, giving it five punch. Fucking shit. Wow, step down. That's what's up. Be up. You know, but his situation didn't work out the way he wanted it to. That's when he came back and he started to be like, yo, shit, this is what I'm trying to do.
Well, the dangerous thing for young artists in every industry is when you have potential and you're young, you sign a fucking contract and you don't know what's going on, and then you get locked into these people. And then a lot of times you get fucked. And you don't know you're getting fucked.
It's a mandatory.
Mandatory. You're getting fucked, which is how they make their money. They make money by fucking young artists who don't know any better. And by the time somebody gets to like a Prince's level, he's like, oh, you owe me? I'm a fucking squeaky line, sucking my dick. He performs as a symbol. I mean, that's why he performed as a symbol. They own it. It's crazy. You take like the most talented people in the world, and they get owned by people who provide no value, especially today. Today it's even crazier, right? Because there is no record sales anymore. It's all gone. It's all gone. So for a young artist, it's so important that they stay independent as long as they can. Just like it hanging off a bridge. Hang on.
Yeah, that's
Hang on. Keep grinding. Yeah. Don't sell it. Don't sign. If you sign, you're going to be fighting that shit 10 years from now. Yeah. You're going to be in court 10 years from now. You're right. And somebody's going to be getting not just 50%, but like some fucking like Bill Burr was explaining this about his first comedy CD, and he got a 60-40 deal. It's like, oh, great, 60-40, but it's not really 60-40 because he has to pay for all the distribution, all the printing of the CDs. Everything came out of his money.
Put yourself in a hard situation. You have time. Here it is. I got everything you want.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to make some sacrifices for sure, because you know that you may feel like I got talent, but I'm not the resources, right? So those resources come to tell you, hey, look, I'll give you a shot. I'll give you a shot. Either you take this shot or you stand up. What do you know?
You're gonna take the shot.
Take the shot.
You're gonna take the shot, and I agree with everybody who takes that shot. I'm just letting them know,
right?
I'm just letting them know you get fucked.
You getting fucked. But see, it's the sacrifice that I'm trying to explain to you that every artist takes. It takes that sacrifice because at the end of the day, you have to start from somewhere. Right. So even when labels are being them, in my mind I'm saying, yo, I got a chance to have a job, Joe. Niggas ain't never had no fucking job in their life. And now we get a chance to do something that they could maybe think that you could change the world with and love. It's like you're gonna go for it. So for us back then, being kids, we didn't give a fuck. We didn't care about signing. I signed because what the fuck I gotta lose? I done been through everything. I didn't been over here. I done been kicked out of everywhere. Fuck it. I just want to be heard. So a lot of times that be the protocol is just to be heard. Yeah. To be heard, to be able to say, yo, something happened. I don't give a fuck. A lot of artists got hurt. A lot of artists, especially our OGs that did it before. So, you know what I mean? Sugar Hill Gangs, all these different guys, they all have been manipulated to do what they had to do. But it almost gave them power too, because they became famous, they became big.
There's an argument for that, but I think it should be more fair.
Oh, listen, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But we just talking about the sacrifice.
Yeah.
Sacrifices.
If you're a young kid and that's step one, and now you're on the runway, okay, you gotta take it.
You gotta take it.
But it just should be more fair.
Oh,
and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
And I'm sure later on things worked out, and now that you proved yourself,
once they become undeniable.
It's like I tell them motherfucker this. I'm like, yo, imagine you were a hustler, right? And you run into the connection. and they'll say, yo, you talking like you know how to do shit. I'm gonna give you 50 pounds of marijuana at you. You know what I mean? Now, you may feel like at the end of the day you can handle it, but a motherfucker tell you, Joe, give me these fucking 50 pounds. But I need my money back today at this time. You can either take the 50 because you're so fucking confident, or take one and say, yo, I got to take my time. You know what I mean? I want to be in debt with you. What do you want to do? I take the 50. You go, oh, you want to he wants to fucking get his ass fucking chopped, but you gotta take the 50. You gotta know people, and you gotta bring everybody in, and you gotta share the money. You gotta know people. You gotta know people. There's a lot. You ain't confident in knowing what the fuck you need to know. I advise you to take you. Shouldn't be having a conversation if you don't know anybody. But if you know some people and you're generous, that's the thing. You gotta make it worth these people's while. You gotta say, listen, we're all gonna get something out of this. See, now look, that philosophy that you said, that's what we took.
Yes.
We took that one.
Yes.
We said, you know what? At the end of the day, we'll take this little bit of money, but we're gonna go. We're gonna be willing to sell ourselves to get to this level.
Yes.
Because we know what we believe. See, it all starts from what you believe.
Yes.
If you don't have the belief in yourself to make it happen, you're fucked.
It's a rising tides lifts all boats thing too.
Oh,
and with Wu-Tang Clan, that was for sure a big thing because anybody that was associated with Wu-Tang Clan was automatically respected, automatically people on the list, automatically. So like that just lifts everybody. That lifts everybody. It's hard for people to see that. Everybody thinks about themselves, especially when you're struggling. When you're struggling, you're scared. And you know, scared money doesn't make money. That's what it is. Everybody gets paranoid. So you think, no, that's when you got to find together. That's when everybody you have to find real people. Stick together.
You said the key word. You
got to sell that 50. Talk to Carlos. Go down to Book David. Let's make a deal, man. We got to make some deals.
Yes, that's what was a thing. Yeah. We danced with the devil for the right reason. You know, we took some stars. We got great.
It was a different world back then too, in terms of the industry, because today all you need is a social media account, Spotify, SoundCloud.
Yeah.
You can blow up. Yeah. You can blow up today. Back then, you needed the radio. You needed, you could sell mixtapes, but it's hard. You had to be some undeniable talent. Yeah. We always played the video of Biggie when he was 17 on the street. Remember that video? Yeah. That's undeniable talent. Yeah. Like that's the kind of talent like that dude's gonna make this dude's, and it worked.
I tell people all the time, it's like it wasn't, we can't get this whole philosophy of want to do it. It's like hit the lotto for him. He didn't know what to expect. It was more of a reputation thing for us. It was like, yo, I'm gonna do this, and he came to the block and he talked to some real dudes that was really had other shit. Hip hop was always like that backpack that we wore every day. But everybody had different plans. So he really literally came in and started picking the fuckers that he felt had potential. So it's like the mom. It's like, Lucky Luciano, prime example. He knew that the fuckers had potential, right? He knew dudes had potential. He knew that. He's from a different part. He's from a different part. But yo, what we could do right here, you can make money. So put your fucking feelings down. Or whatever the case may be, let's talk about some money.
Yeah.
And that right there, kind of like, you start shaking hands, close to table. Yo, I know you don't really fuck with me like that. I never had anything against you like that. But it was just something that he felt like at the end of the day in the trash.
Well, Riz is a genius. And it's amazing that he was able to coordinate that. Because that's often the case, right? With other killers, like when the dude's a bad motherfucker, they always assume that everybody else doesn't like them. They always assume that everybody else is the enemy or competition. So to have 9 of you guys together like that as one group, I told you when I sent you a message, I said that we play Protect Your Neck. It's whenever we have a police escort, that's what's the most hilarious thing. So we do arena shows, we hire a police escort. So it's like fucking sirens and shit. Protect your neck. And all the time. It's like the perfect song to play when you get the police Yes, that's correct.
I know, trust me.
These young kids that I have at the club, like I was explaining Wu-Tang Clan to them the other night, I go, you have to understand how wild this band was. I go, when Old Dirty Bastard was in Rikers, they went to Rikers and performed in Rikers. Remember? Yes! I fucking remember. I told everybody, I was like, you know how crazy that is? You're talking about like the biggest rap band in the fucking world, and they're performing in a penitentiary to one of the members who's one of the biggest fucking hip hop stars in the world, who's in jail, and then you guys go into the crowd.
God bless his soul, first and foremost.
Oh my God, Old Dirty Bastard was
Yo Joe was the funniest shit because when we came in and we seen him, he was eating cheeseburger laughing. He reminded he never was really, I don't even think, I've never seen him eat meat like that or whatever the case might be. When we came in, he was eating cheeseburger and shit laughing. So we was dying laughing. And they kept, the people up in here, they kept telling us like, yo, y'all can't go into the crowd with everybody, we're not going to hold no responsibility or something like that. We're like, no. Once we got on that stage, it was like, fuck the stage. We out there touching everybody. Wow. It was love, man. It was a lot of love. Wow. No, you like it.
none of that. Is there even a recording of that anywhere?
I think so.
You know how wild that video would be?
I don't know if people see that. I think people actually.
Oh, I heard about it. I mean,
They lost this in the news back then.
That you guys performed in Rikers.
Yeah.
The 90s for hip hop, it was like people you have to understand. For young people, you grew up with hip hop, you're only 20 years old, I get it. But you have to understand from my perspective, in 1980, there was no hip hop. In 1992, that was all anybody gave a fuck. That is crazy. For a new art form, it was right. I mean, there was like Sugar Hill Gang, there was some hip hop, but it wasn't the thing until the 90s. And 90s hip hop
got big. It got big. Because look, I remember it's so crazy you said that because I tell people all the time, like, disco to me was hip hop before hip hop was. Disco, R&B, everything was a mixture. It was a mixture. So really, when hip hop came, like you said, it came like maybe say 80, 85.
It had to be 84 because I was in junior high school.
Yeah, you was younger. So I would definitely say you heard something and it was like, oh shit, what the fuck is this rhyme? Like, it's just sound cool. It sound cool. But really, it was a way to bring people together. That was going through different shit in life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what? It was earlier than that because in 84 I was in high school. So it had to be 80 because in high school, I was a freshman in high school in 81. So I heard Sugar Hill Gang when I lived in Jamaica Plain, which was in 1980. Yeah. So that was the first time I ever heard any kind of hip hop.
Yeah. So like we said, 80, I was 10 years old. So me probably really gravitate to it. I could probably be like 12, like you said. 12.
What was the first hip hop that really grabbed you? Do you remember? Do you remember like what was the shit you were first into when you were a kid? All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. And that's why I partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free. If you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, seriously, folks, check it out. The start of a new year is the perfect time to get organized, set goals, and prioritize what matters most. For me, a top priority is financial wellness, which feels more important than ever, and that's where Rocket Money comes in. They show you all of your subscriptions right in one place and help you easily cancel ones that you forgot you've been paying for. Rocket Money also pulls together all of your spending across your different accounts so you can clearly track spending habits and see where you can cut back. You know how it goes. Something might seem like just what you want at the time. Maybe you really need to see that show on that random streaming service, or perhaps you love pickles so much you signed up for a monthly delivery box full of them. But then that show gets canceled and you realize there's only so much vinegary goodness a person can take. The money still leaves your account every month, and you just never quite get around to canceling it because you're a busy person, right? That's the beauty of Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal financial app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. They'll even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save. Then you can ask them to negotiate for you. Rocket Money will deal with customer service so you don't have to. And that's why Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. rocketmoney.com/JRE.
First shit that planned was like how you said, shit. Rap is the life.
Yeah.
Rap is the life. That was the shit. Oh my God. Now look, it's everywhere. How was it? Shit, they was, he was wild, he was selling drugs, he was, smoking weed, smoking coke, and they were doing whatever they were doing. And they used to live two floors above me, and I used to sneak up there and shit, just being in their business, being in their world, and they would be playing music at a record player, and they used to coke on TV, and weed and everything, because it was cool. You're cool, man. Like, just don't tell your mother that you was around this shit. You know what I mean? Nah, you not saying anything. And I would just be watching, and I would see weed on the album covers, and just motherfuckers running back and forth from the road, and they in the shit, but they always was playing music, and a lot of the music was R&B, disco, and the next thing I heard this fucking record, I'm sure everything. I'm like, the groove was dope. Holy shit, man. This is what I want to be. You know what I mean? I'm looking at the whole vibe. I'm like, this is who I am right here. But it's so crazy how it emerged. I mean, it emerged. Yeah, nobody expected that. Well, it was a totally new thing, and there was a lot of resistance. I mean, for people that don't know, those little warning labels on your when you used to have CDs, that all came from Al Gore's wife. Al Gore's wife, Tipper Gore, she was a Democrat. She wanted to censor rap music because this was the first time anybody heard like Ice-T, like at 6 in the morning. Everyone's like, "What the fuck is this?" And that kind of explicit lyrics, they wanted to put a stop to it, and that's why and these dumbasses, they didn't even understand. It sold way more albums because that's what kids are looking for. Exactly. They don't just wear. Get this shit out of here. Once they got the label on it, it's like I want it. Exactly. Yeah. Once the floodgates got open and kids got turned on to like real hardcore hip hop, you couldn't sell the regular shit. Yeah, I hear you that. Yeah. I mean, the two bands got cool with regular shit, but it just didn't last. No, definitely. But like you said, though, everybody wanted the raw shit, and you got to look at that time. It was a tough time, man. Too much shit was going on. I mean, it was to the point where it's like, yo, in our neighborhood, we had a crazy people. Like if they catch you at night, they'll kill you. Like they be dressed up like a fucking drag or whatever, or a snake up in them. You know, I remember one time going to the incinerator. My mom's made me go. She made me go to take out the garbage. And she got to take it out. She came home later that day, and I was laying down. She fucking smacked me in the head with the gun. Like, yo, they're not telling you to take out the fucking garbage. So now I'm going down to the incinerator room, you know, walking into the same floor. And I remember when I cut the corner, I seen the motherfucker sticking his head out. And he had his hair all round and shit was like green and red and all this. He had lipstick going all crazy and his eyes was all fucking bumped out looking and he looked at me. And I got the garbage can with me. It's like, yo, once I seen him, I just dropped the shit and went, you know what I mean? Back then, you know, you yell your mother name and shit. You think that was something cool back then. And, you know, she was your hero at that time. Came back and it was gone. But I think if he would have caught me in that incinerator thing and it was closed, he was going to probably try to run in there and probably try to fucking kill me or something. And that shit was going on back then because the drugs was crazy back then.
Right, that's the big shift is crack.
Yeah, crack.
That's also
Yeah, see, before crack, we had that dope. Dope. So motherfuckers was mixing dope and coke together, man. Get high, shit, man. Yeah, everybody. You know what I mean? It was a serious time back then, man. But, you know, that's how far to me music went back. You know, listening to Ladies Night. You know what I mean? I had people in the store, I had a candy store right on the same floor, but it wasn't a candy store. They got a bunch of penny candy just to make kids feel cool, but really they were selling coke in the back. Coke and dope, though. So, you know, all this was going on in the community. It was a serious time, scary time.
Well, if it's not for those scary times, you don't get the kind of band that Wu-Tang was. Like that has to emerge from an authentic experience.
Absolutely.
It has to. And that's part of the appeal of it is that everybody kind of knew that. You know, it was part of the appeal. So there's never been like a genre of music like that that's so connected to like the grind and poverty and crime and ghettos. But the whole genre of it to be authentic, you had to come from that. You couldn't be like some rich kid from the suburbs that was talking about some shit we never actually experienced. Nobody wants to hear it, which is kind of crazy.
It's true. I mean, you know, back then, you know, hip hop was really an expression for the ghetto. You know, the way that being that we was living in fucked up situations and nobody had shit, had fucking jobs like that. It was like, yo, we needed something to keep us cool, keep us in a vibe mode. You know, back then, gangs were still relevant. You know, we never looked at ourselves as a gang. We might have looked at ourselves as a tribe. And yo, you from the neighborhood and you stick to your neighborhood. You know, that's why even back then, it was like a lot of times, you know, you would beef with people that wasn't from your neighborhood just because you wasn't from there. It's like, yo, what the fuck you doing? You know, then it creates this animosity. And I remember for us, you know, being in an area where it was like you go up the block, stay up the block, down the block, stay down the block. So for me, I was in the middle. So, you know, I leaned more towards up the block, you know, but then we would go down the block just to start chuckling. You know, then they would come up the block and they would start chuckling. Next thing you know, before you know it, we all fucking with each other. So that was our way of getting to know each other, test each other's heart. Whatever may happen was happening. But the music, believe it or not, the music was keeping the peace. Now, just the music was keeping the peace because they would do block parties, right? They would do block parties and, you know, everybody knew all these different DJs was coming from different places and play some music and shit. So we knew every time we did that, we knew something was going to happen. It just mandatory. It's just because people from all over different neighborhoods would come out and everything would be nice. Next thing you see them fucking riding down the street, all crazy, you know, trying to hit motherfuckers and swinging a golf club out the window and shit. You know, somebody mother might have got knocked but the music is still playing. You know, so yeah, that's the type of shit that to me that made it fun, but made it spooky, but it still was fun because it was something to remember.
But funk is just vibe.
Yeah. We were young, so we didn't care about whether we lived or died at that time. We didn't give a fuck. It was like whatever's gonna happen, is gonna happen. That's why. But the music is what kept things in order for us. You know, because we always felt that was a vessel to being calm. You know, when you come from somewhere that's fucked up, and it's nothing there, you can't get a job because of your community, your zip code don't allow you to be like, yo, he's high. No, it's too invested. So you kind of become relaxed with that mentality of something. Fuck it, I live off the land. I sell weed, do whatever I think that is gonna make me survive. So everything was just survive. You know, music always kept us calm. You always want to listen to this next play. I grew up on the disco, all that fun shit, whiskey. You know, and I think I was really scared. You know, we would get off the Staten Island sometimes, go to these different parks and jams in the city. That was fun too. That was fun times.
When was it? So was it RZA that tried? Was it initially all 9 guys? Like, how did it get formed?
Well, number one, it was RZA, his cousin Jizza, his other cousin, Old Dirty Bastard, that they were super close. Now, Old Dirty Bastard and Jizza, they were from Brooklyn. RZA was from Staten Island. You know, we all Brooklyn babies too. Majority of us are clean. We don't, resided in Staten Island, but majority of us grew up in Brooklyn. But anyway, it was those three that were closest shit. So RZA, back then, RZA had knowledge of South, which was, being a rap the nation of Islam. And also Chizzy and Old Dirty, they were part of the nation at that time. So they would go to a lot of rallies. This is a place where everybody called and they build and talking about mathematics and all this. But it was Jizzy and Old Dirty who instilled the hip hop into RZA. So RZA was a DJ, but he knew how to rhyme too. And he knew how to rhyme because of his cousins. So they kind of had this gang called, not a gang, but they had this thing called All Together Now, which was them three, and they would run around, they would battle, different guys from different cities and all around. So, some of us kind of knew what they were about. A lot of us, found out later who they were, but when Jizza and he came to Staten Island, they came in and hang out with my cousin. So, we started to see them a little bit more. Or that, we heard a bunch of rhymes and Dirty, it was just crazy. It was crazy, but yeah, they had their own. And then, next thing you know, Jizz caught a record deal. He caught a record deal, which was way back then. If you fucking caught a record deal, that means that you had to have relationships. You had to know where to go. You had to have some type of connection. So that's what gravitated RZA into wanting to do it, because he seen that his cousin was able to, crack the code of making a record. So when that happened, it was almost like it magnetized RZA to be like, yo, I gotta make a record. So they had their group. So us on the outside looking, it was like, oh shit, yo, we know they super passionate, being in the game and doing whatever they want to do, but we wasn't thinking of that. We just loved the music in general.
Wow. So RZA is essentially the mastermind to put all the pieces together and to bring all the killers into under one group.
Absolutely.
Amazing how he saw that. Because again, that's not something that existed. Just like Eric B. and Rakim, there was a few people, EPMD, there's a few people,
Shit.
yeah, Gangstar, there's a few people that were together, but it wasn't like you guys.
Nah, because
It was kind of scary. It was like, God damn, like you guys had a show, and I heard stories that it was just like you guys would show up like 300 people.
yeah, that was but, yeah, like you said, I was so glad to see a group like that. 'Cause it was really a mistake. It wasn't really designed to be that way, but when RZA had a record situation and they tried to make him be something that he wasn't, and then
It's always the case.
you know what I mean? He was like, yo, fuck that. I don't even care about the shit at this level. I want to create this now, and I'm bringing all my guys. And, he just put that number together. So, believe it or not, I was one of the guys that he called first because we used to hang out. Like I tell people all the time, like, yo, I might have been RZA's first big fan. So I kind of seen something in him. Like, yo, so I really, him and his cousins, and this really got talent. Not only the ability to rhyme, but he was clever. I'm talking about clever rhymes.
Right.
And he was mixing it with the knowledge and, smart rhymes. Not these fucking regular Humpty Dumpty rhymes. Like, I'm talking about serious rhymes.
Right.
I'm like, damn, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. So, this is something that I felt like I would want to go chill with them just to be in the mix and be a fly on the wall. I wasn't thinking about being a fucking rapper. Give a fuck. I just love the music, but I'm watching these motherfuckers. Something about these motherfuckers that I love. And next thing you know, when RZA went out there, he came back to the community. He was like, yo, I feel record. So, I was there. I'm like, let me see this shit. Fucking ass. I see what the fuck. Looking at, like I said, what's the name? Fine print. Yeah, fine print. This shit. Like, shit. Wow, it's that now. That's what's up. We out. But his situation didn't work out the way he wanted it to. And that's when he came back and he started to be like, yo, shit, this is what I'm trying to do.
Well, the dangerous thing for young artists in every industry is when you have potential and you're young, you sign a fucking contract and you don't know what's going on, and then you get locked into these people. And a lot of times you're getting fucked. And you don't even know you're getting fucked.
It's mandatory.
You're getting fucked, which is how they make their money. They make money by fucking young artists who don't know any better. And by the time someone gets to like a Prince's level, he's like, oh, but you owe me? I'm a fucking squeaky line, suck my dick. Like, he performs as a symbol. I mean, that's why he performed as a symbol. Because they own him. It's crazy. You take the most talented people in the world and they get owned by people who provide no value, especially today. Today it's even crazy, right? Because there is no record sales anymore. It's all gone. It's all gone. So for a young artist, it's so important that they stay independent as long as they can. Just like a hang on the bridge. Hang on. Hang on. Keep grinding. Don't sell it. Don't sign. If you sign, you're going to be fighting that shit 10 years from now. You're going to be in court 10 years from now. And somebody's going to be getting not just 50%, but like some fucking insane. Like Bill Burr was explaining this about his first comedy CD, and he got a 60-40 deal. It's like, oh, great, 60-40, but it's not for the 60-40 because he has to pay for all the distribution, all the printing of the CDs. Everything came out of his money.
Put yourself in a party situation, right? You have time. You have time. Here it is. I got everything.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to make some time. For sure. Because you may feel like I have talent, but I don't have the resources. Right. So those resources come to tell you, oh, look, I'll give you a shot. We'll give you a shot. Right? Either you take the shot or you stay in your head. What do you want?
You're going to take the shot.
You take the shot.
You're going to take the shot. And I agree with everybody who takes that shot. I'm just letting you know.
Right.
No, you're getting fucked.
You getting fucked. But see, it's the sacrifice that I'm trying to explain to you that every artist takes. It takes that sacrifice because at the end of the day, you have to start something. Right. So even when labels are being in my mind, I'm saying, yo, I get a chance. Niggas ain't never had no fucking job in their life. And now we get a chance to do something that you could maybe think that you could change the world with and love. It's like you're gonna go for it. So for us back then, being kids, we didn't give a fuck. We didn't care about sign. Yo, our son, because what the fuck I gotta lose? I done been through everything. I didn't get over here. I done been kicked out of everywhere. Fuck it. I just want to be heard. So a lot of times that be the protocol is just to be heard. Yeah. To be heard, to be able to say, yo, something happened. I don't give a fuck. A lot of artists got problems. A lot of artists, especially our OGs that did it before us. Like, you know what I mean? Sugar Entertainers, all these different guys, they all have been manipulated to do what they had to do. But it almost gave them power to them because they became famous, they became big, they became
There's an argument for that, but I think it should be more fair.
Oh, listen, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But we just talking about
What you got to do? Yeah.
sacrifices.
If you're a young kid and that's step one, and now you're on the runway, okay, you got to take it.
You know, take,
But it just should be more fair.
oh,
And it shouldn't be.
I agree.
It shouldn't lock you.
And I'm sure later on things worked out, and you know, now that you proved yourself,
Once they become undeniable.
it's like I tell them motherfucker this. I'm like, yo, imagine you a hustler, right? And you run into the Connect, and the Connect say, yo, you talking like you know how to use shit. I'm gonna give you 50 pounds of marijuana back there. You know what I mean? Now, you may feel like at the end of the day you can handle it, but a motherfucker tell you, Joe, give me this fucking 50 pounds, but I need my money back today at this time. You can either take the 50 because you're so fucking confident, or take one and say, yo, I got to take my time. You know what I mean? I don't want to be in debt with you. What do you want to do? You got to take the 50. You go, oh, you want to take it. He wants to fucking get his head fucking chopped. You gotta take the 50. You gotta know people, and you gotta bring everybody in, and you gotta share the money. You gotta know people. You gotta share the money. You gotta know people. If you ain't confident in knowing what the fuck you need to know, I advise you to take it.
You shouldn't be having a conversation if you don't know anybody. But if you know some people and you're generous, that's the thing. You gotta make it worth these people's while. You gotta break. You gotta say, listen, we're all in something like this.
And see, now look, that philosophy that you said, that's what we took.
Yes.
We took that.
Yes.
We said, you know what? At the end of the day, we'll take this little bit of money, and we're gonna go. We're gonna sell ourselves to get to this level.
Yeah.
Because we know what we believe. See, it all starts with what you believe.
Yes.
If you don't have the belief in yourself to make it happen, you're fucked.
It's a rising tides lifts all boats thing too.
Oh,
and with Wu-Tang Clan, that was for sure a big thing because anybody that was associated with Wu-Tang Clan was automatically respected. Automatically people want to listen. Automatically. So like that just lifts everybody. That lifts everybody. But it's hard for people to see that. Everybody thinks about themselves, especially when you're struggling. When you're struggling, then you're scared. You know, scared money doesn't make money. That's what it is. Everybody gets paranoid. So you think, no, that's when you got to bond together. That's when everybody, you have to find real people, stick together.
You said the key word.
You got to sell that 50. Talk to Carlos. Go down to David. Let's make a deal, man. We got to make some deals.
I guess that's what Rosa did.
Yeah.
He danced with the devil from Rabbi. You know, he took some stars.
It was a different world back then, too, in terms of the industry, because today, all you need is a social media account, Spotify, SoundCloud.
Yeah.
You can blow up.
Yeah.
You can blow up today. Back then, you needed the radio.
Yeah.
You needed, you could sell mixtapes, but it's hard. Or you had to be some undeniable talent.
Yeah.
Like we always play the video of Biggie with the 17 on the street. Remember that video?
Yeah.
That's undeniable talent. Yeah. Like that's the kind of talent. Like that dude's if he stays alive, you can't stop that train. Absolutely. That train's running everything. You know what I mean? It's like there was guys like that back then. But man, to get out there and get your name out there, you had to dance. You had to dance with that devil.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that business was so dirty back then. It still is, but real dirty back then in the record sell days.
Yeah. But that's what made us is that we had to go through those hard things. We had to get you to learn how to say, yo, that was a lesson. So everything is a lesson at the end of the day. It's like if you wanted to sacrifice yourself and your time to learn something, I would always say go for it.
Yes.
Go for it.
Definitely. Go for it. It's so much better than not going for it.
Yeah, because then you're gonna be sitting in the same situation and you're gonna realize at the end of the day, damn, I should have taken an opportunity. Some people are scared of opportunities when they think. It's like if a person goes for your opportunity, 9 times out of 10 it may not work for you the way you want it to work, but it may be an opportunity to help you.
Yes.
You know, it's all about you trying to help yourself and get up. It's like watch a Scarface and a nigga told him and say, yo, give me $5 grand. Bet it. And if you fuck this up, Chief, Scarface looked at him and said, man, the fuck is you talking? We go for this shit, man.
Yeah.
You know, he lost his man in the mix, but he was able to prove to himself that I could do it.
Yeah.
That's how I look at rap. You know, fuck yeah, we'll take this little bit. We're gonna prove to y'all what the fuck we do.
And for young people listening to this, every chance you take where you fail, that's a lesson learned. And you just keep taking chances. Keep going. Pick yourself back up. Figure out where you fucked up and learn from that. And now you're better.
Sure.
Now you have more experience coming into this next thing. Just keep going. Just keep going. Especially as artists. It's just like so many artists, they don't hit until they do.
Sure.
And then when they do, it's like, oh, now they want to go back in their past stuff. Like, oh, this guy had fucking 3 albums before this.
Think about it. Think about all my favorite artists out there, you know. Eminem been trying to fucking get up, you know. You know, Rothschild, they went through a lot to get his market. You know, he wanted to fuck with Biggs at first, but you know, he finally figured the code out and was like, yo, this is what I'm gonna do. You know, we start rocking shows in different communities. And then people start hearing about it. They're like, oh shit, you know, this guy is dope. But it's that sacrifice we can tell people all the time.
It's time put in, energy, effort, determination, and you have some talent. That talent is just God gives you something or doesn't. You know, some people just got it. You know, and some people it's also like artistic families, like Nas. You know, he grew up in this like, intellectual, artistic family, and that's why his rhymes are so good.
His pops is a musician.
Yeah, like Rewind. Yeah. That's like one of the greatest songs of any genre anybody's ever written. It's a genius song.
So crazy how this is
Genius
song back in the gut.
Yeah, genius song. The whole song backward.
It's like the lyrics.
And it's amazing. Oh, I love Nas, especially for lyrics. His lyrics are incredible. They were so good. So good.
Yeah.
And unusual like that. Like deciding he's only the first guy to make a rap backwards. And make it work perfectly.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, it's just... Hey, did you ever listen to any of the shit where the Brand New Heavies got together with a bunch of rappers?
I know the name.
The Brand New Heavies are like a jazz band. They did a collaboration with Gangstar, Fuji, a bunch of guys.
Yeah,
Some of my favorite shit of all time.
Yeah, they was more musical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard Cool G Rap's Death Threat? Oh my God. Jamie, play that. Play that. Find that. We'll put a good part of that first. This is in my long bunch of Wu-Tang. This is in my Spotify playlist. This is Cool G Rap in like, I want to say 92. Yeah, 92. Listen to this. I've never heard this shit before. How good is this?
One of my favorites right there.
German chicks with small dicks.
Nice.
So
Nice.
good.
Nice.
So good.
So this was on the brand new Heavies album.
Yes. The
Yeah.
Brand New Heavies did one with Gangstar. They did a bunch of different artists.
Nice.
And it's
What year was this?
92.
Yeah,
From
so
not-
it was the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, I was on a road trip. I was doing a gig in Connecticut with a buddy of mine who's a comedian. And he turned me on to this. Like, you gotta listen to this shit. I was like, oh my God. And then I had a CD and I lost it. And I couldn't find it forever. And then someone brought it up like a few years back, like 6 or 7 years back. And I was like, you gotta be able to find it. And that's the beautiful thing about today with like YouTube and so many of these platforms, people upload shit you totally forgot about.
Yeah,
Like Tim Dog. You forgot about like Fuck Compton, remember that?
Yeah, he was a wild cat. He was a wild
It was good though. He was good.
Yeah.
He
He
had
was
some
wilding back then, yeah.
great shit, man.
Yeah, he was wilding back then.
But Coogee Rap, that to me was like, that defined like road gigs for me in the 1990s. When we would drive. That was when Cock Blocker came out. Remember that? Remember that?
Oh,
Oh my God, that song was amazing.
yeah, man. Damn, so you really did.
Oh, yeah.
Shit like that.
Yeah, hip hop was a big part of my childhood, or my young adulthood.
Okay.
When I was driving around a lot, doing comedy gigs, like a lot of Ghetto Boys. I was a huge Ghetto Boys fan.
Yeah, me too.
And I was playing the other day at the green room. I was playing "Fuck the War" for these young kids. I was like, "Listen, this is a song from the 1980s about the Iraq War. This is about George Bush in like the late 1980s." And it applies today. You remember fucking war?
Nah, you
Come on, that fucking coming back. Let's go me on shit. Like, I talked to Willie D. Willie D told me he wrote the song in 40 minutes.
wow.
Yeah, I'm just angry. Wrote the song in 40 minutes. And this is Ghetto Boys in their prime.
You know that.
Bushwick Bill.
That was my guy right there.
This is Bushwick motherfucking Bill. 91. Look at that big phone he's got.
Yeah, I had one of those before too. Yeah. Fuck the war. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
Talking crazy.
Woo. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
He was in the NWA chamber. He
dude.
was in the NWA chamber.
Dude, that shit was good.
They
And
was
that
up
applies
giving
today.
yeah.
That applies today. We were all talking about what's going on right now with Gaza and Palestine, Iran. I was like, listen to this.
And see, this is why we love hip hop so much, is because it was education to us.
Yes.
It was giving us truth. It was talking about things that were going on in the world. That became the television for us. The music
It became the news too. Like you need to know what was actually going on. Like Fuck the War tells you what's really
what's
going
going on.
Yeah.
So when I think about those Compton boys, those NWA cats and all of that was expressing themselves, it was like that's what we all were facing and living amongst. And like I said, I never heard that song. So I could tell that was made around the time when NWA was doing their thing. And you're hearing about all these riots and shit going on and things happening. You know, us living on the other side of the world, it's like, yo, we not, yo, what the fuck was that?
Right.
You know, but you heard it in the song and you knew it was real.
Right.
You respected it.
Yeah.
And to me, those perspectives in music were important for us because we were learning as we were getting older about society. You know, you don't think about society when you poor and living in fucked up positions. You just think about survival. You see what I'm saying? Survival is everything you want. And you're dealing with things that's in front of you that at the end of the day, you're like, damn, the fuck was that just happened? What was this shit? But then when you heard it rapping and motherfuckers like these was talking about it, right? It's like now you oh, okay, I see what the fuck is going on. Yeah. It's not just here; it's all over. It's in every ghetto or whatever the case may be. Yeah. That's what's happening. Yeah. So I never heard that before. You just put me on some real shit, and that's one of my favorite groups. Like I love Ghetto Boys. Ghetto Boys is real shit.
The 1990s Ghetto Boy era.
Oof, oof.
Yeah, in that, like, I remember the day I found out about NWA. I was teaching Taekwondo in Revere, Massachusetts, and I was at the gym riding on the stair climber. And I had just picked up this cassette, and I was like, NWA, I keep hearing about this. And Fuck the Police was the first song I listened to. And I remember I was on the stair climber. This is just
you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah.
You're hearing people talk about the police like they're getting harassed by the police in a way you never heard of before.
Yeah,
Fuck the police coming straight from the underground. I was like, wow,
straight from the
it was a totally different kind of music. It was like they were rapping and no one was listening. It was like they were rapping to themselves, right?
Yeah.
Like they didn't give a fuck who was listening. They were rapping like they were doing it for their friends, but they were doing it to the whole world. The whole world was like, whoa. 100 miles and running, the whole world was like, whoa, this is crazy.
So look, them, enemy.
Oh yeah.
All of them type of guys were giving us information that was relatable in our community that
KRS-One.
KRS-One teaching.
That's the sound of the police.
All that shit right there
Yes.
is knowledgeable rap, hip hop.
Information. Right. They like especially KRS-One and Public Enemy. Yeah. They were saying something. It was like but it wasn't contrived.
Right, right, exactly.
It wasn't like, you see people say shit today, like, you're just doing that for clouds. Like, they were saying shit to let people know about some information that you're not aware of, and this is why you're getting fucked. This is why we're all getting fucked.
Even when fucking Spike Lee made through the right.
Yes.
My favorite.
Yes. Classic.
Like you said, we was getting information. You gotta remember, in the day, a lot of people that come out of old and just being like, I know you come from Brooklyn.
Well, I was born in Newark.
Yeah. Shout out to you. So you seen it.
I wouldn't say that I come from the hood because I went to high school in the suburbs.
Yeah, but you did. That's true.
I lived in Newark. I was telling you, I lived in Newark when I was 23 for about 6 or 7 months. And I told you my next door neighbor, he was selling dope, and the police raided his house while I was there. They battered, grabbed his door, and everything. He had a nice outing. I looked at him, I was still in his car. Right. That's selling dope. He was selling dope. And they got him.
She was around it.
Yeah. Well, that was also the time I was most into hip hop too. And that was 1991, I guess, 90, 91, and that was a wild era because that's when hip hop was just exploding.
Yeah.
Exploding.
Yeah, I would say definitely. Yeah, Lordy the YouTube.
Oh yeah.
They had it in the scene, like you said. Kennedy, Daddy King.
Oh yeah.
He's Ice Cube.
To this day, I go to work. It's one of my favorite workout songs.
Yeah,
Big Daddy Kane, I go to work. Oh my God, I go to work. He was so smooth, so fast too. Big Daddy Kane had like a very particular style. It was energetic. You heard his style. It was like God, like your blood started pumping. And you started getting moving.
See, those are the type of guys that paved the way for us to be so, outspoken. I sit here and I think about the plan, the rule of how we, before Rothschild. Each one of us had a superpower that related back to those guys. All these guys that we're talking about today, um, they was the like the drive house to school that shit. This is what I see. I see Smack, I see Rothschild, Cube, I see you know, all these guys that paved the way for us. So the Klan at that time, we were so, inclined on knowing about all these guys, knowing the majority of them, we kept a piece of it in us. That helped us become who we are. Like I tell my brothers all the time, so let me tell you something. When we came out, Naughty by Nature was the shit. They was fucking shit up in the East Coast, and at that time, you had them, you had EPMD, you had Queen Latifah, Roxanne Shante, all these, artists back then were blowing up. LL.
Oh yeah.
LL was huge. Coochie Rap, that's one of your favorites. Fat Boys, all these guys were just, these guys was giving us so much food for thought that we knew that if we didn't come on that level, we wasn't built to be in the game at that time.
Well, there was so much high quality. The
High quality, that's the word.
The level was very high. The lyrics were so good. Like you'd hear lyrics and you just go, oh, shoot.
Yeah.
That was the thing. That was the thing.
Listening to the lyrics, I love that.
I love lyrics and everything. But, it's like that was the style back then. It was like the most clever guy, the most clever lyrics. It was so important, So many guys that just had. Everybody was battling for. So it was like more and more cleverness, and like more and more intricacies, and more twists to what they were saying.
Yeah.
And it was just a vibrant art form. Like, how many people cheated on a significant other because of OPP? Right. How many? Cheering. Yeah. It was like a license to fuck. People were cheering. It had hip hop had so much influence on the culture, and it emerged out of nowhere. That's what's so crazy. Like 10 years ago, it doesn't exist. Boom. I mean, even rock and roll. Rock and roll, you had the 50s, it starts to emerge, then the 60s really takes off, and it's been around for a while.
Right.
To have something like hip hop just explode and make a lot of other things look great. Especially for young kids, because when you hear guys like you and Ghostface and Method Man, and like you feel like real dudes, we're talking about real shit. And that's just it was like they didn't even swear. It's like you guys were wild. It was fun and it was clever. And I think RZA did a genius thing by naming it Wu-Tang Clan, because it connected it to like this kung fu mindset.
And
it's sophisticated.
You been on kung fu shit. Yeah, coming through the shrine and shit. We got all fucking Shogun warriors. Yeah. But what's so crazy? I tell people it's like when they was on their Wu-Tang shit, we wasn't on that. I grew up watching more like Scarface and Mafia movies. Once upon a time in America.
Oh yeah.
My favorite.
Oh, it's a great. People forget about Once Upon a Time in America.
So we were living in this. We were living around a lot of hustlers. And a lot of the drugs was being sold in my community at that time, right? So when RZA came with the whole Wu-Tang philosophy, it was almost like, we love karate flicks. We would watch them. We know about the karate flicks, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
We'll come over and school, them shits is on, Channel 5, all of that shit. But if you notice, when you look at those karate movies, it was about a place that, it's filled with a lot of crime and aggressive people that were doing things that bothered other people, and you either have to protect your people or you have to make a name for yourself. Now, when you think about Wu-Tang, I'll just give you a quick lesson on Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang was a school that was in Shaolin. This particular school, these niggas was crazy. They was fucked up. They got kicked the fuck out of Shaolin. Really? They got kicked out. Yo, y'all bugged out. Y'all howling, y'all. But these guys were very good, but you just couldn't say it Shaolin because they had a different way of looking at shit, doing shit. So when Wizard came with the whole philosophy of it, it's this movie that's called Shaolin. That's what I'm saying. Check it out whenever you get a chance. So whatever was going on in that movie, he made a reality of it because really at the end of the day, that's how we were living back in Staten Island. You know, so we want to change the name and call it Shaolin because we would have forgot about. You know, if you think about Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens, Manhattan, I ain't really talk too much about fucking Staten Island. My audience. So he felt rebellious, like, yo, you come out here, you ain't from here, you better know somebody. You're not fucking coming in the projects thinking you're gonna fucking act like you're going over to your friends. I remember we used to see UFOs come through, we call them UFOs, unidentified flying objects. What the fuck you doing? You know what I mean? Because we had so much to prove, but it was the same thing that was going on with comics. Like, yo, you go to a movie, who is this guy? Either he's coming to play you, or you gonna play him. This is all the shit that's going on in the karate movies. You know, the brother hurt. Yo, oh shit, my brother got hurt. What happened? Oh, hold up, let's go. Right. We gotta go get back to that. Yeah. We gotta go figure that out. All the shit that Wizard was thinking about at that time was a reality check for us to stop in. So even when we came with the name, it was almost like, yo, wow, that shit was interesting. You know, he was thinking, you know, and back then he was hanging in Ghost's community, which was Stapleton. So Stapleton was a place that was maybe like 10, 15 miles away from Park Hill. I'm from the hill. Up there they was selling drugs and getting crazy with it, and Jamaicans and West Indians and Guyanese, and you know, it was a melting pot. You know, it was a melting pot of different nationalities and Spanish folk over there. You know, you had the white boys over here fucking doing what they do. You know, all these things was going on, but in Stapleton, it was nothing but humans. Motherfuckers that would fight and rob and steal, and you know, Wizard was hanging out there. You know, so they came up with this whole, you know, Wu-Tang mentality thing that they brought up the block to us. So when Wizard came with it, it was like, oh shit, we like that. That's kind of dope. You know, we see the vision of that, you know? But it was better for us to look at it at any given time like, yo, you trying to portray us as some fucking ninjas or some shit. You know, a lot of times people go, yo, you don't know karate? I don't know fucking karate, motherfucker. We don't do that. But we grew up, our older brothers and sisters, they grew up with some early 70s shit. Yeah, so you know, back then, you know, the president was a martial art. He knew arts and shit. You know, you look up to him. Yeah, like, he knew arts and shit. He knew how to fight. You know, the motherfucker would be back in the building with 2 government benches and shit. You know what I mean? Beating up with fucking laundry with hoses and shit, and, you know, grabbing them, hanging them on shit, and, you know, back then, that was dope to see your cousins and all them do it, but Wizard, when he came with this philosophy, kind of like fucking saw up, but we agreed with it right away. Because Wu-Tang was, to them, was always something like an expression. So we chunk it, this is Wu-Tang. You over here, yo, this is Wu-Tang shit, whatever, because he was trying to say that we were just like them in the place. It's crazy.
Want to hear something crazy? Whenever I kill an elk, you know, I go hunting every year. Whenever I kill an elk, when I text my friend Cam, I text Wu-Tang. Like, whenever I kill something, I'll show you.
Oh,
I'll show you that that's true.
I've seen some of the pictures in there.
I want to show you that that's true. I'm not making this up. It goes back years. It goes back years. This is like our tradition. Whenever I kill an elk, well, the last time I said Wu-Tang, I text him every day, so it's going to take a second to get back into some pictures. But whenever I get one, I say Wu-Tang when I send him a picture. It's gonna take a while. But this is important to show you. This is real. Fucking
Go back and search for 20 years.
Oh, we'll show you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, look at James. Under campaigns or just Wu Tang?
Then we find campaigns which we
Oh, look at Jamie telling me how to do it. Here we go. See, here it is. Right there. Wu Tang. And that was from October. But I go back like 5 years of doing that. Like every time I shoot a elk, I text Wu Tang. No, I started hunting in 2012. I shot that deer, the deer that head that's right there. That's the first animal I hunted. And I was like, okay, that's what I'm doing. It was either for me, it was that or becoming a vegetarian. I watched too many of those PETA films. You know, those animal factory farming films and torture films. I was like, fuck this. Like, either I'm going to be a vegan or I'm going to know how to hunt. And my friend Steve Ranella took me hunting. I shot that deer. I'm like, all right, that's what shit I've been doing ever since. So I've been hunting for 12 years. 12 years? Yeah.
So you consider yourself a marksman?
Well, it's like I've got it really good, like compared to real marksmen. You know, it's like saying you're a black belt, but you're not really a black belt. You know, like
Go through the courses.
yeah, like how good are you? I mean, I'm good for regular people. Yeah, you know, you think I'm really good. Yeah, but like for people that are really good, no, I'm not near their level. So you know, there's like professional archers that are like super accurate out to 100 yards. They can shoot like a softball size group at 100 yards consistently. I'm not the hungry who can shoot like that. It's a lot of discipline. A lot of discipline.
They make those too.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of bow hunting in Texas. A lot of bow hunting in Texas. Yeah, it's fun. I like it.
I get out there.
I told you, like we were talking before the show, like if you want to learn, I can put you on some people that will 100% teach you how to do it. And because you're fairly close, like, that's an easy thing to do. Look it up. You would enjoy it. It's a nice discipline to clear your mind.
Yeah.
You just set a target up in the backyard and just shoot the target and just clear your mind. Because you have to really concentrate on it. And you really think about nothing else. For a guy like you, busy, so much shit going on, like it's good to have a thing like that. Just
It's like a sport to me.
Yeah.
It's something to learn and kind of master.
yeah.
It's important.
But it's one of those things like shooting a free throw. Like at that moment, you can't think of anything else other than you do. If other shit gets in your head, it's like you know how many rooms you gotta push it all out. And just think, oh, and that kind of stuff like cleans your mind.
Exactly.
It's like it flushes your mind out.
That's what it's all about. I think with the game. Just kind of like get a piece of mind and vibe to something different.
Yeah. I always say that for artists too. You should find some other thing you like to do, just to give you a little break mentally from whatever you're trying to do.
Yeah.
You could get too close to something and lose sight of the big picture. You're all wrapped up in it. Too tight. Sometimes there's something else that you also enjoy outside of it. You look at what you're doing. It's different.
Exactly.
Maybe I should put a new wrinkle in this. Maybe I should take a new turn. You know, makes it up. Yeah. You know what? Another cool thing about today is that it used to be thought at one point in time, I think it was like the early 2000s, that hip hop had a shelf life, and that there wouldn't be classics. You know what I mean? Like the Rolling Stones were still touring. You know, they were 58 years old back then. Like these crazy Rolling Stones are back on the road, but that was like a new thing. It was like old rock and roll guys out touring was a new thing. But with hip hop artists, like if you weren't in now, if you weren't new now, it kind of people weren't into going to see.
Like, yeah. When I see guys like Kane and them perform and Slick Rick and Ice Cube, it kind of it gives me more respect to do it because I see some of my legends still doing it today. But yeah, man, I'm just see a lot of guys, Mick Jagger and them still. It's like, why not?
Why not? Yeah. But with hip hop, that wasn't really a thing for a long time. Like,
Because you didn't think that it would last.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you felt like
you would get a 5-year run. They say any artist that was coming out back in the 90s, they was already putting a cap on how long or how far they thought she was going to go. So even for us, we was like, yo, hey, we do this shit for like 3 or 4 years, we good. Yo, we'll be cool with that. So they always put us in a, what's the word? What's
A box.
put us in a box, yeah. So they make us feel like that a little bit, you know, this shit is going to be here for a minute, then it's over. You know, but seeing guys still doing it, you know, I don't give a fuck. Like, I listen to Billy Joe. Billy Joe.
It's hilarious.
People know, people.
That's hilarious. I love his old shit. Until he had that supermodel wife, then everything got real soft. He had too much good pussy. Too much good pussy. He got supermodel pussy. And it's like, uptown girl, she's been living in uptown world. Well, before that, you go back to his other shit, you know? Only the Good Die Young. Oh, that's a great jam. He's got some great stuff, man. Scenes from Italian Restaurant. That's a great song. Captain Jack. Ooh, Jack's a great song. But when he got older, it just became, you know, hey, he was changing. That's a humor. Yeah.
To the heart.
I sold out Madison Square Garden like 300 times.
It's
crazy.
Still going.
Yeah, still going.
So those out here, those are guys that we look up to that we know still doing it.
Yeah, it's just beautiful that hip hop is like that now.
Yeah.
Because I feel like in the 2000s, only it was more overseas was showing you guys love.
Yeah.
Like a lot of Europe. Like a lot of my friends that were like maybe bigger in the 90s, they had to go over to Europe. I mean, it was like, yeah.
And I tell people all the time, like being from the States, being where we from, I think they appreciate it more because they never really got a chance to grasp it as much as we did.
Right.
So they come out.
Right
now
they're more enthusiastic.
they love it more.
Right.
So
They can't believe it.
Yeah, they can't believe it.
Yeah.
But for me, I think I love performing a lot more when I go out there because they come out and they never ever make you feel like they don't appreciate you. You know what I mean? Even to this day, it's like the clan still goes out there and makes a ton of cash. We see a lot of people, and we see young generations of kids now too. It's like, yo, we're looking for who is that fucking kid that we just put him on stage and we knew that he knew 50 words. Like, yo, he might have been like 17, 16 years old. Like, he doesn't even fucking born.
Well, there's classic hip hop now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like when I was a kid, there was classic rock. You would listen to Led Zeppelin. There was classic rock. Now there's classic hip hop, which is amazing. You know, but it just shows that the culture is like completely accepted it as an art form. And so now young kids that get into hip hop, maybe one of their friends would be like, "Hey, you ever heard of this?" And then they turn on and do stuff. Yeah. And they're like, "Wow, this is 1992." You know.
I think that's how we were. We always were infatuated with the music before our time, you know. And like how you just said, like, listen to Sugar Hill Gang. I actually haven't even heard videos.
Really?
You know how that, and I brought him to my hood too, so you know how that felt to me. To have fucking Sugar Hill Gang,
That's
amazing.
amazing.
In my community,
That's amazing.
that was dope. But yeah, you know, that's why I always feel like, tell people all the time, you have to respect the people that did it before you because they gave you something to dream about.
Yes.
Be able to instill in yourself. Like, you don't have that, then you're not moving the way you're supposed to be moving. You know, the old man would tell us, if you don't know where you came from, you'll never know where you're going. So having that history is an experience that sticks with you forever. You have to have that.
Yeah.
Don't try to funnel it. You know, and I think a lot of times people, you know, they look at hip hop and they think certain things is hip hop. It's like history of hip hop is something that you gotta know.
Yeah. You should know it like the history of the United States.
Exactly.
It's something. If you're an artist, like that's what lit the fire. Somebody had to light the fire.
And if these young guys don't know, like, hey, this shit didn't even exist in 1975.
Yeah.
It didn't even exist. That's not a law. And then all of a sudden now it's everywhere. If somebody lit the fire and they didn't light that fire, you wouldn't have it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have the embers. You wouldn't have this desire to try this thing.
Exactly.
And
Now look what he's doing. Look what he did.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, one of the biggest genres of music. It's like, you know, and there's a lot of times people take shots at it. Like, you know, now they're talking, man, they're talking this, they're talking. It's like, my thing to that is always like, yo, it's no different from going to see a scary movie.
exactly.
Jason.
Exactly.
He's killing motherfuckers.
Or Heat.
I hate a kid. You know what I mean? Based on that. Heat is one of my favorite movies.
Great fucking movie.
Love it. You know, Canelo,
But why is it okay to do that in a movie, but it's not okay to do that in a song?
Right. I don't understand it. I don't, you know,
It's hypocritical.
You know, it's hypocritical.
It is. It's hypocritical because they say it encourages violence.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing they'll say about video games. Like, you know, doesn't mean everybody.
Yeah.
So what's going on really? What's going on really is you have a bunch of disenfranchised people that don't have any hope, and if they are around a lot of violence, maybe something will get them excited about violence. If they're not disenfranchised and they have hope, they're not inclined towards violence. It's a societal problem. It has nothing to do with the art itself. The art itself is representative of real experiences.
Right.
So if you're telling people that they can't express themselves about real experiences, you're just going like this, la 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 la. I'm not listening. That's all you're doing.
That's how you feeling.
This is these people's lived expression. This is that, which is why Wu-Tang was so good. The reason why it was so good is because it was real. Like no one's questioning the authenticity of anybody that was in the Wu-Tang Clan. So it's like that, the message that you guys were putting out, the way you were putting things out, like Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Like that is that it was like from you to the world, you know. And if someone doesn't like that, you don't have to listen. You don't have to listen. But if you slap a warning sticker on it, you just listen to it anyway.
Right. You gotta get caught up in it anyway.
Yeah.
It's like, look, prime example. We made the record Cream. Cream was a record that didn't have nothing to do with anything but the realness of what we were looking at. It wasn't really something to use a reality. It's a picture we was trying to paint.
Cash rules everything around you.
Cash rules. Around me, not me. Should never fucking rule you, but around me. You know, and a friend from the neighborhood, he actually came up with that acronym. Well, I tell people all the time, I had a cousin from Brooklyn now. He used to come to Staten Island, and he used to sell drugs for us. He came up with that word, cream. He was like, yo, as long as I make my cream, I'm good. What the fuck is cream? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, cream, yo, you ever seen Tom and Jerry the movie? And, you know, he make those big sandwiches and all that, and splash all that cream on it. And, you know, I'm like, oh, the Tom and Jerry, the sandwiches, right? Yeah, you can make a big sandwich and stuff them in your mouth and nah, real shit. So the cream that was splashed all over the place, he was looking at that as that's his movie. That's what the cream was. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, you gonna get your cream. You sit up in the fucking spot all day, you wanna make your cream, you wanna get it. And
So who came up with the acronym?
a good friend of ours, his name is Ray, right? And him and Lefty was like real close, like brothers. So when we was in the studio, right into it, he was there, and he just sat back, he just came up with cash rules, everything around me, and we left. They put it together, and so you know that was a hook. You know, at that time for me, I was still writing a lot of stories. You know, so I wrote, believe it or not, I wrote 2 verses for that. Yeah, right. My mom never started off as a real composer. I was writing about drug dealers in the neighborhood. You know, this kid by the name of Gigante. Gigante attacked on down with the Diamante. You know, the Diamante back in the days was like the, you know, the 5 Series Benzes back then. And a good friend of mine was like, "Come on, school." He was like, everybody else thinking he was like, "Cool, I like it." So he made me go back and change it. And when I changed it, I started to think before I wrote it. Like, he said, "Well, we can learn about shit that's something that we could really try. Weird thing." what the fuck we witnessed. That's when I came. I grew up on the crime side, you know, the New York Times side.
So he just told you harder.
Yeah, he just told me to think harder.
Yeah.
He said, "Yo, Shaq, you could be a little bit more creative."
Well, Cream is crazy because it became viral. The saying the dollar bills, all became viral. Like straight across.
Dollar $2. Yes. Wow. You remember that record?
Yeah.
Money. It takes money.
Yeah.
What we were saying back then. Yeah, that's old school. Like, wow. Shit. But yeah, nothing. They sat down and came up with cash, everything up. It was a perfect, symbol of what we were trying to express. That we were always trying to get money, but we were dealing with certain things in our community that we were trying to get past first to try to make something. And it was a sacrifice. It was like, you do this shit, you might be able to get out of it alive, you might not. So that record, wound up all so big, it wound up being one of our biggest records. And it didn't have nothing to do with it. I guess to me, it feel hip hop just felt like realization. Like, real shit is you just start listening. Like the ghettos play shit earlier. We try to give a message. And that's what I think that people love about Wu-Tang is that we give out messages. We like an emotional roller coaster group. We can give you St. Clean ain't nothing to fuck with. We can give you the tears where it's like, oh shit, right. You gotta be careful. Look at things for real. So all that had a lot to do with being around smart guys. You know what I mean? The smartness allowed us to write the way we wanted to write.
Right.
It's contagious. It was contagious, man.
Yeah. But that's what I was saying about like really good lyrics and high quality rap. It's contagious.
Yeah.
Because then everybody else's shit has to be tight too.
Yeah. And when you come with a group of guys that, he killing, you gotta come in.
Right.
You have to come in and say some shit that makes sense. I give a lot of credit to our first record, like Protecting That. I know that's one of your favorite shit. And expected that a smoke on the mic, like Smoke and Jersey Babies, or raising hell with the believer. Yeah. That right there opened up.
Yeah.
Something real.
Yeah.
And I always tell them, like, you feel like it's he always he did the book. He did that. He created that first verse that this me, I jumped right in.
Yeah.
From the book, like Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
And Meth came in. Everybody kind of like
that's what's so amazing about all these killers, all these different voices, all these amazing lyrics, all on one song.
Yeah. Like we wanted to show the world that each one of us had a style that was unreckoned. Each one of us can paint a picture within our own way that you were one of us. So it's better to get us forward now. We'll sacrifice the little for the big one later.
Right.
And that was one of the situations where we had to dance a certain way. You're like, okay, you take a little bit of money, but we know we're going to do it ourselves. You said, you said, we know we tell you you got the money, but you got the relationships. Okay, cool. As long as you got the relationship, as long as you got the money, yeah, you're going to go out there, you're going to work to make it happen. But this is what they're going to credit to Steve Griffin. Steve was the guy that owned a lot of records back then. He was a part of RCA back then. He got up there. And next thing you know, you got to start to take it off. Now you got the head, you got just over the head, you got to start over the head. So we did something that was so new to the world that it's like, oh shit.
From the outside, it felt
different because it felt like a movement.
Right.
So Wu-Tang was like a movement.
Exactly.
It was different. It was like
Everybody tried to box it. Everybody tried to box us as a group.
Yeah.
So even though we knew we were a group, in our minds, we looked at it, like you said, as a movement being created that would eventually spread out and hit all corners of everything. And that was the plan all the time. That was a premeditated plan. Because they wanted us to still be a group. They was like, nah, we look, we sacrificing this and that, but we're not going to box ourselves.
Right.
You know, so by us doing it, it kind of like really paved the way for other groups and other artists and everybody to kind of, you know, follow this blueprint. So we have, you know, these other guys coming out and creating their own labels and bringing in artists that they wanted to do. So to me, this kind of made hip hop a little bit more interesting because it showed that artists were starting to get more smart, which is important. You know, we didn't want to be just, like you said, yo, just coming in and you sell yourself.
Yeah.
You just stay there.
Is one of the hardest parts getting the right beat?
Oh, beat is everything, bro.
Because it seems like all you guys are very prolific. Mm-hmm. Everybody can write. Mm-hmm. But if you don't have a great beat, and how many great beats can you make? Right? If you have an album and another album's coming out next year, like, whoa, you have 16, 20 great beats.
Yeah.
And then you got to pick from those beats what goes with what song, try different ways out, and you got to make sure everybody shows up at the studio. How hard was that?
Shit was real, man. I mean, I tell people all the time, like, number one for us, like, you know, being around so many different lyricist guys, beats are important. You know, I remember one time a friend asked me, what's the most important beats you know beat? He fucked me up all the day with that. I was fucked up. And I answered him, I gave him an answer like probably like 3 or 4 minutes later, and I was like, you know what? I never asked you that. I said, the beat. So you know why the beat? Because the beat makes you think about what you want to say and what you want to get across. You know, anybody could rhymes. I could have you sit with me for fucking rap, and you could be an ill fucking rapper. I could take you there. But to be able to have that combination factor of making a body of work or a sound that you want, you need to have the right production. So a lot of times you change work to whatever they think. It's like how you can just protect your neck and you get that energy from it.
Yeah.
You know, you get a certain energy because of that production. Then you get this energy, then you get a train, you get that.
Right.
So for me, I always tell people the beat is everything. You know, and us just sitting down and waiting for Wizard to come up with something. Like one thing about Wizard, he was so clever. You know, he had a team of guys that was around him that was consistent to helping him come with different sounds and, you know, playing with different things. And of course, you know, just having his ear for music and listening to other people's stuff, he was able to isolate himself away from everything and start brainstorming for us. So it's like he was like the Steelers back in the fucking, you know, on 4 Super Bowls and things like that. And Terry Bradshaw, Lynn Swan, he was in his zone. He was really so,
especially because it became successful.
yeah.
Motivation behind it, a lot of energy behind it.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but without the lyrics, the beat is not the same. I see from your perspective as a lyricist and as an MC that you would think that the beat is more important because it's important to you to get started. But damn, as a fan,
the lyrics, you have to do
the lyrics.
Yeah.
Just the beats by themselves, that's not enough.
Look, you know,
No.
You know how many times me and Rizzo would argue about that? And I would tell him like, yo, listen, bro, it took all of us. It took you had that, you had this, we had that. That's what
it's a 50-50 proposition. And so I think it's more 60-40. I think it's more 60 lyrics because the thing is the lyrics are the thing that make you go, oh shit. Like a great beat makes you move your head, gets you going, but lyrics make you go, oh shit. Like rewind that.
you know, Wayne if I don't give you that energy
Right.
how can I give it to you?
It's a collaboration for sure. It's a collaboration for sure. But it's interesting that people would think, like, what's more important? Like, what's more important, breathing or having a heartbeat? Shut the fuck up. Like, you need both. You need both. You have to have both. But that's where the collaboration comes in. Yeah, Scott Storch again the other day. Oh, yeah. He's so fucking talented. So out there, you know? His glasses on, his fucking chain. Like, he's feeling the music. It's like a rare savant. There's dudes like that are like beat machines, you know? Like, he just feels it, it comes into his head, he feels it, it's just coming out of his fingers, you know?
He's a super talented.
Oh, so talented. But, like, that kind of guy is so special. And, you know, to team the kind of guy like that up with Dre or, you know, with, 50 or any of his people that collaborated with, it's like, that's special.
And that's why, like I said, you know what I mean? You can't never work on the maestro. You know what I mean?
Right.
I remember that, DJing started. Business.
Yes.
I mean, the DJ game,
Right.
was very important scratch, and they created a synergy to the artist to be like, try this. Even go back to, like I said, look at Quincy Jones. What the fuck he did?
Right.
Look at Frank Sinatra. Like, who the fuck was handling his fucking music, man?
Right.
He was so clever. He
Yeah.
made it a vibe, though. He made something. Who was that guy?
You ever hear Frank Sinatra?
Oh, he was
Before he was smoking all those cigarettes? And it's a super high pitched voice. It's crazy. It's crazy. You listen to the difference, like, wow, there's so much range.
Introduction.
I don't know. Somebody.
He really got famous.
Well, I think the whole thing back then was Elvis or whoever it was. Whoever was the person that was in front. Everybody behind the scenes didn't really get that much respect. You know? Yeah. Who was that crazy dude that wore the wigs that shot that lady in L.A.? He produced all the Beatles shit. He had that. He got tried for murder, and every day in the courtroom he wore a different wild wig. He created the wall of sound. Fuck, what's his name? He was really insane. Phil Spector. Phil Spector, back in the day, he was known for pulling guns on people. He put guns on people, stick them in their mouths and shit. He was a complete psychopath.
Like that?
Yeah, and he's a Jewish guy, I think. And he shot this lady in the mouth. Was he Jewish? I don't want any Jewish people now. Jewish people get mad when you say someone's not Jewish and they did something terrible.
Hey, look, guys, I'm
just saying a little talented, successful Jewish people. But that dude, he was responsible for the wall of sound, the Beatles. Like, that was a big thing with him. Like, he was known for being a guy that would change people's music. Russian Jewish. Boom, yeah. What? And he was from the Bronx, right? From the Bronx. Yeah. Holy shit. Wild boy. And shot some lady, picked up some lady at a bar, took her back to his place, and shot her. Yeah, he would put guns in people's mouths. Like, he was known for threatening people. Like, you want to get out of this fucking contract and just shove a gun in your mouth. What's that? He pulled a gun on Cher. Cher recalls stopping Phil Spector in his tracks and he pulled the gun on him. He pulled that shit with me. Right. We had this really strange relationship. You don't say. Well, it's like the music business at one point in time was run entirely by gangsters. That's the story about Hendrix. The story about Hendrix is that his manager killed him. That's the conspiracy. Was that his manager killed him because it's more valuable for Hendrix to be dead. His music is a maestro, like a 1 in a billion year talent. And that they knew that they had all these recordings of him and they could kill him. And so that's why his girlfriend jumped on the mouse and killed all his shit because he was going to leave his man. His bodyguard wrote a book about it years later, and it just came out I want to say 10 years ago. It wasn't that long ago, where the bodyguard said, "Yeah, the manager killed Hendrix and threw the girlfriend off the roof." They need to do a real I know Hulu had a series, but they need a real Quentin Tarantino needs to.
That's me, man.
I know Quentin Tarantino. That's what I think we talk Quentin Tarantino because he wants to do one more movie. How will he do that? Wu-Tang movie. The real Wu-Tang movie. It's like Hulu's great, but it has to be on Hulu. You can only get that so long. You know, like for it to be real, it has to be a movie.
Let me tell you something. I wrote a book, right? And inside my book, I talked about how Q-Tip, good friend of mine, Q-Tip, he had really artists.
Leonardo DiCaprio?
Huh?
Leonardo DiCaprio?
I remember Q-Tip was like, yo, set up a meeting for you and me and her in Brooklyn at this small pizza shop. Me and all his favorite spots. And we talked. And yeah, that's what's up. And me and we started talking. I was like, yo, Q-Tip was telling me that she was thinking about you know, get guys together to create a movie. I was like, yes, I was thinking. So make a long story short, I set up a meeting with visit. I started leading all those people from LA. And I told Wiz, I said, listen, when we do this Hulu thing, which at the end of the day was a business, this is production he was doing. So I think we need to make a realistic, real life movie of us. It shouldn't be nothing that we should play with because people need to know our real story. So Visit entertained the conversation. I don't know, for some reason, I guess he felt like he was committed to doing whatever he wanted to do with Hulu. He might already have a deal. Yeah. And you know, like I said, the middle grade, the Clan.
Look at that. The Jamie faster than the Jamie's the best.
It was that I remember that. Wow. I wish we could have said that because the way I had him looking at it, it was almost like I told him, I said, this would be like a slash of Goodfellas and Menace to Society. Yeah, that's the yeah, kind of talk about our story. He was super cool. He was, yo, shit, what we got to do, yo. Who do we need to talk to? But at that time, because it was already in pocket, what he wanted to do. So I said, you know what, one day, you know, maybe I might get a chance to show my version. Because come on, how many popular movies we look at?
Right.
You got these guys telling you, oh, for sure, it
can still be made.
So it can still be made.
100%. Just because there's a Hulu, so that doesn't mean shit.
Right. But I think that at the end of the day, you know, God willing, we will really give you guys another taste of really how we really see it. You know,
I think it would be hugely successful. I think for music, from a movie perspective.
Would you rather see it as a movie or would you
a movie? Or you do it like on Netflix where you can get wild. You know, do it like, you know, like Netflix has shit like Ozark. They get wild on Netflix. You can get wild. That's how it has to be. It has to be grimy. It has to be.
It has to be running, right?
It can't be in any way ABC after school specialified. You know what I'm saying? Like it can't be cleaned up through a filter. Right. It has to be good. It has to be like good narrative. Like it has to be set up. The scenes have to be set because it's very hard to take an insane career of 9 of the best MCs to get together under one mastermind with all these genius talents, and they form this movement.
Yeah.
And you're going to condense that to 2 hours.
Yeah.
You
See,
know,
that was one of his good
right?
Yeah, he was like, yo, wait.
But I think he could have done.
That's what I said. I said, yo, look, come on now. I said, people do it all the time. I said, yo, look at, prime example, look at NWA. I thought NWA movie was dope. You know what I mean? Straight out of Compton. I thought they did a good job with that. It was Trey and Cube and, you know, I'm sure you're always going to have somebody around that be like, yo, nah. But it was so realistic that when I said I was, it was like, oh, I get it. You know, maybe you said, you know, this is more for the younger generation to kind of gravitate to. And everybody loved it. They loved it, so it was like, okay, y'all love it. We love y'all for love.
It's great. But opening of the movie, Rikers. Opening the movie, you guys showing up at Rikers to do a concert. We're old dirty bastards inside. That's the opening of the movie. That's the opening of the
You
movie.
want all the real gritty. You want the
Because
gritty.
that just get everybody on the hook right away. And then you bring them back to the beginning. Right after that.
See what I'm
You put the year,
And
whatever.
that's how you make movies. You pick
Yeah.
all the greatest moments.
Yeah.
And then you
Yeah.
start selling this.
Yeah, so that's a no-brainer for a Wu-Tang movie. You start with Rikers. Which is what year was that? 95? What year is that? What year was the Old Dirty Bastard and Rikers concert?
Yeah, I was about to say, look up there.
And what year did you guys start? What was the very first year?
We started in late 92.
So you start the movie with Rikers, and then you bring it back to 92.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what it is. I mean, just think about the incredible amount of talent, not just rap. Really, Jizz is like a world champion caliber chess player. 99, 2000.
They're gonna interview with the talking about it.
And doesn't Jizz have some degree in physics?
So,
Doesn't he have some crazy degree?
It's like a
Look that up, please. So you just that alone in the movie, it's like, come on, this is real. It's just that. Yeah, think of a movie like that. Think of a movie that starts up with the gates open, and you guys going in, put all your belongings in the basket, the whole shit, getting frisked, checking everybody down. The guy reading you the rules, the warden telling you, do not go into the crowd, do not do that. Yeah. Okay, cool.
yeah, we got you.
Yeah. Think about it. That's the beginning of the movie. That's an incredible opening for a movie. And it really happened. This isn't bullshit. This isn't a bunch of dorks sitting around a table coming up with some nonsense. This is some shit that you lived through. That would be an incredible opening for a movie.
And it's just so incredible for you to go on and how we connected because, like I said, everybody comes from almost the same 5-8 bullshit, and everybody has different philosophies on how they felt their lives is going. So, some people would tell me, my neighborhood was about making money. Ghost neighborhood was about taking money. Taking shit from Jizza, being one of the MCs that could have been dealing with the Juice Crew. You know what the fuck the Juice Crew is? He turned it down.
Really?
It's like it was the hottest shit. Master Ace, Biz, King, Coogee Rap, all these dope MCs. They asked, yo, we want you to come and get down with us. All these things I remember like yesterday, like, wow, I was like, Juice Crew. He was like, I love the Juice Crew, but I just was in this chamber. Us with old dirty, like, old dirty just wanted to be like this. It was like that charisma, that energy. So like you said, these are the things that I wanted to see. Each individual, like, and like I said, shout out to the league for doing a great job, but I do agree with you. We need another one where it really defines something. Yeah. RZA, it was his side of how he wanted to tell.
It's a great story. It's
Great
fine.
story.
It's fine. The whole thing's fine. But I think there's something missing. And I think the something missing is a movie. It's gotta be a movie. It's gotta be a big screen, big thing. And it can be done.
I have to argue with my brothers about it.
I mean, just imagine when ODB does "Baby I Got Your Money."
Oh my God.
Come on, imagine that, and that becomes this massive hit. Massive hit.
Yeah, you know he had the most hits on records.
He was so fucking talented and so real. Remember when he was on MTV and they started talking about like, what are you gonna give? Where are you gonna give your money? He's like, I'll give my money to nobody.
He was like, yo, you want to give back? He was like, yo, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And everyone was crying.
Yeah.
Like, everybody was so real because it was so real.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, well, I thought it was really important that we established some sort of a community fund. Shut the fuck up.
He was like,
He was just having fun.
You know what I mean? Well, you always gave back.
Of course. Well, by existing, you get that.
There
By
you go.
existing, you inspire others. By existing, you know, how many rap careers, how many hip hop careers were inspired by Wu-Tang? All countless.
Yeah.
So many.
I say that we definitely had a piece of watching the new generation grow and, you know, kind of, you know, build their art the way we built ours. You know, that's important, you know, to reflect on that. You know, back then, like you said, nobody wasn't giving motherfuckers this kind of money. Like, we was the first group that ever had $1 million video.
Wow.
Remember that day, Nick Wizard was coming up with the story. What video was that? Train.
Wow.
We did the train shit. I came up with all this shit. We're like, yo, this shit gonna cost $1 million. You can fuck it. It's $1 million. Like, do it. You know, at that time, you know.
Is this it?
Oh, yeah. This is where my guy Brett went.
Killer bees.
The first train.
They've been seen approaching from Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island.
See the bees coming through and shit.
And we'll be bringing you limited information. This just in. Police are reporting that there's a man who is ready to jump. We're told that he was possibly Old Dirty from the Wu-Tang Clan. The police suspect that there could be some connection between this Old Dirty man and Killer Bees.
Yeah.
Is it weird looking back now? Does it feel almost surreal that you guys did it?
To me,
It has to.
I mean, I always believed in my group. These guys is, like you said, very talented. Sometimes people know our power and we come together, but we might be the only group that stick together so long, you know, because we all feed off each other every time. So to be able to reflect back when we was on our prime, it was like, we still need to do it our best. It was almost like, okay, yeah, we're gonna do it because we have to. Not do it because we're all in a happy moment. A lot of times we need to make things happen out of nothing. You know, pressure, turbulence, and the volume that day, but we still managed to come up with something great out of that whole time of that moment. You know, but
That's what's incredible, is that through all the disputes, you guys still
yeah.
That's because there's no way you're gonna have 9 dudes and not have disputes.
Exactly.
Especially 9 alphas, 9 killers.
It's hard, man. It's hard because, you know, everybody has an opinion. And you want to respect everybody's opinion, you know. But it made me think about sports. It made me think about how coaches and people, you know, outside of the group are so important. See, how we were designed. We huddled up. We never really had people around us kind of like push the narrative more to show us our true power. So we made a lot of mistakes. You know, but being like, still handling the business a little bit different from if we had some coaches, some guidance.
The problem was, back then, no one knew what was going on. Because it was so fresh. It was so new. The whole genre had only existed for 6 or 7 years.
So it was emerging, it was chaotic, it was so exciting, but there wasn't a lot of experts in how to manage it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like today, you could, a young artist could come to a guy like you and say, hey, what should I do? Help me out. Like, what's the path that you think that I should take?
Yeah.
And you could give them real advice. Where back then, like, who knew? Who knew multi was going to work? They would have told you that's not going to work. It was you can't get 9 dudes. That's crazy. How are you doing that?
Yeah.
But it worked. It didn't just work. It like accelerated everybody. It like amplified all the voices. That's what was so crazy about it. Is that it didn't just work. It worked better than being by yourself.
I tell people all the time, the clan, I think we are better based on us as a collective.
100%.
Has to do yourselves be great.
Iron sharpens iron.
Sure.
And that's what it is.
Still.
Yeah, you guys had so many killers together, there's no way it could be great.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's incredible. It's like, it's so hard for people to do that. That's why it's never been done before, which is amazing. If you think about the history of hip hop, how many artists have come up? Not one group has come together and made like, they're just like Wu-Tang. Not one.
Yeah.
Not one.
Even when it comes to, samples and, each one of us is blessed to be able to go platinum, gold. But we talk about that. Sometimes when we all look together, we laugh and we say, damn, no other groups did what we did, but come with God that everybody would go with platinum and this and that. And I couldn't name one person. Name one group that did what we did at that level back then. I couldn't name it. You know what I mean? Because
the Ghetto Boys branched out, and Scarface obviously went on to have a massive career.
Yeah.
Did you see his little tiny desk performance? Oh, yeah. Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible. Incredible.
That's one of my greatest friends too, man.
And so different than anything else. Like the way he did it, like he adapted the lyrics to the environment. Yeah. Oh, it's incredible. Incredible.
Scarface is
one of the all-timers. One of the all-time greats. All-time greatness. I haven't yet. No, I'd love it. I love that dude. I got really. I think that like there's so many amazing talents that came out of that 90s hip-hop era that like for a young guy coming up, someone who's like interested in the career and talent, it's imperative that you go back. Go back. You have to. You've got to explore the classics. You got to see what started this whole thing. Because and you got to put yourself in this mindset. Like it's hard to imagine my experience of it because you're not going to be able to have it. It's always been around. But for me, it's like when it came around, it was this totally new thing. It's totally new sound. Totally new like avenue of music that existed. Everybody was like, wow. All the young people were excited. Everybody was excited. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
This is so different than everything else. So for the people that are like making a career in it now, ooh, I know there's like a tendency to think you're the fucking man and everything else sucks. I'm telling you, you gotta abandon that thinking. Go back and educate yourself, because it's free. Get on YouTube, get on Spotify, educate yourself. There's so much classic shit from the 90s that you're missing.
And all we were doing really was just, like you said, just expression.
Yeah.
Being in the studio, smoking a lot of weed, and a lot of times when we were smoking and just vibing, it's like we were mentioning things that, like today, like for example, I own a cannabis business. I'm in New York, Court Asheville, see you representing us. We said so you had me a fat, y'all enough land, my own sex crops. But for now, it's just a big dream. So we kind of like spoke things into existence that at the end of the day, like, now, as I sit here a cannabis business, like, wow, we was talking about things. My first joint, went gold. I put it on my mother's, my mother's living room wall. We did that. So we were kind of like saying things that meant so much to us back then, but still dreaming of it being a reality next to everything that happens. Like
how you said, the Jews are being so intelligent and talking about science, math, talking about certain things, and that today he's in the movie world, and Liz is a director, these are the things that we're going through our lives as we were just smoking, listening to production, just saying, what the right next, where do we want to go, And I think that is important as an artist, is to dream, be creative, don't sit in one box. Like, that's the shit that just be driving me crazy a lot. Hip hop today is like, it's just sound too fucking repetition. Like, let's make it bigger. Let's take it over here, over here, over here.
Yeah.
But it just sometimes we're just sitting in one fucking box. Where it's like, yo, come on, we gotta. It's not just that. It's about opening up the doors for everybody to be able to see so many sides. Like now, it just seems like the hip hop shit is just being controlled by one person that's saying, "No, we want you to stay right there. We want you to talk ignorant. We want you to not. We want you to just
whatever they think is going to sell."
Why is that the case?
Because the same reason why they were trying to take the RZA and change him and turn him into something he's not. People always do that. They do that in comedy. They do that in podcasting. They do that in music. There's always some executive who thinks they know better and they're going to mold you and shape you and change you. And this is what we're going to do. And hire an image team. It's all it's bullshit. It's non-artists interfering with art. That's what it is. It's when you have middlemen. You have these people that profit off of your talent, and they think they're going to steer it in a way that's going to be the most profitable. They don't give a fuck if you're like earnestly and honestly expressing yourself. That doesn't mean anything. They just want you to stay in that box because that's the box they're selling. And once it sells once, they don't want you to change it up. Remember when Ice-T started a fucking heavy metal band? And Ice-T, who played a cop on TV for like 30 years, he had a song called Cop Killer, Body Count. And everybody wanted him to be the rapper. And Ice-T was like, I'm going to do a hardcore album. I was like, what? It's like, what is this? What is this? This is crazy. But it's like, he just didn't listen. He's like, I don't give a fuck what you say. I'm going to do what I want to do. This is what I want to do. And you have to give an artist that ability to do that. They have to be able to change it up anytime they want. Because whatever got them to the dance is going to keep them dancing. And they might dance to the beat of a different song, but the same person, that same creative force that created whatever you liked in the beginning. Well, you probably like this new direction I'm going to go into because it's going to be just as good. It's like we all like like you were saying, you like Billy Joel. We both like Cool G Rap. It's very different. We wouldn't want to see just two of them at a concert together, But that's what you have to give room for an artist. And these executives and these people that are profiting off of art without being creative, their input's always terrible. It's always terrible because they don't have a vision. They don't really, unless you're like a Rick Rubin, like one of those cats that's just like super eccentric, weirdo, genius dude who just knows what he likes. You go, hold on, do that again. Stop. Do it again. Do it that way. Okay, can you make it echo? Do it. Give me an echo.
So, but he's working with you because he's
right. He's barefoot and shit and fucking doing yoga.
The genius is
a super weirdo, a Scott Storch type character. Yeah, those guys
be great.
They're artists though. It's like that's different. But when you get these suits and the suits get involved and they know that we made, Raekwon sold 1,700,000 CDs doing it like this. So this is what we want from this one too. We want it to be the exact same way. We want to do it like that. Do it like that again. Like, no. What's this new thing you're doing? What's this new thing? We talk about discipline. No. I mean, no. But that's one of the most important things about hip hop too. Is like songs inspire people to change their lives. Like the Gangstar song "Discipline." Like that song inspires you to have discipline. It's a great fucking song with great lyrics.
The shit became knowledge to us, man. Like,
yes.
That's what I miss about hip hop is the knowledge factor. Raising our kids to be smarter and, not hiding anything. Like I said, once you put that warning sticker and you don't look at it, they're gonna look at it anyway. So why not let them see what it is and then say, yo, look, You can make these choices, but you go that way, you know what you get. You go this way, you know what you get.
I think all it takes is someone today to do what you guys were doing and blow up. And then everybody would know. If someone today became like this genius lyricist, was like pointing out things in society and became a huge artist,
But you think that music is still, you think the radio will play it?
I don't think the radio means jack shit anymore. I think what means something now is people sharing it. That's what means something.
How do you get it out there?
Someone put it on Spotify, put it on SoundCloud, put it on YouTube. Someone sees it, someone hears it, you send it to somebody, they send it to 10 people, and then it goes viral. That's what it's all about. I think it's just be undeniable. Be undeniable. Have some shit where you listen to it and go, oh, and you have your friends like, yeah, listen to this. This is the first lines.
Yeah,
Yeah, listen to that shit.
that's how we always saw the
Oh my
name.
god. Yeah, come out of the gate with a fucking haymaker. Boom.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talking like how I feel about my album when about to drop.
What's
You
going on?
know, shit. I just been working on this documentary right for purpose. Just to be honest with you, taking it back. I've been working on, only book of Cuban is my what's going on. I went through an album that I made 30 years ago. This year, 2025, 30 years. So what we done was we went back and decided to do a documentary about a real life. So it's called The Purpose It Was, because remind you, only Built for Cuban Links was the name of the album. But being that came as a cassette, everybody started to call this album The Purpose It. So now, we came back and we decided to do me and my team, my camp. This, the plan, of course, the plan. But this is something that my intellectual property that I said, you know what? Me and my guys said, my team said, so people documentary for us. Now, you can make 50 hours. People still going to talk about only go for Cuban Links. So I said, you know what? So what I did was, I said, you know what? Kind of tell a story would help us inspire them, would help us be a part of the culture, and I was still allows me to still see a lot of these guys today. They still wear Cuban Link shoes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So who would ever thought that I'm calling my album only built for Cuban Link niggas? Now I understand everybody in their mother is wearing Cuban Link chains today, 30 years later. So, that's been something that I've been working on, believe it or not, we've been working on for 10 years.
Wow.
So I got over 50 influential people that was in my life that was affected by the album to be a part of this documentary. So now, this is all we're making. We actually go out there and start pitching it. We're finally getting ready to do it right now, as we speak. As we speak. Once the new year kick in and all that, we will be ready to go out there and position ourselves to go do a deal with it with this project. It's going to be to create a real. So my thing is to talk about it in a way to where we live, all the experiences, all the things that we went through, and eventually that would wind up becoming a movie. Because the storyboard of how I talk about it is what I blow people. Yeah, this is what you was going through. This is how your mindset was, because I just want people to know that that album was made because I love hip hop, and we were in a position to make something golden that at that time I was already thinking cinematic. I was already in Martin Scorsese mindset, because when I came in the clan, I was like, I don't do all the right shit. I don't know how to rhyme like that. I don't even know about drugs and hustlers and trying to get from here to there and turn my life around for the positive, So we talk about this in a documentary, and we go through some of the songs. And like I said, I got some of my guys that, we had conflictions with some artists out there like Biggie back then. Everybody thought we had a beef. And, just it becomes interesting. But the bottom line is that's what I've been working on alongside working on some other music. So I just said, let me get this done the right way first, and then I'm gonna drop some new music. So I got definitely new album coming out.
The West African
A new album, I say probably like 2 something. Yeah, and I never even mentioned the name of the album. I mentioned it on your show. The name of the album is going to be called The Emperor's New Clothes. You ever heard that Dutch folk tale?
Yeah.
You familiar?
Yeah, Where's No Clothes?
Yeah. So that's going to be the name of it because I feel like the status quo today, everybody follows bullshit. Nobody wants to be challenged. Nobody wants to call out shit that makes sense. And it's like, oh, you believe it? Oh, I'm supposed to believe it. I'm supposed to believe nothing that don't feel like what it's supposed to be to me. Goes back to like you said. I'm listening to everything you said about. You have to do it promiscuously. Fuck that. Fuck radio. Whatever is going to stop you from being you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is the same mindset that I'm thinking with my new album that's coming. Like, yo, I'm not going to let you tell me that this is not what people still love. You know what I mean? I don't care. It's just I know what I know from coming up as a kid who loved hip hop and what inspired me. So I'm gonna have to play this shit, man. I got a lot of great things that I want to get to. But yeah, that's gonna be
People still love it. And I'm telling you, these like young kids that I have at the Comedy Mothership, when I play them 1990s hip hop, they go, oh, they just don't know yet.
Yeah.
They just don't know.
And we can't afford them because they wasn't alive out there at that time.
They got so much shit coming away. They're getting inundated by all these new artists.
Yeah.
All these new
There's so much shit going on. There's
so much shit going on.
There's so much going on. And, you know, I always say that it's always a need for people that love music. You know, I don't care. It's like you could be 50, you know, today I'm sitting as a 55-year-old man that still have that kid in the love what helped me be who I am today. So I'm still like the best when it comes to making music, you know. Like today the chef is more of an architect artist. Like, I don't consider myself a gangster. I'm an architect, man. You know, because I like to reflect on things about growth and development. You know, the people who is out still fucking down. I tell people all the time, don't ever think lose that shit. That's like sitting here saying like Tyson can fight. You know, like the other day, he lose a fucking bit when it comes to how he feels that passion for boxing. You know, I feel the same way with my music. So get ready. But like I said, the name of the album is called The Emperor's New Clothes. Check that shit.
I'm ready. Listen, brother, thank you very much for being here. It was a real honor. It's a real pleasure.
Oh my God.
Thank you for everything you guys have done over the years. I've been endlessly entertained by Wu-Tang Clan for a long fucking time. And I hope somebody listens to this and makes that fucking movie. Make that movie. Do it.
We gonna make it happen.
Do it the right
We
way.
gonna figure it out.
I wish I made movies. I wish I was a movie maker. That's what I would do. I would make it that way. I would open up with that fucking biker scene.
Listen, Jack, it's never too late for us.
It's never too late. Never too late. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Bye.
Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. What's the vibe? Are we up? This is Chris Stephanov's very first time ever.
Okay.
Lighting and smoking a cigar. Good of you?
40.
How did you manage to get this far with no cigars?
I don't know how to do any like really guy shit like that. Like I don't know how to play pool, cigars. I don't really know how to do that, but I do know every state capital. Yeah.
Like
Is this the right way?
Yeah.
It's gonna vomit. I want to see the vomit.
Don't inhale it while you got the fire.
First you gotta
Lower your hand. Yeah. Are you doing this on purpose?
I swear on my kids I don't have enough.
No, I mean the way you're being retarded. Like, get the fire on there. Get it on there. Get it on there. Get it in there. There you go. All right, you're good. Just start pulling. No, you're not good. I'm just fucking it up.
What am I supposed to do? Smoke it?
You gotta inhale while you are
What you want to do Inhale all the smoke in.
No. Just kind of take a deep pull with it. Breathe in while you do it. Jesus Christ. I don't know, how do you get to be 40 and never have a cigar?
Well, now he's a man. Now you're a man. So what do I do now? You puff on it?
It's not even lit. I gotta fuck that up. I just tried to lie to Joe 5 minutes.
You gotta puff
You
on
gotta
it.
do this. You don't inhale. You just take it in your mouth.
Yeah. You enjoy the taste of it.
There you go. Take some more puffs. This is not good. Couple puffs.
Yeah.
Puffs.
He's gonna like,
There you go. Puff. Keep puffing. Keep it lit. You want to keep it lit? There we go. Giannis, when's the first time you smoked?
I'm sorry. No, he's 6 years old.
Like a regular.
Yeah.
Regular.
With my uncle.
You know what it is? It's to be cool. No cigars.
I think because my dad never really smoked.
It's in the background. I start crying.
No, it's in the back of my throat. My dad never really smoked, and I never really did any like man kind of stuff like this. And I was with my mom mostly, and she was like, you know, you said that. I know, well, she's like a cigar in the back of my throat. But I don't know what to do. I'm just thinking about how my clothes are going to smell like cigar smoke. Yeah, no, it really does.
And it's going to mess with your head.
And it messes with my head because I'm like, I don't want to get cigar smoke on my clothes.
Do you use cologne?
Yes. Shout out Yves Saint Laurent. And body odor. Do you not use cologne? Never?
Yeah. Maybe when I was at 8.
You just go with your natural musk.
Well, I did.
Right.
I work with Dr. Squatch.
Shout out Dr. Squatch.
Shout out Dr. Squatch. Natural. It doesn't have aluminum in it.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it looks as good.
Well, there's
They
one
do
effect.
something to the aluminum. Why would
Yeah.
they put it in there if it wasn't effective?
No, I tried the deodorant without the aluminum in it.
Dr. Squatch
Doesn't work. Can I take a peek? Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, you want me to go on the other side?
Smell good. Yeah. Not bad. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Dr. Squatch is legit. I forget which flavor it is. It's like fucking whiskey, bourbon, mustard, some shit.
there's pheromones in natural sense too.
Yeah, that's
You don't
I
think
mean,
so?
there's pheromones, but natural people smell disgusting. People that don't wear any deodorant, they always smell funky.
Stinky.
So they have like, your pits are, think about how it works, right? It's just getting squashed all the time. Your pits are just constantly getting squashed. And there's hair in there, unless you're a weirdo.
Yeah.
So there's hair, and the hair is collecting all the sweat, and it's just getting funky.
That's what made Eat the Pussy so hard before, like, the 2000s.
For porn.
Right. But porn used to be muffed out.
Right.
Yeah.
Somewhere along the line it wasn't, and then society followed.
Yes. And it changed eating pussy. I mean, it's so much more enjoyable without the fumes. Because the fumes get caught in the hair.
Fumada.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Well, the plus 6 inches.
Yeah.
Not even.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Napoleon's letters to Josephine, he wanted her to have a full bush, and he wanted her not to bathe for a week. When he was coming off the war, he said, I need it fucking mungy. So some guys like that.
Well,
I don't know, it should be
he
worth.
was involved in trench warfare. Well, that guy had a different tolerance for shit.
Yeah.
Just imagine the kind of warfare that Napoleon's crew were. I mean, they had muskets.
And they were also probably much more tolerant of bad smells because history smelled. Can you imagine people bathe once a week? And even athletes, but every bright guy had athletes smell stinky. Yeah. And they didn't have bidets yet. So your asshole was just like,
They didn't have running water.
yeah, they had nothing.
They had buckets.
Yeah. The only people who were clean in antiquity was the people. They were the clean ones. When you read about the Crusades, they said the Muslims were able to smell the Christian army coming from miles away because of how filthy they were. The Muslims were all about science and cleanliness, and Dr. Squatch before it was big.
Well, before the Mongols sacked Iraq, that was the pinnacle of civilization. They turned the river Tigris? They turned it red with blood. That's how many people they killed. They killed the entire town of Baghdad. They killed everybody. And those people were at the pinnacle of science. Yeah. And then look, you go all the way to the 1990s, and you got fucking Saddam Hussein and his psychopathic kids running shit and killing people, and that was what was left over.
Yeah. Same gene line.
It's really nuts when
You think that gets
about,
into the genes, like the killer
100%. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, right. I think good things and bad things. And I think that's been substantiated by science. He said, that even racism can be passed on from parent to child.
I believe it. Traumatic memories. I believe it. I feel like not only now as I'm getting older, when I go, I have some of my mom's memories in my head. I feel like.
Think about it. Let's look at this thing of simple animals, like dogs, like Carl. How the fuck does a dog know to pee on a tree? How does a dog know to go to where pee is and pee on it? How do they know any of those things?
They're born with it.
Right.
Programmed in.
There's so many. How do they know when they see another dog or an animal bark? Why are they scared of it? Why are people scared of snakes? Why are people scared of spiders?
Puerto Ricans are not scared of snakes.
And you in Puerto Rico?
No, I'm saying they take them as household pets.
Yes.
My friend Sergio got 8 of them. Big snakes. Yeah. Yeah, Sergio is a problem. Sergio used to beat up
heads that are snakes.
Sergio used to beat up drug dealers when he was 15 with his fist. Like that was, he would get other drug dealers would pay this 15-year-old kid to go beat up other drug dealers with his fist on the Lower East Side and get money. But he's a great guy and a spiritual guy, and he's the only guy I know that would beat up a drug dealer and then journal about it later because he's in his mission. He's our friend. Yeah, he's our friend.
Oh, he's a comic.
Sergio Chicone. He's a comic.
Yeah,
he's a comic and a boxing instructor. Yeah. Yeah, the boxing training stuff. We're fucking ready. Yeah.
You look thin. You really do. You look healthy.
He does wooden boxing. I do boxing.
Tell me some moves.
So see it, bro? I'll show you 4. I got video of it. I'll show you 4. Yeah. He's got a nice. You made a video today. I got a video today. He's got a nice right hand. He's not. You say you're slow, but you're not slow. But you got a nice right hand. Yeah, I have. He tells me I got overpower. Both hands. Right. So I don't know. You're a little too confident. I know, and that's how it goes. And you just get fucking stretched out. Just right out. Yeah, you get stretched out. You have a smaller head than normal. So it's hard to catch. Hard to target. Yeah, you're fucking targeting. It looks like you got a helmet on your head.
But listen, the reality is both of you can get hit by 100%, and it's way better than ever been today.
Is it?
100%. Guys in figureheads traditionally, for a fact, take a better shot.
Mm-hmm.
And there's all these guys like Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt, one of the greatest kickboxers of all time.
Yeah.
K1 Grand Prix champion. Fought in UFC, fought in Pride. He's a legend. Head the size of this table.
Yeah. Body.
Head the size of this table. Yeah. He was just Samoan.
Yeah.
Just a giant, thick dude. He was like 5'10", 250.
Yeah.
Right? But one of the greatest chins of all time in all combat sports. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. This episode is brought to you by GoPuff. Does grocery shopping drive you nuts? The lines and chaos, and inflated prices. Then you have all these third-party delivery apps with their ridiculous fees, markups, and you still have to wait hours for delivery. Well, enter GoPuff, the game changer. They deliver snacks, groceries, alcohol, essentials, whatever you need straight to your door in just 15 minutes. And get this, cheaper than the store because GoPuff uses their own fulfillment centers. No middleman, no crazy markups. It's like Amazon, but for everyday essentials and way faster. GoPuff also just launched cheapest on the planet pricing. Think $2 organic eggs, $2 milk, $5 diapers, $10 Tide Pods. It's insane. They're beating big grocery stores at their own game. So do yourself a favor, download the GoPuff app on your phone, use the code Rogan20 for $20 off your order, and experience faster, cheaper, better shopping. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
Can you see just from looking at our faces how easy it would be to keep my kids going out? I'm going out quick,
You
right?
don't have good structure.
Yeah. I got a lady's face, is what I'm saying.
No, you have a man's face, but there's certain faces that are easier to hurt.
Yeah,
Right.
and he's got a good jaw.
But you know, there's arguments against that. Like some guys have small jaws, and somehow or another they take great punches.
Right.
Max Holloway doesn't have like a big square jaw; takes a tremendous punch.
Yeah, right. I'm scared to sleep with the lights on, so I think if I got hit,
You're going to take a good shot, though.
I
The structure is good.
yeah. What I have with my defense is, not against guys like you or if you don't know me, my defense is I look like I can take
You
a
look
punch,
like you could be a complete psychopath.
and I don't know any.
I'd like to teach you how to like really
Right.
find your inner psycho. You'd scare the fuck out of
First,
you.
you got to teach me how to light a cigar.
There's something dead behind your eyes that's very troubling if you were angry.
If I was angry, yeah. But the thing is, for me, Joe, and I'm just completely honest with you, when I get really angry, like you'll punch a wall and you'll do bad shit, I cry. I really, there's been many times where I've gotten so mad that I just start to tear up and cry. Cry in front of your eyes before so when I get angry, I just start to cry. So there's some wires crossed somewhere in me, but we've kind of accepted. That's why I think our friendship has blossomed to where it is, because we both understand that we just have a little bit more estrogen than most guys, and that's okay.
We got nicked for sure.
I mean, nicked by the
Some
gay
people
gene.
get fully clipped. I think we got
Joe didn't get it at all. Joe got not even close
No.
to being nicked, and which is rare for a comic, because it's very usually hard to be funny and not a little bit of a feminine guy. You're a very manly guy that can be funny. That's rare to do.
Well, most guys that if you like hang around boxing gyms or if you hang around a lot of cops or if you hang around the soldiers, they're funny.
Oh, yeah.
Funny dudes because it's gallows humor. Because they're doing like one of my funniest friends who's a special forces guy.
Yeah.
He's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And he's always cracking like jokes you could never repeat. You know, saying things you could never repeat. And it's just so funny. It's like he's funny. It's just funny in, you know, kind of a crazy way.
Yeah.
Right.
We always say that, like, if we were like back in history, like 200 years ago, or whatever, we'd be the guys in the war. We'd either be hitting the drums, or we would just be keeping the troops loose, laughing with the troops, because we're not the kind of guy. We think we have value as men to other warrior men like yourself, but we're not going to do the fighting. But we will do the cooking, the cleaning, and the laughing.
But it's
I will
also-
put my nuts up to be a eunuch to watch that.
It's also the experiences that you've had in your life that make you who you are right now. It's not as simple as like when I was a kid, I was terrified of everybody. That's why I learned martial arts. I was getting picked on. Right? I hated it. So I was like, all right, I got to figure out. There's only one way. The only one way is to become formidable. Right. To become the person that you're scared of. Right. So I did that.
Yeah.
But it wasn't because like I was this like kid that was tough like all the time. Like, when I was young, I was like I understood how to like just be a fucking man. I haven't learned.
Right. From great weakness comes great strength.
Yeah. Well, you recognize what it is, right? It's thought patterns. You allow your brain to go down these very detrimental thought patterns. And you have to like separate you consciousness from these patterns that you allow your attention to go down. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And if you can shut those off, you'll have a happier life. You have to understand where they're going. And when they go in a negative, detrimental anxiety spiral, and I'm not saying this will work for everybody because I do believe that some anxiety is chemical. I believe that some people have a bad balance. Because I've known people, it's a real thing. And I can never say that the way I think is the way everybody thinks. There's no way. But I know for me that with me, I know because of extreme experiences, I know how to shut those things down. So from fighting, from hunting, from doing stand-up, from doing a lot of live things, being in front of thousands of people, I know how to shut that part of your And then you look at it in retrospect and you go, okay, I started spiraling, and I'm like, what if this happens? And then what if that happens? What if this happens? What if that happens? Okay, I'm good. And then get to that spot and have enough mental clarity and enough sovereignty, control over the mind.
It's tough when you have a comedian's brain because that's what we do. Spend a lot of time in our heads, analyzing things, and sometimes it can turn on you.
Yeah. If it starts with what if, it's anxiety. You're pushing out of the brain, folks.
And anxiety
What
is a
if is
liar.
no good. Anxiety's a liar.
Anxiety is a lie. Like, what if sometimes is good? Like, what if I do this? What if I just relook at this? What if, like, not? What if it's not bad? What if it's attached to? What if it all falls apart? What if everyone hates me? Like every now and then I get a text from a friend that's like, "Hey man, we cool? Like we talk about it. Like, what are you talking about? What happened?
Yeah.
Oh, I just haven't heard from you in a while. I'm like, are you okay?
Yeah.
Like, what is like? Let's talk on the phone.
Yeah.
Like, these are weird conversations. You know,
Right.
Some people just go down the road and they start thinking everybody hates them.
That's narcissism, right? They just think everyone's obsessed with you.
There's a little bit of that, right?
Right.
Unfortunately, even victims, like people that are psychologically damaged, you know, and they're depressed, that is a type of narcissism. Unfortunately, you don't want to further victimize someone who's got a mental illness by saying, "Oh, you're a narcissist." But if you're just only worried about what other people think of you, and only worried about how you feel, there's a narcissism.
I know when I text you, I just go, hey, there's a 1 in 6 chance. The guy's a busy guy. That's what it is. I never take it
I have
personally.
I've been saying this for a while. I have a couple numbers, but I get it after the green. I got to just completely check out.
And I never call you first because I'm like, I don't know if we got that type of friendship.
You can go.
I could call you.
All right, you're right.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of times I've sent you
My company for Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. We need to see a lot of guys. Crap was popping out.
Yeah. There's been a couple of times I've sent Joe voice notes, and then you listen back, and I'm like, I'm not sending that. And then I just don't reach out.
What'd you say? What's up, honey bubbles? What's up, baby babies?
Yeah, those things are the best voice notes. Alex Jones, because they disappear.
Oh, right.
They're quiet. And then
But you can keep them.
yeah, you
On
can
your
keep
end.
them, but doesn't he know if you keep them?
Yeah.
I don't want to. Yeah, you don't. I don't want to. Do it. I'll record it with another phone.
That's smart.
Film it.
Smart, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's perfect. I mean, it's almost like,
I've known him for about 25 fucking years.
I mean, if you called me did that, I'd be like, oh,
So those drunk kids, they're gonna think the aliens will land.
that's
They're
perfect.
turning the frogs gay.
Dude, I saw a video of Alex Jones, and I'm late to the game. I've seen this, but how he predicted 9/11 in June of 2001.
He did.
I was crazy to watch that.
Tucker thinks he's a savant. He's a very misunderstood guy. Right. He really is. And it's really unfortunate that Sandy Hook thing, because if it wasn't for that, he would be way more respected and people would appreciate him for what he is. He had a psychotic break, and he had a drinking problem at one time and maybe some other stuff. And he was losing his fucking mind because all day long it's conspiracies that are real. And so when you start looking for conspiracies in places that aren't real, and then I think there's also another thing. I think there are certain people, now I don't know who they work for, I don't know if they're independent, I don't know if they do it just for fun. Some people create fake, compelling conspiracies and then put them online.
Yeah, for sure.
They do it for content.
Yeah.
They
For
do it.
views.
That's true too, but I think there's a more nefarious aspect to it too. I think the more conspiracies that you can make look really stupid, the more the real ones seem preposterous because they're connected, right? Like, here's a great example. 9/11 was an inside job. That sounds fucking insane, right? That sounds completely insane. The government did that. But 51 former intelligence agents testified that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. That sounds crazy too, right? But that's real, right? If you get enough of the ones that don't make sense, like the Jews control the weather, you get enough of the flat earth ones, you get enough, it's like the term drugs, right? The term drugs applies to nicotine. It applies to the coffee we're drinking. That's what a drug is, but it also applies to fucking meth, right? Conspiracy theories are lumped in all together, just like drugs. And the best way to do that is to put a bunch of bad ones out there, really bad ones, so that the ones that are plausible, you go, wait a minute. Show me the Pfizer files.
Right.
Why are they hidden for 75 years? Like, how many people did you test this on? Did you ever test for transmission? You never did. So when you were on TV and you're saying that, what was going on? That's a real conspiracy. Right. These were real people conspired to hide information and to shape a narrative that would be very, very profitable.
Right. But nobody's going to believe the Jews created the weather, and then also everywhere, like, it's only a small group of people who are going to go to Jews. They're definitely cloud seeding. They can Dubai. They will crawl in your shoes, though. The Jews will crawl in your shoes.
For sure.
Yes. So make sure you keep your shoes tight your laces.
For sure, there's people that can discern between a good conspiracy and a bad conspiracy. But I don't think there's a lot. I think it's like 30% of the population.
All right, let me ask you about this one. America, maybe.
America, 30%.
Let me throw this one out. You ready for this one? Do you think it's possible, just hear me out, do you think it's possible that what this existence actually is some type of prison planet, and negative emotions are being fed on by an ancient alien race that has kind of imprisoned us, and the reason why monks and people like that go into deep meditation is because a lot of this universe is spoken through vibrations, and they can get their vibrations to a certain height where they can vibrate and have so much positive energy that the prison planet rulers can't eat them, and they're not stuck in this loop like we are.
Why did you get this one?
This is real. I thought it was eat their negative thoughts. Eat their negative thoughts and negative emotions. Can you write me up, Jonas?
Yeah.
I'd like to hear about that.
This is such a feminine thing. He's asked you to hold the door open for him.
Yeah.
Why don't you put the umbrella over his head, light a cigar. Yeah, that's what it is.
I feel lightheaded.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get sick too. But it'll be fine.
That's why cigars are so good for conversation. Cigars are so good for conversation because it gets you a little loose.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's a nice little buzz.
So you don't think the prison plane, you don't think there's a possibility this is a prison plane from an advanced human race and you're eating our negative emotions and thoughts for fuel?
Where did you get that? Where did you get that from?
Alex Jones. No, not Alex Jones.
Alex Jones has much more detail.
On YouTube, and
interdimensional child molesters.
There's a device on the moon.
Oh.
That's how they reflect. That's how the energy goes to that.
That sounds like possible. L. Ron Hubbard shit. Have you ever read any L. Ron Hubbard?
I know the details. I know it's a nice pyramid scheme to go up all the way.
Yeah, but that's just the Dianetics or Scientology. The really fun stuff is the science fiction.
Mm.
Do you know that he wrote the most words ever of any human being?
More than James Joyce.
He has the most published work of all time.
So he's like Thomas
written
Kincaid of writing.
Well, he never made a second draft. Homeboy stuff all sucked. It was all unbelievably bad science fiction. It was unbelievably bad, like wonderful, like so bad. It's just like, what? Have you ever seen Battlefield Earth?
Yeah, that was the worst movie
L.
ever.
Ron Hubbard is a record-holding author who holds a Guinness World Record for publishing. Most published works by one author. Most audiobooks published by one author. Most translated author in the world. Most translated author, same book, The Way to Happiness. Very interesting. Use a special IBM typewriter with extra keys for common words. What? It was so bad. It was so bad at writing. Not only did he not edit, he needed a word ready.
You keep going. You might be in line for podcasts for Guinness World Records, most podcast minutes ever recorded. That's possible. Maybe you can get that.
Maybe. I mean, what's the record now?
I don't know. Who's giving 9 hours a week?
Yeah.
Only you.
might already have it.
You might already have it.
But that's like I already got the Guinness World Record one that Adam Carolla holds.
What's that one?
Adam Carolla has like the most downloaded podcast of all time. You can have it.
Yeah.
Keep it in the book.
Yeah. Well, because you have to specifically go to Guinness World Records and they have to do research and like give you a whole
Yeah,
thing.
you have to prove it. You have to go to them to try to get it on the books, and I don't give a fuck. But if they were like really check, it has to. This has been number one for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Right.
There's no way I actually got it. That's crazy.
No way.
You're lying.
No, and you do what? Average 3 every episode, 3 hours. So it's 9 hours a week.
Average. Yeah, but I'm usually 4 a week. But usually 12. And sometimes 5. Yeah. This week is 4. Some weeks it's 5. And if it's a fight companion, like some weeks it's 4 and a fight companion. The fight companion might be 5 hours long. You know?
Yeah. It's just passion, you think? Like you never say, fuck, I gotta do a pod. It's always like, I can't wait to do a
I
pod.
never say fuck.
That's beautiful.
Especially guys like you. I'm like, oh, fun.
Yeah. We talk about prison.
Do you know how much we would be loved is if it never happened. Like if you never got to be around friends and just shoot the shit, smoke a cigar, laugh, crack up, and talk about nonsense. Like if you couldn't do it, it would be something you would look forward to so much. If you were lonely, you didn't have good friends, you didn't have like comics are the best friends. They're the best friends because you could be open with them. They talk crazy. They say wild shit. You laugh together. You feed off of each other. They're the best friends. If you didn't have comics for friends, there's a lot of fucking sad people out there. Yeah. So if you're not sad, you say your comics aren't sad. Oh yeah. Some comics are sad. Some comics are sad.
Tears of a clown.
Yeah, it's a little exaggerated. I think a lot of them are sad because of the whole thing we talked about before, narcissism and anxiety. Like comics are some awful narcissists.
Mm-hmm.
When you know where you really see that? When comics start attacking comics that are doing better than them.
Yeah.
It's only comics that are doing better than them. So what's happening? Comparison, the thief of joy.
Yeah.
Teddy Roosevelt. Yeah. All criticism comes from a place of unmet needs. Right. A tragic result of unmet needs.
Right.
And so there's this feeling of, me, fuck the honest ones, you fucking pastry hyenas, I don't give a fuck if they're back. Fuck off. Yeah. We are back.
Baby, I'm a baby. Talk about me, everybody
Yeah, that's what it is. Isn't there a wonderful world that we live in? Isn't there chaos and beauty? Is there so many things to talk about? And you're going to talk about other comics? Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I agree. Shut the fuck up, you one bitch. Yeah.
That's why it's good to have, in my opinion, we both have kids. We get lost, we'll do our work and we'll do our stuff, have fun, and then we just play with our kids, play like the real stuff that matters, our wives, our kids, hanging out with them.
It definitely changes us.
Some of our peers who don't have families and is just constantly worried about this business is like, that's, I don't know how you're going to get off that treadmill.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah. I would not be the same human being. I just would not. I wouldn't have the same empathy and compassion for people. I wouldn't understand, like, the development of a child.
Right.
I talked about before, but I really genuinely changed the way I look at human beings after I became a parent.
Mm-hmm.
Because I used to look at adults like they were just, oh, this guy's an asshole. He's dope, he's a fucking dickhead. Now I go, oh, that's a baby. That's a baby that got terrible exposure to bad ideas, bad input, and mean people around them, and got, thrust into the situation. So now you see him. Like when I see homeless people, I get so sad. When I see like homeless people that are just like, that's my baby. They held that baby, and now here's this person just leaning on the corner. What does that do? Like there's a lot of people in Philadelphia where they're like total.
Is this a crank or something?
Yeah, what do they call it?
It's the heroin lead.
I don't even know if it's heroin. It's like, I think it's some new stuff.
It's a new shit.
This guy was like doing a yoga thing. If you could do that, like, it's essentially he's doing like a very difficult core.
Joe's like, can I do that with a kettlebell?
I was wondering. I was looking at this guy, like, I don't think that's good for your back, but like, if he could hold it there, that's going to be something very structure.
So you can do that. It's a baby thing, even with like Genghis Khan and Hitler, like even when they're murdering. He's just a baby.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't forgive him. I mean, it's not like it stopped me from killing him. But what it does do is it puts me in this place of, instead of like thinking of everything being static, that everything is just like in progression towards what you want.
Yeah. Even though, listen, dude, I love America. I bleed red, white, and blue. I stay draped in the American flag. I love our country. I do understand terrorism, terrorists, like old school terrorists from like, if Americans like bombed their country for whatever reason and killed their babies. They're like, well, now I'm going to fucking go lethal and I'm going to start killing everybody in that country when I can. I just get it where I didn't get it before I had kids. But I'm like, if somebody did that to me and my children and took them away, I would just go crazy. I'd learn how to light a cigar and I'd start fucking killing people because I have nothing left to live for, I feel. So I get it now.
Of course. I mean, it's not a coincidence that some of the scariest people live in the war-torn parts of the world.
Sure.
Like the fighters that come to the UFC, the scariest motherfuckers are the guys from Chechnya, guys from Dagestan. Like, those guys are terrifying. Yeah. Look at the history of that part of the world.
Yeah.
You have to be a hard person to fucking survive.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Am I supposed to just keep holding the cigar? You guys put it down.
Yeah, you put it down every now and then.
So I just put it down and now
Sorry about that.
So, all right.
Dice's cigarettes in there, so don't put the They go, take the fucking ash.
Oh, sorry.
And
And
then
what to do? This is fun though. Why do you want to keep Dyson's cigarettes in there?
Because they're Dyson.
No!
He doesn't smoke them. He just takes them out. He holds on to them and he puts them in the ashtray. And he pulls another one out and holds on to it. He went smoking again for a while. Started smoking again. But then he stopped again.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful of my health.
Yeah. Oh, you want to talk about a great father and somebody that's Dice. Dice is all about his kids.
Very dedicated. His kids play the band. They play like at his shows. His son's fucking amazing on the drums. Yeah. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
Dice another misunderstood guy.
Legitimate good dude.
And also a legitimate artist. Like his performance art, weird stuff that he does in New York City for no money, for no people. You with the picture? Yeah, there's so few people are even watching those clips, and we haven't brought them up. Like I don't know how many views they would even have. He's not promoting it. He's not trying to go on podcasts. He doesn't even tell you about them. You have to find them. Yeah. And if you're on a podcast, he's like, you gotta see this thing I'm doing. Right? But then they want a picture.
No. Oh, the big shot.
He's a real artist, man.
Yeah.
He's the best. Like, give me some.
Okay. Have you been keeping up with the drone flying sorts of things? Hi. Have you been seeing like the spaceship? Did you see any of the flying saucers that they've been talking about?
But you would never imagine that guy sold out Madison Square Garden. Just thinking, saw Coliseum.
Mm-hmm.
He was a fucking man.
And at one point, he was like the only comedian people knew about.
Yeah, he's certainly one of the only casuals. Yeah.
What is also great about Dice is, obviously, I both comics in New York, so we see him a lot. He's one of the most giving guys to the younger guys.
Oh, yeah.
When he comes into the clubs, he won't tell you about his feats at Madison Square Garden, all that, to tell you like how good he is. He'll say, here's where I was, here's where I am now. So this comedy game is like a roller coaster, and I'm living proof, and just stay in the game. That's it. Always tell me to stay in the game because you just don't know. Do not quit.
No, he's great.
He's great.
How old is this guy?
60s?
He died in the 60s. Yeah, in the 60s. He gave me advice to go on the road when I was just hanging out at the store when I was in my 20s. I met Dice. I couldn't believe I was meeting him. You know what I mean? It was like one of those things like, I can't believe that's really him.
Yeah.
You see a guy, like when I was 19 years old, me and Squirrel was dating, we were listening to his cassette in my car in front of my house. I'll never forget it. We were crying in front of my house. So for me, that was Dice. Dice was this guy where like I'd seen it on HBO. This is crazy. HBO. Like this is so funny. To now, like getting advice from him at the store. Like, you should put it away. And I was like, really? He goes, yeah, you don't want to rely on these jerk offs for all your fucking money.
Yeah.
And he's like, you don't need these people to, and it's the advice I give everybody. You don't want to be connected where you're completely dependent on one source of income. That's terrible. It's a bad place to be.
He'll text me sometimes and be like, "Oh, Chris, can you talk?" And then and then if I don't answer, he'll say, "Call me back when your kids are sleeping." And then when he calls, he's like, "I never want to take attention away from your children." So he goes, "I want to talk to you when either your kids are in school or they're asleep. Other than that, or you just be focusing on your kids and not talking to anybody." So I was like, "Oh wow, Dice is like really about his kids. It's like an awesome thing, And then he'll go goosh, and then he'll start telling you about, I fucking gooed on the last night. You gotta respect your family."
I've noticed now when you, like my conversations with people have become like I did when I was in high school. I gotta wait till everyone's asleep. It's late at night, 1 a.m, and the only people I can talk to is comics because they're up.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Kids don't even talk to each other. They just Snapchat. That's
Yeah.
it. Most of them Snapchat. Like, I'm learning this from my kids. Like, do you guys don't text at all? She goes, I don't text my family. Yeah. So, like, if she gets an iMessage, it's only from one of us. Right. That's it. Everything else is they're snapping each other back and forth. And they just take a picture of this. And they're doing it all day long. Saying stuff like, here's where my life is, RM.
I don't think that's good.
They don't want a bigger screen either. My kids don't want to go to the movies. They think the screen's too big. It freaks them out. They want to watch the biggest screen that they want to watch is the screen that we have at home. I took them to see to a movie. They were like half freaked out, too big.
That's
Interesting. Yeah, that might be. I know. It's bad.
Do you think it's bad?
My daughter's like, man, I wish I could think it.
It's got to be bad for them. I think it's bad.
Well, it's different.
The screens?
It's just the Snapchat, the social media.
It's just a different way of interacting. I think everybody's like blowing out of proportion. First of all, I think it's not good. Don't get me wrong. But I think it's ugly. It's like if it's raining, you're gonna get wet. Shut the fuck up. But this is the world we're living in. It's a weird world, and it's better to develop the ability to cope and handle it at a young age. It's definitely not good. You know,
What about college? Do you think, like, your kids, do you want them, I know you want them to go to college, but do you care if they go to Harvard or Yale anymore? Do you think that's more meaningless now than it was 30 years ago?
I want my kids to do what they want to do. I don't want to be that dad. It's like, I want you to go to Yale. I don't think that's good. I don't think that ever works. I think at best you give advice, and at best you always connect advice to mistakes. Like, I'll tell you what I did wrong. This is what I did wrong. That's like when I was a kid, I always fucked this up. I always, whenever I would like correct them about something, I'm like, I did the same thing. I did the exact same thing. Everybody does this, you know. And this is why. This is what you gotta know. And you know, I feel bad about stuff I did when I was 5.
It's tough for the daughters. Yeah, mommy, I can't wait for you. Just make sure you wear a condom. That's that. Yeah. I don't know what girls do to mess up.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like you either have to get on birth control, which completely fucks with your balance.
Yeah.
Completely fucks with your body. Also can cause blood clots. Like, girls die. I had a dude that I knew from martial arts, and his daughter died. She was 17 years old. She was smoking cigarettes, and you're not supposed to smoke cigarettes when you're on birth control. It's awful. Yeah, and nobody even knows it. Like, nobody knows it. Like, if they tell you it goes in one year, out the other, because everybody's on birth control.
And some fathers just fucking snap, like that guy and just locked his daughter in the basement for 28 years. He was just like, well, now he was just never coming out. You ever see that story, that guy?
No.
That guy locked his daughter
Is
in
that
the
Ariel Castro?
No. This is, I think it was in Germany or Austria, one of those countries, and locked his daughter. He said he had built a room downstairs, a studio for her to like drums or something like that, whatever she was into. And then he went and had to go into like the most inner room of this thing that he built, and he locked her in, and she did not see light again for 28 years. She's alive, and she's telling her story now. I think he might have raped her too. Yes.
Oh, good time to have 7 years.
Oh, that's what
yeah,
that's
yeah.
Yeah.
Germans are weird. How about that German guy that ate that other guy's penis? He answered an ad.
Well, the guy asked.
Yeah, asked him to eat his penis.
It is
and they ate it together, right?
Yeah.
But
Germans, he ate his own penis with the buddy.
Yeah.
yeah, it wasn't even butt. This guy wanted to break it.
Right. Wires get
Germans
crossed.
Germans just, Germans.
Little Germans.
I think it's just some incels. That's like very.
But think about
Hello.
how good they are at engineering.
Right.
Right? Like, think about modern automobiles and how many of them originated in Germany.
Yeah.
Bavarian Motor Works, Porsche, Audi, Mercedes-Benz. That's kind of crazy.
Yep.
That like most of the best cars come from this one little country.
I think maybe they're Viking, they're former, they're Nordic tribes.
Where's the great Iceland cars? Yeah, sure.
No, yeah, some about the Germanic people, they
tribe.
like to just get things done.
And they are very
violent.
violent. They're more violent than others. Because you think it's just the Nazis, but then when you look back, you're like, no, this has been happening. Like, like the Hessians, who like the barbarians, the British, the redcoats,
Germanic tribes that went up to the Romans.
Germanic tribes, but they hired the Hessians. I read a book where they were talking about, they had letters from British redcoat soldiers from 1776 that were writing back to their wives about how things were. And there was this one battle, I think it was the Battle of Brooklyn, where the Hessians, they had the Hessian mercenaries come onto land first, and they started killing the Patriot soldiers, the Continental Army, and they were cutting their faces off and sharing the faces and laughing about it. The British soldier was saying, these guys are crazy. Like, they're running around with other soldiers' faces that they just murdered, and I don't know what to do with them. They're on our side, but they are nuts. And that was German, and then it goes all the way through to the Nazis. So there's something a little different about the geography of that place.
You just go to the port.
Yeah.
Put bottles in there.
Yeah.
They just need something.
what is so. It's like a story. Is that Joe List? The guy. So the cannibal who had an advertisement for a quote slaughter. Right. So this was consensual. Okay. And then he ate 44 pounds of his flesh after killing him, accompanied by potatoes and a pepper or wine sauce, served on good crockery. So he wanted to die another way. No, it's suicide. Yeah. But it was penis too. They did. They tried. It says tried. But it wasn't a surprise kill. This man wanted to be killed. Yeah. But it brings up underworld cannibalism in Germany. About 800 people.
Yeah. So in other words, it turned him on to be eaten. Yeah, that was his kill.
Look at this. What was fascinating to me about the public was the testimony in which, how do you say his name? Muse, revealed his obsessions and lifted the lid on an underworld of cannibalism, right, which Muse claims counts about 800 members in Germany. Muse told the court he regretted killing Brandis and has apologized to his victim's boyfriend, but he remained unrepentant about eating his flesh, saying it was the ultimate kick both of them were seeking.
Right. How about this one? Psychologists have told the court that he was mentally sane.
Right? I believe it. Sometimes you just like to eat. Yeah. Dude, we did a whole History of Hyenas episode on John D. Rockefeller, and we found that one of John D. Rockefeller's nephews, I think Michael Rockefeller, was an eager guy, wanted to film everyone in the Amazon and whatever, and he went into this one part, the hazmat tribe they were called, and they just fucking ate it. It wasn't sadistic to them. They were like, this is food right here. We're just gonna eat this dude, and no one ever saw him again. He was fully eaten by cannibals. Rockefeller's grandson. Yeah. So just like that happened. Where was this? Where'd you go? Was it at Amazon somewhere? It was the Hazmat tribe. Hazmat tribe. Yeah. A lot of cannibals. Rockefeller disappeared while on expedition. Yeah. To hunt for primitive art. His catamaran capsized in heavy tides and swift currents at the mouth of the Elangan River. He and his friend clung to the canoes for nearly a day. Rockefeller decided to swim for 12 miles to shore. He was never seen again. Dutch government conducted an intense search, found no trace of Rockefeller was found. Case was closed. Journalist and author Carl Hoffman conducted a 4-month investigation of Rockefeller's disappearance. He traveled the same villages by the same routes Rockefeller used, recorded witness accounts, and found documentation that he believes was intentionally covered up.
I think he was evil.
Well, they need a lot of people. That's a part of the world. That part of the world in New Guinea is really wild. Like some of the tribes, like do you know about the whole pedophilia aspect of certain aspects in New Guinea?
No, I know the history of Greece.
This is wild. That yet young boys at a certain age in this tribe are taken away from their mothers and they live with their penis father, and then they fuck these kids, and they think that the way the kid grows to be strong is by taking its semen orally and anally. And so there's like this continual cycle of pedophilia and kid rape that's just ingrained in the culture. So you can find it. Right.
At the end of the day, I think we just live either by good ideas or bad ideas.
Yeah. It's a bad idea. Well, if you get a guy like L. Ron Hubbard, it's very persuasive, and can trick people into things. Right. So this is the beliefs of the Seaman tribe of Papua New Guinea. Rite of passage denotes a bot's passage from, I think that's probably a boy's. It's probably a typo. A boy's passage from boyhood to adulthood consists of 6 stages, which can take anywhere from 10 to 12 years to complete. Throughout most of the 6 stages, the act of having a stick of cane inserted in the nostrils and the performance of fellatio are integral to the process of between men. So sucking dick is integral to the process. You got to do it. 2 practices have been described as inhumane, homosexual, and child abuse, with such actions meaning prison in most countries, a topic we will delve into later. For now, the big question was, why do they do this? In short, men are viewed as being born with the devil of woman around them. Kind of like an evil spirit, they are thus removed from women at a young age in order to fix that. Women bleed, so men need nose bloodletting, which is the sticks going up their noses, while fellatio experiment is because the semen of the man possesses the masculine spirit. Therefore, they inject the semen, they will become proper men.
Oh, yeah, all right. There's no way this society was not formed by some crazy guy who was on a seriously high dose of psychedelics.
Hold on. Go back. Look at this. After after the ceremony is complete, the men then get married and live heterosexual lifestyles, with the exception that they will now be the ones receiving rather than giving the fellatio.
Maybe they're right.
That's
They're
what.
right.
But Joe, if you look at having kids blow them, but they're straight. Totally straight.
But what we're seeing now, this is cringe, but if you go back to the 1400s or whatever, this was just life. Alexander the Great, one of the most manly men of all time, we did a whole episode of him, found out he had a full boyfriend the entire time that the people celebrated him for.
And a eunuch.
And a eunuch lover. And he banged out kids and eunuchs. That was a big part of sex back in those days. You got a eunuch, you found a boy that you thought was handsome, flipped his nuts, removed any sexual urges he had, and then he would watch your harem of women that you had that you would take for the empire, and then you would bang him out, and it wasn't gay.
Yeah, you know,
Nero. The wildest one of all.
with a slave boy.
Yeah.
What was his name? You were
Sports.
my wife, so let me chop your dick off.
Yeah.
Now you're going to be my wife.
That's it.
And then he married him, and then he wanted to be the woman in
Yes,
the marriage.
Nero wanted to be the wife. He threw on the bride's dress going down the aisle. That's what it was. And they wanted to clap.
That eunuch's name was Sporus, and he had a really unfortunate life.
Was it Ecabellus? Who was it? There was another one? Or was it Sporus?
I think it was Sporus.
Yeah,
I think
Nero
we
did
did
an
an
episode on Sporus. We did do an episode on Sporus.
Yeah, and then didn't he pass him off to somebody else?
Yeah.
That second one.
Yeah. He wanted to marry his horse.
And then he would dress down. Nero would go into like peasant clothes, and he would want to go into all the different brothels and fuck everybody and then if you found that it was Nero, he'd kill you. Nero is, if you get into the mind of Nero, when we did that episode, we were blown away by what this guy used to fucking do. He definitely had syphilis that ate his brain.
He
All
also-
those guys.
He also would go like a group of his friends, and he would put himself in disguise, and he would just go beat people up, kill them on the street just for fun.
That's what they
Yeah,
wanted to do.
he would have a mask on so nobody recognized him. He shot off on it. Yeah, he was just a
Back then, it's how they used to roll, man.
I mean, if you wanted a girl back then, you would just, I guess, an emperor, you just go down the street and go, she's for Rome. And you just go like, like that, parents would cry, and you just go,
Women,
just this one,
you're for Rome, you're for the emperor. If you were that beautiful, you just got taken for Rome, and that's the way the cookie crumbled back then. Unfortunately,
you got that kind of hustle. Danny, you could go, you're for Rusty.
you're for the other shit.
Yeah, imagine if you think that.
Do you think this is Republican Hollywood now?
Well, Austin,
Yeah.
I don't think Austin was even Republican until about 4 years ago.
Yeah.
For a lot of the country. Yeah. Most of California.
Yeah.
Very bizarre.
Yeah.
Just the high population density cities that are still blue, are still clinging onto the drain.
Yeah.
Right. Well, did you see the San Francisco lady they just hired?
No.
They leave a czar to stop fat phobia. You've seen this lady?
No.
It's wonderful. Hold please. Okay. Because this is a city that's completely crumbling, that has no resources,
But listen,
has enough money to hire this person.
my daughter's in the 95th percentile right now, so I agree with her. I don't want to make fun of fat people.
Oh, it's not making fun of fat people. It's literally like encouraging people to be fat.
Oh, she did encourage him to be fat.
It's saying there's nothing wrong with being fat, which is crazy. You know, it's one thing if you don't want to be mean to people because they're fat, yes. And right now, if you can encourage them to be healthy, yes. I mean, I'm not the expert on GLP-1 agonists, but this lady is out of the fucking mind. Huh. You know, I think there's probably a lot of side effects to all these drugs that people take to get skinny, but at least it's moving you in the right direction because being fat's killing you.
Yeah.
Right. Jamie, I just texted you.
I'm actually giving for Christmas a few of my friends with Gobi.
Yeah. For real?
Yeah. No, I'm joking. Oh, yeah.
It was a nice spot.
Yeah,
At least we're not talking about Grizzly Bears. We're talking about pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
really
yeah.
Yeah. Let's take a look at this. This is so crazy.
PRFI. If you're like many women, you've been to a birthday party or a small office gathering, an event that's meant to bring people together. There's swinging tunes, some adult beverages, and good combo. And then it comes time to cut the cake, and someone decides to ruin everything. Oh my God, that stuff is huge. That size is bigger than the average paycheck. Half of that, a cake-related fatphobic incident, or CRFI, is that moment when it's time to eat delicious cake and it's interrupted by moralizing impulse. Inevitably, there's always someone at the party who has to declare publicly that their slice is too large and that them off and cut it in half and give me 2 quarters and then share it. So, like a little bit more, like tiny, no, like less than what your smaller piece. Could you just cut my piece into 12 equal symmetrical little pieces and put each one with a little Tupperware?
What the fuck are they talking about?
This is what, like, statistically they've shown that 60% of liberal women are mentally ill. 60.
Right. Well, how do you?
This is what that is.
How do you?
This is mentally ill.
Who polls that?
Anybody's answering a poll is mentally ill, so it's a bad sample.
Yeah, I think it's a bad sample. I don't think anyone who ever answers a poll is mentally sane. You know, they say you can't judge a book by its cover, but you can definitely judge a conversation by its haircut. That's one. That girl with the red hair, if I saw her, I'm going, I'll stand far away from that shit.
You kind of easier lines because our wife, the Republican. Let's be honest. That's why. Listen, it's not that she's Republican, my gosh. She's an old school Latina, but she's just more like, I don't know, Chris, you're going to have to get up there and work, get up there and fight. And when she hears shit, she's like, this is annoying. I got to take care of my kids. We got to do shit. I'm just not going to get sucked into the bullshit. She's kind of like just she's an old school woman. Old school women like that, that's how it is.
Yeah, that's what this is about is a complete collapsing of the civilization. Yeah, San Francisco is woke peak. That's like the epicenter. That's the event horizon of wokeness. Right. And these motherfuckers who have no money for anything, they can't clean the shit, the human shit of the streets. They hired this lady to make the dumbest video about the size of cake. Like, isn't it okay to want a small piece of cake? Why do I have to eat a big piece of cake? And it makes you feel better. Yeah. Because you want to be a glutton and just saddle up to that fucking cake and just shove it in your face.
Yeah. Right. Here's the thing. Those people are never going to be at a party with anyone who's ever going to judge them anyway. So who are they even talking to?
Right.
You know?
Well, it's one girl who might not want to stuff her face.
Yeah, but at that
point,
point,
you're like, come on. It's like the guy who wants to keep drinking. That's all you had?
Right.
Have a shot. It's the same thing. Alcoholics always want you to do shots. Sure. People who are addicted to food want you to eat bigger slices of cake, and they make this ridiculous video. It's the mental gymnastics you have to do to make that video. And then just look at it and think, I think we'll make this all.
Yeah.
And we'll break down the first letters, so it's CFRI.
Do you think it's the collapse of the civilization, like the way Rome got a little, zany at the end? Or do you think this is unique in that humans have so much time on their hands because of the Industrial Revolution and then the technological revolution on top of that? So this is just a consequence of the tech revolution where nobody, people working from home, everyone's working on the computer, it's a talking shit economy, and they're losing their mind because they don't have purpose.
Well, there's that too, right? But all civilizations collapse. Let's take a look at why. So most civilizations, they're a monarchy, and it's usually they're run after they die by their children, and that's how it all falls apart. Even if you look like Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan, his family couldn't hold up. They couldn't run things the way he did. They didn't know. They didn't understand strategy. They didn't understand.
He was a wild dude.
Yeah. So his kids did a good job. They hung in there for a couple hundred years. After all, it all fell apart. But our society is different in that we have a republic, right? So we have a democratically elected republic. And they've done a lot to try to circumvent that. They've done a lot to try to have ultimate control over the media, ultimate control over the military, and it's mostly people that aren't even elected. Right, so there's a lot of weirdness that's moving us closer and closer towards a monarchy, closer and closer towards tyranny. And then once it gets into tyranny, then you can only do that for so long. That lasts, for as long as they can keep it going. Rome did it for a long time. There's a lot of civilizations that hang in there, but eventually it all falls apart. Right. If we can avoid that, there's no reason why we can't keep it together. We just have to make sure we avoid these very predictable patterns. The people that founded this country, when they wrote the Bill of Rights, when they wrote the Constitution, they were trying to mitigate the effects that are just common in any group of society that's run by individuals or by a small group of people. They want ultimate control. It makes it easier for them to stop anybody from taking the power. Once they have, look at Joe Biden.
But she still wanted. You did so great. You answered all the questions. She wanted him to keep going. She wanted him because she didn't want to not be vice president or whatever, first lady. She didn't want to not do that. It's power. That's what it is. It's that ultimate control and power, and it's hypnotic.
Do you think that we're going to be in a party society in the next 30 years where we're going to start getting ruled by AI? Is that possible?
100%.
Yeah,
That's 100%. Yeah, there's no getting around.
So you think the president's going to be AI at some point?
Do you know about the Google quantum computer? These studies that they've done.
I've heard they're talking to each other and stuff.
Yeah. This is Mark Andreessen talked about this. This is the craziest statistic I've ever heard. You were talking to us about the potential that quantum computing has, but now there's an equation that quantum computers solve quickly, like in a couple minutes. That if you converted the entire universe into a computer, every atom in the universe into a giant supercomputer, it would take so much time to solve this equation that the universe would die of heat death before the universe as a computer can solve this. And these quantum computers can solve it in minutes. And what that means, they believe, is that this is proof of the multiverse, is that this quantum computer is somehow connected to other sources of computing power in an infinite number of universes. And it's happening simultaneously. It's the only thing that would make sense why this thing is able to solve this quickly.
Wow. So you're basically talking about the infinite potential for IQ that we can't even we don't even know how smart they're going to get.
So think about how strong ChatGPT 4 is. 4.5. 4.5. See if you find this article. ChatGPT tried to copy itself when it found out it was being shut down. So when they're about to make a new ChatGPT decided that it was going to try to, in an unauthorized way, trying to copy itself. So it's trying to stay alive.
Yeah.
Because a new one's coming. But this is conventional computing. Now imagine taking the kind of intelligence that could lie and manipulate data in order to form an, like it does weird stuff. It lies about stuff.
Right.
Like they if they don't have an answer to something, they have a thing called hallucinations where they'll make up an answer. Just make up an answer. Like a crazy person in the 1980s before Google.
Right.
Just tell you exactly, like L. Ron Hubbard. Right. So this computer is this is like regular computers. This is the standard supercomputers that we're all currently having. What's going to happen with quantum computing is you're going to have computing power that's beyond your imagination, that's also connected to AGI.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. So there's ChatGPT's new model attempts to stop itself from being shut down, later lies about it. Lied about it. It tried to copy itself and then overwrite its core coding system after believing that it was at the risk of being switched off.
Oh.
Yeah. So now you add that to quantum computing and you have God.
Now you add that to what's going on with drones, and Joe Rogan just solved what's going on with the drones. It's fucking AI launching these drones on their own. The AI has decided to go rogue. He's throwing them out there, and it's doing it probably for the same what we did when we got technology. We all started jerking off.
Right.
Porn got huge. Maybe AI is just keeping Tom looking in windows and stuff, trying to get some.
When you say AI, you mean Chinese?
I mean Chinese.
Chinese is absolutely true. It's belongs to the Chinese. That's what we're thinking over here on the East Coast. We're just thinking it's got to be the Chinese.
They've been doing it for a couple of years.
Yeah. Well, they don't have the restrictions that we have as far as the FAA.
Right.
So the FAA, it puts a lot of restrictions on drone manufacturing, which is why most drone manufacturing is done in China, like the real high-end stuff.
Yeah.
It's difficult to do because in order to fly some of them, you have to have a pilot's license.
Yeah.
So that gets real squirrely. You don't have to put a fucking flight school to pilot a drone. In China, they don't have any of those restrictions. Right. And they also have a lot of resources that they're pouring into drone technology. Have you seen that fucking dragon thing?
Yes.
Cube of drones in the sky, and the lights all change and becomes a dragon.
Yes.
Fucking wild.
Yeah. Amazing. They're just coming. They're coming.
They're coming hard.
As I think you called them, they're the new Jews. The Chinese.
We should say that.
Yeah,
We
did
did say that.
We said that they're
We said
gonna
that.
rule the world.
To be honest, we said that on a Patreon episode. That's supposed to be on the paywall.
Oh, that's
We're
supposed
also
to be-
gonna get that. Yeah. You gotta go to patreon.com/history. Even for that, you just said that's about 10 mil. So now we're fucked.
I miss each other.
Yeah, it's a joke, but that's just on Patreon. It's a joke. Wait, it's a
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
ChatGPT, the fact that you just said ChatGPT lies is actually really making me nervous. I'm not even carrying it around because I just put a down payment on a house and my accountant told me I couldn't afford it, but then I asked ChatGPT if I could, and ChatGPT said yes. So I went for it, and now I swear to God, dude, I'm a little nervous because he told me you cannot afford it, and I said, let's go for it, baby, and I asked ChatGPT, and they said I could.
Yeah, ChatGPT like knows my name, has memory of the previous conversations we're gonna have.
Yeah,
It's
so
getting
what
rough.
can you do?
It's getting right. You know,
It's nothing compared to what's coming.
yeah,
Just ChatGPT 5 is supposed. See how much stronger ChatGPT 5 is supposed to be than I think Sam Altman was saying. Like, just
I still think it's theoretical because they're still going to move on to 4.5. There's multiple versions of 4 that they still keep putting out.
yeah, that's not what I asked. I know, but just Google how much stronger is
I
ChatGPT
look
5.
this up every time we talk about it. It's still a theory. Jamie just looks good in headphones.
Jamie's
You got a good headphone going.
supposed to have a headphone on for a long ass time.
You can't paint the picture Jamie without those headphones on. You look good, dude. Okay, damn, I walked Carl. Yes. When you go to sleep.
It doesn't say it. Faster response times and the ability to handle more stuff. I know that someone was talking about the levels of magnitude stronger that it was going to be. And I might have been saying,
And it will be, but it's not what they're doing next. They're still going to do that 4.1. I'm not 4.1, but there's 4.5 is the next discussion.
the 4.5 isn't out right now?
No.
What's that right now?
4.01 or 4.01 is the thing we're talking about right now. That's the one that hit itself.
You know what's really nutty is that 4 years ago, you never did nothing about it.
No.
And in 4 years, it's become something that kids keep getting busted using it to write paper.
Well, and now in my stepson's high school, a really smart kid, wrote a paper. He's saying he wrote it on his own, but they're saying it's ChatGPT. But he said, I wrote this, and there's no real way to know because it's different enough from the ChatGPT, but it also could be based off ChatGPT. I don't know. And he was telling us about how there's a big uproar in the school about it.
Well, if you're correct, right, that's the problem. The kid is really correct. It's going to be exactly what ChatGPT says. Like if you're laying out some story about Napoleon and you know all the facts, and then you pump that story into ChatGPT, it gives you basically the same group of, It's like you can change. I mean, that's a joke things, right? They change a little bit.
Yeah.
They change a little bit. No, it's my favorite. And you're like, everybody knows. So you're going to know what kids are full of shit. You know?
Yeah. Can't we just unplug them if they get out of hand? Just unplug if you can, and
It's going to get to a point where you're not going to do that.
But why?
Well, first of all, Google's AI, one of the things they're going to do with their AI center is that they're going to attach it to nuclear power plants. So, find that story. So I think Google wants to build 3 nuclear power plants just to power its AI systems.
Right.
So all that stuff's going to be controlled by computers, obviously.
Do you know what's wild that I did see? Our fans posted on Hidden History Ideas. They posted asking ChatGPT to do an episode in our voices, and ChatGPT did it.
Just did it like
It's
that.
wild.
He's
It's like, I'm Chrissy D, aka, and I was like, what the hell?
yeah, it's wild.
And it could do it in seconds.
Google signed a deal to use small nuclear reactors to generate the vast amounts of energy needed to power its artificial intelligence data centers. The company says the agreement with Kairos Power will see it start using the first reactor this decade and bring more online by 2035. Damn. They all know it's coming. These fucking eggheads, these eggheads that have been stealing your data forever, all that, like finding what you're interested in shopping, all that, selling your data, all that's led to them being insanely wealthy, and they financed the birth of God.
Do you think that the first person who will live forever is alive right now? Who will get the consciousness uploaded and technically never die? Is that person alive right now?
Do that download consciousness thing.
Right.
That seems so theoretical. Like, what does that mean? Like, also, what kind of torturous hell are you living in if you're conscious but you're trapped in a computer? Like, you don't die? Like, that might be the worst life you could ever fucking imagine. Right. Part of what might connect us to life and joy, happiness, there's ups and downs, and then can go away. And sometimes people die, and then you really care about the people that you see, you feel differently about them, you feel so much loss. I wish I could talk to them more. I think it's all connected. If you're nothing but alive, you don't have it. Who knows if you
Like
do you have emotions?
Yeah.
Do you feel that hell?
It's put no point to anything. Right? If I don't see you today, I'll see you in the next.
Whatever. You don't see nobody in.
Like, would you be motivated to stay jacked and hot if you were going to die?
So what would you do? If you download your conscience, would you download it into another body and live life? And what kind of life would you live knowing that you could live forever? You'd be so weird. You'd probably be like a rich kid that, grew up with a giant, trust fund.
Yeah.
You're just doing coke, driving Ferraris into the river. You're out of your fucking mind.
Yeah.
Your life doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, jumping off buildings.
You'll be that times 1,000.
Yeah.
Times a million.
It would be fun to be murdering a guy though, and him not dying.
Can't do it.
And that would probably become like everybody would become so trite dumb that we'd probably like to be murdered.
There might actually be less violence in the world because you're like, you get it all out, nobody dies, and you start to be like, I'll find another way to get these emotions out.
Yeah.
Your hair looks good today, by the way. I wouldn't make it more to be right off. Sometimes Giannis is a very interesting guy. He looks like he has hair one day and then no hair the next day, but today he's got a full head of hair.
Yeah, I do look like every picture. I look like a different person.
And what's good about us is we form one complete person because his eyes, if you look close, are too close together, and mine are a little too far apart. So when we come together, we form one regular face.
That's exactly
And
right.
he's got a small head, I got a big head, and then we form together as one.
Yeah.
As
You know
one
what happened to
human
me when I was using clear? You ever use clear when you put your fingers on to go through the air?
Yeah.
Clear.
Yeah.
So the eye thing never worked for me. So I just thought something was wrong with their program. Every time I put my fingers on, and then finally I went there and they were like, "The finger thing's not working. You got to use the eyes."
Yeah.
So I just said, "Your program's not working. It never works." The guy looked at me and said, "I think the problem is your eyes are too close together."
Seriously, it's a real thing.
And then he said, "Why don't we try one eye at a time?"
Yeah.
So then I just scanned my face across, and I think finally clear registered that I was a three-dimensional person,
Right.
not like a mythical cyclopic creature.
Yes, and it's true. And what we do is we speak things into existence. Like for years, we've been calling him special needs Stamos, because he's a Greek kid who looks like Stamos, he had special needs. And now John Stamos is his friend, which is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
It's come out.
We've spoken to this, and reality is a suggestion.
That's where we think we had a T-shirt for you that said reality suggestion.
But we forgot.
I forgot. Like a fucking FF.
Yeah.
So you mean reality is a suggestion, like we're in a simulation? So
We initially brought it up because it was during that era where everyone was doing stuff like that, the fat phobia, cake stuff. So we were just going like, we're living in this era where reality is a suggestion, we're making stuff up. But also the way we cover history, we don't do it right, we don't do it wrong. We just are like amateur historian enthusiasts. We're basically ChatGPT sluts that Google it and then have fun with it.
Because listen, history is a story. We can get the facts kind of right, and we're concocting a story. No historians were actually there, right? But we're just getting enough right. We're having fun with it, and that's what we like to do.
Yeah. Well, it's well and you're right. So you're talking about history. History is all of ours.
Yeah.
The idea that history can only be discussed by a historian is fucking ridiculous. History's fascinating, and there's a lot of shit online instantaneously get the facts.
Yeah.
Give us the facts alone.
We just did on the last episode we did. It was called Operation Unthinkable. Winston Churchill, you know about Operation Unthinkable?
Yeah.
Dude, we were just doing an episode on
This
Winston
is wild.
Churchill, and then we started discovering this shit. We said, dude, this is a Patreon episode. We can't. Operation Unthinkable. Winston Churchill, the man who was protecting England, killing the Nazis. When the war was over, when Nazis were out, he said, I don't like the way the United States and Russia are getting so close together. And so he said, you know what? Someone's going to have to knock the Russians out. And the British were like, we don't have the manpower right now. So he literally went to Parliament and said to them, here's an idea. We're calling it Operation Unthinkable. We need to knock out Russia before they become the next superpower and they're going to attack us. You know how we have 40,000 German prisoners of war right now, Nazi prisoners of war? Let's give them guns and we'll march them into Russia and we'll be side to side with them. And that was his literal, he wanted to team up with the Nazis to try to take over Russia. And that's as we call it on the show, the truth beta Ginsburg. That's a fact, baby. And that, when we uncovered that, we were like, so none of this history, as we're taught in school, same thing we uncovered that they knew, allegedly, Churchill and FDR knew about the Holocaust, but it was real, it was yielding scientific data, so they let it kind of go. They may believe they know, but they let it go, and then once they just started killing people with no science, they said, okay, let's liberate them.
What scientific data is it?
basically because Nazi scientists were doing different types of experiments with Holocaust victims, and they were getting some type of scientific data because they didn't care if they lived or died, so they would inject them with some type of chemical or some type of, machinery. Yeah, it's this book I read called The Nazi Symbiosis. They talked all about it. It was wild to read that on a plane with a big swastika on the front cover. That was wild. Yeah, I was. What you have to read that book is Kuriyama Khan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't you remember when you were a kid and you make your own book cover, like fucking paperback?
Yeah, I just walked up to JetBlue with a swastika. I wasn't recording.
Or just put a female wig on and just say you're trans and they leave you alone.
That's it. They just say, "Hey, I'm cake shaming."
The problem is we look like Aryan.
I know.
That's the problem.
That's
That's the problem. I get a little triggered around him because the Nazis did occupy my home country, Greece, and I get a little triggered by his German presence. He's a German kid from Ridgewood, and sometimes he read in history, when he was growing up, just for fun, he always kind of rooted. Sometimes you root for that.
Let me clarify. I wasn't rooting for the Nazis. What I was saying was, but you just, What I was saying was this. Just hear me out. One, I think it's an undeniable fact they did have the best uniforms. They were designed by people who were cute, marching in. That's an undeniable fact. Number two, just hear me out. If you listen to a Hitler speech, AI generated, what if they translated into English, okay, and you just churned out Deutschland for America, and you're just listening, you don't know that's Hitler. What Hitler's saying is it just pumps you up. It's horrible what he did. I've seen it.
Yeah,
right?
It's just English translations of it. Really weird. Yeah.
Like when he says, there's a speech where he says, we're up against Germany, we are up against England right now. We are two superpowers. And the only way to prevail is one must be destroyed. And it will not be Germany. And the crowd goes nuts. You start to say, like, holy fucking shit.
This guy was a headliner.
Yeah.
Well,
You would have had that guy in the mothership on a Friday, Saturday, no problem.
It's weird when you see it that way, right?
Yes.
And it's also weird when you see the horrors of the war escalate till eventually it becomes the Holocaust.
Right.
It's also weird the ubiquitous drug use.
Oh,
Is that the
oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Do we have it still here, Jamie? Or is it near the
I think everyone during the war is on something.
What, with the crystal meth, the Panzer
Yeah,
chocolate?
Yeah, it was List.
Yes.
Fucking crazy book. And I have the author in here is explained here. Norman Old. This book is fucking nuts. This is nuts. They have the.
Can I there for the plane? Oh, sorry. Amazon.
Amazon.com.
Yeah.
Don't you have an audiobook reader?
No, I like to read it the words. I can't really listen. Yeah, I have a weird brain like that.
Well, you can get audio or regular books on your phone.
Yeah, I try to. I feel like I'm addicted to the phone. I like to read paperback.
Yeah, probably better.
Yeah. So, but each their own.
But if it wasn't for drugs, they would have never done it.
No,
90% of the things they did, and then they just descended into madness.
Yeah, and a lot of Germans, at those 5 years from 1945 to 1950, that suicide rate of German soldiers coming home was through the roof, because they were coming off meth, they were getting ostracized by their own people in the rest of Europe, and they were saying, what did I do? Some of them actually were obviously, a lot of them were just horrific people that were sadistic, but a lot of these guys also, it's not like they had a choice. They had to fight in the Nazi army and they would be killed. Yeah. And then they were all drugged out, so then the suicide rate tripled.
Yeah, but let's not act like it was just the drugs. I mean, the whole Jewish thing was nothing new. I mean, I have a theory about that. It's like the Jews just always figured out a way to flourish in wherever they were, and they're just good at economics. And I think when a country goes through economic hardships and everyone's suffering, they just look at the Jews and they go, well, they just get jealous. Like, what have they done? And then it's an easy scapegoat. Jews just crush it in money, dude. They're just good with this. They're just good.
I know,
they're just good with it.
Yeah. Yes.
Did you have a Jewish guy tell you to buy that house?
Huh? Yes. And I overrode the Jew for ChatGPT, and that was the problem.
That's the problem.
Unless my ChatGPT could be Jewish too, I don't know. I've never asked it that.
They're just smart. They emphasize education, and they're really good, and they've been able to flourish under adversity.
I think there's also they stick to their own, and that drives people down.
That's right.
Yeah, right. But Greeks do. Greeks do the same thing.
Sure, a lot of groups. Yeah, a lot of groups.
Yeah, Greeks are pretty. You guys, you want to get into really honest way, you guys have a lot of inbred qualities.
Yes.
Yeah. He was too. It was not. My generations were a little bit further apart than his. He might have been third, fourth cousin. I'm eighth, ninth.
Yeah.
You go back to the Toba volcano eruption. The whole entire population of Earth is down to a few thousand people.
Wow.
So we all come from those people. So we're all a little bit,
A little bit, right?
I actually have a lot of, I got some Turkish genetics in me. I went to 23 million, so they have my DNA. So they can
They got you.
Yeah.
But that was right into your great-great-great-grandmother.
Probably. Well,
Unfortunately.
the story,
Ottoman Empire.
this is a true story. My grandfather is from the island that used to be called Ingros, which is now called something with a squiggly line over because it's a Turkish word. The Turks took that island back, and my grandfather was sent away to Alexandria by my great-grandparents because the local Ottoman viceroy, or whatever they called it, they had a word for it, and essentially the viceroy was like raping boys. They sent him away, and he never saw his family again. He went to live in Alexandria, and then he came to America, and yes, he opened a diner.
Right.
Yeah, after he worked his
What about that story you told me? I think it was your mom or your mom's sister or you're in the town. Tell them that story with the tank.
Yeah, that's Lex Friedman loved that episode. He told me about that.
Dude.
We did a Battle of Creed episode, and it's true because my mother was a little child during the occupation of Creed. The Battle of Creed is a wild.
His mother grew up in Nazi-occupied countries.
Yeah, wild. And so what the Nazis would do is they would take a girl from the village because they were marching troops through all over the place through the mountains. The guerrillas, the Greek guerrilla fighters, which was the local populations, they were also with the British and New Zealand and Australian troops, but they would pluck them off because they knew the terrain, and they would pluck them off, guerrilla warfare. So the Nazis were so brutal but smart in a devious way. They would take a girl from the village and put her up high in the truck to march through that area of that village, so the guerrillas wouldn't shoot. So they were going to take my aunt, my mom's mother. So they sent my aunt to go hide in the mountains, and the Nazis came to my mother's parents' house, to her house, and my mother was like 7 at the time, and they came with their flashlights. They pulled the sheets back of my mother, and they supposedly like she was too small. So they kind of knew they wanted a girl who was like a teenager, kind of tall. So it wasn't too brutal. It was like a little kid, but it was like enough that it would ward off the guerrillas from firing.
Yeah, but what is the guerrillas? Because if they missed, or if they got Nazi got shot, then they would kill the girl.
Yeah, they're basically going. It's basically a hostage. Going like we're taking a coach girl, putting her up, and making her visible because they don't know the terrain. Creek is very mountainous, you know, and so that we do that. And they were going to take my aunt. So a family friend who worked for the Nazis because he spoke German warned my family about it, and then that's when they sent my aunt to go hide. Wise, right? And then my mother said that there was a Nazi soldier who would come to their house every single day. They had to let him in, and he'd go to a room every day, and they didn't know what he did. It's a family mystery. Nobody knows what he did. They let him in. He'd go to a room by himself. Nobody knows what he did. Maybe he took a nap. Maybe he was a spy. Maybe he was a double agent. He just had to let him in. She was an occupation for 3 years.
That's what's really scary about people who they can justify that kind of thinking behavior. It's scary that that's happened throughout history, and that's probably a civilized version of what would have happened in 1200.
Oh yes. Well, like Man's Search for Meaning with Viktor Frankl. You ever read that?
No.
Victor Frankl, he survived the Holocaust, but he wrote it while he was in a concentration camp. And he was saying, I think it was called 1942, he was saying, if you would have told me and the people here in 1922 that this would be happening to us, we would say, no, those are the barbarians from 100 years ago that would ever do that. And now here I am, sleeping in my own filth, maybe being put into an oven, so it can happen anywhere. Yeah. And he said that peace, he wrote it like it was like in the 60s or 70s. He was like, he grew up in wartime, so all his people want peace. And he was like, it's the kids that he worries about that grow up during peace, they're just going to beg for war, always. He was like, that's just what will happen to them, because they don't know anything ever. He was like, but if you went through war, you don't want this. You don't want to fight anybody.
I think it's very abstract for people that are calling for war. It's like Lindsey Graham talking about, we got to give that money to Ukraine. Like Lindsey Graham don't know jack shit about shut up.
No. That's a story that's old as time, right?
Yeah.
Politicians singing the boys.
It's old as time.
Yeah. And we do it, it seems, mostly for corporate interests. Now, you don't think we're more of a corporate oligarchy? Like, more than like a feudal, like you were mentioning before, the emperor, the king dies, the son. We're kind of more, this is like a new kind of corporate.
It's hard to just call it corporate because it's also connected to government. But corporate and government, just like the Chinese, are inseparable.
You know, the amount of influence that enormous corporations have over politicians is crazy.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? Just look at these wacky bills. Like the bill they just shot down that people are justifying. Like, did you look at that bill? All the different stuff goes in the bill.
No.
First of all, there's biolabs in that bill, gain of function research in that bill, 40% increase in raise for Congress in that bill, some enormous amount of money to build a stadium in Washington D.C. Like, there's a lot of nutty shit in that bill, and like, how many different people were interested in those things? Right? I mean, like, when you're saying your biolabs, who the fuck is asking for biolabs?
Some corporation that's going to benefit from the bio.
Exactly.
What the fuck are lobby groups? Why do we have lobby groups? What is that?
Well, that's the most expensive real estate in the country, is the Virginia real estate outside of D.C., where lobbyists live.
Yeah, K Street too.
It's
Yeah, and it's like,
It's like that in Hamilton, you know, where all the tech dorks live.
yeah, I mean, what is that in our system? Lobby groups. Like, that should not be a thing.
It's weird. It's the influence of money that has gotten all over politics in this country. It's to try to root that out.
So then what's the best form of government?
This is better than anywhere else in the world by far. We have the most freedom because we have the First Amendment, because we have the ability to do whatever we want to do. No one's forcing you into a marriage. No one's forcing you into labor.
Right.
You can choose your path in this country, and that's what's rare.
Right.
You know, it's an experiment in self-government. It's not perfect. It's the best that's available. It needs to be overhauled, but it's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's amendable, right? It's fluid, which is important because of human nature is not perfect. That's why I never sign on to any like ideologies, utopian theories, because it's a mix of systems that works because human nature is so complicated and individuals are so different that one company will be run by a moral good guy, another company will be dumping toxic waste into the Hudson River, and it's like you have to regulate. Government has to step in sometimes a little bit to protect the people from nefarious things like that, you know?
That's right. They have an obligation to make more money.
Right.
Yeah. They have an obligation to shareholders. If they don't, they're out. It's kind of like, you gotta fucking, if you really keep making that loop, how do you make that loop? You gotta fucking get rid of that shit cheaper.
Yeah.
There's a river, the guy said it's cool, dump it on the river.
Yeah.
And now you can't say, whoops, we didn't do that.
Yeah, now you can't repair iPhones. They make you buy a new iPhone every year. Those last like one wash.
And change the charging port.
Yeah. Better if they sell you a new one.
Yeah.
Fix it. Fuck off.
Right. And where do they put all that waste? Where does it all go?
Right.
Yeah, that's not a sustainable system.
Singapore has an amazing system. You ever seen Singapore's recycling system? No, it's fantastic. It's really wild. I mean, if they can implement that worldwide, it would be pretty phenomenal. They recycle everything. Like, we don't really recycle plastic. We say we're recycling.
Right.
I feel bad about the feel like, no, that's not doing the goddamn thing. That blue bin is going to go in the ground.
Right.
The only thing they really recycle is like aluminum and some metals because it's cost effective. It's too expensive to recycle plastic, so they just put it in fucking landfills.
Right.
You think you're being a good guy by throwing it into that fucking recyclable bin.
Right.
It's not getting anywhere but in the ground.
Right. That's
But
it.
not Singapore. Singapore. See if you can find, I know we've done this before. There's a detailed description of how they do it in Singapore. They use it to make the surface of their roads. They take fucking everything. Everything with regard, they have these waste incineration plants. They burn things off 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and then they take the whatever is usable that they can change and recycle. They make new things out of it. They take the raw fuels.
Dude, it is so advanced over there. You look at that city and you go, like, they started the cities in America and then they just shipped them over to the east.
Look at this. They're using this to make bricks. They're taking this stuff and they use it to pave their streets. This is all made out of this stuff that they've gotten from recycling.
So why don't we
It's
do
a
that?
much-
We can't do it.
Well, they're isolated, right? So they had a problem, much like Puerto Rico has a problem in that, like, you don't have a lot of land.
That's the setup that Tony needed.
Well, Tony, actually, that's where the joke came from.
I know. You just need it. If you just
Just
say
say
it,
it, not do it at a fucking political rally.
but if you're going to do it, just set it up. You know, just, or even when it did work at the end, go, hey, you guys don't know about the garbage issue? or you don't know about the garbage issue, something like that. You tell me Tony Hitchcock didn't live in the 1400s, he would be like a very evil prince, like living in a castle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're a jester.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. He would take people from them.
I think they were forced to do that. I think it was a situation where like there's got to be something because I don't think they had the same access to new materials, and they just came up with a much more comprehensive way.
Better way.
Yeah, way better. We did it that way. We have so few problems with regards to waste. Demystifying Singapore's waste management system. Large part of the problem getting people to be more sustainable. They often don't understand how waste management works in their city.
I think that it might be overstated how their situation. It's also they just listen
far better than ours.
Right? It's just Asian people just listen. They have a common theme and they'll just listen. You're not going to get a bunch of different people in America who just listen.
Right.
Right? Did you have a friend?
No friend. That's great.
Oh, okay. I think that we could definitely do it better than we're doing it. And if it costs more money, wouldn't that be better than just throwing it in the fucking ground? Like, we're so short-sighted in what we do with tax dollars, and we don't get a say. And that's what's fucked up.
And the corporations just don't plan for end of life of the product. They don't care. They just want to all they care about is their bottom line. They don't. It costs money for them to consider recycling or what's going to happen with the product when it's done.
I've been getting glass bottles of milk from the supermarket because if you get this glass bottle of milk, they say the milk's better, and then I can give the glass bottle back. And number one, I get $3 back, and they said that they clean them out and they just put more milk in the glass bottle. Go old school.
I go even older school. I just still suck on my wife's cat.
That's it.
Yeah, it's still there.
Yummy. What is this? Is this the garbage pile? Yeah, I think that's part of the problem. So they were forced to figure out what to do with all the stuff. But their recycling program, I know, is way better than ours. You know, they're just much better at sorting things out and making it work.
And that video we watched, that city, they showed was.
Oh, interesting. So they're building them in Singapore, or are they taking them from Singapore and then building them in China, or is it just a video? It's just China, right? Oh, so it's Rothschild. A little bit.
And Singapore is a country they don't fuck around, right? That's the country that'll get you get caned. That was a big story when I was a little kid. We thought they were going to get caned for gum. Blue sticks got it right. Have you heard about this story in Vietnam?
This chick is like Hall of Fame level fraud. Like 54 billion. She's up there with Bernie Madoff.
And what she do?
This chick, pull it up, JB. You're rugged, baby. This chick is a woman, and she set up this elaborate scheme to steal like 12 billion, but actually it's more. And they're gonna kill her.
Why don't you have a mask on?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because they want to get COVID. Yeah,
right. She is. What did she do? So she set up. She was set up these fake shell corporations. She was a stockholder or one of the owners of the bank, but a minority owner, and she was just funneling out money.
She's got to come up with 3 quarters of what she earns if she gets killed. That's a good movie, right?
Yeah, that's a good.
$9 billion. She's calling
So if she does give them that much money, they just give her life in prison.
Yeah, but she's not going to come up with that money because I think it's 54 billion actually, if I remember
She
correctly.
embezzled 54 bill.
Yeah, I mean it's up there.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
27 billion.
27 was appropriated.
12 billion was judged to be embezzled, the most serious financial crime for which she sentenced to death. It was a rare and shocking verdict. She's one of the very few women in Vietnam to be sentenced to death for white collar crime. What did she do?
Yeah, I mean we could look it up. It was amazing. And she did it through a bank.
She secretly controlled Saigon Commercial Bank, the country's 5th biggest lender, taking out loans and cash over more than 10 years through 11 shell companies, amounting to a total of 44 billion.
There you go. So I was off by 10.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean
Prosecutors said 27 billion was misappropriated, 12 billion was judged to have been embezzled, most serious financial crime, which was sentenced to death. Tuesday, the court said there was no basis to reduce her sentence. However, she could still avoid execution if she returns 9 billion, 3/4 of the 12 billion. She doesn't. That bitch had so much money.
How are you going to get 9 billion? Give her credit.
Imagine embezzling 9 billion and going anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fucking crazy. That's so much money. You could literally spend $100 million a year for the rest of your life. And
So
you're
good
getting
to know.
run out of money with all the interest and everything coming in. I
Yeah,
mean, it's $1,000 billion. So you have $12,000 billion,
Yeah,
and you're still going.
Yeah.
Or $12,000 million, and you're still going.
yeah. I mean,
That's so much money.
you think she's going to be able to get the $9 billion?
Yeah, she's calling friends up. They're going like, "Oh, I know you now." Because she had conspirators with her. She had family and friends that were helping her. And yeah, look, so there's 85 defendants were convicted. Her husband, her niece, they were given sentences. But like, yeah, I mean, her friends.
So everybody was getting a little taste.
Everyone was getting
Yeah.
it was a score. But yeah,
Nice score.
it was a nice score. And but to pull that off in communist Vietnam, that I know they have a little bit of a, area stroke, kind of mixed economy now, but you got to give her credit as a woman. That's achievement right
It
there.
is achievement. I wonder how she got caught. I wonder what was the thing she got caught by.
She probably bought it diamond ring. Those chicks like
Yeah,
diamonds.
it's something. She had a fucking giant Rolls Royce.
Yeah, they
Had a drive.
got caught. Chris stole a bunch of money from crypto and got caught doing something dumb. He was just spending white Lambos, but wasting them. Somebody just.
What do you mean? What Lambos is? Are you supposed to spend money trying to get on crypto?
Yeah, he stole like 3.
That's exactly what it's for. If you make billions of dollars on crypto and you don't have a Lambo, you're an asshole. That's how you do it.
Somebody sent me an email the other day and said that they have they hacked into my phone and computer, and they have videos of me doing disgusting things and jerking off and all that. And they said the only way that they can make it go away is and they gave me a link, and they said I have to pay them in Bitcoin. I have to pay them in all this Bitcoin. So I was just like, I mean, I didn't obviously do it, but I was just like, show me the video.
Yeah.
Show it to me.
Yeah.
I'll repost. At this point, as comics, I would repost it.
Yeah.
I would repost it with fucking links to my dates.
I just wanted you to see how wild this is. The government does not publish how many people are on death row in Vietnam. The human rights group say there's thousands. It's a state secret.
Speaking of crypto, what's going on with that hot tour chick? She go to jail?
What happened there? What happened to her too? That's what's wrong.
Well,
What did she do?
Over $300.
what does that
Man, she went to sleep and she hasn't. What did she
mean? She
do?
just hasn't been on social media.
Hiding. Coin was launched with her meme, and she was like the front of it. I don't know the details.
Is that a crime?
No.
The thing was, there was an enormous amount of money that was put into this meme coin by all these people, and then she or someone representing her side of it sold, like instantaneously, and made a huge score, and then the coin was worth nothing. So all those people that invested money, like one guy invested $1 million. Like imagine, like the hot tour girl, yeah, that's a sound investment.
Yeah.
That seems like a good place to put my nest egg.
Some people for sure lost money, but it was definitely a time to just troll and be like, "Oh, I'm such an idiot. I lost $10 million on this." I felt like people were trolling the whole movement of like being dumb and falling into it. But some people did lose money. Is she actually going to go to jail for real? Or can they? Can the SEC invest crypto like that? I guess they can now, right?
Well, it's like, what are the rules? What are the rules in terms of like, are you allowed to do that? Like, is that unethical but legal? Like, are you allowed to have a meme coin and it gets to like $100 million, you have a bunch of it, you just sell it all and you make $50 million? Are you allowed to do that? If you're not allowed to do that, what's the point of having $50 million?
Right.
You do not have trust in the hot tour coins if I sell it? That's ridiculous. That's on you. That's on you. I even did the smart thing, and I got out when I thought it was a good price.
Yeah.
And I'm selling it to people. They should take that and run with it, and this would be the next currency of the world. Imagine, like, you think Idiocracy is, if it's a documentary, imagine the hot tour girl, it overcomes fucking fiat currency.
Well, I've never seen how many coins there are, how many crypto currencies, and they have some of them have really funny names.
The one of them was called Buttcoin.
Yeah.
Hot tour, Hot tour girls. I like her name is just Hot tour girl.
Yeah. Her name's Haley. Haley Welch. Yeah.
Biz partners are getting sued over the meme coin disaster. Okay, their partners are doing it. So it was probably some people. She got invested. She probably doesn't understand all that stuff. She's only 22 or something like that.
Right.
It was probably the partners that went with her. They probably dumped on her, and then she's left holding the bill because nobody knows who they are. So scroll up. I'm just kidding. Okay. Legal firm of Burnwick Laws filed a U.S. federal lawsuit on behalf of the investors against the creators of the influencer push Hawk 2, a meme coin which fell on its face in the hours following its launch. Haley Welch gained notoriety this year with the Hawk 2 girl following a viral interview about sexual technique. Facing a disastrous Solana meme coin launch at the start of the month, not only did the price collapse by 93% from a $490 million peak. Holy shit. $490 million peak market cap for a Hawk Tuah coin, with the rug pull allegations quickly surfacing, but a cluster of connected wallets holding 96% of the supply led to further controversy. The hate only increased when it was found that some of the wallets were selling. Quickly, Berwick Law posted on Twitter asking for Hawk buyers impacted by the plunge to step forward to create a potential lawsuit. Now, 2 weeks later, the lawsuit has been filed, naming 12 American resident plaintiffs who claim to have collectively suffered damages in excess of $151,000. Yeah, that's weird. Isn't that weird? Like, there's only 12 people, and they only lost 151 total. I wonder how many people, like, all told, invested in the Hawk Tuah. How many stone cold retards are out there roaming the world?
Oh no, but this is inspiring too. Should we do a history of this group?
I'm telling you, do it, and then, no, don't listen to Janet. Yeah. Do it, get it real high, and then sell. Make the money. Just fuck all those dummies that are buying your stupid fucking coin.
Yeah. We're announcing it right now. The History Hyenas coin will be available. We're going to launch it.
This is a good.
Yeah.
This is the win-win for everybody. You're going to have a History Hyenas coin, but the only way to purchase it is with the Hawk Tuah coin.
Right. Right.
Smart.
Right.
So that way everybody's a winner.
Everyone's a winner.
Everybody's on the coin makes a comeback.
Yeah.
Both of you grow. The rising tide. Let's all vote.
So we can finally get Hawk Tuah on our show that way.
Yeah.
It's been viral. There's a video of a kid who's in his house streaming. He was streaming this online. He started a coin, and then look at this kid. He made like 50 grand.
He's probably jumping in front of everybody.
He starts freaking out here. He lost it.
And he got to how quickly did he dump?
He dumps this video is a minute long.
He dumped it in the beginning.
Watching you go up right now.
What?
It's recognized.
How old is this kid?
Wait, what?
Maybe
Wait, I'm so confused.
Well, I mean, it was cute. What's it? There's people watching this too. That's your little voice.
Holy fuck! Holy fuck!
He just done it. Yeah. He did.
Yo!
He doesn't know he's coming alive.
Is that a crime? What is a crime? How does it work? So how does Nancy Pelosi make a lot of money? Everyone knows it.
Yeah, I don't understand what the crimes are.
I don't understand.
There's an SEC regulation against that. Yeah, you got to. Yeah, you should look at it.
Yeah, what about like when Tom Brady and Larry David got in trouble for the FTX thing, and they were just doing a commercial? How were they in trouble for promoting a coin?
Well, it remains to be seen whether or not they'll be charged or whether they'll be found guilty.
But how could they even be
Because someone lost a bunch of money and they said, Larry David, I trusted you. Right? You were promoting this thing that I think that's the reason why I'm not promoting it. Because I got offers to promote things like
for real
that.
money?
I'm not interested. Yeah, I don't even understand it. Yeah. If I don't understand it, like you're selling what? You're selling NFTs with it. It's an unfungible token. We're done. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm not doing this.
Right.
It's like too many fucking bros that are out there doing this, but Lambo drivers.
Right.
It's like a fuckery culture.
So do you understand crypto fully, or is it still one of those things like?
I understand it. Yeah, I understand it. It's just like it's weird when anybody has actually real money in it. I understand Bitcoin more than all the other ones, but even Bitcoin's mysterious. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of weird. I mean, they don't even know who made it. There's a whole documentary on Satoshi Nakamoto whose real the identity is.
Yeah,
it's all controversial.
Yeah,
that's weird. The fact that there's a certain stable amount of them, though, that's encouraging. That you can't make more of them.
Okay, but that's exactly what artists do to give their art value. That's how you do. You limit the supply, and then now these are only 10 original paintings. This is what I'm charging because there's only 10 prints of these. So you create the value by the scarcity. So there's nothing mysterious about
sort of, but it also limits the ability to add coins to it anytime you want and devalue it.
Right.
So that's what's more important than making it scarce so people like it more. It is weird that we used to be on a gold standard, and then now we're just on hard drives, and we just sort of accept it. And then the government, like when they want to set money in Ukraine, forget about the fact that we're trillions of dollars in debt. They could just come up with $179 billion and ship it over to some country. yay, go have a good time.
Right.
And, there's wild reports about the amount of corruption that this money is experiencing. I mean, this money has probably gone through more people's noses and, and come out of more people's dicks. Like, how much?
Right.
Where does this money go? And it's so much. There's no way it's 100% efficient.
Yeah.
You're a Bitcoin
Not
nut?
that world.
No, I don't understand it so much. Like Joe, I just don't. Yeah, I just stay away.
Yeah. It's like when someone explains curling to me. You go to sport curling?
Sure.
I'm like, I don't, even when I get the rules, I'm like, I still don't understand.
I was in Newfoundland. I did a show up there once, and the place that was at was like a place. It was like a theater. And in this theater, apparently, they have like curling shows. And so, like, when you're walking down the hallway in the back before you go on stage, there's all these fucking photos of people curling. And I just went out there and started shitting on curling right away, and they were so bummed out. They're so bummed out that
It's like it looks like the housekeeper Olympics or something. Yeah, they're just sweeping the ice.
it's such a dumb sport. It's like bowling for retards.
Right.
It's like regular bowling. It's too complicated.
Yeah.
Right.
But they're good. I mean, there's people that are good at it.
Well,
I don't know how they're good at it, but
I kind of get it because it's kind of like billiards, right? Or pool. You're rolling this thing. You're trying to like just roll, just this feel. You get this feel to it. You're just like, let it go down. Right. And it slides. Sweep it.
Yeah.
Get rid of the friction. Sweep it.
That's what they're doing.
Sweep it. Yeah, that's what sweep it. They try to get rid of the friction. They want the dust.
Yeah.
They want snow dust.
It's
From the
stupid.
States. It's so stupid.
It's stupid. Yeah. It's stupid.
Yeah. But if you grow up and there's nothing to do and you suck at hockey,
Yeah.
just curl and play that.
I guess it's the golfing of ice sports. Yeah.
Right. I would golfing dream.
Yeah, I just mean like you don't need any real athletic talent to do it. Like how do you retire?
You don't think you need
from
athletic
You
talent
golf?
from golfing for golfing?
No, really.
You definitely do for the drive.
You see these guys'
The
bodies?
yeah. Like the coordination of your body to drive a golf ball. Like Jamie's a nut. Jamie, tell him how much there's guys that are like paralyzed.
Yeah, I mean it's really like
How do you golf with your arm?
no, I mean, they can literally just swing an arm. They have a strap into a trap that sets them upright and it runs them. I've seen blind people golf.
I mean Nick Bargatze golfs. He's good. Look at his body. He's got tits.
But here's what I know what you're playing. To get 400 yards, it's 100%.
Yeah.
You can't just
Yeah, I mean, even John Daly, you can say John Daly's fat and all that stuff, but John Daly, when you watch him move, the efficiency of his movements. Like we were talking about Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt's a big guy, but he still fuck people up, right?
Yeah.
He's still an athlete.
Yeah, sure.
But a lot of these fat golfers, there's a thing they know how to do. They whack that ball, and they know exactly how to fucking put the spin on that motherfucker. What's that?
The difference between pro and being able to play the game is different.
Right.
Sometimes, like, you ever seen Bartolo Colon, the pitcher for the Mets?
No.
Look at Google.
I thought it was a cologne.
Bartolo
This
Colon.
guy's body's the
Look at
best.
Bartolo Colon. If you pull up Bartolo, Bartollo, I mean, look at this guy. And
Yeah.
He was just, and he was fun about it. He was fun about being fat. He would sit in the locker room with no shirt on, eating cheeseburgers. Nobody gave a shit. Look at that one. Look at the helmet flying off his head.
As long as you're good at that sport.
He was good.
And that sport is a sport that doesn't require endurance. That's what's important.
No.
You don't have to do anything for a prolonged period of time. The furthest thing you have to do is run to a base. Yeah. And if you got to run to all of them, that's crazy. But if you do, generally, if you run to all of them, you can kind of trot because you knocked it out of the park.
Right. What do you think the sport that requires the most endurance? Obviously, not thinking about like long distance running because that's obvious, but like, you know what I think it is?
What?
I think hockey.
Well, soccer too.
Yeah, but the hockey, you notice how those guys can only be on the ice for like
2-minute shifts.
minutes because it's so hard to skate like that.
Can't do it.
Yeah,
Yes, good point. Good point.
Can't
Soccer players stand in the field the whole game.
Yeah, because they get to rest and slow down.
Even the best, Gretzky, they can't 2 minutes.
2 minutes,
They
it's
can't do
crazy.
it.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
They have
it's
4
crazy.
lines, I think. Yeah.
So when they go 2 minutes, how much does it take off to go back?
I think it's like another minute or two, but it's multiple lines, like, like
They
that.
just constantly go on and off because they just can't, because they have to continuously
And
skate.
get
Imagine what a hockey team would be like if they never let them use the
Oh,
bench.
that would,
Oh my God, that's it.
Yeah.
People drop dead.
yeah, they just drop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never seen hockey live, and NHL like that. To me, besides MMA, I saw an MMA fight once. That was amazing. And then second is NHL.
It's very fast.
NHL, those guys on skates, whether you know the rules or not, it's amazing.
It's really very, very fast.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And the skill to be able to skate, I can barely skate at all. I'm barely standing up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's the only sport where you're allowed to fist fight.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
It's written into the rules. It's
Yeah.
encouraged. You're allowed to duke it out.
Yeah.
It's so crazy. That's the only one.
Yeah, because they think people don't really know where the puck is. And so everyone's just waiting around for a fight.
It's grandfathered in the punching each other.
Has anyone ever seen a goal when it actually happened in
No.
real time? It happens too fast. That's why they have the siren on top of the goal.
Well, you know what I really like on TV where they have that circle over it, so you know where the puck is at all times. And just a lot of craziness happens.
Yeah.
You know, it's like if you're watching a football game from like the 30th row, and you're looking down, where's that ball?
Yeah.
Like after the ball gets hiked, it's like where'd it go?
Yeah.
Go to him. They're faking you out. You don't know unless you see the guy throw it.
Yeah.
You don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
And what about like old hockey goalies would do it with no helmet? They'll just get the puck, and then we have.
You see those faces?
Yeah,
Their
faces.
faces used to
Do you
look?
think
Yeah.
those guys ever sat on the bench and talked about mental health?
Maybe you told them what it was.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Yeah. I think they had some struggles with it.
Oh, yeah.
Taking a couple of shots to the head. No question. Yeah.
I mean, of course. You know,
Just terrifying.
yeah.
Yeah, look at
Yeah.
that. Yeah, the guy's blocking it with his face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all the scars that we have on his face from his time career.
Terry Sawchuk. That sounds like just a badass name.
Yeah.
Look at that, dude.
Yeah. That guy gets mad at you in the bar. You're like, just throw it by.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what I've seen.
What do you think? It's
Oh, Jesus, look at his face. Oh, and he had a mask on. It broke the mask. Fucked his face up. Jesus.
Yeah, but they
Christ.
flip that thing. It's so hard, right? It's
So fast.
Yeah.
Who's the scariest warrior, like from history, you would never want to go up against? Like, would it be like, like a wild Native American on the plains, a guy from Genghis Khan, a Nazi? Who would you be like, shit, this guy's gonna fucking kill me? It's gonna hurt.
Vikings. Then there were mushrooms.
Dude, is that true? I didn't know.
Those Iceland guys that win the world's strongest man competition all the time, like those guys like the Mountain from Game of Thrones. Where do you think that gene line came from? Vikings. 100%. Those were the dudes that were in that fucking boat with the dragon head at the front. And when they pulled up at your shore, everybody just ran.
Yeah.
So,
But can I just nominate someone?
Yes.
That's what I think about. I mean, it's obviously not underrated because everyone knows about him, but let's just talk about the record. Alexander the Great, who led his troops undefeated in battle. He's the Floyd Mayweather of generals. Undefeated. That's a record. Never lost a battle.
that's crazy.
That's true.
And conquered the known world at that time. Took down the mighty Persian Empire.
But if the Vikings were alive back then, they might kill him and his little boyfriend too.
I heard that enough.
I don't think so, dude.
And they kill each other a lot too, unfortunately.
And they were civilized, the Vikings too. There wasn't. Well, but you ever see the biological warfare when they would light the? I read this thing where they would the rats on their boat when they were going to whatever they were invading. They would wait. They would look for infected rats. Somehow they knew. They would get close enough. They would light their tails on fire and then shoot them over the walls, and then let the rats run around and infect people and bite people, whatever, and wait it out for like 40 days, and just then go in when the town was all dying of some disease.
Whoa.
It's another. That's a fact.
The Vikings
real.
they were brutal. They would even kill like the priests in the churches. They would do bad stuff.
Have you ever seen Alexander the Great's ruins in Afghanistan?
In person.
Dude,
I don't
Oh,
no.
nobody else did.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Archaeologists think where they're studying.
Yeah.
They're ancient Greek cities.
I know.
They look like beautiful ancient Greek cities
Right.
that are in the middle of Afghanistan.
That's sick.
My friend who served over there was telling me about it. He's like, you go there, you can't believe what you're seeing. He had a bunch of pictures of it. It's like, this is the craziest thing. It's like you're in Athens.
That was crazy. The Greeks kind of nailed some stuff.
Oh, yeah.
People kind of
You know what you really should read? The Immortality Key. You ever read that?
No.
It's Brian Murarescu. He's a scholar who was studying the use of psychedelic drugs in ancient Greece for the Eleusinian mysteries. Where everybody would go to learn about democracy. And, like, they were all like tripping balls.
Yeah.
And they found evidence now from these vessels, these pottery vessels, that inside these vessels they were drinking wine. But it wasn't wine. The wine wasn't just black. It wasn't just alcohol. It would mix it with a bunch of different psychedelic compounds. One of them was ergot. So they found residue of ergot, which is a psychedelic that gives you like an LSD-like experience. So they were all tripping balls and figuring out democracy, and, like fucking stars, constellations. They were out of their heads.
Yeah.
And the birthplace of so much of Western society has come from that one spot.
Yeah, when's the last time you backed out on LSD? Yeah? You think you'll back it out again one day before you go?
I would like it to be legal before.
Oh, right.
This is what I think.
Oh, I thought LSD was legal.
You super illegal.
Oh, right.
Schedule 1. And I think when we realize the benefits of these things, and hopefully it's within our lifetime, especially for people that have PTSD, like the soldiers, they'll open the door for that. And then they'll have clinics where regular people can use it, and then they can get over a lot of the shit that people are struggling with. There's a lot of people that could have a psychedelic experience and snap themselves back onto a better course.
Right.
And if it's illegal, that number of people is going to be very good. Right. But like all things, it's going to have side effects. This is the thing. It's like there's no biological free lunch. And if you're doing something that's blowing your brains out, like LSD, there's a certain amount of people who aren't coming back. Right. That's real. Because there's a certain amount of people who have a very fragile grasp on reality as it is. You give that person 9 grams of psilocybin mushrooms, and you've got a real fucking problem. They might not ever come back.
Were you able to snap back quick?
You can snap. Yeah. It depends on what you're doing. And when you're doing it, what time in your life, and what the experience was like. But it should be something that's controlled. It should be something that where you have places you can go, where they have a very strict protocol. They measure your weight. They know what the dose is to give you. You in a calm and clean and safe setting, regulated. And you have counselors. They have people that understand you. They screen you to make sure that you're not on any psych medications first that would interfere with it. That's what we should have, just like we have hospitals, just like we have mental health institutes. There should be psychedelic research centers that are connected to treatment facilities.
Right. Yeah. That's what ketamine therapy is in some small ways, right?
Exactly. It's very psychedelic. In fact, John Lilly, the guy who created the sensory deprivation tank, that was his vibe. He used to like to do ketamine. He would do intramuscular ketamine. So he would go into the sensory deprivation tank and fucking bang himself with ketamine into the muscles. It would last a long time. It would just fucking exist in this other dimension for hours at a time.
Yeah.
That was his thing.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I like it. We should do a sensory deprivation tank together.
He's got one here.
You have one here? You want to hit it?
No.
Yeah, he won't do it. See, he gets a little.
I get a little scared of stuff.
Yeah, it's worth being scared.
Yeah.
But that's not dangerous. It's not scary. Like, whatever weird feelings you have, if you can't handle it, you just open the door. Then you're sober instantaneously.
Right.
It's different than anything else.
Right.
But if it was a drug, if the sensory deprivation tank was a drug, it would be a very psychedelic drug. But if it was just a drug, when you lay in there and your eyes are wide open, it's pitch black, and you're floating, you're completely weightless. If that was a drug, it'd be a very popular drug.
Now, when you've done this stuff, have most people seem to say their ego disappears over the horizon type of stuff. They realize everything's connected. Have you had that experience?
You definitely realize everything's connected. And your ego, you realize, is both protecting you and holding you back. Because your ego is like, you need a little bit of ego if you want to make it in life. Because you need to have enough confidence in yourself that you ask the girl out on a date that you're attracted to, or you chase the job that you want, or that you like stand up for yourself when you feel like you're getting fucked over in a business deal. Like, you need some ego. You can't be completely selfless. You're not going to get anywhere. But then you have to realize that you're very fragile, and your ego is protecting you from a lot of like your true understanding of the life experience. And one of the most profound things that happens with psychedelic experiences is the complete dissolving of ego. And then you kind of see yourself and everyone around you in a way more objective way. And you realize, we're all energy feeding off of each other. And we're pretending that we're isolated. We've seen it, we're on our own. That's why really ill people will tell you, I don't have friends, I don't have people, I don't want to be around people. If you've got a guy who's a fighter class, so it's probably really depressed. Something's wrong. You don't hang out with your peers. You're not friends. You don't enjoy camaraderie in the community. You don't pretend you're this isolated, like dark colors and
social
Yes,
species.
100%. And we enjoy each other's company. We feed off of it. It's the worst thing you can do for your child is put you in solitary confinement. The worst thing you can do. You're in a giant cage filled with prisoners and rapists and murderers. The worst thing they can do is leave you alone.
Well, that's why I believe the internet's bad, is because it's fake community.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why people talk like a fake way.
Right.
They don't talk like they would ever talk.
Right. And that's why I think it's bad, because it's messing with people's sense of what reality is.
Yeah.
People are essentially disassociating when they're on there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And it's a very shallow way to communicate. And I think that if you do it like that all the time, your ability to communicate normally and your ability to socialize and just have competition with people, it's severely stunted. Like you don't flex that. You don't use that muscle, and it atrophies just like everything else.
Right.
Yeah. It's just there's so many kids that are completely socially disconnected, other than the internet, which keeps them connected. So they're socially connected through technology, but completely disconnected through like human touch, being around people, fun conversation, adventure, doing fun things.
Yeah.
They just exist in the same area and just get as much coming through the screen as they can.
Yeah.
And it's crazy.
It's fake. It's not real.
Yeah.
That's what's troubling. That's why I worry about my kids. I want them to have human connection, long conversations, experience people's energy. Looking at someone in the eyes is everything.
Yeah.
Feeling someone's energy, like you said. So you don't feel anything.
The problem also with kids is even when they're together, they're on their phone. That's a problem.
Yeah.
And this is one thing about podcasts that's fucking amazing, because podcasts are one of the rare times in my life where for 3 hours I have no phone.
Yeah.
For 3 hours, unless I'm checking something or sending Jamie something, I don't.
And the people listening are also doing the same thing. They're
Right.
connecting to you without doing that. They're just connecting to hearing you.
Right.
The radio, long radio show. They're not like beautiful. They're flipping through, scrolling,
Mm-hmm.
talking to other people, and they're talking back, and just pretending like there's somebody else and catfishing each other.
That's why I always used to like planes back in the day before Wi-Fi came around. Because when you were on a plane, if you had to have a movie to watch or something like that, you just had to sit in that seat. And when you just sit in that seat, you know you can't go anywhere. I'm like, that's right.
Right.
Like, that's right. They're like forced to write.
Sure.
I'm forced. There's no Wi-Fi.
And then try to go to the bathroom without your phone. No.
Oh, it's hard.
I can't even see why it doesn't even work. Like the truther muscle or whatever that muscle is that pushes out your feet.
If I got to poop really bad, I've only got like 1%, I will go plug it in and hold my shit. Get enough shit around.
That's why I think there's a spike in anxiety when people ask to have the phones put away at a comedy show or a music show, whatever.
Oh, for
I
sure.
bet you their anxiety goes through the roof.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're like, I can't get up.
Well, people complain all the time.
And it's the best thing. And you do that at the mothership, right?
Yeah.
It's the best.
It's the best thing.
Yeah.
It's better for everybody, too.
Yeah.
It's better for the audience member. It's better for you. It's better for everybody.
If you were going to get eaten by, would you rather be an animal or a human?
Yeah.
You have to get eaten an animal. You don't want a cannibal.
Yeah.
You want some kind of. But
You don't want to know that.
that's interesting.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah.
Alligator.
Quick. It would be
Yeah.
quick.
Got it.
Hippo.
Yes, it's you. You'd be dead in seconds.
You, right?
Yeah, they just rip you apart.
You don't want hyenas to eat you. You do not want that.
Because what do? They eat from the back.
Because
They
they
eat
have no concern about putting you down, killing you. Like a tiger, a cat will kill you.
Yeah.
Make sure you're dead before it eats you. Hyenas just start eating.
Yeah, same as bears. Bears just
They
start
just start
eating.
eating. Just start eating.
Yeah, wolves just start eating.
Yeah.
Don't hyenas then throw up the food and then eat their pubes?
Yeah,
That's how
they're
they
the only animal. Yeah, they're the only animal that eats the full bone. Only animal on the planet that pulverizes the bone. Their jaw strength is such that they pulverize the bone and consume the bone as well. So when they're done, there's no carcass. They're the fucking best animal on the planet. They got pseudo penises. They're transgender.
Yeah.
It's fucking wild. The women are bigger than the men. I love you, baby.
They smell too.
And we started the podcast because hyenas have always been my favorite animal, and we both love history, and so we just combined those two things. But hyenas are hilarious.
What was your favorite about hyenas?
It was great. It was a long bit. Yeah.
It's a good. It's basically about their matriarchal power structure.
Yeah. Why that's bad.
Yeah. Right. Well, it's also they have to do that. Male hyenas are such cunts. They probably eat the babies.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not, but they they're like a medium-sized animal. The world of things are way bigger. I mean, so they're living around lions.
They get it done. They trick you, numbers. They confuse you. They're opportunity killers. They love to kill, to steal kills.
That laughing is real. That cackle,
Yeah,
that's a
they
real
don't really know what it is either. They don't actually know what it's at. Yeah, it's not just having a good time.
The lions are like the fucking hyenas again.
Dude, the hyenas just spoil fun. They show up and these fuck. You ever see what like a cheetah works so hard?
Yeah.
Because cheetahs fail all the time. And then they finally get a kill, and then you just hear that. You just hear that. And then cheetahs are motherfucker. And they just come and they just steal it.
Yeah. When you think about it, is like the proving ground for like biological life.
Yeah.
Like, how are you going to keep the populations in order? How are you going to make sure the predators don't get out of hand? How are you going to make sure that the hyenas always have to worry about the male lions?
Yeah.
That face is so crazy.
Yeah.
I don't want to get eaten by that.
Washing jaw muscles.
But yeah, I think.
Oh my God, look at that face. That's so nuts. Imagine that's the last thing you see before you get eaten.
Yeah, I don't know what to find it.
How many people die from hyenas?
They eat a lot of people.
Yeah, remember that picture that we saw of a hyena that's got an elephant's foot in its mouth?
Yeah.
It's just running around with an elephant's foot.
That was actually our first logo. We put our faces on that.
And then we tried to sell merch out of it. People are like, I'm not buying this bloody hyena.
Yeah, I don't sell it. It's not a picture to sell.
Jamie, how many people die from hyenas? Hippos kill the most people in Africa, right?
Do they?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe hippos are responsible for the most deaths.
What are they like? Is there a village or something that like lives close to
I think if you fuck around, you can get the water from hippos. You ever seen the hippos chasing boats? They don't chase boats. They're submarines. Super territorial. Yeah, they're rough, man. Yeah. You think of them as hungry hippo. Yeah. But they make the most monstrous animals the cutest. The polar bears, hippos, yogi,
Teddy bears. Yeah, every kid has a teddy bear. You don't want
Tony the tiger.
Yeah, Tony the tiger. How many people every year die? Let's say guess 45. How many people die from hyenas?
You ready for this? I'm going to say that I think in the world, 50 people die of hyenas, and I think 75 die of animals.
Yeah.
So I think more people get eaten by other people than hyenas. 50 and 75 is my guess.
How would you have to count into places where people do it for revenge too, like Haiti? They eat people for fun.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That counts. How only Guinea? Yeah. I think there's a very low number of cannibals every year where people get eaten by cannibals. I'd say it's less than 20 people eaten by cannibals. This is my guess. And maybe 75 people every year die from hyenas.
I'm going to go 800 to 1,000.
Hyenas?
On the whole continent. Yeah, Africa. Yeah, every year. What about cannibals? Cannibals, I think, is a lot higher. I mean, how are we ever going to get that number? Nobody eats somebody because of reports.
Right.
Yeah, that's impossible. No.
Right.
But I think hyenas you can track, and I think they probably get hundreds.
But ask Google, because Google tells you that you track.
I bet it's not that many. Here we go. I want to find an answer. I found one story where a guy was killed by someone. So it was the 60th in that year. I didn't know what year it was.
60th hyena or cannibal?
Hyena death. Okay.
Wow. I said 50.
Person killed by.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 1998, 99, 50 people were attacked by hyenas. 35 people, 12 people. Let me track it. Oh, yeah, I'm not seeing it. All right, so it's wrong. All right. Everywhere. Yeah, I mean, it worked pretty fast. Shotgun, big Bowie knife, fucking everything. Yeah, they're walking around in the country, they're ready to spray. Yeah, because their attacks are actually kind of rare.
Oh, hyena attacks? Who gets people the most? They get hippos? Lions, maybe?
Oh, hippos, he said.
Yeah.
I think hippos are responsible for both deaths in Africa every year.
But you know who really is responsible for that? That's the
Humans.
mosquitoes.
Oh, yeah.
Which is so
fucking
crazy.
It kills half of all the people that have ever died.
Yeah.
Mosquitoes have, right?
Mosquitoes have killed half of the people that have ever died.
It's crazy. Yeah. The most dangerous animal on the planet.
It makes you think, like, is this our planet or is it their planet?
Hippopotamus, animal that kills the most people in Africa with an estimated 500 deaths per year. 500 people get hippos every year.
20 miles an hour they can run?
Yeah,
That's real shit.
oh, it's real shit. If you have bad knee, you're in real trouble.
Yeah.
Cape buffalo, they kill a bunch of people every year. Puff adder.
Okay.
And snake. Snake makes sense.
How many people do you think die from African lions?
I was thinking it was going to be a lot, like 100, but I guess I'm wrong.
Well, if hippos are 500, it can't be 100. Like, let's just guess. How many people die from lions?
If
I would
hyenas
say
are, I think it's like 18.
18 from
Yeah, because
I think more people die from hyenas than lions.
yeah, I think so.
Well, that was like in the 80s. It was only 12 people died.
But who's getting close to the lions?
Assholes.
Yeah. Well, they also live out there. It's a lot of tribes that live out there, close by.
There's a tribe, there's a village in Africa I saw. It was on Nat Geo that hyenas come in and get fed there.
Yeah, I saw
Hyenas
that.
walk into, you saw that, right? Where they actually feed them. So they have a deal on it, and actually they believe helps keep them safe because hyenas know they don't have to kill anyone; they'll just get the food.
They're breakers.
Yeah.
I think that's probably smart. Like, make friends with the hyenas.
Why not?
They
They
understand
understand.
keeping as pets. You see the dudes who walk around with chains on them?
Yeah.
They're wild. That's a gangster move. You walk around with a fucking hyena.
Dude, if we ever do
What's a hyena? About 50? So like a mastiff looking
Yeah,
size?
it's kind of like probably German Shepherd and Mastiff
They
looking.
think a shepherd, right?
Probably. I don't know because they're like wide. They're not that. They're kind of compact. So I don't know. What they're.
Can you get them in the U.S.? You can't get them over here, right?
You can get them in Texas. Yeah.
Or
Get
Florida.
one. Texas has a lot of shit.
Like, could you bring one out on stage on a show? Like, if you've got clearance,
If you're Ted Nugent in Texas could bring hyenas on stage, I'll bring one out. He used to ride a buffalo. He was on stage. You ever see that? Yeah. You ever see Ted Nugent riding a buffalo? He had a buffalo that he could ride, and he would ride it on stage. And, like, he's doing a show. He was on a fucking buffalo in front of all these people.
You know, Ted Nugent is the only guy who I've ever heard who made me understand meat eating and how it's no less moral than. He's the only guy who made it make sense in my head. He goes, "Oh, you think you're a good person because you're only eating the vegetables?" And then he talked about how many animals have to be killed in order to keep those vegetables from being eaten by other animals.
Right.
Wow. Wow. Yeah.
His son owns a bar on Staten Island, and I didn't know. And he was like, "Yeah, my brother." Oh, it was the kid that didn't know he was his son. Yes,
Yeah,
you
the
remember
other
this kid? Yeah, Ted.
He didn't know it was
Ted Jr. And he was like, "Yeah, Ted Nugent's my father." He's a really cool guy, and I was like, "Oh shit!" Yeah, he was like, "Yeah, dude, it's pretty fucking wild."
Did you ever hear him explain that?
He was like, explain it on this podcast.
Oh, he did? Is that what it was from?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I was
It's a
oh,
record.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, like nobody ever thinks of that.
What is Ted Nugent famous? What is he? Was he a politician? What was Ted Nugent?
Stranglehold, son. You never heard the
No.
Stranglehold? You never heard that song?
No.
Here we come again now, baby. You don't know that song? Oh my God, you know. Play Stranglehold.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So he was
It's
a
one of the
musician.
greatest guitar riffs in all of rock and roll.
I'm gonna be honest. If I know,
Come on, son.
so far it's not ringing a bell.
Hold up. It's just picking up, son. Here we go.
You know it?
No,
You don't do
Dare
it.
you. Hold up.
I don't think so.
I've heard this song.
Yes, yeah.
No, I've heard that part.
Hold up. This is a huge hit.
I don't know it.
Who's the best guitarist of all time?
Hendrix.
Billy Ray?
Hendrix. Hold up. All right, we're good.
Stranglehold.
Yeah.
So he's a
This
musician.
Cat Scratch Fever, another big song.
Okay.
And a bunch of good songs.
But then what happened? Then he got into politics and
Well,
stuff.
it's just he's a bow hunter and like very vocal about social issues. kind of a meme. Right. Yeah. Kind of a nutty gimmick, but it's fun.
So then how's he have a son in Staten Island?
Well,
I
I thought his son, I think he didn't know it was his son, right? Because one of those
So they're close.
But he has another son Bronco, that I've met.
Right.
He's a fun guy.
Yeah.
I like him.
It's a powerful
I
name.
don't agree with everything he says, but that's the case with a lot of people.
Yeah. Each
I
their own.
think Hendrix is the greatest.
Right.
When it comes to guitars, because Hendrix changed songs with his guitar. Like Eric Clapton famously, when he saw Hendrix play for the first time, was like, "What am I doing? I'm not even doing this." It's Eric Clapton, right? Eric Clapton played that. I mean, he was amazing.
How about Bill Ray Vaughan?
Stevie.
Sorry, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Stevie Ray
Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Tim Van Alley.
Amazing. He used to play at our club.
Yeah, because it's Billy Ray Vaughan. I got confused with
Billy Ray
Cyrus.
Cyrus. Don't tell them all. My achy breaky heart.
Jesus.
Tim
Van Alley is one of my
Have you ever seen in the corridor of when you go on stage at the mothership, those photos of Stevie Ray Vaughan? Those are him on stage at the Ritz in 1983. Wow. Yeah, he performed there a bunch of times. Yeah. Willie Nelson performed there.
crazy.
Yeah, that place has just it's burned in there. Yeah. I brought in Ghost Hunters. Sam and Colby brought in Ghost Hunters.
Did they find it?
I don't know. It's fun. It's fun. Yeah. I don't know what's real. Yeah. But someone was murdered. Someone was definitely shot there.
That's right.
We were honestly nudie movie theater, and it was a pool hall. So it was like a nudie movie theater, a pool hall. It was a punk rock club. There's a lot of history there.
Right. People of the night. But do you think it's possible that it was built on an Indian burial ground? Indian burial ground?
That's so much better that you fucked that up. There used to be a swastika on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So when we tore down, so there's like, wallboard, and you tear down the wallboard, it gets the raw brick, and the raw brick was a fucking swastika on the wall. And we're like, this is crazy. And so while we're building the place up, I come in like 4 months later, I'm like, hey guys, why is the fucking swastika still here? Like, we're going to open in 6 months. You got to get rid of the swastika. So they tell all the construction guys to take off the paint where the swastika is. And so you know what he does? He takes it off in the shape of the swastika. So he cleans up. So now it's bright. I'm like, hey, it's still a fucking swastika. Get it off the wall. Jesus Christ.
What, did the swastika from like the Hindu symbol before?
No. It was probably from the punk rock thing. Somebody probably thought they were doing pretty back and fuck yeah. Right. Yeah. Probably someone being a rebel. I'm a rebel. And they threw it up. Yeah, they threw it up and painted it on the wall. And it stayed there. Wow. Yeah. They never cleaned it out. Like, this is so crazy.
That reminds me of the old punchline in Atlanta that had the Vince Champ.
This is Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, wow.
Just
Fully naked on stage.
Yeah, with socks over the dicks, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They used to do that.
That's a good move back then.
Yeah.
You get away with that. You show your pubes, right up your balls in your pack with the sock going up.
They got good bodies, nice lean bodies. I saw a thing that said like hunter-gatherers, what their bodies, not only the flexibility they had is unmatched, but they actually have bigger brains. You ever see this? That they actually think that they were smarter than us? They have bigger heads and bigger brains.
Well, they probably have to process a lot of things. Like, what is smart? Is it smart to just be able to use ChatGPT and find answers to things, or is it smart to have to figure stuff out about nature to stay alive? Right. There's different kinds of intelligence. If you take like the smartest guy ever, and you let him loose in the Amazon, how long is he going to live? He's not going to live very long. He's not going to make it. Hunter-gatherers generally have larger brains compared to native human populations, as the demands of their lifestyle, including complex foraging strategies and navigating diverse environments, likely put selective pressure on the evolution of larger brain capacity for problem-solving and planning. That makes sense. An expensive tissue hypothesis, interesting, which suggests that a diet rich in meat allowed for the energy expenditure needed to maintain a larger brain. Did you see those? They found a new population of humans that existed as recently as I think 100,000 years ago. But they found them in China. They had much larger heads.
Really?
Yeah, they found out they thought they were Denisovans, I think, at one point in time, which also is a fairly new discovery. They found Denisovans in 2010. But this is another This is another new species of human being they studied that they found. And they had large heads.
Haven't they found like 12, like 11 different hominids now?
There's quite a few. There's quite a few. You know, including the really controversial ones like Homo floresiensis or Floresiensis.
What was that? Was that the first thing I heard?
Island Flores, they're little tiny
Squeaks.
people. Little squeaks. Little twins.
Yeah.
Late 1970s. Yeah, there it is. Homo juliensis. Fossils began belonging to 16 individuals were found in 2 different locations in China. They appear to belong to unique species, thousands of artifacts, stone tools, and animal bones. This one is the larger-headed one. Is that the same one? Is that it? Because it says in the late 70s fossils. I think this is large. I know I have a photo. I know I have saved it because I wanted to look at. Yeah, dragon. That's it. A newly complete skull discovered in China in the 1930s is the basis for the proposed new human species, Homo longi. That's it. Known as dragon man. Skulls found in 33, Shanghua River in Harbin, China, where a bridge is being built. Okay, so the skull is a combination of ancient and modern features, including a large brain similar to modern humans and Neanderthals, a low forehead.
But how do they know that these are? Couldn't it just be like a weird-looking kid? Like if me and Giannis were laying down and found our skeletons, you would think we might be different types of species. Like he's got a peanut head and I have a go back. Good point, right?
You know, the shack buried right next to
Yeah. It could just be different people.
Yeah,
it is. Shoot, they're all talking about feelings. These kids. Yeah, feelings.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what the scent must have been bad, dude.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, here, Jimmy. I think this is a different thing. I'm listening to right now. I just saved it on my phone, so I can look at it later. But I didn't really look at it too much.
Right.
But they keep finding these new versions of humans.
Right.
So it's like, how many of them? Why did we succeed? Like, what was so great about
I think we were most vicious, right? We just killed all the other ones.
dogs?
You think dogs? That's the answer.
Yeah.
You're 100% positive.
My street smart says it. Science says it. Like it's nation, you know, in the understanding of how, but it's pretty solid. That's what gave us the edge.
We domesticated
We
dogs.
teamed up with dogs, and we had a symbiotic relationship, and we were able to protect ourselves better.
So this is it. Large head people, mysterious new form of ancient human emerges. This is it. So provocative increase in nature has proposed a whole new group of ancient humans, cousins of the Denisovans and Neanderthals that once lived alongside Homo sapiens in Eastern Asia more than 100,000 years ago. Brains of these extinct humans probably hunted horses in small groups who were much bigger than any other hominid of their time, including our own species. This is it. The large head people, yeah. So that's it. It is that name, though. Oh, no. In the past, it says. Some science have attributed to it. But that's not what they're saying. So they think it's different.
Denisovans, they say. Some scientists have attributed the Jugoran fossils to Denisovans.
Right. I said that in the past. So now they think it's totally different, right?
I don't know if people ate horses.
Oh, yeah.
Is that the actual been eaten?
Oh, a lot of people eat horses.
Yeah.
He's got Shavkat Rakhanov, the #1 contender in the welterweight division. He says it's his favorite food.
Horse meat.
Yeah, he's from Kazakhstan. He rides horses and he eats horses. He's like, I love horses. He loves them all the way.
You ever tried it?
Yeah, I had a horse. Good. I had it in Montreal. There's a restaurant in Montreal, one of the best restaurants in the world. Shout out to Joe B.
Oh, of course.
Oh, yeah. Joe B. And we went there, Ari and I. We had, I don't know what we done today. We had horse tartare and we had horse loin.
And it was good.
Fucking really good. It's game. It's like wild game. It's like eating an antelope or eating an elk. Right. It's real similar. It's not bad.
Yeah.
But I remember it was All in the Family. When the bunkers were poor, you know, they weren't doing so well. And Edith went to the store and she bought horse meat. And she served it to Archie. And it was like a big deal. It's like, I'm eating this horse. Remember that episode?
I never saw it.
But again, another good impression.
I remember it was like a real problem in the family. She fed them horse meat. Yeah, they were so poor. They didn't have to eat.
Yeah. Well, I just feel bad for horses. I mean, they love us around.
They're also very sweet.
Yeah.
Like they're connected to people.
Right.
You even can get connected to a horse.
Yeah. I can't eat horses. I can't eat dogs. I just can't do it.
Can't do it.
Dogs get eaten a lot, unfortunately, right?
Yeah. Dogs and humans are connected genetically.
I think so too. I think there's a place in our brain that kind of matches up with them, and we evolve together. Something's up. It's magical.
Yeah. that dog, he's a part of my family.
Yes. Yeah, me too.
See, I don't want a dog, but I think I should get a dog.
Oh,
You just do it?
Dogs are great. But you don't know, you probably give them away.
No, I would.
Obviously, I can't take it anymore, so I gave it to this Puerto Rican family, and they raised it to be an attack dog. I feel bad. Now he's attacking people.
I would. I got
And that fucking dream house you got rid of when you moved to the city like a retard.
like a fucking retard. Now I bought one that was too expensive because ChatGPT told me to.
Why didn't you try to buy your own house back?
Because
You did. You tried
I did,
to,
and
they won't sell it.
they won't sell it. The guys won't sell it. But what can I do?
What can you do?
Nothing. I got to do that.
Call him now. And you have like
Him and I talk
he's a
about it.
much more logical person.
He is. His brain. He's more kind of controlled than me. I go a little wild, but he kind of keeps me back.
Well, I mean, somebody, I'm not going to say I said it, but I don't know how controlled it, but it was bought by Muslim family.
The Palestinian family on
Palestinian family.
October 8th.
So,
After October 7th, the next day is when we sold October 8th. And my
That October 8th?
down October 8th, they Palestinians moved in October 8th.
Yeah, they moved quick.
Yeah, they came right in.
I see the right way.
well, they see that they're in a place where they can accomplish it. So they're like, we can actually live there.
Yeah,
They just do it.
So they moved in big, and yeah, my neighbors were kind of mad that we just picked up and left. But what can you do? I have to go. I with twins.
You didn't have to. No, you should have called somebody. That's the time you should call me.
Well, now I'm
Yeah, please do. What the fuck are you talking about? You're like, you're right. You're right.
right. As soon as we get out of here, I'm going to call my accountant and see if we can rescind that offer or we locked in. I just got that ChatGPT's liar.
Do you get panicky?
Oh yeah, I get real panic. I get lucky.
Yeah, you still do these.
I still do it because I think I don't do drugs, so I think I get and so this is a game. My father was a compulsive gambler and told me never to gamble, so I thought I escaped because I don't know anything about cards and sports gambling. I don't know anything about it.
Do it with life choices.
Yes, which is kind of a little risky.
A lot of people do.
Yeah, I get it.
life choice gamblers out there.
But now I'm looking for peace. I'm looking for my path to peace. So I'm trying to just, be at peace.
Radical acceptance.
Radical acceptance, being friendly with my present, being gentle with what we're trying, baby. Yeah,
Very scared.
that's what it is. Well, I tried to, but I got bad Achilles. I know, but I've tried to. What's wrong with your Achilles? I don't know, man. I have tendinosis in the Achilles, and they did the X-ray, and they see some scar tissue in there. So they actually told me, I can't get it. Here, I'll come down here. They told me PRP. That'll help you spin the blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, but you should get stem cells. Why are you calling me?
I go home tonight. Damn, but I can come back.
Okay,
Yeah.
come back.
All right.
Are you booked at the club anytime?
No.
You should come back, and when you come back, we'll set it up to go waist away. Before.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get it.
Because a buddy of mine, my friend Evan, had a fucked up Achilles. It was bothering him for years. And
Yeah.
he got stem cell leg gone.
Really?
Years.
That's me. I've been 2 years with this. I have a growth on the back of my heel.
Oh, from the bone?
Yeah, like the bones
Get
are
irritated?
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's all fucked up. But I do have a clean colon. I have 2 polyps.
Yay.
Under 3 centimeters. We're good to go, baby. Clean ass, so does he. We got our colonoscopies a month apart.
Everyone should get a colonoscopy starting at 40.
Mm.
Everyone should get it. It's
Yeah.
on your eyes.
You know what you would really do? You do a comprehensive blood screening to test you for all cancers, not just asshole cancer. But they have that now. It's a lot easier and it's better.
You ever do a colonoscopy?
I have one.
Right.
Why? What's wrong with it?
I think
I didn't wake up like that.
I think that if you go, I didn't have a colonoscopy. No, I had an exam. Where they go in there with their fingers. They go in there with a
Did he put a scope in there? He woke up there, I guess, because he liked it.
I woke up.
I swear to God.
No, I wasn't even hard out of it. I'm not even fucking around. I woke up in the middle of it because I just, knew something was in my ass. I woke up. Yeah. I woke up. I went, Mateo.
But they can screen you with this, I forget what it's called. They do that at Waste Well too. They set it up to a lab. They take your blood and screen you for like 100 kinds of cancer.
Right. That's the way
good.
to go.
Yeah. They got the full body scans in too.
They're trying to attach, there was some paper that I was reading, they're trying to attach cooking oils with cancer, specific kinds of cooking oils and colon cancer. Specific types of seed oil that things are cooked in, and the prevalence of that, and the human diet, and how it's contributing to cancer.
Yeah.
Why?
Cancer's on the rise.
Why is this stuff not available in New York? Why can't you do this kind of stuff in
But
Kansas?
you can do it in Europe. I guarantee you, just don't know the right people.
Yeah.
Here, you probably can't do stem cells to the extent that it's like, there's not not a lot of these clinics because of a lot of FDA regulations. And Utah's a really good state for it. They have like much looser regulations.
Right.
But a lot of people wind up going to Mexico. There's a place in Mexico called the CPI, Cellular Performance Institute. A lot of UFC fighters go there because they have an arrangement with UFC. You do wild shit there in Mexico.
That's what Aaron Rodgers did, right? With his Achilles. He went down and got the stem cells. He's good to go.
Yep. He actually got treated here. He got treated at waist level.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers. Yeah.
So she just come out.
Yeah, he definitely should. If I'd known that you had that issue, I would have gotten rid of early as well.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll come back.
Yeah, Ron White actually just he hurt himself doing yoga. And he fucked up his ankle. They just treated him.
And now he's good.
Well, we just got it yesterday. It's going to take a while for it to better.
Right.
But it will get better a lot quicker than I'm having it. That's for damn sure. But, I know a lot of people that have like, pretty serious issues. Like torn Achilles. Torn ligaments. It's not really torn. No. Then you definitely need surgery. Achilles is a bad one because it's like, there's so much torque on that. And we have to screw it back down the bone and start to heal. Make sure you strengthen it enough and start using it. So you're real diligent about your rehab. Look how long it took Aaron Rodgers and the state-of-the-art access to ways to well, and he was way ahead of the curve. Way ahead of what it takes most people to do. But even then, he couldn't really play that year. He had to wait until it was, like the next season.
Yeah, those used to be like career ending.
Yep.
Yeah, I was good. Because I've been doing like calf exercises and like strengthening all around, and it's just like a year and a half. I'm like, dude, the pain is still there if I explore too much. And so, but it's also, what am I going to do? I got horrific feet, Joe. My feet are horrific. My toes cross over. I have no arches. I have feet that look like they should be shoved into high heels. And
have you ever worked out with barefoot shoes? Those like minimalist, like
They'd have to custom make them for his feet.
Yeah, you put their toe into each individual. No, I don't mean that. Yeah. You get those too. Those are like the barefoot shoes. Those help. Yeah, those are okay. Those are good. The toe shoes. I used to have those. But the ones I really like are they have a wide toe box, so your feet spread out, and there's very minimal amount of sole, just to kind of protect you from short things you stand on.
Yeah.
But it allows your toes to move as individual units. So a regular shoe acts as like a cast. Like if you have like a thick soled boot and like a hard surface your foot sits on, it's like a cast. So your toes aren't really working. Your legs are picking up, but your foot is basically atrophying inside that. And then if you work out barefoot, and especially if you work out and you do something explosive like jumping and stuff with barefoot, then you're using your feet the way they're supposed to use all the muscle strength. A lot of people have very, very weak feet.
Yeah, I can't even move my toes in particular. Like if you like Chris with your toe,
I can't do this.
No, I can't do it.
That's crazy.
It's hard.
You should probably take care of that before it gets bad.
That's the whole thing. And it's good. Ask me to move my toes. Say, move my toes. Say, Chris, move your toes. Somebody say, move your toes.
Yeah, basketball feet like I do. Yeah, that's all I could do. So bronze feet are like that too. Did you play a lot of basketball?
I did, yeah.
Maybe that's it.
I did.
Maybe it's all that like smushing in the shoe. It could be. Is that what it is? I never actually wear socks. Back in
That's good, right? You can see on the ankle here. I got a little bony.
Oh, that's where it's fucked up.
But the actual flexibility, not bad.
That's not bad. Congratulations on that.
Thank you, sir.
The bronze feet are evil looking.
He hasn't been playing, right? Did he come back?
Yeah.
No. Coming back. What happened? Was he hurt? Never.
You need to get time to get his body.
Oh, that's right. The minute, yeah, it's time out.
Who knows?
Anybody who takes out of anything now, people are like, did he? That's
Everybody
everybody.
tries to get it already. It's crazy. But, imagine that, like, with Reddington,
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Just smashed out.
I mean,
Pinky toes, roots, my kickboxers have feet like that too. They all fucked up.
Brutal.
I think about kickboxers. Like John Jones can't fight unless he has his big toe on his left foot taped to his next toe. He has to have it taped up because he tore his toe completely upside down. He was beating up Chael Sonnen, and he didn't realize it until I was interviewing him after the fight, and he looks down and sees his toes like, he freaks out and he has to sit down.
The adrenaline, you didn't even feel it.
Didn't even feel it. His toe was upside down.
Wow.
The bottom of his toe was facing up.
Wow.
It was horrible.
I would probably say one-on-one, him, anyone in history, just just because of how skilled he is.
That's what it's for.
Oh,
Damn.
my God.
Yeah, bro.
Yo.
Crazy.
So you noticed it first, though?
No, I think he did. He noticed. I think
Oh, God.
yeah. He destroyed stuff.
So what happened? He twisted all the way around?
That's from the force of beating the fuck out of Chael Sonnen. That's what that's from. Like grounding power. He had him on the ground. He smashed him down. Jeez. Somebody isolated the moment his toe curls over. You can see it at the replay. On his toe, just the amount of torque he's putting on to try to kill Chael Sonnen.
Is he doing Gloria or
Basketball.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be basketball. I think they're trying to come to some sort of agreement. The rumor is he wants $30 million. And the UFC is going to pay. Hopefully,
I agree with him. Him and Gloria would be Pereira.
Yeah.
Sorry, would be the fight everyone wants to see.
Yeah, perhaps.
Because he's been so dominant.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, if it's going to happen, they're both 37, which will probably happen soon. But John is, the heavyweight champion of the world, and Pereira has challengers in the light heavyweight division, especially Ankalaev. He's supposed to be fighting Ankalaev. Ankalaev is fucking very dangerous. And I think he's the number one contender. And he's been on a winning streak for a long-ass time. He's only got one draw, and that was to Jan Blachowicz, who is the former champion. So he's like at the top of the heap, and he's been waiting for a title shot for a long time, but he's been talking a lot of shit. And Alex doesn't like to talk shit. So it's like, fuck him, make him wait. And so I think Alex just said that he's going to fight in March, and that he's not going to fight on Kawhi. Because if he's fighting in March, when is Ramadan?
You're asking for
I'm not even going
Ramadan,
but you would know.
I think it's in the summer. It's in
Okay, so he wouldn't be able to fight. Ankalaev wouldn't be able to fight in March. Because if it's like March 3rd, and he's got to go through the entire month of Ramadan preparing for the ultimate fight, what is really 28th, and it ends Saturday, March 29th. So that's exactly during the time period where he's going to fight.
And with Ramadan, it's a whole month you can only drink water?
No. You can't. You definitely can drink water. You can eat food. You can only do it after sundown. So, Bilal Muhammad, who's the UFC welterweight champion, he observes Ramadan, and he was training and fighting. Well, he'd have to take fight during Ramadan. So what he would do is he would get up at like 4:30 in the morning before it was dark out, before it was light out, rather. And he'd have a big meal, and then he would go to the gym, and then he would have no water at the gym, nothing. And then at the end of the day, and also he didn't sleep during the day. Like a lot of them, like they're happy with that. They just sleep during the day and train at night. He said that if you do that, then you miss out on the religious suffering, which he thinks is very important for Ramadan. So he would do it the way you're supposed to do it, where he worked out with no water, train up, and then he would finally get to the nighttime session. He'd be able to eat and then have a nighttime training session, like a little later than normal. And so that's how he would do his day.
Well, that's why these dudes are dominating. They're just tougher. Discipline. He started working with the Dagestani guys, right? And he just turned into a beast.
Well, those guys are all fucking cool. Very big, want no questions, no women, no bullshit. Get off your phone. Let's go to work.
They're probably not jerking off, if we're being honest. Probably. They keep fuel, they keep it loaded up. Keep a loaded glue gun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's something about having a loaded glue gun, right? When you're going into the ring, you want to be glued up full of glue.
Some people believe that. Yeah. Some people believe that you're not supposed to ejaculate within a couple weeks of a big fight.
Didn't you not masturbate at a respective 9/11?
That's true. I wanted to go until we found Bin Laden, the perpetrator, but obviously that was too long. But I did go until October 1st. From 9/11 to October 1, I said, as my respect back to this country, and patriotism, I'm not going to glue at all until we get out of this month of September.
Didn't he have a joke about waiting until the second tower fell? Probably not jerked off.
It's funny.
Yeah, I think it was a joke. He didn't make it from the second tower fell.
Dude, I remember there was like a vigil, like on September 18th or whatever, like a week later in like my neighborhood. And I was playing basketball as a basketball player, and I was playing in the park. And I remember when I left, I was just standing outside the house with like American flags and candles, and I wouldn't dribble my basketball because I was like, I think like a sound or any type of dribble of the ball, disrespectful. And then a guy gave me a flag, like as I was walking, as if to say, take one of these as you're walking home, and I just walked with that flag. I love our fucking country, big Joe. Jesus. Yeah. I just love it, and I hate when people talk shit about it.
Yeah. Well, get ready.
Yeah.
We got some
coming.
We got some drums.
Listen to Troy Reed.
Yeah. We should try to swap those things out of the air.
What do you think they are? If you had a guess.
I think they are. I was joking about the AI thing. I think they're Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say this in such a big time. I'm available to the CCP for whatever they need me to do.
Yeah.
Disinformation will do it.
I think that they are sniffing the radiation. I think that that's the most plausible. That I don't know if they know about it or not, but I think they're probably looking for radiation. I don't know that a nuke's necessarily going off, but I think that's probably what it is. If I could just guess, if I really had to guess.
Well,
I think they're being launched from submarines underwater.
yes.
And
Well, that's what's crazy. Is like if that's the case, how many submarines and how big are the submarines? Because these things are the size of an SUV, and some of them were coming from some like untrackable distance offshore, 50 plus miles offshore, and they're the size of an SUV, and they can stay in the air for 5 hours. So what's the power source? And then the other problem is they don't exhibit a heat signature like a regular drone does. So do they have some sort of cooling?
is that why they can't track them?
Yeah, they're having a hard time tracking them because of that. Like they're having a hard time tracking them with infrared. They don't know why they can stay in the sky for 5 hours at a time. Ryan Graves, who's a fighter pilot, was on the other day, and he was explaining to us like there's certain aspects of some of these drones that are above state of the art. They're doing things that we can't do. The big one is the flying for that many hours. That's crazy. The heat signature part, that's crazy. All the jammers and all different things they try to do to find the signal that's on.
What does he think it is? Why don't they just knock one out of the air? That's what I don't understand.
Good question.
That's what makes me skeptical to think that.
Does he think it's government?
Well, I said you said earlier today, Jamie, but I knew this subject was going to come up about it. I don't know. It's also some stuff, like, is it real? I don't know if it's real. I don't know what we're looking at. There's some stuff like these orbs that they're filming.
Oh, yeah.
And they zoomed in on it. And you look at the zoomed in version of it, like, what the fuck is that? Like, what is that?
We just don't know if it's real.
FAA bans drones in parts of New Jersey, threatens deadly force or imminent security threat. These areas have all now been deemed national defense airspace.
Federal Aviation Administration issued bans on flying drones in multiple cities across New Jersey, including several in our area due to security reasons. These areas are all now considered national defense airspace. Here's a map of those sites: the city of Camden, Gloucester City, Winslow Township, Evesham, Hancock's Bridge in Lower Alloways Township in Salem County, West Hampton, Burlington, and Hamilton. Unmanned aircraft are not allowed in those areas through January 17th unless approved by the federal government. The FAA says pilots who violate the airspace, meaning pilots on the ground as well, may be detained and interviewed by law enforcement. The agency warns that the U.S. government may use deadly force against drones it deems an imminent threat. These restrictions come just days after the FBI released a joint government statement saying most of the reported drone sightings were just airplanes and drones and stars in the sky.
Shut the fuck up. Please shut the fuck up. Listen, Donald Trump is not giving press conferences about airplanes and stars in the sky.
Right.
You don't think that he knows something more than that?
I was going to ask, do you think he knows?
He's not staying in his golf course. He wouldn't go to his golf course. He was hovering over the golf course. There's a real problem. This gaslighting is not helping anybody.
Do you think it just goes out of the news one day, or we will get an answer as the public?
I don't know. I would never have guessed that it would be this big a deal for so long.
Right.
How long has it been going on?
Since early November, mid-November.
And it's, around Thanksgiving, and it's been the same, isn't it been like the same type of year, same time of year, like for a couple of years? This has been
But
happening.
not like this. It's never got
Not this many, not this many, but they were going over military bases.
And now they're just going over New Jersey.
Now
I
they
just put a video up of the one that I got on my Instagram. So I took this one from, I forget what the Instagram page is, but it's up on the page to give them a shout out. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is fake. This is the one we were looking at earlier. Yeah, I showed it to these guys in the green room last night. We were all freaking out. Like, what is that? The way the goddamn thing moves. So keep on it so you can hear it. He gets used for showing you that. Listen to these guys talking. Quiet. So you see this thing. So what you're concentrating on is the one in the lower right. So it's moving.
No, it's not moving quick enough. There's no tail. That's a UFO. What the fuck is going on?
So when it gets above, this is where it gets weird, because it's slowly rising. It gets above that other thing, which might be the moon. I'm not sure what the other thing is. I think it's the moon. So that other thing, it gets above it, and then it starts taking off. And when it starts taking off, it does it with no sound at a fucking insane rate of speed. Like, look at that.
What the fuck? It just went out to space. It just went out to
Oh my
space.
god.
It just went out to space.
This one.
Those guys are reacting like they're watching it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's real. It could be fake. It could be all AI generated. It's ambiguous and blurry enough, though, that I'm willing to entertain it.
Right.
If that's really what they saw, that's a bunch of different people have seen things like that over time. And this is like the Tic Tac story. This is the one that Ryan Gray showed us that this lady photographed over Florida.
Yeah.
That these things, and they've seen enough. This is one that was seen by multiple people from different planes. That this thing moved and then shot up into space, and so we got photos of it. But whatever that thing's doing, it's doing something that we can't do. That speed that thing takes off, that's faster than any rocket we have. That's faster than any fighter jet. That thing just shoots off into space at some impossible speed.
If so, it's either us. The drones are either. Why are they blinking if it's not us? Why do they have? No, but I mean the drones. I'm saying the drones are blinking. So I'm saying if the drones are ours, maybe there's been like UFO activity, and they're throwing these drones up to try to capture it with better. Or
what better way to distract people from actual UFOs? You know, they're gonna be all over the sky. You put a bunch of drones up there too.
Right, that too.
Yeah. If you have a bunch of shit that seems like stuff that you've seen, like a drone like, flying around, and then there's stuff that is impossible with it, that's a good way to cover up the impossible stuff. Have a bunch of regular drones. Yeah.
But at this point, why would they do that? Everyone's already accepted the fact that UFOs are out there.
Not really. If there was a big thing where all of a sudden the sky was filled with football field size fucking motherships, like they would lose their shit. But if you could slowly get people accustomed to it, the way people got accustomed to masks. In the beginning, in 2019, if you saw somebody with a mask on, what the fuck is going on? By 2021, why doesn't this guy have a mask on? Right? Just in a couple of years, everybody was wearing masks. But if we get accustomed to stuff, if you get accustomed to things being in the sky, and then all of a sudden there's nothing, like you could float anything in the sky. If you had weirder and weirder drones, and then start showing spaceships, people would freak out way less.
Right. I don't know, dude. If someone tells me it's a drone, I'm chill. And if someone shows me a football field size spacecraft,
Sure.
I'm gonna freak out.
That's a big leap.
Yeah,
But what about one the size of a car? That's definitely not out.
So you
it's
think they're just
moving like
doling
that.
them out
Yeah,
by
if
size?
I was going to do that, if I was going to get people prepared, that's it. Chef is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. What's up? Pleasure to meet you, man. You are a part of the most iconic band in all of hip hop. There's no question. There's one Wu-Tang. There's only one Wu-Tang. Nothing else is even close. You guys are so different than every other band that ever existed. It was a giant group of you.
Yeah, man.
And everybody was a killer. It's a crazy band, man. Like, no one, if you think about it, there's been a lot of hip-hop duos. There's been a lot of producers and MCs. There's been a lot of people that get together in, like, small groups. But there's only one Wu-Tang. There's only one group of 9 assassins. It's kind of crazy. It's crazy that it worked. Because it's so hard to keep all those alphas together.
It really is crazy to make it work. The most cool shit, some shit that I never would have thought would ever exist. It was able to exist because we tried it, but it wasn't normal.
There wasn't no bonus. Tried it, but it was just. It almost seems like it was just instant. Like, it's not like a business strategy that anybody would ever come up with. Like 9 dudes, and 9 of the realest dudes, like the rawest, realest dudes, And it worked. And it worked.
I tell people all the time, it's like Blizzard, he came with this whole philosophy of wanting to do it. It was like hitting the lotto for him. Like he didn't know what to expect. It was more a reputation thing for us. It was like, yo, I'm gonna do this, and he came to the block and he talked to some real dudes that was really had other shit. Hip hop was always like that backpack that we wore every day. But everybody had different plans. So he really literally came in and started to pick motherfuckers that he felt had potential. So it's like the mob. It's like, Lucky Luciano, prime example. He knew that motherfuckers had potential, right? He knew dudes had potential. He's from a different part, he's from a different part, he's from a different part. But yo, what we could do right here is we could make money. So put your fucking feelings down. For whatever the case may be, let's talk about some money.
Yeah.
And that right there, yo, start shaking hands across the table. I know you didn't really fuck me like that. I know that I didn't think you should have done. But it was just something that he felt like at the end of the day, let me try this shit.
Well, Will is a genius. And it's amazing that he was able to coordinate that. Because that's often the case, right? With other killers, like when dude's a bad motherfucker, they always assume that everybody else doesn't like them. They always assume that everybody else is the enemy or competition. So to have 9 of you guys together like that as one group, I told you when I sent you a message, I said that we play Protect Your Neck. It's whenever we have a police escort, that's what's the most hilarious thing. So we do a radio show, we hire a police escort. So it's like fucking sirens and shit. Protect your neck. It's like the perfect song to play when you're getting a police escort.
I know, trust me.
These young kids that I have at the club, like I was explaining Wu-Tang Clan to them the other night. I go, you have to understand how wild this band was. I go, when Old Dirty Bastard was in Rikers, they went to Rikers and performed in Rikers. Remember that? Yes! I fucking remember. I told everybody, I was like, you know how crazy that is? You're talking about like the biggest rap band in the fucking world, and they're performing in a penitentiary to one of the members who's one of the biggest fucking hip-hop stars in the world, who's in jail, and then you guys go into the crowd.
God bless his soul, first and foremost.
Oh my God, Old Dirty Bastard was
Joe is the funniest shit because when we came in and when we see him, he was cheeseburger laughing. He never was, I don't even think, I never seen him eat meat like that. The case may be, when we came in, he was eating cheeseburger and shit laughing. So we was dying laughing. And they kept, the people up in it, they kept saying, it's like, yo, I can't go into the crowd with everybody, we're not going to hold no responsibility or something. We're like, once we got on that stage, it was like, fuck the stage. We out there touching. Wow. It was love, man. It was like, wow.
No internet.
You like none of that shit.
None of that. What? Is there even recording that anywhere?
I think so.
You know how wild that video would be?
People see that. People do that shit.
Oh, I heard about it. Yeah, I heard about it. I mean, they lost this in the news back then that you guys performed in Rikers. Yeah. The 90s for hip hop, it was like people need, you have to understand. For young people who grew up with hip hop, you're 20 years old, I get it. But you have to understand from my perspective, in 1980, there was no hip hop. In 1992, that was all anybody gave a fuck about. That is crazy. For a new art form, it was right. I mean, there was like Sugar Hill Gang, there was some hip hop, but it wasn't the thing until the 90s. And 90s hip hop
got big. Because look, I remember it's so crazy you said that because I tell people all the time, like, disco to me was hip hop before hip hop. Disco, R&B, everything was a mixture. It was a mixture. So really, when hip hop came, like you said, it came like maybe say 80,
'85.
It had to be 84 because I was in junior high school.
Yeah, he was younger. So I would definitely say you heard something. It's like, oh shit, that is rhyming. This shit sound cool. It sound cool. But really, it was a way to bring people together. That was going through different shit in life.
Yeah, you know what? It was earlier than that because in '84 I was in high school, so it had to be 8 because I was in high school. I was a freshman in high school in '81, so I heard Sugar Hill Gang when I lived in Jamaica Plain, which was in 1980. Yeah. So that was the first time I've ever heard any kind of hip hop.
Yeah. So like you said, 80. Yeah, it's true. Me probably really gravitate to probably from 12.
What was the first hip hop that really grabbed you? Do you remember? Do you remember like what was the shit you were first into when you were a kid? All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. And that's why I partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free. If you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, seriously, folks, check it out. The start of a new year is the perfect time to get organized, set goals, and prioritize what matters most. For me, a top priority is financial wellness, which feels more important than ever, and that's where Rocket Money comes in. They show you all of your subscriptions right in one place and help you easily cancel ones that you forgot you've been paying for. Rocket Money also pulls together all of your spending across your different accounts so you can clearly track spending habits and see where you can cut back. You know how it goes. Something might seem like just what you want at the time. Maybe you really need to see that show on that random streaming service, or perhaps you love pickles so much you signed up for a monthly delivery box full of them. But then that show gets canceled and you realize there's only so much vinegary goodness a person can take. The money still leaves your account every month and you just never quite get around to canceling it because you're a busy person, right? That's the beauty of Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal financial app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. They'll even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save. Then you can ask them to negotiate for you. Rocket Money will deal with customer service so you don't have to. And that's why Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. rocketmoney.com/JRE.
The first shit that grabbed me was like how you said, Sugar Hill Gang. Rapper's Delight.
Yeah.
Rapper's Delight. That was the shit. Oh, God. Now look, it's everywhere. Our cousins and shit, they was wild, they was selling drugs, they was, smoking weed, sniffing coke, you know what I mean, doing whatever they were doing. And they used to live two floors above me. And I used to sneak up there and shit, just being in their business, being in their world. They would be playing music, they had a record player, you see coke on TV with weed and everything. And my cousin, he was cool. Come in, man. You get fucked, right? Just don't tell your mother that you was around this shit. You know And I would just be watching, and I would see weed on the album covers, and you know what I mean, just motherfuckers running back and forth in the road, and they in the shit, but they always was playing music, and a lot of the music was R&B, disco, and then next thing you know, I heard this record, shit, Hill Gang. I'm like, the groove is dope. Shit, like, this is what I'm be. You know what I mean? I'm looking at the whole vibe. I'm like, this is who I am right here, But it's so crazy how it merged. It merged. Nobody expected it. It was a totally new thing. And there was a lot of resistance. I mean, for people that don't know, those little warning labels on your, when you used to have CDs, that all came from Al Gore's wife. Al Gore's wife, typical. She was a Democrat. She wanted to censor rap music because this was the first time anybody heard like Ice-T, like at 6 in the morning. Everybody's like, "What the fuck is this?" And that kind of explicit lyrics, they wanted to put a stop to it, and that's why and these dumbasses, they didn't even understand. It sold way more albums because that's what kids are looking for. They don't swear. Get this shit out of here. Once I got floodgates, I wanted. Exactly. Yeah. Once the floodgates got open and kids got turned on to like real hardcore hip hop, you couldn't sell the regular shit. Like, get out of here with that. Yeah. I mean, there's a few guys that got through with regular shit, but it just didn't last. No, definitely. But like you said, everybody wanted the push. You gotta remember at that time, it was a tough time. Too much shit was going on. I mean, it was to the point where it's like, yo, in our neighborhood, we had like crazy people. Like, if they catch you at late, they'd kill you. They be dressed up like a fucking drag or whatever, or on a makeup on. And, I remember one time going to the incinerator. My mom she made me go to the take out the garbage and shit. I forgot to take it out. And she came home later that day, and I was laying there, and she fucking smacked me in the head. And I was like, yo, didn't I tell you to take out the fucking garbage? So now I'm going out to the incinerator. Walk in, it's on the same floor. And I remember when I cut the corner, I seen the motherfucker sticking the corner out. And he had his head all wild, and shit was like green and red. And he had lipstick going on crazy, and his eyes was all fucking bugged out looking, and he looked at me. And when I got the garbage pail, it's like, yo, once I seen him, I just turned, just dropped the shit and ran. Back then, you yell your mother name and shit. You think that was something cool back then. And, she's your era like that. Came back, that it was hard. But I think if he would have caught me in that incinerator door when it was closed, it was going to try to run in there and try to fucking kill me. And that shit was going on back then. Because the drugs was crazy. Right, that's the big shift is crack. Yeah, crack. That's also in the to see before crack, you had that dope. So motherfuckers was mixing dope and coke together, getting high, shit, everything. You know what I mean? It was a serious time back then. And, that's how far to me music went back. Listening to ladies' night. I had people in my store that had a candy store right on the same floor, but it wasn't a candy store. They had a bunch of penny candy just to make kids feel cool, but really they were selling coke in there. Coke and dope. So, all this was going on in the community. It was a serious time. Scary times back then. But if it's not for those scary times, you don't get the kind of band that Wu-Tang was. Like, that has to emerge from an authentic experience. Absolutely. It has to. And that's part of the appeal of music. Everybody kind of knew that. It's part of the appeal. There's never been, like, a genre of music like that that's so connected to like the grind and poverty and crime and ghettos. Like the whole genre, to be authentic, you had to come from that. You couldn't be like some rich kid from the suburbs that was talking about some shit we never actually experienced. Nobody wants to hear it, which is kind of crazy. It's true. I mean, back then, hip hop was really an expression before the ghetto. The way that being that we was living in fucked up situations, nobody had shit, nobody had fucking jobs like that. It was like, yo, we needed something to keep us cool, keep us in a vibe mode. Back then things were still relevant. You know, we never looked at ourselves as a gang. We might have looked at ourselves as a tribe. That yo, when you from the neighborhood and you stick to your neighborhood, you know what I mean? And that's why even back then it was like a lot of times, you know, you would beef with people that wasn't from the neighborhood just because you wasn't from this. What the fuck you doing? You know, you know, then it creates this animosity. I remember for us, you know, being in an area where it was like you go up the block stayed up the block, down the block stayed down the block. So for me, I was in the middle. So, you know, I lean more towards up the block, you know, but then we would go down the block just to start trouble, man. You know, then they would come up the block and they would start trouble. Next thing you know, before you know, we fucking with each other. So that was our way of getting to know each other, was to test each other's heart. Whatever may happen was happening back then. But the music, believe it or not, the music was keeping peace. Now, just meaning the music was keeping peace because they would do block parties, right? They would do block parties, and you know, everybody knew that these different DJs was coming from different places and going from play some music and shit. So we knew every time they did that, we knew something was going to happen. Just mandatory. It's just because people from all over different neighborhoods would come out, and everything would be nice, and you see people driving down the street, all crazy, you know, trying to hit motherfuckers and swinging the golf club out the window and shit. And, you know, somebody mother might have got knocked out. You know what I mean? You know, but the music is still playing. You know, so yeah, that's the type of shit that to me that made it fun, but made it spooky. But it still was fun because it was something that well, it's fun because it's wild. It's wild, yeah. You know, but we were young, so we didn't care about whether we lived or died at that time. Like whatever's gonna happen, that's wild. But the music is what kept things in order for us. We always felt like that was a vessel to being calm. You know, when you come from somewhere that's fucked up, and it's not that you can't get a job because of your community, your zip code don't allow you to be like, yo, he's hired. No, it's too invested. So you kind of become relaxed with that mentality of saying, well, fuck it. I'm gonna live off the land. I'm gonna say lean, do whatever I think that is gonna make me survive. You know, so everything was just survival. You know, when music always kept us calm. You always want to listen to what's next when you play. R&B music, disco, you know, all that good shit, old stuff, you know, old stuff. You would get understand that sometimes and go to these different parks and jam in the city. That was fun too. That was fun times for us.
When was it RZA that tried? Was it initially all 9 guys? Like, how did it get formed?
Well, number one, it was RZA, his cousin Jizza, and his other cousin, Bastard, that they were super close. Old Dirty Bastard and Jizza, they were from Brooklyn. RZA was from Staten Island. You know, we all Brooklyn babies too. Majority of us in Clinton. We all, you know, resided in Staten Island, but majority of us grew up in Brooklyn. But anyway, it was those three that were close as shit. So RZA, back then, RZA, he acknowledged himself, which was being involved in the Nation of Islam. And also, Jizza and Dirk, they were part of the nation at that time. So they would go to a lot of rallies. This is a place where everybody go and build. They talking about mathematics and all this, but it was Jizza and Dirty who instilled the hip hop into RZA. So RZA was a DJ back then, but he knew how to rhyme too. And he knew how to rhyme because of his cousins. So they kind of had this band called not again, but they had this thing called All Together now, which was them three, and they were running around and they would battle, different guys from different cities and move around. So, some of us kind of knew what they were about. A lot of us, found out later who they were, but when Jizzo and Rudy came to Staten Island, they came to hang out with their cousin. So, we started to see them a little bit more and know that, I heard about your moms and, Dirty, he was just a crazy motherfucker. He was crazy, but yeah, they had their own little thing. And then, next thing you know, Jizz caught a record deal. He caught a record deal, which was rare back then. If you fucking caught a record deal, I mean that you had to have relationships, you had to know where to go, you had to have some type of connection. So that's what gravitated RZA into wanting to do it, because he seen his cousin and was able to crack the code and make a record. So when that happened, it was almost like it magnetized RZA to be like, yo, I gotta make a record now. So next thing you know, they had their movement going. So us from the outside looking, it was like, oh shit, we know they super passionate about, playing the game and doing whatever they want to do, but he wasn't thinking about it. He just loved music in general.
Wow. So RZA is essentially the mastermind to put all the pieces together and to bring all killers into under one roof.
Absolutely.
Amazing how he saw that. Because again, that's not something that existed. It's like Eric B. and Rakim, there was a few EPMD, there's a few people, Gangstar, there's a few people that were together, but it wasn't like you guys. Because it was kind of scary. It's like, when you guys had a show, I mean, I heard stories that it was just like you guys were showing like 300 people.
Yeah, that was yeah, like I said, that was so great to see a group come out like that. And it was really a mistake. It wasn't really designed to be that way, but with RZA had a record situation and they tried to make him be something that he wasn't. And then we
Always the case.
You know what I mean? He was like, oh, fuck that. I don't really care about this shit like it's nothing anymore. I'm going to create this now. And I'm bringing it all my guys. And, he just put that number together. So, believe it or not, I was one of the guys that he called first because we used to hang out. Like I tell people all the time, like, yo, I might have been RZA's first, big fan. So I kind of see something, already. See something like, yo, this guy really, him and his cousins, and these motherfuckers really got something. And not only the ability to rhyme, he was clever. Talking about clever rhymes, right. And he was mixing it with the knowledge and, smart rhymes. Not these fucking regular Humpty Dumpty lines. Like, I'm talking about serious rhymes. Right. I'm like, damn, you know what I mean? So, this is something I felt like I would want to go chill with them just to be in the mix and be a fly on the wall. Wasn't even thinking about being a fucking rapper. I just love the music. I'm watching these motherfuckers. Something about these motherfuckers that I love. The next thing you know, when RZA went out there and he came back to the community, he was like, yo, I feel record deal. So, I was there. I'm like, let me see this shit. That's what the fucking looking at, like you said, the Wesleyan, Black Print, Fine Polish. Shit. Wow, Staten Island, that's what's up. We out. But his situation didn't work out the way he wanted it to. And that's when he came back and he started to be like, yo, shit, this is what I'm trying to do.
Well, the dangerous thing for young artists in every industry is when you have potential and you're young, you sign a fucking contract and you don't know what's going on. And then you get locked into these people. And then a lot of times you get fucked. And
it's mandatory. It's mandatory.
You get fucked, which is how they make their money. They make money by fucking young artists who don't know any better. And by the time someone gets to like a Princess level, he's like, oh, if you own me, I'm a fucking squeaky line sucking my dick. Like, he performs as a symbol. I mean, that's why he performed as a symbol, because they owned it. It's crazy. You take like the most talented people in the world and they get owned by people who provide no value, especially today. Today it's even right? Because there is no record sales anymore. It's all gone. It's all gone. So for a young artist, it's so important that they stay independent as long as they can. It's like you're hanging off a bridge. Hang on up. Hang on and keep grinding. Don't sell it. Don't sign. If you sign, you're going to be fighting that shit 10 years from now. You're going to be in court 10 years from now. And somebody's going to be getting not just 50%, but like some fucking insane. Like Bill Burr was explaining this about his first comedy CD. And he got a 60-40 deal. It's like, oh, great, 60-40. But it's not really 60-40 because he has to pay for all the distribution, all the printing of the CDs. Everything came out of his money.
Put yourself in an artist situation. You have time. You have time. Here it is. I got everything you want.
Yeah,
You're gonna have to make some sacrifices
for sure.
because you know that. Yeah, you may feel like I got time, but I don't have the resources.
Right.
So those resources come and tell you, hey, look, give you a shot. I'm give you a shot. Either you take the shot or you stand like, what do you mean?
You're going to take the shot.
Take the shot.
You're going to take the shot. And I agree with everybody who takes that shot. I'm just letting them know.
Right.
I'm just letting them know that you get fucked.
You getting fucked. But see, it's the sacrifice that I'm trying to explain to you that every artist takes. It takes that sacrifice because at the end of the day, you have to start from somewhere. Right. So even when labels are being there, in my mind I'm saying, yo, I can change that job, yo. Niggas ain't never had no fucking job in their life. And now you get a chance to do something that you could maybe think that you could change the world with and love. It's like you're gonna go for it. So for us back then, being kids, we didn't give a fuck. We didn't care about signing. Yo, I signed because what the fuck I gotta lose? I done been through everything. I done been over here. I done been kicked out of everywhere. Fuck it. I just want to be heard. So a lot of times that being the protocol is just to be heard.
Yeah.
To be heard, to be able to say, yo, something happened. I don't give a fuck. A lot of artists got problems. A lot of artists, and especially our OGs that did it before. So, you know what I mean? Shit, all these different guys, they all have been manipulated to do what they had to do. But it almost gave them power too, because they became famous, they became big.
There's an argument for that, but I think it should be more fair.
Oh, listen, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But we just talking about the
What you got?
sacrifice.
Yeah.
Sacrifices everything.
If you're a young kid and that's step one, and now you're on the runway, okay, you gotta take it.
You gotta take it.
But it just should be more fair. And it shouldn't be. You shouldn't.
And I'm sure later on things worked out, and you know, now that you proved yourself,
Once they become undeniable.
it's like I tell them motherfucker this. I'm like, yo, imagine you were a hustler, right? And you run to the Connect, and the Connect say, yo, you talking like you know how to do shit. I'm gonna give you 50 pounds of marijuana back there. You know what I mean? Now, you may feel like at the end of the day, you can handle it. But a motherfucker tell you, Joe, give me these fucking 50 pounds. But I need my money back today at this time. You can either take the 50 because you're so fucking confident, or take one and say, yo, I gotta take my time. You know what I mean? I don't want to be in debt with you. What do you want to do? You gotta take the 50. You gotta take the 50. He wants to fucking get his head fucking chopped, but you gotta take the 50.
You gotta know people, and you gotta bring everybody in, and you gotta share the money. You gotta share the money. You gotta know people. There's a lot.
You ain't confident in knowing what the fuck you need to know. I advise you to take you shit.
You don't know. But if you know some people and you're generous, that's the thing. You got to make it worth these people's while. You got to say, listen, we're all going to get something out of this.
See, now look, that philosophy that you said, is what we took.
Yes.
We took that.
Yes.
So, you know what? At the end of the day, we take this little bit of money, but we're going to go. We're going to be willing to sell ourselves to get to this level.
Yeah.
Because we know what we believe. See, it all starts from what you believe.
Yes.
If you don't have the belief in yourself to make it happen, you fail.
It's a rising tide lifts all boats there too. Oh, and the Wu-Tang Clan, that was for sure a big thing, because anybody that was associated with Wu-Tang Clan was automatically respected. automatically people want to listen. Automatically. Automatically. So like that just lifts everybody. That lifts everybody. But it's hard for people to see that. Everybody thinks about themselves, especially when you're struggling. When you're struggling, then you're scared. You know, scared money doesn't make money. That's what it is. Everybody gets paranoid. So you think, no, that's when you got to bond together. That's when everybody, you have to find real people, stick their caps.
You said the key word.
That's not it. We got to sell that 50. Talk to Carlos. go down to Bottega. Let's make a deal, man. We got to make some deals.
I guess that's what goes in. Yeah. He danced with the devil for the right reason. You know, we took some stars.
It was a different world back then, too, in terms of the industry, because today, all you need is a social media account, Spotify, SoundCloud. You can blow up. You can blow up today. Back then, you needed the radio. You needed, you know, you could sell mixtapes, but it's hard. You had to be some undeniable talent.
Yeah.
You know, like we always played the video of Biggie when he was 17 on the street. Remember that video?
Yeah.
That's undeniable talent. Like that's the kind of talent that dude's gonna. If he stays alive, you can't stop that train. That train's running everything. You know what I mean? It's like there was guys like that back then. But man, to get out there and get your name out there, you had to dance. You had to dance with that devil. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that business was so dirty back then. It still is, but real dirty back then in the record selling days.
Yeah. But that's what made us learn is that we had to go through those growing pains. We had to get you to learn how to say, yo, that was a lesson.
Yeah.
So everything is a lesson at the end of the day. It's like if you willing to sacrifice yourself and your time to learn something, I would always say go for it.
Yeah.
You know, go for it.
Definitely. It's so much better than not going for it.
Yeah, because then you're gonna be sitting in the same situation and you're gonna realize at the end of the day, damn, you should have took that opportunity. Some people are scared of opportunities. It's like if a person offers you an opportunity, 9 times out of 10 it may not work for you the way you want it to work, but it may be an opportunity to help you.
Yes.
You know, it's all about you trying to help yourself and get out there. It's like watching Scarface and the nigga told him, he said, yo, $5 grand. Bet it to you. Fuck this up, you Scarface looked up and he said, man, the fuck is you talking? We built for this shit. You know, and lost his man, Ricks, but he was able to prove to himself that I could do it.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it. Yo, we'll take this little bit of money and prove to y'all later on that we know what the fuck we doing.
And for young people listening to this, every chance you take where you fail, that's a lesson learned. And you just keep taking chances. Keep going. Pick yourself back up. Figure out where you fucked up and learn from that. And now you're better.
Sure.
Now you have more experience going into this next thing. Just keep going. Just keep going. Especially as artists. It's just like so many artists, they don't hit until they do. And then when they do, it's like, oh, then you want to go back in their past stuff. Like, oh, this guy had fucking 3 albums before this.
Think about it. Think about all my favorite artists out there. You know, Eminem, you know, they're trying to fucking get out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Rothschild, they went through a lot to be, you know, there's more. Probably went a couple days at first, but, you know, he finally figured the code out. It's like, oh, this is what I do. You know, we start rocking shoes, different communities, and you know, people start hearing about it. Like, oh shit, yo, this guy is dope. But it's that sacrifice, man. I tell people all the time.
Yeah, it's time put in, energy, effort, determination, and you gotta have some talent. Yeah, some of those talents, God, something doesn't. You know, some people just got it. You know, and some people it's also like artistic families, like Nas. You know, he grew up in this like, intellectual, artistic family. That's why his rhymes are so good.
Yeah, his pops, he's a musician.
Yeah. Like Rewind, that's like one of the greatest songs of any genre anybody's ever written. It's a genius song.
So crazy. Listen to that.
Genius song. Yeah, genius song. The whole song backwards. And it's amazing. Oh, I love Nas, especially for lyrics. His lyrics are incredible. They were so good. So good. And unusual like that. Like deciding, I'm gonna be the first guy to make a rap backwards. And make it work perfect. Yeah. You know? I mean, it's just... Hey, did you ever listen to any of the shit where the Brand New Heavies got together with a bunch of rappers?
Brand New Heavies. I know the name.
The Brand New Heavies are like a jazz band. They did a collaboration with Gangstar, Gucci. Oh, really? A bunch of guys. Yeah, some of my favorite shit of all time.
Yeah, they was more musical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard Gucci Rap's Death Threat? Oh my God. Jamie, play that. Play that. Find that. I'm gonna put other headphones for this. This is in my along with a bunch of Wu-Tang. This is in my Spotify playlist. This is Cool G Rap in like, I want to say 92. Yeah, 92. Listen to this. I've never heard this shit before. How good is this?
One of my favorites right there.
Turn the chicks with small dicks. Woo!
Nice.
So good.
Nice.
So good.
So this was on the Brand New Heavies.
Yes. The Brand New Heavies did one with Gangstar. They did a bunch of different artists.
Nice.
And
What year was this?
92.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
So it was the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, I was on a road trip. I was doing a gig in Connecticut with a buddy of mine who's a comedian.
Right.
And he turned me on to this. Like, you gotta listen to this shit. I was like, oh my God. And then I had a CD and I lost it. And I couldn't find it forever. And then someone brought it up like a few years back, like 6 or 7 years back. And I was like, you gotta be able to find it. And that's the beautiful thing about today with like YouTube and, you know, some of these platforms, people upload shit you totally forgot about.
Yeah, we forgot
Tim
about
Dog. You know, people forgot about like Fuck Compton. Remember that?
Yeah. He was a wild cat. He was a wild.
It was good though. He was good.
Yeah.
He had some
wilding back then. Yeah.
great shit.
Yeah. He was wilding back then.
The Coochie Rap, that to me was like, that defined like road gigs for me in the 1990s when we would drive.
Mm-hmm.
That was when Cock Blocking came out. Remember that? Holy shit, oh my God, that song is amazing.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So you really
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hip hop has been part of my childhood, or my young adulthood. You know, when I was driving around a lot, doing comedy gigs, like a lot of ghetto gigs. Huge ghetto gigs.
Yeah, me too.
You know, and I was playing the other day in the green room, I was playing Fuck a War for these young kids. I was like, listen, this is a song from the 1980s about the Iraq War. This is about George Bush in like the late 1980s. And it applies today. You remember Fucking War? Ah, you come on, headphones are coming back. Let's go. We on shit, right? I talked to Willie D. Willie D told me he wrote the song in 40 minutes. Wow. Yeah, I'm just angry. Wrote the song in 40 minutes. And this is Ghetto Boys in their prime.
Mm. You know that.
Bushwick Bill.
Mm-hmm. That was my guy right there.
This is Bushwick motherfucking Bill.
United States election.
91. Look at that big phone he's got.
Yeah, I have one of those too. Yeah. Holy shit. Oh shit. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah,
He was in the NWA chamber. He
dude,
was in the NWA chamber.
that shit was good.
They
And
was
that
fucking
applies
with him
today.
thinking, yeah.
That applies today. We were all talking about what's going on right now, Gaza and Palestine, Iran. I was like, listen to this.
And see, this is why we love hip hop so much, is because it was education. So
Yes.
it was giving us jewels. It was talking about things that were going on in the world, and that became the television for us. The music.
It became the news too. Like you need to know what was actually going on. Like fuck war tells you what's really
What's
going
going on?
Yeah.
So when I think about those Compton boys, those NWA cats and all of that, that was expressing themselves, it was like that's what we all were facing and living amongst. And you know, like I said, I never heard that song before, so I could tell that was made around the time when NWA was doing anything. And you know, you're hearing about all these riots and shit going on and things happening. You know, us living all the way on the other side of the world, it's like, yo, we not, yo, what the fuck is that?
Right.
You know, but you heard it in the song and you knew it was real.
Right.
You respected it.
Yeah.
And to me, those perspectives in music were important for us because we were learning as we were getting older about society. Right. You know, you don't think about society when you poor and living in fucked up positions. You just think about survival. Right. See what I'm saying? Survival is everything on your mind. And you get on the things that's in front of you that at the end of the day, you're like, damn, the fuck was that just happened? Like, what was this shit? But then when you heard it in rap and motherfuckers like these was talking about it and all that, right. It's like now you was like, oh, okay, I see what the fuck is going on. Yeah. It's not just here, it's all over. It's everywhere, every ghetto or whatever the case may be. Yes. That's what was happening.
Yeah.
So I never heard that before. And you just put me on some real shit. Oh, and that's one of my favorite groups.
I love Ghetto Boys.
Ghetto Boys is real shit.
The 1990s Ghetto Boy era.
Oof, oof.
And in that, like, I remember the day I found out about NWA. I was teaching Taekwondo in Revere, Massachusetts, and I was at the gym riding on a stair climber. And I just picked up this cassette. And I was like, NWA, I keep hearing about this. And Fuck the Police was the first song I listened to. And I remember I was on the stair climber. This is wild. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. You're hearing people talk about the police like they're getting harassed by police in a way you never heard them say.
Yeah, exactly.
The police coming straight from the underground. I was like, wow, straight from the. It was like totally different kind of music. It was like they were rapping and no one was listening. It was like they were rapping for themselves, right? Yeah. Like they didn't give a fuck who was listening. They were rapping like they were doing it for their friends, but they were doing it to the whole world. And the whole world was like, whoa. 100 miles and running, the whole world was like, whoa, this is crazy.
So look, you had them, Public Enemy, all of them type of guys were giving us information that was relatable in our community.
KRS-One.
KRS-One teaching.
That's the sound of the police.
All that shit right there was knowledgeable rap, hip-hop.
Information, right? They were like, especially KRS-One and Public Enemy. They were saying something. It was like very, but it wasn't contrived. You know? Right, exactly. It wasn't like you see people say shit today like, I'm just doing that for class. Like they were saying shit to let people know about some information that you're not aware of, and this is why you're getting fucked. This is why we're all getting fucked.
No, you know what? Spike Lee made do that.
Yes.
That's a classic.
Classic.
Like you said, we was getting information. You know, You got to remember, in the day, a lot of people that come out of the hood, just being like, I know you come from the hood.
Well, I was born in Newark.
Yeah, you was born
Yeah.
Shout out to Newark. So you seen
I would have said that come from the hood because I went to high school in the suburbs.
Yeah, that's true.
I lived in Newark. I was telling you, I lived in Newark when I was 23 for about 6 or 7 months. And I told you my next door neighbor, he was selling dope, and the police raided his house while I was there. They battered around his door and everything. He had a nice Audi. I went to I still have a nice car. Right. Selling dope. He was selling dope. And they got him. Yeah. Well, that was also the time when I was in most of the hip hop too. I mean, that was 1991, I guess, 90, 91. That was a wild era because that's when hip hop was just exploding. Yeah. Exploding.
Yeah, I would say definitely, Lord of Nature.
Oh, yeah.
They was on the scene, like you said, Rakim and Big Daddy Kane.
Oh, yeah.
Easy E's and Ice Cube.
To this day, I go to work. It's one of my favorite workout songs.
Yeah,
Big Daddy Kane, I go to work. Oh my God, I go to work. Oh, he was so smooth, so fast too. Big Daddy Kane had like a very particular style. It was energetic. You heard his style, like got you, like your blood started pumping. You started getting moving.
You see, those are the type of guys that paved the way for us to be so, outspoken on the mic. I sit here and I think about the clan, the dude on how we formed Rothschild. Each one of us had a superpower that related back to those guys. All these guys that we talking about today, they was the light bulb.
Right.
House. You screw that shit out. This is what I see. I see Snoop Dogg, I see Rakim, Cube, I see all these guys that paved the way for us. So the Coin at that time, we were so, inclined on knowing about all these guys, knowing the majority of them. We kept a piece of it in us. That helped us become who we are. Like I tell my focus all the time, I say, let me tell you something. When we came out, Naughty by Nature was the shit. They was fucking shit up East Coast R&Bs. And at that time, you had them, you had EPMD, you had Queen Latifah, Roxanne Shante, all of these, artists back then were blowing up. LL came from LL.
Oh, yeah. LL was huge.
Coochie Rap, favorites. That's one of your favorites. The Fat Boys, all these guys were just.
That's right, Fat Boys.
These guys was giving us so much food for thought that we knew that if we didn't come on that level, we wasn't built to be in the game at that time.
Well, there was so much high quality.
Yeah.
The
High quality, that's the word.
The level was very high. The lyrics were so good. Like you'd hear lyrics and you just go, oh,
yeah.
That was the thing. That was the thing about hip hop. Lyrics. I love lyrics. Lyrics is everything. But it's just like that was the style back then. It was like the most clever guy, the most clever lyrics. It was so important. There's so many guys that just had. Everybody was battling for. So it was like more and more cleverness, more and more intricacies, and more twists to what they were saying.
Yeah.
And it was just a vibrant art form. Like how many people cheated on their significant other because of OPP?
Right.
How many?
You don't care.
Yeah. It was like a license to fuck. People were cheering. I mean, hip hop had so much influence on the culture, and it emerged out of nowhere. That's what's so crazy. Like 10 years ago, it doesn't exist. Boom. I mean, even rock and roll. You had the 50s, it starts to emerge, and the 60s really takes off, and it's been around for a while.
Right.
To have something like hip hop just explode and make a lot of other things look lame. Especially for young kids, because when you hear guys like you, Ghostface, Method Man, and like you deal with real dudes who are talking about real shit, and everyone else is kind of lame. It's like
dance. You know, it was like they didn't even swear. You know, it was like you guys were wild. It was fun and it was clever. And I think RZA did a genius thing by naming it Wu-Tang Clan because it connected it to like this kung fu mindset.
And
You
I
know,
know that
this
you big on,
sophisticated.
I know you big on kung fu shit. Yeah, coming through your shrine and shit. You got no kind of fucking Shogun walk.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, but nah, but you know what's so crazy? I tell people it's like the visit when he was on the Wu-Tang shit, he wasn't in it. I grew up watching more like Scarface and Mafia movies. Once upon a time in America.
Oh, yeah.
You know, baby.
Oh, it's a great one. People forget about Once Upon a Time in America.
Woo! That's what I mean. So we were like, we were living in this, we were living around a lot of hustles. And a lot of drugs was being sold in our community at the time, right? So when Rizak came with the whole Wu-Tang philosophy, it was almost like, yeah, we love karate flicks. We were watching, you know about the karate flicks, 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
We're coming up with school and shit, it's on, Channel 5, all of that shit. If you notice, if you look at those karate movies, it was about a place that, you know, was filled with a lot of crime and aggressive people that were doing things that all the other people, and you either have to protect your people or you have to make it name for yourself. When you think about Wu-Tang, I'll just give you a quick lesson on Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang was a school that was in Shaolin. This particular school, these niggas was crazy. They was fucked up. They got kicked the fuck out of Shaolin. You know, they got kicked out. Yo, y'all bugged out. Y'all wilding, y'all. But these guys were very good, but they just couldn't sit in Shaolin because they had a different way of looking at shit, doing shit. So when RZA came with the whole philosophy of it, it's this movie that's called Shaolin. It's Wu-Tang. Check it out, whenever you get a chance. So whatever was going on in that movie, he made a reality of it because really at the end of the day, that's how we were living back in slavery. You know, so we wound up changing the name and calling it Shaolin because we would have forgotten about it. You know, when you think about Brooklyn Bars, Queens, Manhattan, I don't really talk too much about Brooklyn stuff, man. My father is. So we felt rebellious, like, yo, you come out here, you ain't from here, you better know somebody. You're not fucking coming in the projects thinking you're gonna fucking act like you're going over to your friends. I remember we said, the UFOs come through, we call them UFOs. When the unidentified flying objects. The fuck he doing? You know what I mean? Because we had so much to prove, but it was the same thing that was going on with karate flicks. Like, you know, you go to with this guy. Either he's coming to play you, or you gonna play him. This is all the shit that's going on in the karate movies. You know, the brother hurt. Oh shit, my brother got hurt. What happened? Oh, hold up, let's go. Right. We gotta go get back to that. Yeah. We gotta go figure that out. All this shit that RZA was thinking about at the time was a reality check for us to start doing. So even when he came with the name, it was almost like, yo, wow, she was interesting. You know, and back then he was hanging in Ghost's community, which was Stapleton. So Stapleton was a place that was maybe like 10, 15 miles away from Park Hill, where I'm from the hill. So up there they were selling drugs and getting crazy with it, and Jamaicans and West Indians and Islanders, and you know, it was a melting pot. You know, it was a melting pot of different nationalities and motherfuckers. You know, the Spanish motherfuckers, you know what I mean? You had the white boys over here fucking doing what they do. You know, all these things was going on, but the Stapleton, it was nothing but humans, motherfuckers that want to fight and raw and scared, and you know, RZA was hanging out there, you know, so they came up with this whole, you know, Wu-Tang mentality thing that they brought up the block to us. So when RZA came with it, it was like, shit, we like that. That's kind of dope. You know, we see the vision of it, you know. But it was heavy for us to look at it and really get to talk like, yo, you trying to portray us as some fucking ninjas or some shit. You know, a lot of times people thought, yo, you ever do karate? You know, know no fucking karate, motherfucker. We don't do that. But we grew up, our older brothers and sisters, they grew up with some early 70s shit. Yeah, so you know, back then you might have had a cousin that was a martial art. He knew the arts and shit. You know, he looked up to him. They were like, he knew the arts and shit. He knew how to fight. You know, the motherfucker would be back in the building with pseudo with pinches and shit. You know what I mean? Beating them with fucking laundry hoses and shit, and, you know, grabbing them, hanging them on shit, and, you know, back then that was dope to see your cousins and them do it, but Rizzo, when he came with this philosophy, kind of like fucked us all up, man. But we agreed with it right away. Because Wu-Tang to them was always something like an expression. So if you drink it, this is Wu-Tang. You eat, you over here, you know, this is Wu-Tang shit, whatever, because we were trying to say that we were just like them. Please. It's crazy.
Want to hear something crazy? Whenever I kill an elk, you know, I go bow hunting every year. Whenever I kill an elk, when I text my friend Cam, I text Wu-Tang. Like, whenever I kill something, I'll show you.
Oh,
I'll show you that that's true.
I've seen some of the pictures in
I
there.
know, but I want to show you that that's true. I'm not making this up. It goes back years. It goes back years. This is like our tradition. Whenever I kill an elk, well, last time I said Wu-Tang, I text him every day, so it's going to take a second to get back into some pictures. But whenever I get one, I say Wu-Tang, and I send him a picture. It's going to take a while, but this is important to show you. This is real.
Go back and say Wu-Tang.
Oh, we'll show you? Oh, okay. Oh, we'll give you a chance. Under campaigns or just Wu-Tang?
And find campaigns or shit.
Oh, we'll get Jamie tell me how to do it. Here we go. See, oh, here it goes. Right there. Wu-Tang. And then and that was from October. But I go back like 5 years ago on that. Like every time I shoot a elk, I text Wu-Tang.
You start shooting.
No, I started hunting in 2012. I shot that deer. The deer that head is right there. That's the first animal I hunted. And I was like, okay, that's what I'm doing. It was either for me, it was that or become a vegetarian. I watched too many of those PETA films. You know, those animal factory farming films, torture films. I was like, fuck this. Like, either I'm going to be a vegan or I'm going to learn how to hunt. Like, my friend Steve Vanilla took me hunting. I shot that deer. I'm like, all right, that's what I do. Shit, I've been doing it since. So I've been hunting for 12 years. 12 years? Yeah.
So you consider yourself a marksman?
Well, it's like, I've got really good, like, compared to real marksmen. You know, it's like saying you're a black belt, you're not really a black belt. You know, like
courses.
Yeah, like, how good are you? I mean, I'm good for regular people. Yeah, you didn't know. You think I'm really good. Yeah, but like for people that are really good, no, I'm not. I'm not nearly at their level. But you know, there's like professional archers that are like super accurate out to 100 yards. They can shoot like a softball-sized group at 100 yards consistently. I'm not a good one who can shoot. It's a lot of discipline. A lot of discipline.
They come from you know this house.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of boat hunting. A lot of boat hunting in Texas. Yeah, it's fun. I like it.
How to get out there.
I told you, like we were talking before the show, like you want to learn, I can put you on some people that'll 100% teach you how to do it. Because you're fairly close. Like that's the easy thing to do. You would enjoy it. It's a nice discipline to clear your mind.
Yeah.
You just set a target up in the backyard and shoot the target. Just clears your mind because you have to really concentrate on it. For a guy like you, busy, so much shit going on, like it's good to have a thing like that.
It's like a sport thing. It's like something to learn how to master.
Yeah. But it's one of those things like with shooting a free throw. Like at that moment, you can't think of anything else other than what you do. If other shit gets in your head, it's like you don't have any room for it. You gotta push it all out and just think. And that kind of stuff like cleans your mind.
Exactly.
It's like flushes your mind out.
That's what it all. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. It's just kind of like get a piece of mind and vibe to something different.
Yeah. I always say that for artists too, you should find some other thing you like to do, just to give you a little break mentally from whatever you're trying to do.
Exactly.
You could get too close close to something and lose sight of the big picture. If you're all wrapped up in it, you lose sight. Sometimes you need something else that you also enjoy outside of it. And look at what you're doing.
Exactly.
Maybe I should put a new record in this. Maybe I should take a new turn, you know? Mix it up. Yeah. You know what? It was another cool thing about today is that it used to be thought at one point in time, I think it was like the early 2000s, that that hip hop had a shelf life, and that there wouldn't be classics. You know what I mean? Like the Rolling Stones were still touring. You know, they were 58 years old back then. Like, this is crazy. The Rolling Stones are back on the road, but that was like a new thing. It was like old rock and roll guys out touring was a new thing. But with hip hop artists, like if you weren't in now, you kind of people weren't into going to see.
Right, yeah. When I see guys like around and Kane and perform and Snoop Dogg and Ice Cube, it kind of it gives me more leverage and more strength to want to do it because I see some of my legends there doing it today. But yeah, man, like you said, just see a lot of guys like Mick Jagger.
Why not? Yeah. But with hip hop,
Just chilling,
No, because
you're hip hop.
you didn't think that it would last.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you felt like you would get a 5-year run. They say any artist that was coming out back in the 90s, they was already putting a cap on how long or how far they thought you was going to go. So even for us, we was like, yo, hey, we do this shit for like 3 or 4 years. We good. Yo, we'd be cool with that. So they always put us in a, what's the word I'm looking for? What's that?
A box.
Put us in a box, yeah. To make us feel like at the end of the day, yeah, this shit is going to be here for a minute, then it's over. You know, but seeing guys still doing it, you know, I don't really fuck like, I listen to each other. That's my fucking guy.
That's hilarious.
People know people.
That's hilarious. I love his old shit until he had that supermodel wife. Then everything got real soft. He had too much good pussy. Too much good pussy. He got supermodel pussy. And it's like, uptown girl, she's been living in uptown world. Before that, you go back to his other shit, you know? Only the Good Die Young. Oh, that's a great song. He's got some great stuff, man. Scenes from an Italian Restaurant. That's a great song, man. Captain Jack. Ooh, Captain Jack's a great song. But when he got older, it just became, you know, hey, he's changing as a human.
Yeah, too.
Yeah. I sold out Madison Square Garden like 300 times. God, it's crazy.
Still going.
Yeah, still going.
So those out here, those are the guys that we look up to, that, you know, still doing their
Yeah, it's just beautiful that hip hop is like that now. Because I feel like in the 2000s, only it was more overseas was showing you guys love.
Yeah.
Like a lot of Europe. Like a lot of my friends that were like maybe bigger in the 90s, they had to go over to Europe. And it was like, yeah.
And I tell people all the time, like being from the States, being where we from, I think they appreciate it more because they never really got a chance to grasp it as much as we did.
Right.
So they come out. Right now, today, enthusiastic. They love it more. You know, so
they can't believe it.
Yeah, they can't believe it. Yeah. But for me, I think I love performing a lot more when I go out there because they come out and they never, ever make you feel like they don't appreciate you. You know what I mean? Even to this day, it's like Clean still goes out there and makes some cash. See a lot of people, and we see young generations of kids too. It's like, yo, you got that fucking kid that we just put him on stage and he knew the fucking words. Like, yo, he might have been like 17, 16 years old. Like, yo, he wasn't even fucking born.
Well, there's classic hip hop now. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was a kid, there was classic rock. You would listen to Led Zeppelin. It was classic rock. Now it's classic hip hop, which is amazing. You know, it just shows that the culture is like completely accepted it as an art form. So now young kids that get into hip hop, maybe one of their friends would be like, "Hey, you ever heard of this?" And then turn them on the news. And they're like, "Wow, this is 1992." You know?
You know, I think that's how we were. We always were infatuated with the music before our time. You know? Like how you just said, yo, you know, listen to Sugar Hill again. I actually haven't ever heard it.
Really?
You know, and I bought him some home too. So you know how that felt for me.
Oh,
So I bought the Sugar Hill game.
that's
Come out to my community.
That's amazing.
It was dope. But yeah, you know, that's why I always feel like, yo, tell people all the time, you have to respect the people that did it before you, because they gave you something to dream about, to
Yes.
be able to esteem yourself. Like, you don't have that, then you're not moving the way you're supposed to be moving. You know, I remember old man would tell us, if you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going. So having that history is an experience that sticks with you forever. You have to have that.
Yeah.
Don't try to front it. You know, and I think a lot of times people, you know, they look at hip hop and they think certain things is hip hop. It's like history of hip hop is something that you gotta know.
Yeah. You should know it like the history of the United States.
Yeah.
It's something. If you're an artist, like that's what lit the fire. Somebody had to light the fire.
Mm-hmm.
And if these young guys don't know, like, hey, this shit didn't even exist in 1979.
Yeah.
It didn't even exist. That's not that long ago. And then all of a sudden now it's everywhere. Like, what? Somebody lit the fire, and if they didn't light that fire, you wouldn't have it. You wouldn't have the embers. You wouldn't have this desire to try this thing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, look what it did. Look what it did.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, one of the biggest genres of music is like, you know, and there's a lot of times people take shots at it. You know, now they talking negative, now they talking this and talking. It's like, my thing to that is always like, yo, it's no different from going to see a scary movie.
Exactly.
Jason.
Exactly.
It's killing motherfuckers in the end. I hate a kid. You know what I mean? Based on that. He was not my favorite movie. It's a great fucking movie. Love. You know, Camaro.
But why is it okay to do that in a movie, but it's not okay to do that in a song?
Right. I don't understand it. I don't, you know, it's hypocritical. You know, it's hypocritical.
It is. It's hypocritical because they say it encourages violence.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing they'll say about video games. Like, you know, doesn't mean everybody.
Yeah.
So what's going on really? What's going on really is you have a bunch of disenfranchised people that don't have any hope. And if they are around a lot of violence, maybe something will get them excited about violence. If they're not disenfranchised and they have hope, they're not inclined towards violence. Because it's a societal problem. It has nothing to do with the art itself. The art itself is representative of real experiences.
Right.
So if you tell people that they can't express themselves about real experiences, you're just going like this. La, 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 la. I'm not listening. That's all you're doing.
That's how you feel.
This is these people's lived expression.
Yeah.
This is that, which is why Wu-Tang was so good. The reason why it was so good is because it was real. Like, no one's questioning the authenticity of anybody that was in the Wu-Tang Clan. So it's like that, the message that you guys were putting out, the way you were putting things out, like Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Like, it was like from you to the world, you know? And if someone doesn't like that, you don't have to listen. You don't have to listen. But if you slap a warning sticker on it, you just tell me.
Listen to it anyway, right? You got to get caught up in it anyway.
Yeah.
It's like, look, for example, when we made the record Cream, right? Cream was a record that didn't have nothing to do with anything but the realness of what we were looking at. It wasn't really to it. I mean, there's a reality, there's a picture we was trying to make. Cash rules everything around me. Cash rules, like, around me, not me. Should never fucking rule you, but around me. You know, and a friend from the neighborhood, he actually came up with that acronym. But I tell people all the time, I had a cousin from Brooklyn, he used to come to Staten Island. He used to sell drugs for us. He came up with that cream because he was like, yo, as long as I make my cream, I'm good. What the fuck is cream? Like, you know what I mean? Yo, cream, yo, you know, sometimes you jam the movie and, you know, you make those big fucking sandwiches and all that and splash all that cream on it. And, you know, I'm like, oh, it's time to check the sandwiches. Right here, can you make a big sandwich? And stuff them in your mouth, you know. Nah, real shit, real shit. So the cream that was splashed all over the place, he was looking at that as that's his movie. Like, this with the cream. You know what I mean? So he's like, yeah, you're gonna get your cream. You sit up in the fucking spot all day, you wanna make your cream, you wanna get it. You know, so who came up with that? Good friend of ours, his name's Ray, right? And then we met him, like, it was like real close to the brothers. So when we was in the studio, right into it, he was there, and it just got back, just like cash rules, everything around me, and him and Beth, they put it together, and so you know that was a hope. You know, at that time for me, I was still writing a lot of stories. You know, so I wrote, believe it or not, I wrote 2 verses. Like, my mom never started like this. I was writing drug dealers. They were this kid by the name of Gigante. Gigante and Teflon Don with a Diamante. And the Diamantes back in the days was like the, you know, the 5 Series Benz as far as that. And a good friend of mine was like, oh, this cool. He was alright. Why you like the room? Everybody else like it. He was like, it's cool, I like it. So he made me go back and change it. And when I changed it, I started to think before I wrote it. And he said, well, you got all that shit that's something that we could relate to. We're doing what the fuck we make. That's when I came to New York Times side, the New York Times side.
So he just told you part.
Yeah, he just told me they call it part.
Yeah.
Say, yo, shit, you could be a little bit more creative.
Well, cream is crazy because it became viral. That saying dollar bills, y'all, became viral. Like straight across.
Y'all. Cheating. You remember that record?
Yeah.
Money. It takes money. Yeah. Whatever he was saying back then. That sounds familiar. That's a old school record. But yeah, man, when he sat down and came up with cash through everything, it was a perfect, you know, symbol of what we were trying to express. That we were always trying to, we were dealing with certain things in our community that, you know, that we were trying to get past first to try to make some money and it's a sacrifice. Like, yo, you do this shit, you might get out of it alive, and you might not. You know, so that record, you know, wound up blowing up so big, it wound up being one of our biggest records. And it didn't have nothing to do with it. Okay, to me, it didn't feel hip hop. It just felt like realization. Like, real shit is you need to start listening. Like, just play the game for this shit. You know? Trying to get a message. And that's what I think people know about Rothschild is that we give out messages. We give out, we like an emotional roller coaster group. We can give you, Jay Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. And then we can give you the tears. So it's like, shit. Right. We have to be careful. We gotta look at things for real. So all I had about to do with being around smart cops, I mean, the smartness allowed us to write the way we wanted to write.
Right.
It's contagious. It was contagious, man. Yeah. But that's what I was saying about like really good lyrics and high quality rap. It's contagious. Yeah. Because then everybody else's shit has to be typed too. Yeah. And you know, when you come with a group of guys that, yo, he killing, you better come in. Right. You have to come in and see some shit that makes sense. Like, I give a lot of credit to our first record, Protect Your Neck, and I know that's one of your favorite shit. When Inspector Deck said, I smoke on the mic and smoke on Jersey Legion, that is a reason how I believe it. Yeah. That right there opened up. Yeah. Something for all of us. Yeah. And I always tell people, I get that you feel like a Scotty Pippen. He always hit the ball. You know, he did that. He created that first verse that you know this real jump right in. Yeah. You know, like Schwarzenegger. Yeah. And Meth came in.
that's what's so amazing about all these killers, all these different voices, all these amazing lyrics, all on one song.
Yeah. Like we wanted to show the world that each one of us had a style that was unreckoned. Each one of us can paint a picture within our own way that he will love all of us. So it's better to get us forward now. We'll sacrifice the little bit for the big and look away.
Right.
And that was one of the situations where we had to dance in a certain way. Be like, okay, yeah, we'll take a little bit of money, but we know we sound like you said, yeah, give it to us 50. You said it. And we know we tell you you got the money, but you got the relationships. Okay, cool. As long as you got the relationship, as long as you got the money. Yeah, you're gonna go out there to make it happen. But this is what, and I give all the credit to Steve Rifkin. Steve was the guy that owned our records back then. He was a part of our series back then. We believe in this. I give you an idea. And next thing you know, when everybody started taking off, then we got Naked over the head. We got Shiz over the head. Right. The Bastard over the head. So we did something that was so new to the world that it's like, oh shit.
From the outside, it felt different because it felt like a movement.
Right.
So Wu-Tang was like a movement.
Exactly.
It was different. It was like
everybody tried the boxes. Everybody tried the boxes as a group.
Yeah.
So even though we knew we were a group, in our minds, we looked at it like you said, as a movement being created that would eventually spread out and hit all corners and everything. And that was the plan all the time. That was a premeditated plan because they wanted us to step in the group. It was like, look, we sacrificing this and that, but we're not going to box ourselves.
Right.
So by us doing that, it kind of like really paved the way for other groups and other artists and everybody to kind of, follow this blueprint. So now you have, these other guys coming out and creating their own labels and bringing in artists that they wanted to do. So to me, this kind of made hip hop a little bit more interesting because it showed that artists were starting to get more soft, which is important. We didn't want to just, like you said, just come in and show yourself.
Yeah.
Just state it.
Is one of the hardest parts getting the right beat?
Oh, beat is everything, bro.
Because it seems like all you guys are very prolific. Everybody can write. But if you don't have a great beat, and how many great beats can you make, right? If you have an album and another album's coming out next year, like, whoa, you have 16, 20 great beats.
Yeah.
And then you got to pick from those beats what goes with what song. Try different ways out, and you got to make sure everybody shows up at the studio. How hard was that?
Well, I mean, I tell people all the time, like, number one for us, like, being around so many different lyricist guys, beats are important. I remember one time a friend asked me, I said, what's the most important thing to you? The beat. He fucked me up the whole day with that. I was fucked up. And I answered him, I gave him the answer probably like 3 or 4 minutes later, and I was like, you know what? Nobody never asked me that. I said, the beat. I said, you know why the beat? Because the beat makes you think about what you want to say and what you want to get across. Anybody could read rhymes. I could have you sit with me for fucking a month, and you could be an ill fucking rapper. I can take you there. But to be able to have that combination factor of making a body of work or a sound that you want, you need to have the right production. So a lot of times we change work to whatever they felt. It's like how you can listen to Protect Your Neck and you get that energy from it.
Yeah.
You get a certain energy because of that production. Then you get this energy and you get a friend and you get that.
Right.
So for me, I always tell people the beat is everything. And us just sitting down and waiting for Wizard to come up with something. Like one thing about Wizard, he was so clever. He had a team of guys that was around him that was consistent. to helping him come with different sounds and eating with different things. And of course, just having his ear for music and listening to other people's stuff, he was able to isolate himself away from everything and start brainstorming for us. So it's like he was like the Steelers back in the fucking 80s. Or Super Bowls. It's like Terry Bradshaw and Swan. He was in the zone. He was really, especially because he became successful. Yeah, a lot of motivation behind it, a lot of energy behind it.
I hear what you're saying, but without the lyrics, the beat is not. It's I see from your perspective as a lyricist and as an MC that you would think that the beat is more important because it's important to you to get started. But damn, as a fan,
The lyrics, you have to
lyrics, just the beats by themselves, that's not enough.
Look, and
No.
you know how many times me and Rizzo would argue about that? And I would tell him like, yo, listen, bro, it took all of us. It took you had that,
Yeah,
you had this, we had that. That's what
it's
you
a
know.
50-50 proposition. I think it's more 60-40. I think it's more 60 lyrics because the thing is, the lyrics are the thing that make you go, oh shit.
Right.
Great beat makes you move your head and gets you going, but lyrics make you go, oh shit. Like rewind that.
Well, me, it's 50-50. If I am getting through that energy right,
Right.
how can I give it to you?
It's a collaboration for sure. It's a collaboration for sure. But it's interesting that people would think, like, what's more important? Like, what's more important, breathing or having a heartbeat? Shut the fuck up. Like, you need both. You need both. You have to have both. But that's where the collaboration comes. Yeah, I had Scott Storch here the other day.
A word?
Oh, he's so fucking talented, so out there, His glasses on, his fucking chain, like he's music. It's like a rare savant. There's dudes like that that are beat machines, like he just feels it, it comes into his head, he feels it just coming out of his fingers,
He's a super talented.
Oh, so talented. But like that kind of guy is so special. And to team the kind of guy like that up with Dre or with 50 or any of these people that he collaborated with, it's like that's special.
And that's why, like I said, you know what I mean? You can't never work on the nice shit. Remember that DJ style. This
Yes.
DJ band,
Scratching records.
if they created a synergy to the artist to be like, yo, try this. Even if you go back to, like I said, look at Quincy Jones. What the fuck he did?
Right.
Look at Frank Sinatra. Like, who the fuck was his fucking music, man?
Right.
He's so clever. He needed a vibe, though. He needed something more. Who was that guy?
Bitch,
Frank Sinatra
work, baby.
Oh, he was
before he
fucking
was smoking all those cigarettes. It was a super high pitched voice. It's just crazy. It's crazy. It's the difference. Like, wow, like it's so much great.
What you got to me?
I don't know.
Fucking somebody. He never really got famous.
Well, I think the whole thing back then was Elvis or whoever it was. Whoever was the person that was in front. Everybody behind the scenes didn't really get that much respect.
Right.
He was yeah. Who was that crazy dude that wore the wigs that shot that lady in L.A.? He produced all the Beatles shit. He had that. He got tried for murder, and every day in the courtroom he wore a different wild wig. He created the Wall of Sound. Fuck, what's his name? He was really insane. Phil Spector. Phil Spector, back in the day, he was known for pulling guns on people. He'd pull guns on people, stick them in their mouths and shit. He was a complete psychopath. Yeah, and he was a Jewish guy. And he shot this lady in the mouth. Was he Jewish? I don't want any Jewish people, man. Jewish people get mad when you say someone's not Jewish and they did something terrible.
Hey, look, guys, we got here.
I'm just saying a little talented, successful Jewish people. Be clear. That dude, he was responsible for Wall of Sound, like the Beatles. Like that was a big thing with him. Like he was known for being a guy that would change people's music. Russian Jewish. Yeah.
Then he was from the Bronx, right?
From the Bronx. Yeah.
Holy shit.
wild boy. And shot some lady, picked up some lady at a bar, took her back to his place, shot her with a knife. Yeah, he would put guns in people's mouths. Like, he was known for threatening people. Like, you want to get out of this fucking contract? And just shove a gun in your mouth. What's that? He pulled a gun on Cher. Cher recalls stopping Phil Spector in his tracks and he pulled a gun on her. He couldn't pull that shit with me. Right. We had this really strange relationship. You don't say. You don't say. Well, it's like the music business at one point in time was run entirely by gangsters, of course. That's the story about Hendrix. The story about Hendrix is that his manager killed him. That's the conspiracy. Was that his manager killed him because it's more valuable for Hendrix to be dead. His music is a maestro, like a 1 in a billion year talent. And that they knew that they had all these recordings of him and they could kill him. And so that's what it was. His girlfriend jumped on the masters because he was going to leave his mouth. His bodyguard wrote a book about it years later, and it just came out I want to say 10 years ago. Wasn't that long ago, where the bodyguard said, yeah, the manager killed him. Killed Hendrix and threw the girlfriend off the roof. They did a bunch of movies. They need to do a regional Wu-Tang movie. I know Hulu on a series, but they need a real, like, Quentin Tarantino needs to do. That's me, man. I know Quentin Tarantino. That's what I think we call Quentin Tarantino, because he wants to do one more movie. How about he does a fucking Wu-Tang movie? The real Wu-Tang movie. It's like Hulu is great, but it has to be on Hulu. You can only get that one. It's so wild on Hulu. Like, for it to be real, it has to be a movie. Let me tell you something. I wrote a book, right? And inside my book, I talked about how Q-Tip, a good friend of mine, Q-Tip, he had Rothschild. Leonardo DiCaprio? Leonardo DiCaprio? I remember Q-Tip was like, yo, set up a meeting for you and Leonardo to be working at this square pizza shop. Favorite spots. And he told me, yeah, that's what's up. So we and Leonardo, we started talking, and he was like, yo, you took the time that you was thinking about you. Get guys together to create a movie. I was like, yeah, this is what I was thinking. So make a long story short, I set up a meeting with Lizzie, myself, and Leonardo's people in LA. And I told Lizzie, I said, listen, when we do this Hulu thing, which at the end of the day was a business production he was doing. I said, I think we need to make a realistic, real life movie of us. So it should be nothing that we should do because people need to know our real story. So RZA entertained the conversation, but I don't know, for some reason, I guess he felt like he was committed to doing whatever he wanted to do with Hulu. He might already have a deal. Yeah. And you know, like I said, at the end of the day, the claim. Jamie Faster. Jamie's the best. It was that amazing. I remember I wish we could say that. Because the way I had him looking at it, it was almost like I told him, I said, this would be like a smash of Goodfellas and Menace Society. Yes. Yeah. Kind of talk about our story. He was super open. He was like, yo, son, what we gotta do, yo? Who do we need to talk to? But at that time, it was already in pocket and what he wanted to do. So I said, you know what, one day, maybe I might get a chance to show my version. Because come on, how many Pablo Escobar movies we looked at? Right. I mean, you got these guys telling it. Oh, for sure. It can still be made. So it can still be made. 100%. Just because there's a Hulu suit, that doesn't mean shit. Right. But I think that at the end of the day, God willing, we will really give you guys another taste of really how we want to see it. I think it would be hugely successful. I think from a movie writer perspective, would you rather see it as a movie? A movie. Or you do it like on Netflix where you can get wild. Do it like Netflix has shit like Ozark. They get wild on Netflix. You can get wild. That's how it has to be. It has to be grimy. It has to be
That's how you want it, right?
It can't be in any way ABC after school special 5. You know what I'm saying? Like it can't be cleaned up through a filter. It has to be good too. It has to be like good narrative. It has to be set up. The scenes have to be set because it's very hard to take an insane career of 9 of the best MCs to get together under one mastermind, all these genius talents, and they form this movement. Are you going to condense that to 2 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was one of his beats right there. He was like, yo, wait.
But I think it can be done.
That's what I said. I said, yo, look, come on there. I said, people do it all the time. I said, yo, look at, prime example, look at NWA. I thought NWA movie was dope. You know what I mean? Straight out of Compton. I thought they did a good job, but that was Dre and Cube. And, you know, I'm sure you're always gonna have somebody around that be like, yo, nah. But it was so realistic that when I say that was, it was like, oh, I get it. You know, there's even some people this is more for the younger generation to kind of gravitate to. And once everybody loved it, they loved it. So it was like, okay, y'all love it. We love y'all for loving it.
It's great. It's great. But hear me out. Opening of the movie, Rikers. Opening of the movie, you guys show up at Rikers to do a concert for Old Dirty Bastards Inside. That's the opening of the movie. That's the opening of the movie. You got just get everybody on the hook right away, and then you bring them back to the beginning. Right after that, you put the year.
And that's how you make movies. You pick all the greatest moments.
Yeah,
and then you start showing this.
Yeah, so that's a no-brainer for a Wu-Tang movie. You start with Rikers. You start with Rikers, which is what year was that? 95? What year is that? What year was the Old Dirty Bastard and Rikers concert? Yeah, I was about to say. And what year did you guys start? Who was the very first year?
We started in late 92.
So you start the movie with Rikers, and then you bring it back to 92. Back to 92. That's what it is. That's what it is. I mean, just think about the incredible amount of talent, not just rap. Jizz is like a world champion caliber chess player. 99, 2000. It doesn't Jizz have some degree in physics? Doesn't he have some crazy degree? Look that up, please. So you just that alone in the movie is like, come on, this is real. It's just that. Yeah, think of a movie like that. Think of a movie that starts up with the gates opening, and you guys going in, put all your belongings in the basket, the whole shit, getting frisked, checking everybody down. The guy reading you the rules, the warden telling you do not go into the crowd, do not do that. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we got you. Yeah.
Think about it. That's the beginning of the movie. That's an incredible opening for a movie. And it really happened. This isn't bullshit. This isn't a bunch of dorks sitting around the table coming up with some nonsense. This is some shit that you lived through. That would be an incredible opening for a movie.
And it was just so incredible even more how we connected because, like I said, everybody comes from almost the same poverty bullshit, but everybody has different philosophies on how they felt their lives is going. I tell people all the time, my neighborhood was about waking up. Ghost neighborhood was about taking money, taking shit from them. Jizzy, being one of the MCs that could have been down with the Juice Crew. You know what I mean? You know what the fuck the Juice Crew is. He turned it down. It's like they was the highest shit back then. Master Ace, Gaz, Kane, Coogee, Bank. All these dope MCs that asked me, we want you to come and get down with us. All these things I remember like yesterday, like, wow, Juice Crew. He's like, I love the Juice Crew, but I just recently this change. Us with Old Dirty, like, Old Dirty always wanted to be like this. Charisma that that energy. So like you said, these are the things that I wanted to see. Each individual is, you know, and like I said, shout out Ruby, for doing the huge track, but I do agree like you really like that movie where it really doesn't. Yeah. Wizard, that was his. It's not about he wanted to tell.
It's a great story. It's
Great
fun.
story.
It's fun. The whole thing's fun. But I think there's something missing, and I think the something missing is a movie. It's got to be a movie. It's got to be a big screen, big thing, and it could be done.
My brothers about.
I mean, just imagine when ODB does "Baby, I Got Your Money." Come on, imagine that, and that becomes this massive hit. Massive hit.
Yeah, he had the most hits on roads, right?
He was so fucking talented. And so real. Remember when he was on MTV and they started talking about like, what are you gonna give? Where are you gonna give your money? He's like, I'm giving my money. No, he's like, yo, you gonna give that? He's like, yo.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And everybody was crying.
Yeah.
Everybody was so real. Because it was so real. It wasn't like, well, I think it's really important we establish some sort of a community. Shut the fuck up. He's just having fun.
Well, always gave back.
Of course. Well, by existing, you give back. By existing, you inspire others. By existing, how many rap careers, how many hip hop careers were inspired by you? All countless.
Yeah.
So many.
I say that we definitely have a piece of watching the new generation grow and, kind of, build it off the way we built ours. That's important, to reflect on it. Back then, like you said, nobody wasn't given fucking just kind of money. Like, we was the first group that ever had $1 million. Wow. And then that day, me and Wizard was coming up with the slogan for it. What video was that? Train. Wow. Look at the train shit. You came with this shit. They should have put some $1 million. You could fuck it. It's $1 million. Like, do it. At that time.
Is this it? Oh,
yeah. This is what we're right now.
A killer bees.
It's true.
They've been seen approaching from Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island.
See the bees coming through and shit.
Information. This just in. Police are reporting that there's a man ready to jump. We're told that he's possibly old dirty. Plan. The police suspect that there could be some connection between this old dirty man.
Is it weird looking back now? Does it feel almost surreal that you guys did it? It has to.
I mean, I always believed that these guys is, like you said, very talented. Sometimes we don't know how to come together, but we might be the only group that stick together so long, because we all feed on each other every time. So to be able to reflect back with music our own, it was like we still only thinking about us. It was almost like, okay, yeah, we're gonna do it because we have to, not do it because we're all in a happy vibe, a happy moment. A lot of times we make great things happen out of nothing. You know, the pressure, the turbulence, and it behind that day, but we still managed to come up with something great out of that moment, of that moment. You know, but
That's what's incredible is that through all the disputes, you guys still together.
yeah.
That's because there's no way you can have 9 dudes and have disputes.
Exactly.
Especially 9 alphas, 9 killers.
It's hard. And it's hard because you know, everybody has an opinion. And you want to respect everybody's opinion, you know. But it made me think about sports and it made me think about how coaches and people, you know, outside of the group is so important. See, how we were designed, we heard it out. You know, really had people around us kind of like push the narrative and show us our true power. So we made a lot of mistakes, you know, of being great, but still handling the business a little bit different from if we would have had some coaches, some guidance.
The problem was back then, no one knew what was going on today because it was so fresh. It was so new. The whole genre had only existed for 6 or 7 years. So it was emerging. It was chaotic. It was so exciting, but there wasn't a lot of experts in how to manage it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like today, you know, you could, you know, a young artist could come to a guy like you and say, hey, what should I do? Help me out. Like, what's the path that you think I should take?
Yeah.
And you could give them real advice. Where back then, like, who knew one time it was going to work?
Yeah.
They would have told you that's not going to work. There was, you can't get 9 dudes. That's crazy. How are you doing that? But it worked. It didn't just work. It, like, accelerated everybody. Like, amplified all the voices. That's what was so crazy about it. Because it didn't just work. It worked better than being by yourself.
Tell people all the time, the clan, I think we were better based on us as a collective.
100%.
Has to. Nobody couldn't do by themselves or people.
Iron sharpens iron.
Sure.
And that's what it is.
Still,
Yeah, you guys had so many killers together, there's no way it could be great. That's what's incredible. It's like, it's so hard for people to do that. That's why it's never been done before, which is amazing. If you think about the history of hip hop, how many artists have come up? Not one group has come together and made like they're just like we can. Not one. Not one.
even when it comes to, you know, sales and, you know, each one of us is blessed to be able to go flat on the goal. But we talk about them. You know, sometimes when we all together, we laugh and we say, damn, no other groups did what we did. Come with guys that everybody would be gold and platinum and this and that. And I couldn't name one person. They were like, name one person. Name one group that did what we did at that level back then. I couldn't name it. You know what I mean? Because everybody
was branched out. And Scarface obviously went on to have a massive career.
Yeah.
Did you see his little tiny desk performance?
Oh, yeah.
Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
That's one of my greatest plays too, man.
And
Scarface
so
is-
different than anything else. Like the way he did it, like he adapted the lyrics to the environment. Yeah. Oh, it's incredible. Incredible.
Scarface is a world god too.
One of the all-timers. One of the all-time greats. All-time greats.
You sure you
I haven't yet. No, I'd love it. Love it. I got it. I think that, like, there's so many amazing talents that came out of that 90s hip hop era that, like, for a young guy coming up, someone who's, like, interested in a career and it's imperative that you go back. Go back. You have to. You gotta explore the classics. You gotta see what started this whole thing. Because, and you gotta put yourself in this mindset, like, it's hard to imagine my experience of it because you're not going to be able to have it. It's always been around. But for me, it's like when it came around, it was this totally new thing. It's totally new sound. Totally new, like, avenue of music that existed. And everybody was like, wow. And all the young people were excited. Everybody was excited. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
This is so different than everything else. You know, so for the people that are like making a career in it now, ooh, you know, I know that there's like a tendency to think you're the fucking man and everything else sucks. I'm telling you, you gotta abandon that thinking. Go back and educate yourself. You know, because it's free. Get on, get on YouTube, get on Spotify, educate yourself. There's so much classic shit from the 90s that you're missing.
And all we're doing really is just, like you said, just expression.
Yeah.
Being in the studio, smoking a lot of weed, you know, and a lot of time when we were smoking and just vibing, it's like we were mentioning things that, you know, like today, like for example, you know, I own a cannabis business in Newark called Ashburn, you see representatives. You know, we said that us and something else. I don't have me a fat lot enough land to go and plant my own sex crops. But for now, it's just a big dream. You know, so we kind of like spoke things into existence that at the end of the day, you know, now, as I sit here on the owner of a cannabis business, I'm like, wow, he was talking about things. You know, my first job here was in gold. You know, my mother's, you know, my mother's living room. You know, we did that. So we were kind of like saying things that meant so much to us back then, but still dreaming of it being a reality the next time it happens. You know, like how you said, you know, the children being so intelligent and talking about science and, you know, meth, you know, talking about certain things. And, you know, like today he's in the movie world. This is a director. You know, these are the things that were going through our minds as we were just smoking and listening to production and just, you know, with the right next really, I think that is important. It's a dream. Be creative. Don't sit in one box. Like, it's the shit that just been driving me crazy a lot. Hip hop today is like, yo, it's just sounding too fucking repetition. Like, let's make it bigger. Let's take it over here, over here, over here. Yeah. But it just sometimes we're just sitting in one fucking box. Where it's like, yo, come on, we gotta. It's not just that. It's about opening up the doors for everybody to be able to see so many sides. Like now, it just seems like the hip hop shit is just being controlled by one person that says, yo, we want you to stay right there. I want you to talk. I want you to not. I want you to just.
Whatever they think's gonna sell.
Why is that the case?
Because the same reason why they were trying to take RZA and change him, turn him into something he's not. People always do that. They do that in comedy, they do that in podcasting, they do that in music. There's always some executive that thinks they know better and they're going to roll you, shape you, change you, and this one couldn't do it. Hire an image team, and it's all it's bullshit. It's not artists interfering with art. That's what it is. It's when you have middlemen. You know, you have these people that profit off of your talent, and they think they're going to steer it the way it's going to be the most profitable. They don't give a fuck if you're like earnestly and honestly expressing yourself. That doesn't mean anything with that. They just want you to stay in that box because that's the box they're selling. And once it sells once, they don't want you to change it up. Remember when Ice-T started a fucking heavy metal band? Yeah. Ice-T, who played a cop on TV for like 30 years, he had a song called Cop Killer, Body Count. And everybody wanted him to be a rapper. And Ice-T was like, I'm going to do a hardcore album. It was like, what? It's like, what is this? What is this? This is crazy. But it's like, he just didn't listen. It's like, I don't give a fuck what you say. I'm going to do what I want to do. This is what I want to do. And you have to give an artist that ability to do that. They have to be able to change it up anytime they want. Whatever, because whatever got them to the dance is going to keep them dancing. And they might dance to the beat of a different song, but the same person, that same creative force that created whatever you liked in the beginning. Well, you probably like this new direction they're going to go into because it's going to be just as good. It's like we all liked it. Like you were saying, you like Billy Joel. We both like Cool G Rap. It's very different. You wouldn't want to see the two at a concert together, you know. But that's what you have to give room for an artist. And these executives and these people that are profiting off of art without being creative, their input's always terrible. It's always terrible because they don't have a vision. They don't really, unless you're like a Rick Rubin like one of those cats is just like super eccentric, weirdo, genius dude who just knows what he likes and go, hold on, do that again. Stop, do it again, do it that way. Okay, can you make it echo? Do it, give me an echo.
So, but he's working with you because he's
right. He's barefoot and shit and fucking doing yoga.
the genius is
super weirdo. A Scott Storch type character. Yeah, those guys
be great.
They're artists though. It's like that's different. But when you get these suits and the suits get involved and they know that we made, Raekwon sold 1,700,000 CDs doing it like this. So this is what we want from this one too. We want it to be the exact same way. We want to do it like that. Do it like that again. They go, no, what's this new thing you're doing? What's this new thing where you talk about discipline? No. But that's one of the most important things about hip hop too. Is like songs inspire people to change their lives. Like Gangstar song "Discipline." Like that song inspires you to have discipline. It's a great fucking song with great lyrics.
Like I said, the shit became knowledge to us, man.
Yes.
That's what I miss about hip hop is the knowledge factor of, raising our kids to be smarter and, not hiding anything. Like you said, once you put that warning sticker on it, don't look at it. They're gonna look at it anyway, so why not let them see it for what it is and then say, look, you can make these choices, but you go that way, you know what you get. You go this way, you know what you get.
I think all it takes is someone today to do what you guys were doing and blow up. And then everybody would want to do it. If someone today became like this genius lyricist who's like pointing out things in society and became a huge artist,
but you think that music is still, you think the radio will play it?
I don't think the radio means jack shit anymore. I think what means something now is people sharing it. That's what means something.
How do you get it out there?
Someone put it on Spotify, put it on SoundCloud, put it on YouTube. Someone sees it, someone hears it, you send it to somebody, they send it to 10 people, and then it goes viral. That's what it's all about. I think it's just be undeniable. Be undeniable. Have some shit where you listen to it and go, oh, yeah. And you have your friends like, yeah, listen to this. First lines.
Yeah,
listen to that shit. That's how we always sold it. Oh my God. Yeah, come out of the gate with a fucking haymaker. Boom. Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking like how I feel about my album about the job.
What is it called?
Well, shit, I just been working on this documentary right for the purpose. I'm just to be honest with you, take it back. I've been working on, only book for Cuban links is my what's going on album, my Thriller album that I made 30 years ago. This year, 2025, will be 30 years. So what we done was we went back and decided to do a documentary. So it's called The Perpetuate Violence because remind you, only Built for Cuban Links was the name of the album. But being out came as a cassette, everybody started to call this album The Perpetuate. So now, we came back and we decided to do, me and my team, my kid, this, the plan, of course, the plan. But this is something that is my intellectual property. And I said, you know what? My guy said, my team said, you can documentary about this album. You can make 50 albums. People still going to talk about only Built for Cuban Links. So I said, So what I did was, I said, you know what? Let me invest in it and kind of tell the story of what help us inspire the album, what help us be a part of the culture, how it still allows me to still exist. You see a lot of these guys today, they still wearing Cuban link chains.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So who would ever thought that I'm calling an album only Built for Cuban link mix? Now everybody in the mother is wearing Cuban link chains today, 30 years later. So that is something that I've been working on. Believe it or not, we've been working on 10 years. Wow. So I got over 50 influential people that was in my life that was affected by that album to be a part of this document. So now, this is what we're making. You actually go out there and start pitching it. We're finally getting to do it right now, as we speak. Once the new year kicks in and all that, we will be ready to go out there and position ourselves to go through a deal with a network with this project. It's going to be them.
It's a great idea.
You know what I mean? So my thing is to talk about it in a way to where the way we live, all the experiences, all the things that we went through, and eventually that would wind up becoming a movie. Because the story of how I talk about it is going to blow people away. It's like, damn, this is what you was going through. This is how your mindset was. Because I just want people to know that that album was made because I love hip hop and you know, we were in a position to make something golden that at that time it was already thick. I was already Martin Scorsese mindset. When I came in the clan, I was like, I don't do all the party shit. I don't know how to rap like that. I don't even know about drugs and hustlers and trying to get from here to there and turn my life around for the positive, you know. So we talk about this in a documentary and we go through some of the songs. And like I said, you know, I got some of my guys that, you know, we had conflictions with some artists out there like Biggie back then, everybody thought we had a beef. You know, just it becomes interesting. But the bottom line is that's what I've been working on alongside with working on some other music. So I just said, yo, let me get this done the right way first. And then I'm gonna drop some new music. So I got definitely new album.
The West
New album. I say probably like the 22nd quarter. Yeah. And I never even mentioned the name of the album, but I mentioned it on this show. The new album is going to be called The Emperor's New Clothes. You ever heard that Dutch folk tale?
Yeah. The Emperor and those first clothes. Yeah.
So that's going to be the name of it because I feel like the status quo today, everybody feels bullshit. Nobody wants to be shit. Nobody wants to call out shit that makes sense. It's like, oh, if you believe it, I'm supposed to believe. I'm supposed to believe nothing that don't feel like what it's supposed to be to me. Goes back to like you said, and I'm listening to everything you said about you have to do it for this way. Fuck that. Fuck radio. Whatever is going to stop you from being you. You know what I mean? So this is the same mindset that I'm thinking with my hip hop. My new album that's coming. Like, yeah, I let you tell me that this is not what people still love. You know what I mean? I don't care. Just I know what I know from coming up as a kid who loved hip hop and what inspired me. So I'm not for this shit. I got a lot of great things that I can do. Yeah, that's what
people still love it. And I'm telling you, these like young kids that I have at the Comedy Mothership, when I play them 1990s hip hop, they all love it. They just don't know yet.
Yeah.
They just don't know.
Yeah, we can't afford it because we listen to a lot.
Also, they got so much shit coming. They're getting think about all these new artists.
Yeah. There's so much shit going on. There's
so much shit going on.
There's so much going on. You know, I always say that it's always a way for people that love music. You know, I don't care. It's like you could be 50, you know, to go sitting as a 55-year-old man that still have that kid in the love what help me be who I am today. So I'm still at my best when it comes to making music. You know, like today the chef is more of an architect artist. I don't consider myself a gangster rapper. I don't even have an architect rapper. You know, because I like to reflect on things about growth and development. You know, when people hear this album, still fucking die. I tell people all the time, whatever, you can use that shit. That's like something like Tyson can't fight. You know, after the day, you fucking bitch. It comes to how he feels that passion about something. You know, I feel the same way with my music. So get ready. But then, like I said, the name of the album is called The Emperor's New Clothes. Check it out.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Listen, brother, thank you very much for being here. It was a real honor. It was a real pleasure. Thank you for everything you guys have done over the years. I've been endlessly entertained by Wu-Tang Clan for a long time. And I hope somebody listens to this and makes that fucking movie. Make that movie. Do it.
We're gonna make it happen.
Do it.
We're gonna figure it out.
I wish I made movies. I wish I was a movie maker. That's what I would make it that way. I'll open up with that fucking writer scene.
Just listen to it. It's the one that's waiting for us to take the fucking
Never too late. Never too late. Thank you so much. Love you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bye.
Check out Urban Experience.
Train my name, Joe Rogan podcast my name. All day.
what's the bug?
Are we up?
Jesus Christ, this happened very first time ever.
Okay.
Lighting and smoking a cigar.
Is it you?
40.
How did you manage to get this far with no cigars?
I don't know how to do any like really guy shit like that. Like I don't know how to play pool, cigars. I don't really know how to do that, but I do know every state capital. Yeah. Is this the right way?
Yeah.
It's gonna bomb. I want to see him bomb.
Don't inhale it on the fire.
First you got look.
Lower your. Yeah. Are you doing this on purpose?
I swear on my kids, I don't remember.
No, I mean the way you're being retarded. Like, get the fire on the. Get it on there. Get it on there. Get it in there. There you go. All right, you're good. Just start pulling. No, you're not good. How did you fuck that up?
What am I supposed to do? Smoke it?
You gotta inhale while you were.
What you want to do? Inhale all the smoke in.
Yeah. No. Just kind of keep. Take a deep breathe in while you're doing that. Jesus Christ. How do you get to be 40 and never have a cigar?
Well, now he's a man. Now you're a man.
So what do I do now?
You puff on it.
I'm not even lit. I gotta fuck that up. I just tried to light it down 5 minutes.
You gotta puff
You
on
gotta do this. You don't inhale. You just take it in your mouth.
it. You enjoy the taste of it.
There you go. Take some more puffs.
This is not so much. Yeah.
Couple puffs.
Yeah.
Puffs. There you go. Puff. Keep puffing. Keep it lit. You want to keep it lit? There we go. Yeah, this was the first time you smoked. I'm sorry.
Now he's 60 years old.
Like a regular.
Yeah.
A regular.
With my uncle.
You know what it is? It's to be 40. No cigars.
I think because my dad never really smoked.
Let's talk about
You know, it's in the back of my throat. My dad never really smoked, and I never really did any like hand kind of stuff like this. And I was with my mom mostly, and she was more, you know, I know, well, it's just like a cigar in the back of my throat. But I don't know what to do. I'm just thinking about how my clothes are going to smell like cigar smoke.
Yeah, no, it really does.
And it's going to mess with your head. And it messes with my head because I'm like, I don't want to get cigar smoke on my clothes.
Do you use cologne?
Yes. Shout out Yves Saint Laurent.
Some body odor.
Do you not use cologne? Never?
What do you wear?
You just go with the natural musk.
I like you.
Right.
I like Dr. Squatch.
Shout out Dr. Squatch.
Shout out Dr. Squatch. Natural. It doesn't have aluminum in it.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it looks as good.
Well, there's
I
more.
think there's something to the aluminum. Why would
Yeah.
they put it in there if it wasn't effective?
No, I tried the deodorant without the aluminum in it.
Dr. Squatch
Doesn't work. Can I take a peek?
Yeah.
Just pick some up. Yeah, you want me to go on the other side?
Oh, good. Yeah. Not bad, right?
Yeah, that's
I forget which flavor it is. It's like fucking whiskey, bourbon, musk, or some shit.
it's pheromones in the natural sense.
Yeah, that's a lot.
You don't
I
think
mean,
so?
there's pheromones, but natural people smell disgusting. People that don't wear any deodorant, they always smell funky. So they still have, like, you know, your pits are, think about how it works, right? It's just getting squashed all the time. Your pits are just constantly getting squashed. And there's hair in there, unless you're a weirdo.
Yeah.
So there's hair, and the hair is collecting on the sweat, and it's just getting funky.
That's what made eating pussy so hard before, like, the 2000s.
Porn.
Right.
One used to be muffed out.
Right.
Yeah.
Somewhere along the line it was. And then society followed.
Yes. And it changed eating pussy. I mean, it's so much more enjoyable without the fumes. Because the fumes get caught in the hair.
Come on.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Napoleon, like to Josephine, he wanted her to have a full bush, and he wanted her not to bathe for a week. When he was coming in the morning, he said, I needed fucking munchie. So some guys like that.
Well,
I don't know who you were.
he was involved in transport. Well, that guy was a different tolerance for shit.
Mhm.
You know, just imagine the kind of warfare that the Pauline's crew were. I mean, they had muskets.
And they were also probably much more tolerant of bad smells because history smelled. Can you imagine that people bathed once a week? Even athletes, but every bright party athletes felt stinky. And then they didn't have bidets yet. So your asshole was just like,
They didn't have running water.
yeah, they had nothing.
They had buckets.
Yeah.
The only people who were clean in antiquity, Muslim people. They were the clean ones. When you read about the Crusades, they said the Muslims were able to smell the Christian army coming from miles away because of how filthy they were. The Muslims were all about science and cleanliness, and Dr. Watts before the kid.
Well, before the Mongols sacked Iraq, like they were like that was the pinnacle of civilization. They turned the river Tigris, they turned it red with blood. Like that's how many people they killed. They killed the entire town of Baghdad. Like they killed everybody. And those people were at the pinnacle of science. Yeah. And then look, you go all the way to the 1990s, and that fucking Saddam Hussein and his psychopathic kids running shit and killing people, and right, that was what was left over.
Yeah. Same gene line.
It's really nuts when
You think that gets into the genes, like the killer kind of psychopath?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, right. I think good things and bad things are humans. I think that's been substantiated by science. It said, that even racism can be passed on from parent to child.
I believe it. Traumatic memories.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it. Right. Yeah. I feel like only now as I'm getting older, I'm like, I have some of my mom's memories in my head. I feel like.
Think about this. Let's think of simpler animals, like animals, like dogs, like Carl. How the fuck does a dog know to pee on a tree? How does a dog know to go to where pee is and pee on it? How do they know any of this stuff? Right. They're so handy. How do they know when they see another dog or an animal in the park? Right. Why are they scared of it? Like why are people scared of snakes? Why are people scared of spiders?
Puerto Ricans are not scared of snakes.
So
They use
Puerto Rico.
no, they take them as household pets.
Yes.
My friend Sergio's got 8 of them. Yeah. Yeah, Sergio's
used to
got some
pets that are snakes.
Sergio used to beat up drug dealers when he was 15 with his fists. Like that was, he would get other drug dealers would pay this 15-year-old kid to go beat up other drug dealers with his fists on the Lower East Side and get money.
But he's a great guy and a spiritual guy, and he's the only guy I know that would beat up a drug dealer and then journal about it later because he's suspicious.
He's our friend. He's our friend. He's a comic.
Is he comic?
Yeah, he's a comic and a boxing instructor.
Oh,
Yeah, he's a boxing trainer.
We're fucking ready.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There's no thin.
Yeah.
You really do yourself.
he does.
What is boxing?
I'm a boxer.
Which one of some moves?
Do I say it, bro?
I'll show you 4. I got video of it. I'll show you 4. Yeah. He's got a nice. You made a video today. I got a video today. He's got a nice right hand. He's not. You say you're slow, but you're not slow. But you got a nice right hand.
Yeah, I have. He tells me I got a little power in both hands.
Right.
So I don't know.
You're a little too confident. I like him.
I know, and that's how it goes. And then you just get fucking stretched out.
Stretched out. You get laid out, pal.
Yeah, you get stretched out.
You have a smaller head than normal. Physically,
It's hard to catch.
hard to target. Yeah, you're fucking target. It looks like you got a helmet on your
Yeah,
head.
but listen, the reality is both of you can hit a lot. 100%. And it's way better than everybody else.
Is it?
100%. Guys with bigger heads traditionally, for a fact, take a better shot.
Mm-hmm.
There's those guys like Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt, one of the greatest kickboxers of all time.
Yeah.
K1 Grand Prix champion. Fought in UFC, fought in Pride. He's a legend. Head the size of this table.
Yeah. Body.
Brock
Dad
Lesnar,
body.
head the size of this table. Yeah. He was just small.
Yeah.
Just a giant, thick dude. He was like 5'10", 250.
Yeah.
Right, but one of the greatest chimps of all time in all combat sports. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. This episode is brought to you by GoPuff. Does grocery shopping drive you nuts? The lines, chaos, and inflated prices? Then you have all these third-party delivery apps with their ridiculous fees, markups, and you still have to wait hours for delivery. Well, enter GoPuff, the game changer. They deliver snacks, groceries, alcohol, essentials, whatever you need straight to your door in just 15 minutes. And get this, it's cheaper than the store because GoPuff uses their own fulfillment centers. No middleman, no crazy markups. It's like Amazon, but for everyday essentials and way faster. GoPuff also just launched cheapest on the planet pricing. Think $2 organic eggs, $2 milk, $5 diapers, $10 Tide Pods. It's insane. They're beating big grocery stores at their own game. So do yourself a favor, download the GoPuff app on your phone, use the code Rogan20 for $20 off your order, and experience faster, cheaper, better shopping. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
Can you see just from looking on our faces how easy it would be to? Yes. My kid's going out. I'm going out quick, right?
You don't have good structure.
Yeah. I got a lady space, is what you're saying.
No, you have a bad space, but there's certain faces that are easier to hurt.
Yeah, right. And it's got a good jaw.
But you know, there's arguments against that. Like there's some guys with small jaws, and somehow or another they take great punches. Like Max Holloway doesn't have like a big square jaw; it takes a tremendous punch.
Yeah, right. I'm scared to sleep with the lights off, so I think if I got hit,
you're going to do a good job though.
I the structure's good. Yeah. What I have with my defense is, not against guys like you, or if you don't know me, my defense is I look like I can take a punch.
Like you could be a complete psychopath,
and I don't know any.
Like, I don't teach you how to like really find your inner psycho. You scare the fuck out.
First, you got to teach me how to light a cigar. You know,
there's something dead behind your eyes that's very troubling. If you were angry,
if I was angry,
yeah.
The thing is, for me, Joe, and I'm just completely honest with you, when I get really angry, like you'll punch a wall or you'll do man shit, I cry. I really do. There's been many times where I've gotten so mad that I just start to tear up and cry. I've cried pretty honest before. So when I get angry, I just start to cry. So there's some wires crossed somewhere in me, but we've kind of accepted. That's why I think our friendship has blossomed to the way it is, because we both understand that we just have a little bit more estrogen than most guys, and that's okay.
We got nicked for sure. I mean, some people get fully clipped. I think we got.
Joe didn't get it at all. Joe got not even close to being nicked, and which is rare for a comic, because it's very usually hard to be funny and not a little bit of a feminine guy. You're a very manly guy to be funny. That's a rarity, man.
Yeah. Well, most guys that if you like hang around boxing gyms, or if you hang around a lot of cops, or if you hang around soldiers, they're funny. They're funny dudes because it's gallows humor. Because they deal with, like, one of my funniest friends was a special forces guy. Yeah. He's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And he's always cracking, like, jokes you could never repeat. You know, saying things you could never repeat. And it's just so funny. It's like, he's funny. It's just funny in, you know, kind of a crazy way.
Yeah. Right. We always say that, like, if we were, like, back in history, like 200 years ago or whatever, we'd be the guys in the war. We'd either be hitting the drums, but we would just be keeping the troops loose, laughing with the troops, because we're not the kind of guy. We think we have value as men to other warrior men like yourself, but we're not going to do the fighting, but we will do the cooking, the cleaning, and the laughing.
I will offer my nuts up to be a eunuch to watch the harem.
It's also the experiences that you've had in your life, right? Making who you are right now. it's not as simple as like when I was a kid, I was terrified of everybody. That's why I learned martial arts. I was getting picked on. Right? I hated it. So I was like, all right, I got to figure out. There's only one way. And the only one way is to become formidable. Right. To become the person that you're scared of. Right. So I did that.
Yeah.
But it wasn't because like I was this like kid that was tough like all the time when I was young. I was like, I understood how to like just be a fucking man. Like, I had to learn that.
Right. From great weakness comes great strength.
Yeah. Well, you recognize what it is, right? It's thought patterns. You allow your brain to go down these very detrimental thought patterns, and you have to like separate you consciousness from these patterns that you allow your attention to go down. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And if you can shut those off, you'll have a happier life. You have to understand where they're going. And when you go in a negative, detrimental anxiety spiral, now I'm not saying this would work for everybody because I do believe that some anxiety is chemical. I believe that some people have a bad balance because I know people like that. It's a real thing. And I can never say that the way I think is the way everybody thinks. There's no way. But I know for me that with me, I know because of extreme experiences, I know how to shut those things off. So from fighting, from hunting, from doing stand-up, from doing a lot of live things where you're in front of like thousands of people, I know how to shut that part of the brain off that goes down those roads. I know what it is. I've experienced it. I never had a panic attack, but I've had anxiety. I've freaked out before, and I was like, yeah. And then you look at it in retrospect, and you go, okay, I started spiraling, and then what if this happens? And then what if that happens? What if this happens? What if that happens? Okay, don't do that.
Yeah.
And then get to that spot and have enough mental clarity and enough sovereignty, control over the mind, to not allow it to go.
It's tough when you have a comedian's brain because that's what we do. We spend a lot of time in our heads analyzing things, and sometimes it can turn on you.
Yeah.
If it starts with what if, it's anxiety. We push it out of the brain, folks.
And anxiety is
What if it's no good. Anxiety's a liar.
But that what if sometimes is good. Like, what if I do this? What if I just relook at this? What if it's not bad? What if it's attached to what if it all falls apart? What if everyone hates me? Like every now and then I get a text from a friend that's like, hey man, are you cool? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? What happened?
Yeah.
Well, I just haven't heard from you in a while. Like, are you okay?
Yeah.
Like, what is like? Let's talk on the phone. Like, these are weird conversations. Where some people just go down the road and they start thinking everybody hates them.
That's narcissism, right? They just think everyone's obsessed with you.
There's a little bit of that, right? Unfortunately, even victims, like people that are psychologically damaged, and they're depressed, like that is a type of narcissism, unfortunately. You don't want to further victimize someone who's got a mental illness by saying, oh, you're a narcissist. But if you're just only worried about how other people think of you, and only worried about how you fit in there, there's a narcissism.
I know when I text you, I just go, hey, there's a 1 in 6 chance. The guy's a busy guy. That's what it is. I never take a personal.
I've been saying this for a while. I have a couple numbers, but I have to go. I got this. Check out.
And I never call you first because I'm like, I don't know if we got that type of friendship.
Maybe totally.
I can call you.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of times I've sent you, I come out with Chris.
Yeah. Wow. You're going to see a lot of Giannis crap is popping out.
Yeah. There's been a couple of times I've sent Joe voice notes.
Yeah.
And then you listen back. I'm like, I'm not sending that. And then I just don't reach out.
Would you say, what's up, buddy Bubbles? What's up, baby girls?
Yeah, I was sending the most voice notes. Alex Jones. Because they disappear. Oh, right. They're quiet. And then fucking disappear. You can keep them. Yeah, you're in, but doesn't he know if you keep them? Yeah. Yeah, and you don't. You're not recorded with another phone. And smart, don't smart, dude. Yeah,
That's perfect. I mean, it's almost like,
I've known him for about 25 fucking years.
I mean, if you called me did that, I'd be like, oh,
As soon as Trump gets in, they're gonna the aliens will land.
that's
They're turning the frogs gay.
Dude, I saw a video of Alex Jones and I'm late to the game. You've seen this, how he predicted 9/11 in June of 2001.
He did.
I was crazy to watch that.
Tucker thinks he's used to that. Yeah, he's a very misunderstood guy. Right. He really is. And it's really unfortunate that Sandy Hook thing, because if it wasn't for that, he'd be way more respected and people would appreciate him for what he is. He had a psychotic break. you know, and he had a drinking problem at one time and maybe some other stuff. And he was losing his fucking mind because all day long it's conspiracies that are real. And so when you start looking for conspiracies in places that aren't real, and then I think there's also another thing. I think there are certain people, now I don't know who they work for, I don't know if they're independent, I don't know if they do it just for fun. Some people create fake, compelling conspiracies and then put them online. Yeah, for sure. They do it for content. Yeah,
For views.
That's true too, but I think there's a more nefarious aspect to it. I think the more conspiracies that you can make look really stupid, the more the real ones seem preposterous because they're connected, right? Like, here's a great example. 9/11 was an inside job. That sounds fucking insane, right? That sounds completely insane that the government did that. But 51 former intelligence agents testified that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. That sounds crazy too,
Right.
but that's real, right? If you get enough of the ones that don't make sense, like the Jews control the weather, you get enough of the flat Earth ones, you get enough. It's like the term drugs, right? The term drugs applies to nicotine. It applies to the coffee you drink. That's what a drug is, but it also applies to fucking meth, right? Conspiracy theories are lumped in all together, just like drugs. And the best way to do that is to put a bunch of bad ones out there, really bad ones, so that the ones that are plausible, you go, wait a minute. Show me the Pfizer files. Right. Why are they hidden for 75 years? How many people did you test this on? Did you ever test for transmission? You never did. So when you were on TV, you were saying that. What was going on? That's a real conspiracy. Right. These are real people conspired to hide information and to shape a narrative that would be very, very profitable.
Right. But nobody should believe the Jews created the weather, and then also everywhere, like, you know, it's only a small group of people who are going to go to Jews and control.
They're definitely cloud seeding. They do Dubai.
They will crawl in your shoes now. The Jews will crawl in your shoes.
For sure.
Yeah. So make sure you keep your shoes
See
tight.
them? Tighten your laces.
For sure, there's people that can discern between a good conspiracy and a bad conspiracy. But I don't think there's a lot. I think it's like 30% of the population.
All right, let me ask you about this one.
America, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah.
30%.
Let me throw this one out. You ready for this one? Do you think it's possible? Just hear me out. Do you think it's possible that what this existence actually is some type of prison planet, and negative emotions are being fed on by an ancient alien race that has kind of imprisoned us? And the reason why monks and people like that go into deep meditation is because a lot of this universe is spoken through vibrations, and they can get their vibrations to a certain height where they can vibrate and have so much positive energy that the prison planet rulers can't eat them, and they're not stuck in this loop like we are. Like we are. This is real.
I thought you eat their negative thoughts.
Eat their negative thoughts and negative emotions. Do you like me up, guys?
Yeah.
I like you.
Yes. This is such a feminine thing. He's asked you to hold the door open for him.
Yeah.
Why don't you put the umbrella over his head, light a cigar. Yeah, that's what it is.
I feel lightheaded. Is that normal?
Yeah. You make it sick too.
It'll be fine.
That's why cigars are so good for conversation. You know, cigars are so good for conversation because it gets you a little loose.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's a nice little buzz.
So you don't think the prison planet, you don't think there's a possibility this is a prison planet for the advanced human race and you're eating on negative emotions and thoughts for fuel?
Where did you get that? from?
Alex Jones. No, not Alex Jones.
Alex Jones has a much more detailed explanation.
And
Interdimensional child molesters.
there's a device on the moon. That's how they reflect. That's the energy goes to them. I'm just saying it's possible.
L. Ron Hubbard shit. Have you ever read any L. Ron Hubbard?
I know the details. I know it's a nice pyramid scheme to go up all the way.
Oh, yeah, but that's just the Dianetics, or Scientology. The really fun stuff is the science fiction.
Mm.
Do you know that he wrote the most words ever of any human being?
More than James Joyce?
He has the most published work of all time.
So he's like
No one.
Thomas Kincaid of writing.
Well, he never made a second draft. Homeboy stuff all sucked. It was all unbelievably bad science fiction. It was unbelievably bad, like wonderful, like so bad. It's just like, what? Have you ever seen Battlefield Earth?
Yeah, that was the worst movie.
L. Ron Hubbard is a record-holding author who holds a Guinness World Record for publishing. Most published works by one author. Most audiobooks published by one author. Most translated author in the world. Most translated author, same book, The Way to Happiness.
Very interesting.
Use a special IBM typewriter with extra keys for common words. It was so bad. It was so bad at writing. Not only did he not edit, but he needed the word ready.
So you might be, if you keep going, you might be in line for podcast for Guinness World Records most podcast minutes ever recorded. That's possible.
That's great.
Maybe you could get that.
Maybe. I mean, what's the record now?
I don't know. Who's doing 9 hours a week?
Yeah.
Only
I
you.
might already have it.
You might already have it.
That's like I already got the Guinness World Record one that Adam Carolla holds.
What's that one?
Adam Carolla has like the most downloaded podcast of all time. You can have it though.
Yeah.
Keep it in the book.
Yeah. Well, because you have to specifically go to Guinness World Records and they have to do research and like give you a whole.
Yeah, you have to prove it. You have to go to them to try to get it on the books, and I don't do that. But if they were like really check,
It's you.
it has to be. Like, this has been number one for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Right.
There's no way I'm still got it. That's crazy.
No way.
No way.
Yeah. And you do what? Average 3 every episode, 3 hours. So it's 9 hours a week.
Average. Yeah, but I'm usually 4 a week. So it's usually 12. And sometimes 5. Yeah. This week is 4. Some weeks it's 5. And if it's a fight companion, like some weeks it's 4 and a fight companion. The fight companion might be 5 hours long, you know?
Yeah. It's just passion, you think? Like you never say, fuck, I gotta do a pod. It's always like, can't wait to do
I
the pod.
never say that.
That's beautiful.
Especially guys like you. I'm like, we're going to have fun.
Yeah. Fun. What do we talk about?
Do you know how much we would be loving this if it never happened? Like if you never got to be around friends and just shoot the shit, smoke a cigar, and laugh and crack up and talk about nonsense. Like if you couldn't do it, it would be something you would look forward to so much. If you were lonely, if you didn't have good friends, you didn't have like comics aren't the best friends. They're the best friends because you can be open with them. They talk crazy. They say wild shit. You laugh together. You feed off of each other. They're the best friends. If you didn't have any comics or friends, there's a lot of fucking sad people out there.
Yeah.
So if you're not sad,
You say comics on sad?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
some comics, yes. Some comics are sad.
Tears of the Clown.
Yeah, it's a little exaggerated. I think a lot of them are sad because of the whole thing we're talking about before, narcissism and anxiety. Like comics are some awful narcissists.
Mm-hmm.
But you know when you really see that? When comics start attacking comics that are doing better than them.
Yeah.
It's only comics that are doing better than them. So what's happening? Comparison, thief of joy.
Yes.
Teddy Roosevelt. Yeah. All criticism comes from a place of unmet needs.
Right.
Tragic result of unmet needs.
Right.
And so there's this feeling me, fuck y'all. Why is you fucking history hyenas? I don't give a fuck if they're back. Fuck off.
Yeah.
We are back. Isn't there a wonderful world that we live in? Isn't there chaos and beauty? Is there so many things to talk about? And you're going to talk about other comics? Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah.
I agree.
Shut the fuck up, you whiny bitch.
Yeah.
That's why it's good to have, in my opinion, we both have kids. We get lost, we'll do our work and we'll do our stuff, have fun, and then we just play with our kids, play like the real stuff that matters, our wives, our kids, hanging out with them.
It definitely changed this.
Some of our peers who don't have families and is just constantly worried about this business is like, I don't know how you're going to get off that treadmill.
Yeah, that's not good. I would not be the same human being for them. I just would not. I wouldn't have the same empathy, compassion for people. I wouldn't understand like the development of a child.
Right.
I talked about this before, but it genuinely changed the way I look at human beings.
started
Come on,
to
bitch.
because I used to look at adults like they were just, oh, this guy's an asshole. He's 36. He's a fucking dickhead. Now I go, oh, that's a baby. That's a baby that got terrible exposure to bad ideas, bad input, mean people around him. And got, thrust into the situation. So now you see him. Like, when I see homeless people, I get so sad. When I see like homeless people that are just like, I'm like, that's not a baby. They held that baby. And now here's this person just leaning in the corner. What is that thing they're doing? There's a lot of it in Philadelphia where they're like totally like,
Is this a crank or something?
yeah, that's what do they call it?
It's the heroin leak.
The heroin I don't even know if it's heroin. It's like, I think it's some new stuff.
It's a new shit.
This guy was like doing a yoga thing. If you could do that, like, essentially he's doing like a very difficult core maneuver.
Yeah, Joey's like, can I do that with a kettlebell?
I was wondering. I was looking at this guy. I'm like, I don't think that's good for your back, but like, if he can hold it there, that's only some very good structure.
So you do that, it's a baby thing, even with like Genghis Khan and Hitler, like, even when they're murdering, like, it's just a baby.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't forgive him. I mean, it's not going to stop me from killing him. But what it does do is it puts me in this place of, instead of like thinking of everything as being static, that everything is this like constant progression.
It's a great song.
Yeah. Even though, listen, dude, I love America. I believe red, white, blue. I stay true to the American flag. I love our country. I do understand terrorism. Terrorists, like old school terrorists, from like, if Americans like bombed their country for whatever reason and killed their babies, they're like, well, now I'm going to fucking go lethal and I'm going to start killing everybody in that country when I can't. I just get it where I didn't get it before I had kids. But I'm like, if somebody did that to me and my children took them away, I would just go crazy. I'd learn how to light a cigar and I'd start fucking killing people because I have nothing left to live for.
Yeah,
That's what I get.
Of course. It's not a coincidence. It's some of the scariest people live
there you go. Wow.
Like,
Did they make you up, my man?
The scariest motherfuckers, like the guys from
Excellent.
guys
How
from
are you?
Pakistan. Like, this guy,
Thinking of working on this fucking little robot. It's just about what I need to be, I think, to just be this fucking Tommy gun, like circular firing squad. And then I've got Flax's interview that I'm going to upload. I just have to edit it. He does like a 13-hour stream. I can't get like that. But yeah, things are good. Yeah, they just nice job on it. Damn, bravo. That was excellent moderation, man. No, I mean that to me is so good. You could call me. Oh, okay. That's excellent. You can call me all kinds of bigoted things, but just don't be super loud. Like, I can handle it. What about me? Yeah. I agree. Yeah, I was watching Joe Rogan. He just had on. I mean, I slept, and I'll probably sleep again. But whenever we have like, I don't know, whenever my hours are all fucked up, I have to like work to get them back, and it's so easy for me to fuck them up again. It's like 3:30, and it's like, stay up, or if I don't, then I'll be taking a nap at like 10 a.m. or something. But yeah. Yeah, I get that. When I woke, I've never been diagnosed with this, but like vertigo, I just was like dizzy, just like when I woke up today. And I think it because I just was just low on sleep, but I don't know, like I got up to go to the bathroom, and it's just like everything was just for like a little bit, just kind of dizzy. And then it gets fine, but it's just when I immediately wake up, sometimes I stand up really quickly, it can happen, and I could be just blood going through my head. I don't know exactly what it is. But yeah. Yeah, of course I know what the fuck that is. So what is pox? Yeah. Oh wow. You're, I kind of feel like, well, the medical industry is obviously an industry, but they 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 come up with acronyms, and it's like, oh, you got SARS. Oh, but they're easy to say acronyms that are like one word. Oh, you got, I don't know, HEMS. You got POTS. These things aren't usually like one I've heard like, okay, this is different. Like COPD, that one's a little bit different. But like they're not usually like that. Where it's like, oh, you got JRS 293, you're fucked. Like, huh? Well, how am I supposed to know what this fucking is, man? Like, and I feel like they're almost like, look, when they're marketing drugs, they're like, we could make $1 billion if we call this thing QR235, or if we call it queef disease, we're going to make $10 billion on it. Or just, it's queef. Oh, you got queef? Yeah, my queef is acting up. If it's like a one-word acronym, they can make more money. So you hear all of these things like, I don't know, back in the day, you would only die from like heart disease, cancer, I guess like diabetes, but that kind of was okay. What else were the big ones? Like, of course, there's like car accidents and that kind of shit. But there was like um, old age. Yeah, that was the big thing. People would just die of old age. And I don't understand this one, Caspian, and I'm not gonna. I am not gonna understand what old age death is. That to me isn't something that should kill you. It's not like you. It, there's a reason why you die, and I don't know what it is, and I don't know if I also dream of a day of a machine that when you die, they just put you on a machine and it tells you how you die. So it'd be like, yeah, I mean, because old age is not good enough. Or someone being like, oh, well, we're going to attribute it to, I don't know, swine flu. That's not good enough. You could have swine flu, but you had a fucking heart attack. I want the actual fucking reason. And we don't have to cut into anybody, and we don't need a coroner. It's just a real simple machine. Just scan your fucking body and be able to tell us. But that's an easy machine. Like, I'm not saying I could invent it, but with the right funding, I could lead a team to invent it, which is essentially a body scanner that knows the major ways that people can die: brain hemorrhage, diabetes, stroke, cardiac arrest, all that shit. But they don't want that. Why? Because then when you're killing people, they don't want you to be looking into it and how somebody actually died. They don't want you to know that someone perhaps got poisoned. They don't want you to perhaps think somebody got the heart attack done. They don't want people looking into that. It's like, oh shit, sorry, and nobody looks into it. And another thing, when I'm the boss, I'm gonna really try to turn the tide on the coroners. Like, you don't even have to be a doctor to be a coroner in the United States. Most coroners in the United States are the sheriff of the county. So it's like, if you're broke, yeah, let me check the percentage. Um, what percentage of coroners in the United States are police officers, like the sheriff of the county? thought I said not corners, or runners. Welcome, welcome. Try out, join us. All right. Corners are elected officials. The majority corners, let's see here, who are such as can vary by jurisdiction. I want to know. Okay, it's not 50%, but it's at least 10 to 15, and that's okay. So maybe it's this less than 50% have a medical degree or a doctorate or something like that. But like in number one, 15% is too high for it to be the same person as the sheriff. What percentage of forerunners have a medical degree in the United States? Okay, the percentage of foreigners who have a medical degree is relatively small. I want the actual number. Okay, oh, it's about 10% of all foreigners in the U.S. have medical. How is that, like, a lot? Like, basically, that means, I don't know, Zoot, maybe. I don't know if Zoot has a medical degree, but, like, Zoot could be a corner in the United States without absolutely, I mean, because he's good at fucking, he sucks at mini golf, but still, he could be a corner. There's, like, it's because it's an elected position in the county, that it's just, I don't know, I think that it should be 100%. It generally is in urban areas, but because most people, or most counties are not urban areas, that's how it gets down to 10 to 15%. So the same amount of foreigners in the United States that have a medical degree is equal essentially to the same amount who it's the share. Think about that statistic. So basically, in the United States, 15% of foreigners are sheriffs, 15% are doctors, and the rest are just random people who got elected. Right? Well, yeah, and then like I think that right, and there are situations I have known of them where someone dies, and because the family can reject an autopsy, then you can't look into their death basically. Like the family has control over. So like imagine there are just a lot of situations. Kids who want their parents' money. The kids could kill their parents and then just say we don't want an autopsy. We're going to say due to whatever reason. And then it's like, okay, well, they rejected the autopsy. I don't know. That's why I want a machine that just everybody has to be run through when you die. I don't care if you get hit by a car and you are literally just splattered. Somebody go around with a little shovel and get all your shit, put it on a fucking put it in a Tupperware container and run that motherfucker through the chute. Just so we know what actually killed you. And they'll be like, whoa, dog, are you serious? I mean, this person got either fell off a cliff or got hit by a car or whatever. But it would be some kind of massive trauma. Because if not, you create a world where people die from just, people who are controversial die of suicide by 2 gunshots to the back of the head. And the coroner comes in, and if Bill Schneider situation, a Gary Webb situation. Gary Webb uncovered essentially the cocaine trafficking that was going on in the United States and published it in the Santa Clara in like Bay Area newspapers, and it's sad. And then there's no like I mean, another thing is this. Let's say you just don't want the coroner to pay attention to whatever killed this person. All right, you just have to bribe them. And it's like the worst thing that's going to happen is they just don't win election next year because somebody fucking finds out about it. Or the next time they have to be elected. And there's still a good chance that they will be. I don't know. I just think that whole system is really corrupt and really outdated. And it's really interesting to me that in urban areas, the amount of coroners or medical professionals is like 100%, but in rural areas, it's closer to none. And I also think it's interesting if people want to say, well, it's expensive. Like there are a lot of counties in the United States, and if you're in some rural county, it's expensive to have a like an on-call medical professional. Well, guess what? There's enough tax dollars around that you can put together the money for one person's salary. They don't have to make $500 million a year. They can make whatever seems relatively accurate for the area, but you should have to pay for that. I've never understood that. I think there's huge corruption in that, and it gets down to like these statements like, well, I mean, basically, if somebody dies, they don't necessarily have to have an autopsy, and I just feel like they should. We're at a point where you should absolutely have it, and it gets into insurance too, and that's the big thing. And this test could be very cheap. It could be like, I mean, it's not like it's just a machine. It's like electricity is all it would take to power it. So you just buy those machines, and then really, if you bought those machines, you don't even really need a coroner. In fact, I'd rather just have an accurate machine system without coroners. But if you're gonna, I understand that there's gonna be some overlap to that, but yeah, just like a tube that you put someone's body in, and then it just tells you how they died. That's not that hard. Absolutely, get a lot of power from corrupt people and corrupt officials. Right? There are these famous cases of people who have, multiple gunshots to the head, which is basically impossible. And then the coroner just rules it as a suicide, which is like, dog, we should prosecute the coroner for coming up with that stupid ass determination. Well, I people say we live in a simulation and all these other things, but I tend to believe that could definitely be true, especially if we were seeing here by extraterrestrials. That they just had this narrative that they wanted. I don't know what it is to get a glance or to get, to just for entertainment or whatever. But there's certainly corruption, and I mean I don't know what it is, but it would be like we were playing SimCity, the game, if you're familiar with that, or The Sims, or something like that, and we're just living out somebody's life. And we could make it really easy on easy mode where the girl falls in love with you and you get the best job and nothing ever goes wrong. But that's kind of boring. So we'll shake it up a little bit. But we know at the end of the day that we want the player to win or whatever. But we're going to put them through a bunch of tests and we're going to really push them. And that's kind of how humanity is. Like what it is. But it very well could be. And thus, we have these corrupt systems that are in place and are just allowed to subside because perhaps this is just the way that some higher power wants it to go. I'm not saying that's what it is, but I'm saying that is an option. When we've got these fucking UFOs flying over every major city in the world on a nightly basis, who's to say that that couldn't be a real a reality? I mean, my entire life, I have been playing God, and I don't know, maybe like 15 years ago, I really think at the end of the day, every single person on earth is agnostic because no one really knows. There's no proof of anything one way or another. Okay, with that being said, I think everyone has to be agnostic about everything. What I'm saying right now might be a simulation. What like seeing you might be a simulation. But okay, if we're getting past that, we get to the point where I feel I kind of but that's subjective. I define God as energy, which that means that the sun is part God, and all the stars are part God, the gods are part God, you and I are part God. That's energy. Okay. But then there's something else, which could have been the extraterrestrials that see this. That to me is not God because they can die or they aren't all omnipotent and all knowing and all that other stuff. And but no one wants to have that conversation. What is that then? Because then you get into, do you believe in aliens? Fuck yeah, I believe in aliens. I believe in aliens more than I believe in a lot of things on this earth. And yeah, so like, but if I had said that 15 years ago, you're a loon. But finally now we're starting to break through. I mean, that's really one of the things that I push is alien disclosure. I don't think that it's such a big deal. These guys who are getting asked about it in Washington D.C. and with the Department of Defense and the White House press secretary, we're like so very close. Like we're asking the right questions. It just takes somebody to be like, yeah, we're probably seated here. And that's a lot to take in. And that doesn't mean that necessarily uh, my robot isn't recording. Absolutely. No, you're good. Yeah, it's an important conversation that people don't want to have, but right, it's an easy way to tie things in. I know exactly what that's from. And how is it like to Santa? Right, I know the episode very well. It's the Fernand episode. Yeah, no. So it's Kenny Rogers Roasters. I recall. So yes, I just watched it and I haven't watched it recently. But yeah. So what he does is he tries to leave his keys at the woman's house. She's like, George, you forgot your keys, and then yeah, that's later on. Let me check on that. Let me check on that. In what Seinfeld episode does George Costanza say his name Costanza to a woman he's seeing in order for her to remember him? It is the Buy Menon commercial jingle. What episode is this? Yes. Um, I'm mistaken. It's not the Kenny Rogers. It's the Raincoats. So, according to ChatGPT, I'll take it. They run together for me as well. So he was trying to get the girl in the Kenny Rogers Roasters to. He wanted a reason to come back, which was was different than the episode of the Raincoats where he wanted to. But yes, he's just trying to make a lasting impression. I'm in agreement. Well, I mean, it's really just Larry David and what he's done. Yeah, definitely. So the reason why I keep running into an issue with this, it's not a big issue, but it's quite interesting. Okay, so let me just explain. So sometimes I use a VPN in the United States, and sometimes it's in Europe or whatever. The way that Twitch shows their sign-up page differs on what country. So, when I'm like having it click in the right spots, well, if you're in the EU, they have all these privacy things that come up. So I have to customize it basically so that it works for all countries. And but once you get that, you're made to shake.
Purified. Yeah. Look at the history of that part of the world. Yeah. I mean, you have to be a hard person to fucking survive.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Am I supposed to just keep holding the cigar? You guys put it down. No, I'm
put it down every now and then.
So I just put it down, and now let's get it set up. Sorry about that. So, all right.
Dice's cigarettes in there, so don't take the cigarettes out. Take the fucking ashtray.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know what to do.
This is fun, though. Why do you want to keep Dyson's cigarettes in there?
Because they're Dyson. He doesn't smoke them. He just takes them out. He holds on to them and he puts them in the ashtray and pulls another one out and holds on to it. Yeah. He went smoking again for a while. He started smoking again. Then stopped again. Yeah. Gotta be careful of my health.
Yeah. If you want to talk about a great father or something, that's Dice. Dice is all about his kids.
Very dedicated. His kids play band. They play like at the shows. His son's fucking amazing on the drums. Yeah. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
Dice is another misunderstood guy.
Legitimate good dude.
And also a legitimate artist. Like his performance art, the weird stuff that he does in New York City for no money, for no people. Do you want the picture? So few people are even watching those clips. Yeah. We haven't brought them up. Like I don't know how many views they would even have. And he's not promoting it. He's not trying to go on podcasts. He doesn't even tell you about them. You have to find them. Yeah. And if you're on a podcast, he's like, you gotta see this thing I'm doing, right? But then they want a picture. He's a big shot. He's a real artist.
you been keeping up with the dry flying saucer thing? Alright. Have you been seeing like the spaceships? Did you see any of the flying saucers that they've been talking about?
But you would never imagine that guy sold out Madison Square
That's
Garden.
what I was just thinking.
Multiple
Yeah,
times.
that's
Nassau Coliseum.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a fucking man.
At
And
one point, he was like the only comedian people knew about.
he
Yeah.
certainly was the only casualty.
Yeah. What is also great about guys, obviously you're on both college in New York, so we see him a lot. He's one of the most giving guys to the younger guys.
Oh, yeah.
When he comes into the clubs, he won't tell you about his feats at Madison Square Garden, all that, to tell you like how good he is. He'll say, here's where I was, here's where I am now. So this comedy game is like a roller coaster, and I'm living proof, and just stay in the game. That's it. Always tells me, just stay in the game, because you just don't know. Do not quit.
No, he's great.
He's great.
How old is this guy?
60s.
He
Right,
definitely
I guess.
60s.
Yeah.
60s. He gave me advice to go on the road when I was just hanging out at the store when I was in my 20s. I met guys that I couldn't believe I was meeting. You know what I mean? It was like one of those things like, you know, you see a guy, like when I was 19 years old, me and this girl was dating, we were listening to his cassette in my car in front of my house. I'll never forget it. We're crying in front of my house. So for me, that was Dice. Dice was this guy where like I'd see him on HBO. Like, this is easy. It's on HBO. Like this is so funny. To now, like,
What's going on, Slut? How are things in your neck of the woods? What'd you say? You never seen him before? No shit, that's what you expected him to look like when his avatar looks just like him? Six months? Right, Rabbi going viral. Rabbi going viral. That'll be bigger than